The story opens with a familiar question, someone asking about the hero's condition. Sitting before the doctor, he realized he had heard this same question every single day. Lowering his head, he gave the same answer as always. His legs hurt. The doctor, watching him quietly, said he understood. He offered to increase the dosage of his medication, trying to ease the pain. But in that moment, the protagonist felt the words no longer mattered. Nothing really did, ever since everything had fallen apart. A nurse approached with a gentle smile, telling him she would take him back to his room. His gaze drifted forward, blank and lifeless, as a thought crossed his mind. By the time he opened his eyes again, his world was already over. His wheelchair was pushed down the hallway. Looking around, all he could see were faces full of pity. To him, that was all he had left. Sympathetic stares and monthly insurance checks. Sitting motionless, hands resting uselessly on his lap, he knew he had nothing now but the harsh reality of living half paralyzed. His face showed no sorrow, no joy, not even melancholy, only emptiness. As the wheels rolled forward, his thoughts drifted back to the cause of it all, an accident, a tragedy born from a drunk driver. He remembered himself that day, wearing a simple tracksuit, just another ordinary evening. He stopped by the grocery store like he always did, carrying a bag on his arm, thinking about grabbing beer and snacks to unwind. Everything was so normal until it wasn't. A flash of light caught his eye, forcing him to turn. In that split second, a speeding car came straight at him. Terror froze him in place as the thought struck. How could luck betray him so cruelly? His shoes and groceries scattered across the street, his body struck down. Now, as the nurse lifted him onto the bed, he could only recall the sharp pain that had ended his life as he knew it. The four bag above him dripped slowly, bubbles rising through the tube, while he wrestled with the sensation of phantom pain, legs that felt severed, though they remained. With trembling hands, he reached for his pills, knowing he was trapped in this cycle. Each night, he swallowed them, clenching his fist in frustration. The words echoed in his head. People say God only gives trials one can endure. But to him, the truth was bitter. It would have been better not to endure it all. Another night fell, and the hospital windows glowed under the bright lights. The young man picked up his phone, staring at the screen. With half his body paralyzed, he knew there was little left he could control. All he really had now were the novels on that screen. Scrolling through, he noticed the story he'd started last week had already reached 50 chapters. As he flipped through the pages, he thought about how happy endings gave him a sense of peace. Reading was the only thing that calmed him down when the weight of depression pressed too heavily. Tonight was no different. The dim glow of the phone reflected in his eyes, yet his lips stayed silent. He told himself he would finish this novel before the night was over. The story within the pages unfolded before him. An old magician named Aiden appeared, destroying everything in his path. In the end, he stood victorious, but instead of resting, he chose to create a brand new world. Then came a night, facing the ruins left behind. Aiden had erased the old world, rebuilding it in his own vision. Me Mortys vanished, pain disappeared, and even those who had once suffered tragic losses now lived in happiness. Atop a mountain, the magician looked down on a world where everyone lived as though they had won. The protagonist stared at the final words of the story, the author's thanks to the readers. His hands began to tremble. He thought about how the magician endured everything for the sake of the world, only to wipe it all away in the end. His hands shook harder. To him, it felt like Aiden hadn't built a world for others at all, only for himself. The phone screen glared brighter, and frustration boiled within him. Even in a random novel, why did the ending have to turn out like this? Why couldn't it just stay happy? Pressing the phone to his forehead, tears finally spilled down his face. He wondered why it was so hard for him to simply be happy too. Lowering his head, he admitted to himself that the endings didn't really matter, whether they were good or bad. Even if he managed to wake up tomorrow, nothing would change. The protagonist lay back on the bed, thinking that a happy ending was something forever out of his reach. But then, strange drops of light began to fall into the room, illuminating everything around him. A flash of brilliance filled the air, followed by a sudden notification, the beginning of the magician who dominates the world. Before he could process it, his eyes snapped open, and he was no longer in his own body. Startled, he jumped up from the bed, clutching the blanket tightly. Fear surged through him. Just moments ago, he was sure he had seen some kind of notification floating in front of his eyes. What was it? Looking down at his legs, confusion grew. Was he hallucinating? But then, as he glanced around, he realized the entire room was unfamiliar. Nothing here resembled the hospital. The dark-haired man whispered to himself, wondering if he had simply fallen asleep. Maybe he was still dreaming. Instinctively, he searched for his phone, but instead, he found only a wooden bucket filled with water. Curiosity pushed him closer. He leaned over, peering into the water, and froze. The reflection staring back wasn't his own. A new face looked up at him. His hand trembled as he touched it. What happened to me? Understanding slowly dawned. Something unthinkable had just taken place. Before he could piece it together, the system appeared again. His eyes locked on the glowing notification, this time frozen in front of him. Wide green eyes scanned the text in disbelief. It wasn't just a hallucination, there was a task written there. Anxiety surged. He recognized the name. It was the very same novel he had been reading. The message was cruelly clear. If this character dies, he too will die. His heart sank. This wasn't even the protagonist of the story, just a secondary character. Why him? Shakily, he forced himself to his feet. His eyes widened with disbelief as the thought struck. What if this was real? Lifting his hands, he looked down at his legs. They were moving, strong, whole. For the first time since the accident, he could stand. The sensation overwhelmed him. He could feel the wooden floor pressing firmly beneath his feet. But before he could savor it, a flood of information crashed into his mind. He clutched his head as me mortis not his own poured in. The language of this world, its history, and the entire plot of the novel etched themselves into his thoughts. Fragments surfaced vividly. Among them, he saw a small boy pinned against a wall. The vision struck deep, forcing him to realize that he was now reliving the life this body had once endured. A bloody hand appeared before him, torn and broken. The vision shifted, revealing a dignified man, and with it came information. This was the son of one of the 7 bizarre archdukes. Another image followed, an old man gazing down at a baby. The explanation made it clear. This child was the illegitimate son of the patriarch, a man of immense power. When the image changed to show the baby all grown, the description stated that even if every protagonist united against him, victory was far from guaranteed. But then another me mortis struck. Mord saw himself shackled in chains, trapped in the midst of a magic ritual meant to seize full control of his soul. It ended with betrayal, ambushed and slain by the protagonists and their allies. In the grand scheme, he was nothing more than a minor character destined to die. The realization shook him. Why did I become him? Just then, a new notification appeared, its demand chilling. Change the fate of destruction, and your wish will be granted. The green-eyed man frowned. His gaze locked onto the message. My wish will come true. He thought of the all-powerful mage he had just seen. If the fate of destruction referred to the novel's ending, then wasn't this system asking him to prevent it? To protect the world in place of the protagonist who would one day ruin it? He let out a bitter laugh. Me mortis of his former life flashed. The hospital bed, the half-paralyzed body, the despair he had carried every day. Compared to that reality, this new body felt like a dream. And if it was a dream, he had no desire to ever wake up. He raised his hand, staring at it. Whether this was divine punishment or some cruel prank of the gods didn't matter. What mattered was desire. At first, his wish was simple. He only wanted his old body back, the one he had before the accident. But as he clenched his fist, he realized that wasn't enough. He couldn't settle for something so small. A storm rumbled in his mind. If this system was offering him a chance, then he would seize it. He would change the fate of destruction itself and claim his wish. He pictured the looming figure of the novel's main villain, and his first thought was clear: gather information. Information about the cultists, their plans, the warriors, every skill and strength, anything that could help him change fate. The idea filled him with confidence. It's worth trying, he thought. But then, with a faint smile, he decided, no, he would do it. Mord belonged to the Archduke family, but as an illegitimate child, his life was harsh from the very beginning. He never even knew who his mother truly was. A me mortis surfaced, a child beside a woman. His mother had died just days after giving him life. From then on, the boy's existence was branded with guilt. He huddled in the corner by a barrel, mocked as the bastard who killed his mother. Unable to fight back, he lived as a weakling, enduring the scorn of others. But it wasn't weakness or ignorance that held him back. It was the crushing guilt of being born unwanted. Another me mortis flashed. A man cloaked in a fierce red aura, his body writhing as if engulfed in fire. Mord remembered. The blood of the Archdukes awakened at the age of 15, a trial known as the awakening of new blood. The agony was unbearable, a pain as though the entire body was being consumed by flames. Most didn't survive it. For anyone outside the Archduke's direct line, the chances were less than 1 in 5. He watched as the man's body was torn apart, blood spraying. Yet Mord survived. Against the odds, he endured, and in return, he was blessed with great power. On a table lay a letter. Its words were clear. If you live to see your 15th birthday, you must go to the Archduke's household. The protagonist pictured the imposing head of the family. Mord, clinging to his mother's final letter, had traveled to the Archduke's residence, ready to face the trial. His only wish, recognition from a father he had never once seen. Scratching the back of his head, the green-eyed man pieced it together. According to these memortes, Mord had just arrived at the family's estate to take the test. Yet, he wasn't a protagonist. He wasn't destined for glory. He was just a secondary character. Still, the Archdukes were not the true villains of the story, and Mord carried knowledge about their world few others had. He imagined the halls of the Archduke's castle, filled with warriors. The family already had many blood-born children. For someone illegitimate, the chances of being accepted were slim. And yet, in one memorte, he saw the white-haired Mord, brimming with determination. Having grown up without parents, his only desire was to be acknowledged as a son. Daisley, the Archduke himself, seized that longing and used it to raise him like a hound. Suddenly, the great man opened one eye. His aura flared, and the awakening of new blood released such power that even the protagonist of the novel had struggled against it. Yet no one truly knew how strong he really was. Mord clenched his fist, a faint smile tugging at his lips. It would be nice to find out for myself, he thought. But his thoughts were cut short by a voice calling from the doorway. He turned and saw a man standing there. "Did you forget what day it is?" the man asked. The reincarnated Mord's mind raced. He recognized this figure from his memortes. The warrior stood with a sharp, intimidating presence, hands on his hips as he glared. Mord recalled. This was the instructor in charge of his test, a man built strong, just as one would expect. Stepping closer, the instructor confirmed Mord's name, his voice heavy with authority. Mord realized with unease that the man was larger than him in every way. Todd, the instructor, studied him carefully, his expression shifting. His tone carried weight, and though he seemed skeptical, he noted that something in Mord's eyes felt different today. Perhaps he was imagining it, but he couldn't shake the thought. Todd rested his hands on his belt and asked sternly, "Did you forget what I explained to you?" "I already told you. Your test is today." Relief flickered through Mord as he asked for clarification, and the instructor calmly explained. This would be a test of his potential. "For someone who hasn't accomplished much, you're well built," Todd said, then asked about his combat skills. Mord's confidence faltered. His face paled, and he looked down. A fight? So soon? Clenching his fist, he reassured himself. At least it's not a fight to the death. That alone is enough. Still, he raised his eyes with tension. One way or another, his skills were about to be tested. The two walked together through the forest. Without turning back, Todd suddenly asked, "Do you remember what I told you yesterday?" Caught off guard, the green-eyed man looked at him in surprise. Again, he blurted, which immediately angered the instructor. Todd stopped and turned, his expression dark. "Never mention that you are the Archduke's son," he growled. Mord followed in silence, his thoughts stirring. He understood now. It was the unspoken rule of bastards. Yet to him, it seemed pointless. Rumors had already spread throughout the estate. The Archduke had met with him, and soon enough, once he became an official warrior, everyone would know exactly who the bastard child really was. The other trainees brightened when they saw the instructor, greeting him with respect. Mord, however, stayed quiet, watching them with a trace of concern. One of the men turned to him with a grin. "So this is the new guy? The one taking the test?" Mord studied them closely. They looked older than simple trainees. He realized they were likely warriors already. Todd stepped forward, explaining, "You should already know. The way our family fights is different from ordinary warriors." Mord answered seriously, "I've used weapons without proper training. But once we are trained, weapons are no longer needed." He continued calmly, "We fight with the body we were given." Todd's gaze hardened. "That's right. Those not born of this bloodline rely on weapons. But the rest of us master martial arts. That is our strength." Mord lowered his eyes. "I already know this." He pictured the family crest and remembered, It was famed across the continent for its unmatched military force, built purely on hand-to-hand combat. Weapons were unnecessary. Still, he admitted with quiet awe, "It's incredible. There isn't a single weapon in this world that could surpass the strength of this clan." But then Todd's attention shifted. He called out to Vince, announcing that this test would determine where Mord would train and, more importantly, whether he was truly worthy of the bloodline. The blonde warrior stepped forward onto the battlefield, wearing a smug, confident smile. "I'm ready," he declared. The order for Mord to fight followed immediately. Unlike his opponent, Mord remained calm, his breathing steady. Todd continued, "You'll need to prove you belong to this family's blood." The warrior opposite him smirked, resting a hand on his hip, his eyes filled with arrogance. "Are you sure he's only 15? He scoffed, scratching the back of his head. "He doesn't look like it, but still." He crooked his finger, beckoning Mord forward. "Considering how big you are, I want to know whose son you really are. Let's see if your fighting skills measure up." Mord exhaled slowly, turning his gaze aside for a moment. Another bastard, he thought. And it's not like only one Archduke is guilty of schemes. I need to focus on the test. He stepped into his stance, his thoughts sharpening. In this world, strength alone brings freedom. Power is everything. Still, it would be nice if I could live quietly, somewhere far away. Mord lowered himself into a steady stance, his body firm, his mind sharp. "This is my chance. I'll prove myself here." A faint aura began to radiate from him as he launched forward, fist cutting through the air. The sudden uppercut startled his blonde opponent, who barely managed to dodge in time. Vince's eyes narrowed in disbelief. He shouldn't know how to fight, but Mord's movements told another story. Shifting quickly, Mord raised his leg and struck. More agile than I thought, he realized. Guess those boxing lessons back then weren't useless after all. It had only been a hobby in his past life, but now it gave him an edge. His strike landed against Vince's guard with solid force, driving the blonde back. Vince staggered, but kept his footing. Wiping his mouth, he lifted his head with a strained grin. Not bad. Rising from his knees, Vince's expression twisted with anger. "You lied. You said you weren't trained." Mord's calm voice cut back. "I don't even know what you're talking about. Why would I lie?" That only fueled Vince's rage. "Don't play dumb. That stance, you're trained." Mord lowered into position, once more, eyes steady. "I'm just doing what I can." Vince's fury boiled over. He said nothing, his silence heavier than words. Then, with a sharp breath, he surged forward, his fist glowing as he infused it with mana. One of the narrow-eyed soldiers watching leaned forward in alarm. "Wait, stop. He's just a child. He hasn't even learned combat mana techniques yet." But Todd, the instructor, remained unmoved. "Let him continue," he ordered coldly. "Master Todd," another call, but the instructor's voice cut him off. "I said leave it." The air thickened as silence fell. Mord's gaze sharpened. "So, mana will be used against me." The blonde warrior sneered, eyes blazing. "Are you mocking me?" His aura crackled as he charged the blow, his lips curling into a crazed smile. "I'll hold back a little, so be grateful." But his attack missed entirely. Mord slipped past it, his movements fluid, his defiance written in his eyes. The blonde's confidence faltered. "How? He's just a beginner." Mord's stare hardened, his voice low and sharp. "It's my turn now." He drew back his arm, fist clenched tight. The soldiers watching widened their eyes in disbelief. He's copying the combat mana technique. So easily, Mord stepped in close, power gathering at his strike. His green eyes dimmed, hollow yet resolute. This is incredible." The veteran warrior threw up his arms in panic, his mind reeling. "I've spent years mastering combat mana, only to lose to a novice?" Mord's strike crashed into him, the sound echoing across the training grounds. The blonde was hurled backward, his scream tearing through the silence as a gust of wind followed the impact. He slammed against the wall, crumpling to the ground. Everyone froze. Shock rippled through the group. Todd's eyes narrowed as he watched. That blow. It was the newcomer who sent an official warrior flying. His gaze shifted to Mord's broad back, standing firm, overwhelming. What incredible guy. Mord lowered his leg, breathing evenly. His opponent lay sprawled against the stone wall, utterly defeated. Tying his belt tighter around his waist, Mord glanced at him. If I hadn't dodged his last strike, things could have gone badly. Still, I think I'm starting to understand how to use this power. But then the blonde stirred, forcing himself upright, trembling. Mord's eyes sharpened. "Can you still stand after that?" he asked. He had always believed warriors were on a different level entirely, but something about this fight was starting to change that belief. Drool slipped from Vince's mouth as he glared. This bastard, he's different. One of the bald warriors watching frowned deeply. Defeated with just one blow? How? Another muttered. Where did this bastard even come from? Moore turned toward Todd and spoke calmly. Maybe we should stop here. I don't know how to fully control this power yet. If we continue, I might finish him for real. Todd said nothing. His gaze was cold, unyielding. Inwardly, he thought, he's still a test subject, and I am his instructor. My duty is to push him to his limits, no matter what. I can't let him end this so easily. His expression hardened further, but before Mord could act again, the wounded blonde was carried off the field. One of the bearded warriors stepped forward, hand raised, demanding, "Why did you lie?" Mord tilted his head. Lie? About what? Todd's frown deepened. You said you've never trained in combat, but just now you used mana. How could someone who's never been taught combat mana techniques wield it like that? Mord scratched at his cheek, his expression casual. I wasn't lying. I really never learned. Todd stepped closer, voice heavy with doubt. Do you expect me to believe that? Mana flickered around Mord's hand, a faint stream swirling over his skin. He lifted it slightly. If this is what you mean by mana, I managed to use it once after recovering from a bad fever. But honestly, I don't know much about it. Inside, Mord's thoughts turned sharp. I can't reveal everything. Not yet. The mentor's face hardened, still carrying that same stern, almost mocking look. Do you really think I'll believe that? He asked. In response, Mord began to explain, speaking of the awakening of new blood. Unlike others, he had been able to use mana even before the awakening. His talent was extraordinary. The god of battles, Werner, was said to stand with arms folded, while the goddess of battles, Erita, formed a radiant sphere. Their bloodline coexisted within him, creating an incredible synergy. Light flared, the blessing of their divine genetics. A young talent stood like an unshakable rock, overflowing with mana. Without ever receiving official training before the age of 15, his power had already grown terrifying. Images surfaced, 7 years of progress condensed into his body. A youth who had achieved what others could not, radiating strength, eyes locked forward with a grim, unyielding glare. A warrior who stood atop a mountain of corpses, gripping his enemy by the head. He had even surpassed the Archduke himself, heir to the god of battles. That was the history of this bloodline. The instructor scratched the back of his head after hearing Mord's story. If that's true, he muttered, then it explains a lot. He shifted his gaze and asked, Do you know who Vince was? Mord shook his head. This was my first time meeting him. Todd nodded. Vince has been training since childhood. He survived one of the harshest tests our clan has. And yet, you managed to defeat that kind of monster. Mord's hand drifted to the back of his head. The realization hit him. He had taken down someone far more formidable than he first thought. But the instructor's sharp eyes noticed something unusual in him. He fell silent, exhaled deeply, then spoke. Regardless, you passed. You scored 200 points. The minimum was 100. Now, what are you planning to do next? Mord froze. What am I supposed to do? They never explained anything. Straightening his posture, he admitted, I don't really understand what this test was for. Todd answered bluntly. This test determines your current level. Our family has a 3-stage training system. Mord envisioned an ordinary fighter, as the instructor explained. At each stage, you'll be tested. If you meet the requirements, you'll advance. At the final level, a vision appeared in his mind of sword fighters clashing, warriors battling fiercely. If you pass, you'll be acknowledged as an official warrior. But then Todd's expression darkened. The difficulty is high. Many hit their ceiling and never rise again. Mord rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I see. Then, without hesitation, he stunned the instructor with his words. Send me to the first level. Mord lowered his head slightly. So, should I go there to learn the basics of combat mana techniques? Or is that taught at the second, maybe the third level? The instructor shook his head. No, that's not how it works. Mord pulled back his hand, surprised. Then, as long as I meet the requirements, I'll advance regardless? The answer unsettled him even more. Strange, wouldn't it be more logical if passing the test meant becoming an official warrior right away? But Mord lifted his head proudly. In that case, I'll still go to the first level. The instructor's sharp gaze lingered on him. This boy is serious. Serious, and still just a bastard. He turned away, muttering to himself that it might actually be for the best. Aloud, he said, Fine. I wouldn't have given you special treatment anyway. As he left, His expression remained grim. That's enough for today. Tomorrow, I'll send you to someone who will teach you everything necessary at level 1. Later that night, a lone candle flickered quietly in the room. Mord lay on the bed, one hand behind his head, reflecting on the events. The test went smoothly, he thought. But then his mind drifted. What about the original owner of this body? Did he go through the same process? The novel had never explained how this character became the Archduke's hidden ace. Leaning forward, Mord reasoned, it makes sense. He was just a secondary character. The only thing the novel said was that the Archduke tried to maximize his potential and dominate his mind, molding him into a weapon. A frown crossed his face. But then, how did he actually pass that test? His thoughts grew darker. As a child, he suffered constant beatings. What if that's all it was? What if he was simply beaten into submission and thrown into the first level? That seems more likely. Mord's doubts deepened. Yet as he searched for meaning, he began to understand. Maybe this is why I ended up in this body. Not because it's convenient, but because I've always resisted unfairness. Even in my real life, I couldn't stay silent when something felt unjust. Sadness welled in his chest. He fell quiet, the silence heavy and deliberate. Finally, he pushed himself up from the bed, lost in thought. Mord lowered his hands and reflected. The life I live now, it's the complete opposite of the one I had before. The wooden beast-shaped door creaked open. Stepping outside, the reincarnated man's thoughts turned grim. To save this world from destruction, I'll have to defeat the novel's protagonist, Aiden. Fragments flashed through his mind, pieces of the story like shards of glass. The one who gathers the fragments of the world, pieces that fit together like a puzzle, becomes the supreme god, the magician who dominates the world. He pictured it clearly, a crystal sphere forming in a wizard's grasp. The sorcerer collecting the fragments, ruling over everything, until he stood at the peak of existence. And the result, destruction. In his imagination, the wizard stood upon a mountain, holding a massive, glowing sphere as a battle of unimaginable scale raged around him. To become a god, he slaughtered not only his enemies, but even his own comrades. The novel had called it, The Rise of the Destroyer of the World. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, Mord's green eyes fixed straight ahead, burning with determination. He clenched his fists. Aiden, I'll make sure you never bring this world to ruin. The glow of countless imagined lights swirled in his mind. This might be my last chance. My only chance. Leaving behind the weight of his former life, he resolved, from now on, I'll live as the character in this story. If I die, then I'll die as part of history. The narrative shifted. The Archduke Werner's family ruled over lands known as Werner's possession. At its heart stood their grand castle, as splendid as any royal fortress. Around it spread vast training grounds for warriors. Beyond the walls, in the castle's third outer region, the bases extended endlessly. A chariot rumbled past, the driver shouting, "Today, you'll be staying in the first-level dormitory. The main path leads right to the training base." Mord turned his gaze. The ground stretched far, immense in scale. It feels bigger than any university campus I've ever seen, he thought. But I suppose that's to be expected from the Werner family. Suddenly, a voice broke through his thoughts. A comrade walking beside him nodded ahead. That's probably the training fields for the third level. From outside came the sound of training. Mord tilted his head. That noise, is it really from the training grounds? He leaned to the window, his thoughts racing. Even if this is only second-level training, these warriors break past human limits in an instant. Every one of them is on their way to becoming Werner's warriors. He pictured them in his mind. They say a single warrior here carries the strength of several men combined. The carriage rattled on until the driver called out that they were approaching the castle's third region. Their instructor would be waiting there. When it finally stopped, Mord stepped out, thanked the driver, and turned. A large man was already waiting. The man approached. I'm an instructor for first-level training. You can call me Hayes. Mord nodded. Understood. The instructor eyed him carefully. If you're here, that must mean you failed the tests. With a body like yours, ending up at the first level, unusual. I defeated my opponent in the test. Mord answered plainly. Hayes froze. You defeated an official warrior? He lowered his head, his voice hushed. If that's true, then why are you here? Mord stepped closer. No point hiding it. The truth will come out anyway. I've never studied combat mana techniques. I've never trained in martial arts at all. I came here to learn the basics. The instructor studied him with suspicion. Could this boy really have beaten Vince without any training? Finally, he gestured. Follow me. They entered the barracks. The sound of drills and practice filled the space, but Hayes told him not to disturb the trainees. Mord followed, taking in the sight. So this is the first level, but they're already strong, training for their place as warriors. At last, Hayes led him inside and stopped. This is a new recruit, he announced. The room fell silent. Dozens of students turned to stare in surprise. Pay no attention, the instructor ordered. Continue training. Mord glanced around. They're all children. His chest tightened. Maybe I should have chosen the third level. If only I could change my mind now, things would be different. But then Hayes turned back to him. Let me get this straight, he said. You've never learned combat mana techniques. Is that correct? Mord answered honestly. No, I've never studied combat mana techniques. But I do have mana. The brunette instructor stepped closer. Since you've undergone the awakening of new blood, that alone is a gift. With mana already inside you, teaching you will be simple. He raised his hand, explaining patiently. The first step is finding ether and forming mana. But you've already done that. The second step is gathering it. Again, you've already accomplished this. The last step is the foundation, controlling mana and learning how to use it for reinforcement. Once you master that, you'll be ready for the second level. Mord blinked in surprise. Shouldn't I also learn combat techniques? The instructor lifted his head. Do you really want to stay here that long? If you insist, I can arrange it. Mord waved his hand quickly. That's not what I meant. I know what you're thinking, the instructor said firmly. He allowed a sigh. I'll teach you the essentials. After that, you'll be able to train on your own. If something's lacking, the instructor at the next level will fix it. Mord faced him squarely. He's right. I haven't learned anything yet, so I should start from the very beginning. Just because this is the first level doesn't mean I should underestimate it. A strong foundation is the key to using my power properly. He gave the teacher a respectful nod of thanks. Time passed. Whispers spread through the barracks. Only 10 minutes, and look at him. What's happening is unthinkable. His mana feels stronger than the instructor's. All eyes turned. Energy surged around Mord, wrapping the room in his aura. He raised his head. Is it really over already? You're not joking, are you? The instructor stepped closer, his voice steady. It's true. You've already passed the first level. Mord stared in disbelief. Already over? Starting to more drow, the instructor continued. You'll move on to the second level. Time flowed forward. At the second level, training focused on physical reinforcement split into two parts. The first was strengthening the body itself, necessary to prevent damage. Mord completed it. The next stage was enhancing physical capabilities, pushing himself beyond his natural limits. Mord threw himself into training with full effort, determined to push his body past every limit, to surpass the ceiling of muscle and strength. That's the true essence of physical reinforcement. But the more he thought about it, the more he realized how difficult the skill really was. Most trainees hit their ceiling early on, unable to progress further. Yet for him, it took less than half an hour. Within minutes, he had already mastered it. All around him, students stopped what they were doing, staring in disbelief. Turning to the instructor, Mord spoke calmly. That leaves only the training duel. The instructor rubbed his temples, utterly baffled. When the world is happening, this man is already far beyond the second level. Finally, he scratched his head and muttered, forget it. There's no need. Starting to Mordro, you can move on to the third level. He looked over the students. Up to the second level, training is manageable. But from the third level onward, things become difficult. You'll be facing others who carry the bloodline. Passing the third level won't be simple. Folding his arms, he added, and you'll have to fight them without relying on any martial arts training. Mord listened carefully. It's true. When I think about it, I haven't learned any real combat techniques. The teacher sighed. He's hiding his strength. That much is clear. With brute power alone, he reached the second level. But to become a warrior at the third level, that's not so easy. He'll need to work even harder. Mord lowered his head slightly. He's right. The third level will be different. But I can't wait to face others blessed with the power of new blood. I'm excited just thinking about it. Tomordro can't come soon enough. The next day arrived. Third-level students gathered together, whispering among themselves. They say someone cleared the second level in under 2 days. He must be from the bloodline. But then why would someone of Werner's blood start from the first level? Nearby, 2 more students murmured. It's obvious. He probably went there to attract the Duke's attention. Another frowned, his tone cold. Predictable. I'll show him. There are beasts even among those of blood kinship. When Mord entered the training hall, Murmurs spread immediately. Is that him? He must be the one who skipped the first 2 levels. A tall figure stepped forward. So, you're the newcomer? He asked. Mord looked back steadily. And who are you? The man came closer. Second-class Captain Fian. His eyes narrowed. Could this really be the one from Werner's bloodline? Then he smirked. Seems we're alike. Both tied to the Duke. Mord introduced himself calmly. I was supposed to be placed in the second class as well, though I'm not sure how long ago that was decided. Fine's expression twisted in anger. Are you treating this place like a joke? Mord scratched the back of his head. That's not what I meant. I wouldn't have come all this way if I thought it was a game. He turned, already dismissing the tension. I'm not in the best mood right now. Better calm down before this gets ugly. But Fine's anger only flared hotter. Mord met his gaze directly. What? Did you expect me to piss myself because you're trying to scare me with some pathetic trick? If that's your idea of intimidation, it's laughable. The words only poured fuel on the fire. Fine clenched his fist, eyes blazing. Mord pressed further, voice sharp. Do you really think the whole world is beneath you just because you survived the awakening of new blood? You think you're the only Werner here? I'll kill you right here, bastard. Fine roared, his fury boiling over. Around them, their comrades whispered. That poor newcomer, he won't last. No one can stop Fine. If the instructor doesn't come soon, that guy's finished. Meanwhile, Fine sneered, his voice dripping with scorn. Since you're part of the Werner bloodline, I won't hold back. He lunged forward, his red hair flashing as his hand shot out to grab Mord. You'll pay for that mouth, he growled. The air shook with a thunderous bang. Dust exploded into the air, forcing the onlookers to cover their faces. What power! That poor fool! Please let him survive this. As the dust settled, 2 silhouettes came into view. Every jaw dropped. It wasn't Mord lying broken on the ground. It was Fine. Mord stood over him, his opponent pinned beneath his strike. His voice was steady, almost mocking. Is that all you've got? I expected strength. But this, you're no stronger than the village bully. Fine staggered to his feet, wiping blood from his lips. His glare burned with shame and fury. You bastard, you just got lucky with that blow. The main character looked straight at him and calmly said it wasn't luck. His opponent was simply too weak. That answer only fueled the young man's rage. He charged forward again, swinging hard, but once more his strike was turned back. This time, he was even tripped, and before he could recover, another blow landed. Fine had no chance to react, and his body was thrown forward, and to top it off, a sharp smack hit the back of his head. The impact was so heavy that dust scattered around him. Stumbling back, he couldn't process what just happened. Then, as his eyes fell on his opponent lying helplessly on the ground, one thought ran through his mind. Too weak. He expected Werner, a level 3, to put up a fight. Looking down at his own hand, he wondered, was this because of the combat mana technique he'd grasped back at level 2? If not, then perhaps the original player had instinctively mastered the basics of that technique. If that were true, it meant this version was weaker than the one described in the novel. Just then, Fine's friend rushed over, helping him up and urging him to focus. Shaking off the dust, Fine stood, telling his friend to step back. This wasn't over yet. But his opponent snapped, saying Fine had blacked out for at least 10 seconds. Fine refused to admit it, shouting that he had managed to land a blow. It was only because he dropped his guard that he lost momentum. The protagonist lowered his gaze and replied coldly. Losing focus in a battle when aiming to become a warrior was nothing but disgraceful. Still, Fine wouldn't back down. He barked that just because his opponent could overpower him, it didn't mean he had the right to say things that cut him down inside. His fury erupted, so intense that everyone around felt it. Whispers spread, he's awakening his power. Panic rose. Someone called for the instructor to intervene. Others yelled at the newcomer to escape before Fine truly lost control, because this time, he might not hold back. The brown-haired man, watching, couldn't believe it. Is this real? He thought. Fine must be awakening the strength of new blood. But as he studied him closer, he realized it wasn't complete control. More like wild mana bursting free. Then again, it made sense. If this world had more bastards like this at such a level, it wasn't surprising. Suddenly, an old man appeared and demanded to know what was happening. One of the students quickly explained that the new kid and a classmate had started fighting. The instructor's face darkened with anger. But when someone asked if they should intervene, he shook his head. He wanted to see how this played out. Turning back, he studied the scene carefully. That boy, he had enough strength to deal with a normal warrior. Opportunities to measure such power didn't come often, and this was one of them. His gaze then shifted to the newcomer. So, that must be Vern's brat who joined today, he thought. The death of one bastard won't stir up much trouble. By now, Fine had gathered enough energy. Stepping forward, he growled that his opponent would pay with his life for daring to anger him. Across from him, the young man stayed calm, noticing that Fine could wield it too. Then, in a sudden burst, Fine leapt high into the air. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, an advanced technique. It used both body and weapon as a vessel to unleash stronger energy. He stepped back quickly, dodging at the last instant, retreating just far enough as power began swirling around the student. The thought struck him. If Fine landed a direct hit, the results would be dangerous. But Fine wasn't letting him breathe. Jumping again, he shouted at the top of his lungs, calling him a coward for trying to run. He charged head-on, shifting his stance and channeling energy into his fist. Just as he lunged, however, crack, a solid punch landed right on his face. He froze, stunned, unable to grasp what had just happened. When his eyes refocused on his opponent, the humiliation burned in his chest. Snarling, he lashed out, blow after blow, but the brown-haired newcomer blocked them with ease. Impossible, he thought. How could he defend against everything? Meanwhile, every counterattack from the protagonist struck true, smashing into his face without resistance. The realization hit him. He couldn't overpower this bastard, not even though the other boy wasn't drawing on new blood at all. Around them, the watching students whispered in disbelief. None of Fine's hits connected. At the same time, the newcomer looked almost untouched. To them, it seemed like neither side had taken real damage. But the instructor, standing nearby, knew better. His sharp eyes caught it clearly. At least one strike had definitely broken through. The instructor's eyes stayed fixed on the student. From the way his momentum was fading, it was clear he was losing steam. Watching silently, he thought to himself, "Fine. Time to see if this boy can take things seriously." The main character stepped in again, striking hard into his opponent's stomach. The hit knocked the air right out of him, dropping him to the ground. Gasping, the boy heard his rival mutter that he wasn't even going all out, yet it was still enough to hurt. Clutching his side, Fine pushed himself back up and snapped at him to shut his mouth. All this newcomer could really do, he thought, was run away like a coward. If he landed just one more clean hit, the fight would be finished. Across from him, the young man stayed still, listening. Fine was convinced he understood, that he was retreating because he knew the truth. But instead, the protagonist gave a faint smile. He said he wouldn't dodge anymore. He'd been trying to hold back, but Fine's arrogance kept pushing him. Fine's eyes lit up. Finally, he thought his opponent had fallen into the trap. Charging forward, he shouted that the newcomer would regret this choice. His fist tore through the air, aiming straight for the boy's chest. A burst rang out like an explosion. But when the dust settled, the rookie hadn't been hit at all. He had caught the fist at the last possible moment. Slowly raising his head, he said, "Looks like momentum means nothing if you're weaker than the one standing in front of you." Then he swung back. Consider this a lesson. For the first time, fear flashed through Fine's thoughts. With momentum, the stronger side was supposed to win against those without it. That was the rule. Yet this guy was breaking it with ease. Before he could react, a fist drove into his stomach with crushing force. The blow lifted him off his feet, dust exploding into the air as his body was hurled several meters back. He slammed into the wall, collapsing with his head down, completely unconscious. The instructor froze, staring at the scene. Where did this monster of a boy come from? An illegitimate child had just defeated such an opponent without even drawing on momentum. He had trained countless Vernars before. Even the most talented bastards could never erase the difference between themselves and a direct bloodline. Yet this child had done it right in front of him. For a moment, Daisley stood stunned, unable to move. After the fight, the boy turned and asked if anyone else wanted to see denge him. The instructor narrowed his eyes. At only 15, to already hold such power, this boy is a monster. He quickly ordered the students to hurry and escort their injured friend to the medical center. One of them acknowledged, and as they left, Daisley's thoughts lingered. If I let this continue unchecked, discipline here will collapse. No matter how impressive his strength is, without proper backing, he's nothing but a puppet. He must be tamed. The battle's outcome had left Fine heavily injured. The blows were so severe that he was confined to the infirmary, eventually slipping into a coma the moment he lost consciousness. Because of the incident, The protagonist was placed on 4 days of probation and tasked with studying tactical techniques. Closing the book one evening, he sighed. The material was far too basic. For someone who had studied up to graduate school back in his real-world university, a written exam here wouldn't pose any real challenge. Rolling up his sleeves, he muttered that spending all day cramming in the estate was unbearably dull. What he really wanted was to sharpen his mastery of combat mana. Just then, a voice broke his train of thought. Someone remarked that they'd heard he had caused quite a stir at the third-level training grounds. Looking up, the young man saw Instructor Todd standing before him. He immediately asked why he had come. Todd explained that the Duke wished to meet him. The boy stepped closer, demanding to know the reason. Todd only replied that he would find out once they arrived, and they had to leave right away. The question arose, were they really going to meet the Duke dressed like this? Todd waved it off, saying he hadn't expected the boy to know aristocratic etiquette anyway. As long as he showed proper manners, it would be enough. The protagonist thought back to the novel. The Duke had never cared much for empty etiquette, so there was little to worry about. With that in mind, he agreed. Soon, they were traveling by carriage through the forest. Inside, Todd mentioned that rumors about him had already spread everywhere. His performance in both the first and second-level training had left everyone talking. The instructor studied him closely, remarking that he seemed like a clever boy, and he was sure the others saw it too. The guy asked what that was supposed to mean. Lowering his head, the instructor explained, wasn't it his plan all along to draw the Duke's attention? The boy scratched the back of his head. No, he said flatly, he wouldn't gamble his reputation just for that. If he wanted the Duke to notice him, he'd simply become a powerful warrior. For the first time, Todd believed him. And in truth, the boy was right. Strength would draw far more recognition than reckless stunts. The instructor then revealed that the Duke had been informed about yesterday's fight, which was why his interest had been piqued. The boy glanced out the carriage window. He muttered that for the Duke, a single duel probably wasn't worth much attention. But Todd corrected him. He hadn't just fought. He had crushed someone equal to a proper warrior, reducing him to nothing. That was enough to stir interest. Their carriage soon rolled into the estate. Todd reminded him not to stand out too much when they reached the training fields. The boy agreed quietly. Stepping inside, he found a place filled with men sparring intensely. His eyes caught one figure and instantly he thought, that's the Duke. And it was. Towering before them stood a massive man, his body brimming with raw energy. His presence alone was overwhelming, an aura that swallowed everything around him. Warriors rushed him at once, but not a single strike could breach the shimmering defenses around his body. At last, the barrier began to crack. The Duke finally raised his head and ordered them to stop. Then he lifted a glowing sphere in his hands. In moments, it drew in the energy all around, magical and physical alike, swelling larger and larger until it pulsed with terrifying force. The boy's eyes widened as recognition hit him. An advanced skill, it devours every type of attack and condenses it into a single shockwave, unleashed against the enemy. The Duke hurled it aside. In an instant, the sphere exploded forward, tearing through the air and slamming into the wall. The impact shattered it completely, rubble scattering everywhere. The boy clutched his head in disbelief. That skill, it's the mirror of God's battle. Still incomplete, still being refined, but it's unmistakable. The Duke turned toward the shattered wall and muttered that the technique's efficiency was still lacking. The boy, however, couldn't believe it. Incomplete, yet already this powerful, unbelievable. Just then, the blonde subordinate stepped forward, reminding the Duke that they were being kept waiting. The student and instructor bowed deeply in greeting. The Duke approached, telling them he had called them here precisely to avoid the burden of etiquette, so they should rise. His gaze shifted to the boy. I heard you caused quite a stir on my training fields. The young man thought to himself. Even without trying to impress him, he's overwhelming. The Duke's hand suddenly gripped his chin, tilting his face upward. Who is your mother? Reyna, the boy answered. The Duke paused, then nodded. I remember her. Seems you've inherited more from her than from me. He studied him again before asking, have you undergone your new blood awakening this year? Yes, the boy replied. The Duke lowered his head slightly. And I hear you managed to withstand the impulse using only body enhancement. I want to see for myself how strong you are. He gestured behind him, calling forth one of his soldiers. Kessner stepped forward instantly, bowing. I want you to spar with him, the Duke ordered. Kessner blinked in surprise. With this brat? Is that really necessary? The Duke stepped closer, his voice firm. This is my son. He arrived from outside only a few days ago. I want to gauge his strength. Don't go too far. The subordinate straightened and agreed. The young man's eyes narrowed. He recognized him immediately. One of the 10 elite warriors who had trained under the Duke himself. Kestner pointed to the side. Let's move to the sparring field. When they arrived, racks of weapons lined the edges. Kestner gestured toward them. You may take one if you wish. I'll wait. But the boy shook his head. No need. Kestner frowned, surprised. Is that true? The young man met his gaze calmly. I've never trained with weapons. My fist will be enough. Kestner, the soldier, let out a short laugh, smiling as he readied himself. Interesting. That surprises me. In the blink of an eye, Kestner leapt forward, launching the first attack. Their fight had begun. The two locked eyes mid-clash. Fast, the boy thought. As expected from the Duke's confidant, Kestner noticed his reaction. Dodging without even using mana? Not bad. He struck again, only for the young man to block. Another blow followed, heavier, forcing the boy to jump back. He's on a completely different level from anyone I've fought before, the boy admitted to himself. Kestner stepped closer, a grin on his face. I like your spirit. Even now, you're not giving me everything. You know I could corner you, and yet you're still holding back. That means I won't hold back either. The boy tensed. He could feel Kestner drawing on mana. So, he's one of the Duke's blood relatives after all. Then another thought struck him. Since becoming this character, I've never once fought at full strength. Maybe this is the time. Energy began to gather around him, swirling as he stopped suppressing himself. Power clashed in the air between them, colliding like a storm. Watching from the side, the Duke's eyes lit with interest. Kestner blinked in surprise. What is this? Could this really be the bastard's mana? The boy's mind sharpened. In a novel, this body probably never reached its true potential. Growing up branded as the bastard who killed his mother, left abandoned, guilt eating away at him, he never had the chance to unleash it. Now, grouping himself, the boy made his choice. He looked straight at his opponent. Fine, I'll try for real. Kestner was startled at first, then he smiled broadly. Good, that's what I wanted. In an instant, he shot forward, so fast his movement left marks in the ground. Let me teach you a lesson, kid. The blow came hard, but shockingly, the boy blocked it clean. Kestner's eyes widened, then narrowed into a grin. So, this is why His Majesty finds you so interesting. The words weren't false, but his tone hardened again. Still, it's useless. He swung with devastating force. This time, the boy was sent flying, skidding back across the ground. Staggering to his feet, the boy thought, I was sure I blocked it. Could this be a skill that doubles the force of his attacks? Kestner was already charging again, closing the distance in a heartbeat. You still have a lot to learn, he said, swinging with brutal force. The gap between us is too wide, the boy thought desperately. I need to come up with something. But before he could act, a crushing blow slammed into his stomach. The impact hurled him across the field, his back smashing against the wall. Kestner smirked. I haven't even started yet. Don't disappoint me. Time passed in silence, smoke curling through the air. Then a silhouette emerged from within it. Kestner stepped forward, his voice cutting through the haze. What's wrong? Is this all you've got? The boy lifted his head. Not even close. Inside, though, he admitted the truth. The difference in strength was massive, even without Kestner using impulse. Do you need to call on new blood power? He staggered up, but the thought gnawed at him. If I use it, he'll only respond in kind. That's not an option. Kestner's footsteps drew closer. Seems like you've got too many thoughts in that head of yours. The boy wiped the blood from his mouth, saying nothing. When Kestner lunged again, his voice thundered. If you won't fight me seriously, I'll force it out of you. The boy braced himself. As Kestner closed in, he suddenly raised his fist and slammed it into the ground. The earth exploded, a shockwave rippling outward. The blast knocked Kestner back several steps. His grin widened. Good. That's exactly what I wanted to see. He charged again, but the boy's mind was conflicted. I don't want to reveal everything I can do yet, but taking blow after blow is getting irritating. I need to land at least one solid hit. He lashed out with a flurry of strikes, but to his shock, Kestner blocked every single one with ease. Too wide a range of attacks for your level, Kestner said, ducking low, his eyes sharp. Talented, no doubt, but your fighting skills are still at the beginning stage. Then his own fist whipped forward. Yet this time, miraculously, the boy managed to block it. Kestner glanced up. Didn't I already tell you? Blocking won't help. The boy stayed silent. Moments later, he struck back. The power behind it cracked the floor beneath Kestner's feet. Startled, Kestner raised his hand. What's happening? A double attack? But then his eyes narrowed. No, not just that. He shifted the double attack into another one and stole my skill. He blocked me on purpose. The realization burned through him, anger rising. That this boy, just a kid, could adapt and claim his technique so quickly. Energy swirled around him as his voice hardened. You've impressed me. But now, things are getting interesting. He stepped closer, his tone sharp. From here on, we fight at full strength. The boy froze. He's finally unleashing the impulse. Is he really about to show me the true extent of his power? But before the clash could continue, a voice cut through the field. Enough. The Duke had intervened, his presence instantly halting the battle. That's more than enough. Step back. He moved toward the boy, his eyes weighing every detail. Considering you've only recently awakened your new blood, your level is impressive. The boy caught his breath but felt the weight in those words, until the Duke's expression shifted. His tone grew sharp. But there's something I must test. Power surged in the Duke's palm, condensing into a glowing sphere. A spherical impulse hurled directly at the boy. Shock shot through him. He thrust his arms forward, straining with all his strength to hold it back. Pressure crushed down on him, his body screaming. I can't withstand this, not with my current strength. The thought tore through him. Is he forcing me to use new blood power? But then another thought surfaced. His eyes lit up. No, there's another way. If I remember the fight with Fian, yes, that was useful. He was weaker, true, but he blocked an impulse with just the initial level of body enhancement. Nearly impossible, but not hopeless. If I also tap into the impulse now, it might just work. The boy stretched out his hand, channeling his energy. I can block this. The Duke's expression brightened, clearly pleased. But the instructor's eyes went wide. Impossible. He awakened his new blood only recently, and he's already using the impulse? The sight was stunning. The boy focused, his hand steady. The talents of this body, they're beyond imagination. All I have to do is watch how a skill is used once, and I can replicate it. Kestner stepped closer, smirking. As expected from your blood. You're handling it better than anyone thought. But the boy's thoughts were sharper, colder. He only considers someone family if they're useful. One day, I'll hit him with everything I have. The Duke finally approached. His voice carried weight. You passed my test. I should reward you. Tell me, what do you desire? He listed off treasures without hesitation. Gold in amounts no one could dream of. A mentor to guide his training. Anything at all. He only needed to speak. The boy stood in silence for a moment, weighing it. A rare chance, but I already know what I need. In his mind's eye, he pictured a glowing crystal. I must gather the world fragments before Aiden. If I don't, this world will collapse into ruin. He raised his head, looking straight at his father. I don't want money or mentors. What I want is to test myself in the grave of the god of battles. Images flashed in his mind. The grave, unlike any ordinary dungeon. While most dungeons were symptoms of this world colliding with another, crawling with monsters from the demon realm, this place was different. The grave wasn't born from overlapping dimensions. According to legend, it was where the god of battles himself was forged. And deep within lay the crystal he sought. One of the fragments. Kestner's face darkened, clearly unsettled by what he heard. He bit back his words, but his anger showed. The boy, meanwhile, considered it himself. Maybe this request is too early. The Duke's voice cut through the air. Why do you seek the trials of the battle god's tomb? The boy stepped forward. I've heard that traces of the battle god remain there. Since awakening, I've felt the pull of my bloodline. I want to see its roots for myself. Kestner's thoughts twisted. Immature. Even more immature than I thought. He pictured the tomb in his mind. The sacred ground where the coming-of-age ceremony for direct bloodlines was held. This boy's request wasn't just bold. It was a CHL dinge to the entire lineage itself. And he's illegitimate. He has no right to step foot in such a place. But before he could object, the Duke spoke. I'll allow it. Kestner's head snapped toward him, stunned. What? The Duke didn't waver. I know what you're about to say, but this isn't without precedent. A few times in the past, outsiders entered the tomb during expeditions. It simply hasn't happened in my generation. He turned his gaze back to the boy. Do you truly want to go inside? Kestner froze. His body trembled, unable to answer. But his thoughts betrayed him. Of course I do. I've always wanted that chance. The Duke studied him with sharp eyes. An illegitimate child, craving the privileges of a direct bloodline. His whole life has been shaped by that fact. At last, he turned to his son again. It's too soon. I won't send someone unqualified into the tomb. Prove yourself first. When you become an official warrior, I'll grant you that chance. The boy clenched his fist. Becoming an official warrior isn't far off. If I can outpace the protagonist of a novel, I'll reach it first. A small smile tugged at his lips. Understood. Sometime later, he and the instructor departed together. Behind them, Kessner remained, his eyes following the boy as a single thought settled in his mind. His name. The Duke suddenly stepped closer. What do you think? The boy turned his head. Is this what those brats were talking about? He heard the answer. Yes, because he had fought Kessner one-on-one. Kessner frowned. He was holding back. I'm sure of it. He never gave me everything. The Duke's gaze sharpened. But when he tried to take the ball, he was at his limit. At that moment, he was learning the body's impulse itself. Kessner muttered, there are people who can learn the moment, but still. Then the Duke turned to another figure. His mana is what stands out most. He can't control it yet, but his energy level is astonishing. At that moment, he introduced a woman standing nearby. His mana is even comparable to Ernest's. Kessner spun to face him. What? How? The Duke waved it off. Nothing. But behind his calm tone, his mind stirred. He recalled the boy's eyes. Empty. Unlike his other illegitimate sons, who all carried burning hunger for recognition. This one's gaze held no desire at all. Cold, distant. He takes after his mother. Truly interesting. Days passed. The training grounds were alive with sparring. The protagonist stood apart, simply observing. He watched the others clash and thought, for days of mind-numbing boredom. Finally, I can learn something useful. Nearby, voices rose in conversation. They're going to pick 5 bastards for the tomb of the god of battles. Kessner and Viscount Owen are already chosen, another replied. That leaves 3 spots. Speculation spread among the students. It must be an expedition to study the tomb's structure. It changes after every cleansing instead of vanishing completely. That's true, but even then, the risk is lower for those of direct blood. The boy's thoughts turned inward. So, even the warriors are aiming for this chance. Then I have no choice. I need to become a warrior, fast. Out of nowhere, someone walked up and asked if everyone had gathered. One of the students replied that everyone was present, except for Fine. Another thought to themselves, is this really the instructor? It turned out to be Instructor Daisley. Without hesitation, he ordered the group to get ready for training, just like always. Then, his eyes landed on the main character. Is this one new? He asked. The boy quickly replied that he wasn't. The instructor paused, then stated coldly that he couldn't take part in this session since he had just joined. Instead, he was told to rely on his fellow students for help once training ended. This caught the boy off guard. He asked if the instructor truly wasn't going to teach him directly. If he had to ask for help, then at least the instructor could suggest who might be the right person. That question made Daisley's face darken. He stepped closer, voice sharp. You've got some nerve. After injuring the captain right after arriving, you dare to make demands? The boy calmly replied that he had already received punishment for that incident. And besides, the captain was the one truly at fault. Those words only fueled the instructor's anger. He snapped, calling him an arrogant brat, and demanded to know who had taught him to speak to his elders that way. The student shot back that he wasn't contradicting him, just asking for fair treatment. After all, wasn't that the instructor's job? That was the final spark. With a heavy strike, Daisley knocked him back, sending the boy reeling. Grabbing his jacket, the instructor yanked him forward and roared. If I order you to do something, you obey. Starting now, you'll run laps around this field until training ends, without slowing down. And you'll be listening to the lesson at the same time. If you can't answer my questions later, you'll be punished. Pulling him closer again, Daisley barked. Did you understand me? The boy clenched his fists, barely holding back his energy. In his mind, he cursed him as nothing but a bastard. The instructor studied him with narrowed eyes, sensing something strange. Could he already be reproducing mana? The thought made him frown. This brat actually dares to CHL denge my authority? With another blow, this time across the face, Daisley struck him down again. You dare bare your teeth at me? Filthy mutt, he growled. The boy staggered back, but managed to stop himself. His expression hardened when Daisley declared that his authority here was absolute. If the boy didn't obey, he would be thrown out immediately. Do you understand me? The instructor demanded once more. The young man pressed his cheek, weighing his options. Any fight could ruin his military exams. He met the instructor's gaze and decided restraint was wiser. He had to reach the grave of the god of battle. I understand, he said. Why are you still here? Go run, the instructor replied. The brown-haired man clenched his jaw, then left and began to run. Daisley watched him go, scanning him from head to toe and promising himself the young man would pay for the insult. After the slap, Daisley carried a grudge. He punished the protagonist at every opportunity, both with words and with force. Daisley ruled by power. If someone crossed him even slightly, he punished them. He set up fights, enforced brutal training, and broke those who resisted. The other students endured because they had no choice. Later, the young man was still working through the punishment. He balanced on one hand, head down, listening to the instructor. He refused to obey the instructor's command and thought the man justified cruelty by calling it training. He kept himself together, knowing Daisley had watched him display his mana in front of the others. The instructor checked once more. You're not responding, he said, then left. Stay like that for the rest of today's training. Move a finger and I'll punish you more. The boy lifted his head and held on, hoping Daisley might actually teach him something useful. It felt like the moment when real training would begin. That evening the men gathered in their room, talking. One of them rested his head on his hand and muttered that the young man was arrogant. He wondered how the boy had dared to snap back. The punishments he'd received would have crushed someone else long ago, yet the boy endured, silent, stubborn, even while forced to hold massive stones. How did a child with no real bloodline or training become like this? One asked aloud. Unable to contain himself, another slammed his fist into the wall, then stood up. He'll break soon, he said. We just need to push harder, and everything will go our way. The next day, the protagonist stood before everyone and boldly declared he would take the test to become a true warrior. The students around him were stunned. Some whispered that maybe he had beaten their captain, but to claim the title of warrior, that was far too much. The instructor narrowed his eyes. What did you just say? Are you out of your mind? The young man faced him directly. I know exactly what I'm saying. The instructor stepped closer, scoffing. Ridiculous. You haven't even mastered the basics, and you dare talk about becoming a warrior? The boy moved forward. That's because someone neglected his role as an instructor. Now that I think about it, it feels like you're not qualified to teach. The instructor's expression twisted with fury. You've lost your mind. Only I can decide who is ready to take the military test. He raised his voice. Do you really think I'd let you attempt it after everything you've said? The student only smiled. You don't have the right to forbid me. The brown-haired youth stepped even closer. I am officially invoking the spirit of the god of battles. The instructor froze, shocked. The spirit of the god of battles was no ordinary matter. It was the sacred trial of duels. Among warriors, strength alone was truth, and tradition dictated that only the strongest held authority. To call upon the spirit meant to let the god of battles himself decide who was right and who was unworthy. But if the instructor lost, the consequences would be severe. How do you even know about this? The instructor demanded, frowning. The young man lifted his head proudly. That doesn't matter. By law, a student may invoke the spirit of the god of battles against his instructor to prove he is unfit to teach. Just as the legend said, the god of battle himself grew up not knowing who he truly was, mocked and mistreated by those who claimed to be his instructors. The man answered with a cold truth. The god turned into a judge long ago. Those who lorded over others without proving themselves deserved death, and the law was strict. Students may invoke the spirit of the god of battles to test an instructor's right to command. The instructor grabbed the student's collar. Don't joke. The spirit of the god of battles is a child. He can't beat me. He lifted the student and added, You're 10 years too young for this sacred right. The student shook him off and stepped back. You don't get to refuse the spirit, he said. He turned away and walked a few paces. The other students watched in silence. The brown-haired man drew in energy, fists tightening. He called out, The student invokes the spirit of the god of battles against a third-level instructor. A hush spread. The instructor's stance changed. The student spoke to him directly. If the instructor rejected the request, he wouldn't trust the onlookers as witnesses. He would go and tell everyone the truth. Do you think you can get away with this? The instructor said. This is your last chance, the student replied. I won't waste more time. The instructor thought about the power the student had shown in his fight with Fian and realized he could not back down. He clenched his fist. Fine, he said. I accept. I'll make you regret this. The duel will take place. The student interrupted. I'll wait here for an hour. The instructor scowled when the student declared he'd wait an hour. Since when do you decide that? The young man smiled. The CA Childinger chooses the place and time. Surely you didn't think I wouldn't know that. He turned away. Like I said, I won't waste more time on you. Run if you want. The remark stung. The instructor stood frozen, wondering where a monster like this boy had come from. News of the duel spread fast, even reaching the Duke's estate. Kessner stood by the window, thinking the student was bold to request the spirit of the god of battles. It was unusual, but impressive. He smirked at the thought. A servant approached. Did you call for me? Kessner turned. Yes. I'm leaving for the third-level training grounds. Prepare. Time passed, and soon the students gathered in the square. The protagonist strolled in, yawning, while whispers rose around him. This was the one who dared invoke the spirit of the god of battles against an instructor. He looked younger than anyone expected. On the other side stood the instructor in full battle gear. The students murmured in disbelief. How'd it come to this? A seasoned instructor against a boy. Still, it was the first time in 5 years such a spectacle would take place. The young man finally stepped forward. So, you didn't run after all. Daisley lifted his head. I'll spare your life, but I'll make you regret this arrogance. The student smirked. Strange. I thought I heard a dog barking. Their eyes locked in open hostility. Then a voice cut through the square. Am I late? Surely it hasn't started yet. Everyone turned. It was Sir Kessner. None of the students understood why he was here. The guy looked over. What brings you here? The instructor's face went pale. Could this brat actually know Kessner? His arrogance suddenly made sense. He must have someone powerful backing him. But Kessner only looked at the boy and said calmly, I heard something interesting was happening. A spirit of the god of battles between student and instructor? I had to see it myself. The protagonist pointed straight at the instructor. You left me no choice. When an instructor throws away his own authority, it only shows his head is filled with rot. Daisley tried to protest, but the warrior nearby chuckled, clearly amused. You're an interesting one, he said. Then he turned and asked, Are you sure you can win? The instructor may be retired, but he's not to be underestimated. The young man nodded. Thanks for the concern, but I came here to win. The instructor glared, arrogant to the very end. I already want to strike you down. He then called for another instructor to act as observer. But before anyone could move, the warrior spoke up. If there's no observer yet, I'll take the role. Both duelists were caught off guard. The warrior's expression showed he was serious. Murmurs swept through the crowd. Sir Kessner himself would oversee the spirit of the god of battles? What did that mean for the boy? The instructor approached him cautiously. What do you mean by this, my lord? Kessner gave him a sharp look. I already said, I'll be the observer. Or do you doubt my qualifications? Daisley stiffened. And no, of course not. I only meant you're busy, sir. Kessner's tone hardened. So you're looking down on me now? Am I mistaken? I respect you as an instructor, but don't forget, you are not my equal. I am a viscount. Daisley lowered his head, forced to apologize. Inside, his pride burned. This was humiliation in front of everyone. Meanwhile, behind him, the young man stretched his shoulders. Not to interrupt, but isn't it about time we begin? Kessner turned, a faint smile on his face. So soon? Very well. I've come this far. I expect the fight to be worth it. He stepped back, giving them space. The young man smirked. Then let's start. The instructor stepped forward, narrowing his eyes. As you wish. I suspect your strength comes from mimicking fans' impulse, simply reinforcing your body. The instructor lifted his sword. If that's all you can do, you'll regret it. The young man stayed silent. Daisley dragged his blade across the ground, adding, Let's see if you can even withstand the sword's impulse. A laugh broke the air. The youth began to radiate heat, his body blazing with energy. You're mistaken, he said, a mocking smile on his face. Did you really think I'd show my full strength against just another student? The instructor's eyes widened. This was body impulse. How had a mere student mastered it? The boy lunged forward in a burst of speed. Daisley braced himself. It changes nothing. He parried the first strike. Even with body impulse, you won't defeat me. The clash continued. At first, the instructor seemed to be on the back foot, forced to retreat under the crushing blows. Each strike carried frightening power, forcing him to slow his movements just to hold on. But then, in a sudden exchange, the youth's attack tore through his defense and sent him sprawling to his knees. Stunned, the instructor looked up to see the boy already upon him, sword swinging down. This time, however, the strike slammed against his shield. The instructor steadied himself. You have the strength to be a warrior, he admitted, but you cannot beat me. He finally unleashed his mana. As the boy was thrown back, Daisley's voice rang out. Experience outweighs strength 100-fold. You lack the depth of combat technique, the true mastery of mana. With a flash of steel, he thrust forward, channeling power into his sword. You're 10 years too young to see Achil Denjmi. A wave of energy shot out. The student narrowly evaded, but a shallow cut opened on his cheek. He leapt back, dodging another fierce strike. The instructor pressed forward, roaring. I've survived countless battles, stood at death's door again and again. And now, some brat dares to invoke the spirit of the god of battles against me. His rage spilled out with every word. I am no illegitimate son for you to sneer at. The protagonist leapt high, twisting midair before landing lightly nearby. He studied his opponent, silently admitting Daisley was right. What he lacked most was experience. From the sidelines, Kessner watched closely. Talented or not, his skills are still raw. Experience is something you can't skip. He crossed his arms. If he loses here, he'll be forced out, and the instructor will crush him afterward. The question is, what will he show us now? The instructor lowered his sword. What's wrong? Nothing left to say. The youth stepped forward. My skills are exactly what they need to be, even if you call them outdated trash. Daisley sneered. Your arrogance knows no bounds. You can't twist this situation to your advantage, so you play it being strong. The student raised his head. Is that what you believe? Then you've already proven yourself a poor instructor. Because right here, right now, you're training me. Energy surged around him. The instructor shielded his face with his hands, eyes narrowing. What is this power? Could it be? Before him, the boy ignited with radiant force. His hair bleached white, his brows, and even his eyes shifting to pale brilliance. It was the unmistakable sign of new blood awakening. The instructor froze. Impossible, but it was already too late. The youth stepped toward him, voice calm. This is my first time fighting like this. I don't even know how to hold back. He tilted his head. So, if I kill you, take offense if you must. The truth of bloodlines echoed through the square. On their 15th birthday, those who carried divine blood awakened its power, a revelation like no other. Yet many restrained it, choosing instead to build their mana reserves, as Fian once had, gaining steady strength. But for one who could fully master divine blood, the reward was unmatched, a power beyond all comparison. This was exactly what the protagonist had been aiming for. The crowd erupted. 15 years old? He's saying he's already awakened divine blood? None of them believed it. Kessner, watching from the side, narrowed his eyes. A 15-year-old already awakened? He compared the boy to himself. It had taken him 4 years after awakening to fully command his divine power. Yet this newcomer, here only 8 days, had already entered that realm and grasped it so quickly. A mix of awe and admiration flickered in his gaze. The instructor, however, refused to accept what he saw. His eyes locked on the silver-white glow of the boy's irises. No, it can't be. Divine powers but those eyes. He stepped closer, shaken but unwilling to believe. The youth lifted his chin. The only thing you'll lose today is your pride. If you surrender now, do you still want to continue? Don't make me laugh. Daisley roared. Even if you've awakened divine power, I won't bow to a child. The boy blurred forward, his speed overwhelming. Remember, you refused my offer to yield. Daisley gritted his teeth. Why would the same attack defeat me twice? The student's energy surged again, his blade cutting through the air. The instructor braced, certain he'd withstand it, until he realized the strike wasn't aimed at him. It shot skyward, exploding with force so intense the shockwave hurled him back across the square. Sprawled and shaken, the instructor could no longer deny it. This is divine blood power. The guy approached calmly. Too much for you? Relax. I'm only testing it out. I don't even know its limits yet. Daisley staggered to his feet, his shoulder numb and useless. To lose to a 15-year-old unbearable. Out loud, he snarled, I won't stop here. I've never lost to a whelp like you, and I won't start now. Gritting his teeth, he gathered every ounce of strength left in him. He couldn't allow defeat. With a roar, he launched himself forward, charging with everything he had. The instructor hurled himself forward, blade cutting through the air, shouting for the boy's death. But instead of retreating, the youth rushed straight at him. How long will you cling to your pathetic pride? Their weapons clashed. Daisley sneered, don't drop your guard. In a blink, he slipped from view. The young man spun, finding no one. The instructor appeared at his flank. No matter how strong you are, I surpass you in combat technique. That is why I'll win. His strike landed with such force, it erupted into an explosion. From the sidelines, Kessner observed quietly, seizing the moment when the boy let down his guard. That's a skill worth acknowledging. But still, our true defense, our true weapon, is the body itself. And indeed, when the smoke cleared, the protagonist stood untouched. Daisley's eyes widened. Impossible, my sword impulse. He ran over decades of battle. It's nothing? Against divine blood. Is it no more than a tickle? The youth turned calmly. You've proven you're unfit to be an instructor. Daisley trembled. Can it be that I have nothing to offer against him? He swung again and again, but each attack fell uselessly. His strength faltered, his body almost collapsing under the weight of disbelief. You disappoint me, the boy said, stepping closer. What? The instructor stammered. Is it possible? Someone this weak, pretending to be powerful. Bastard. Daisley roared, slashing wildly. Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? But this time, the youth caught the blade with one hand. He lifted his head. I am of the bloodline of the god of battles. We fight barehanded, because no weapon is more fearsome than our own bodies. His grip tightened. Then, with a frown, he added, Did you really believe something like this could wound me? The young man channeled all his energy straight into the blade he still held, turning it into a conduit. A surge of force exploded through the weapon and into the instructor's body. Daisley screamed, coughing blood, his knees buckling beneath him. The student stepped closer. Admit defeat, and I'll spare you. Refuse, and this time I'll kill you. The aura around him was suffocating. In that moment, staring into his eyes, the instructor felt as though the devil himself stood before him. He realized he had never been prepared for this fight. At last, he lowered his head. I lost. His voice was heavy with shame. His sword broken, his pride shattered, defeated by a boy. The square erupted. Students cheered in disbelief. How could a child defeat their instructor? Yet the truth stood before them. Kessner, watching silently, thought to himself, awakening divine powers in just 8 days after joining the family, and even suppressing an instructor through the spirit of the god of battles. His potential is terrifying. How much stronger will he become? With that, he exhaled, turned, and began to walk away. A great fight indeed. The entire academy swarmed to congratulate the boy. Not far off, a hooded figure observed. Amazing, the figure murmured, then pulled the hood back. It was a girl. Or rather, Erna, 7th of the Werner bloodline. She smirked. So this is the one bold enough to CHL Denge, an instructor with the spirit of the god of battles? I never imagined I'd witness such a monster. Interesting, something might come of this. Meanwhile, silence hung over the Duke's castle. After the duel, the protagonist was summoned there. The Duke studied him carefully. It seems you've officially become a warrior. I heard you passed the trial of God with ease. The guy knelt. Yes, I've come for the rewards you promised. The Duke studied him with surprise. So, you're the daredevil who demanded a duel just to become a warrior? The young man lifted his head. I couldn't stand by while the instructor abused his authority. The Duke rose from his seat and stepped closer. Our family has always lived by one truth. The stronger is always right. In that sense, your actions don't contradict our way. His tone sharpened. But what I do wonder is, why did you hide your strength from me until now? The boy stiffened. I wasn't hiding it. I've just been cautious with my mana. That duel was the first time I ever used impulse. The Duke's eyes narrowed, searching for a lie. Yet he saw none. Slowly, he smiled. Very well. I believe you. He moved even closer. I recall you came here with a request to face the trials of the tomb of the god of battles. Has that desire changed? It hasn't, the boy replied firmly. Before the Duke could answer, a subordinate stepped forward nervously. My lord, perhaps you should reconsider. Allowing him to fight before the official warrior announcement could cause unrest among the people. The Duke snapped around, eyes burning. How dare you? Who are you to suggest I go back on my word? The man bowed his head in fear. Forgive me. I spoke out of turn. The Duke turned back to his son. A promise is a promise. I will allow it. What you seek in that tomb, I do not know, but I'll give you the chance. The guy dropped to one knee. Thank you, father. I'm deeply grateful. The Duke smiled faintly as his son lowered his head, unaware of the boy's true thoughts. At last, I can seize the first world fragment. Not long after, Kessner guided him through the estate and toward the tomb's entrance. The air grew cold, the stone passage looming before them. eerie and unsettling. Kestner lifted his head toward the massive gate. Only one may enter at a time. Whatever dangers you face within, you'll be alone. Until death, no one else can set foot inside. The young man's body tensed. He hadn't expected it to be this vast. He had always known the tomb of the god of battles lay beneath the duke's estate, but the sheer scale of it was staggering. His half-brother let out a long breath. I still can't believe you're the first to attempt this test. The protagonist answered calmly, neither did I. I never thought the chance would come this soon. Kestner turned to him. You've earned this. Don't wear that face. Just make sure you return alive. The youth gave a slight nod. Thank you. I'll do just that. Finally, he stood before the great door. Just being near it pressed down on his chest, suffocating in its weight. He recalled the legend. The god of battle had never fallen to death. He fulfilled his destiny as a mortal and then ascended to the heavens as a god. The so-called grave wasn't a tomb of death, but of ascension. The guy brushed his hand over the cold surface of the gate. The grave of the god of battles. The name is a misdirection given by this family. Its true meaning is something else entirely. The doors rumbled open. He gazed inside. The resting place of God's mortal self. That's what this is. Without hesitation, he stepped across the threshold. 7 years from now, this would be the very place where Aiden would uncover a world fragment. For now, the boy's thoughts were sharp. The fragment should still be here at this time, but I'll also need an advisor if I want to succeed. The gate closed behind him with a final crash. Inside, he froze. Strange structures loomed before him. Nothing like the simple chamber he had imagined. The grave was no tomb at all, but a vast, alien domain. He clenched his fists. 6 paths. The grave of the god of battles is built upon 6 roads. The protagonist recalled that in the novel only one path had ever been explored. But here, 6 stretched before him. No matter which one I choose, each holds a seal. All I need to do is find it. He reasoned the seal would appear as a stone statue, a symbol of the god of battle's life path. Then, footsteps. A chill ran down his spine as if someone were watching. He glanced around, scanning the chamber. None of this looks real, he muttered, shoving his hands into his pockets. Like someone left a half-finished design on a computer. His attention snapped to movement. 2 blazing wolves materialized, hellhounds, their bodies wrapped in fire. They snarled, circling him from both sides, ready to strike. Great. Hopefully there are too many of these things, he thought. One lunged. Instantly, his energy flared. He thrust out his hand and shattered its head in a single strike. The second beast pounced from behind, but he whirled and crushed it with another clean blow. He scratched the back of his head, annoyed. This is just wasting my strength. At last, he entered another chamber and raised his eyes. Before him towered a monstrous statue. It seemed to depict the god of battle's youth, when he slew beasts like these. So this is the seal? Why design it like this? Then he noticed something. A small figure perched on the monster's head. Of course, our ancestors' pride, sitting high where no one can easily reach him. With a surge of energy, the young man shot upward. Reaching the top wasn't difficult. He landed, scanning the statue closely. He studied the stone features. He must have been around 10 here. No wonder his descendants are giants. Drawing on a new ability, he altered his appearance. Then, without hesitation, he cut his palm. Blood welled up, dripping onto the crown of his ancestor's head. In this form, it has to be done this way. The blood sank into the stone as he stepped forward. He knew, without understanding the requirements, finding the seal would have been nearly impossible. As the blood seeped into the stone, the massive statue began to stir with his power. Who would have thought? Awakening divine blood meant offering it to the statue of the god of battles. He mused. At one point, he even leapt back down, watching the energy ripple across the figure. He smirked. I should be grateful. I'm the first one to ever pull this off. Without wasting time, he moved on. I need to hurry to the next seal. What he didn't realize was that his blood had awakened the statue itself. On the way, wave after wave of monsters blocked his path. Snakes slithering out of the shadows, wolves lunging from alleys, even skeletons rising endlessly from the ground. He fought through them all, striking down each one with relentless force. There must be another seal ahead, he thought, slashing through a serpent. Yet they kept coming, as though they spawned from nothing. The paths narrowed, no way around them. So this is the test of the god of battle. Endless enemies, demanding pure strength. He tightened his stance. If I see an enemy, I kill it. That's the only path forward. No warrior of this bloodline would ever tolerate someone who avoids a trial. Then came the birds, dark shapes circling above the walls. He glanced up, guards to stop anyone from climbing, but I'm still on the ground. At least I won't have to deal with them. He pressed forward, recalling the statues he had already passed. 5 seals opened, just one left. The thought of the crystal burned in his mind. With it, the world fragment will finally be mine. No rest. Not yet. As he descended deeper, the air thickened with mana, oppressive and heavy. His body trembled. His hand shook. The 5 awakenings drained almost all my mana. Frustration gnawed at him. Then the ground rumbled. The walls shivered around him. Eyes wide, he looked up. Towering before him was a colossal stone dragon. The 6th seal. I've finally reached it. The brown-haired youth stared up at the colossal statue before him. It dwarfed the others, so massive that even climbing it would be a seichel dench. But before he could move, a sound thundered behind him. He turned and froze. A hulking orc, towering nearly 5 meters tall, loomed over him, 10 times his size. An orc? Here, his mind raced. Even mages trained in impulse struggled against these beasts. Their mana was dense, their bodies as tough as warriors with first-level body enhancement. The monster lunged, slamming its fist down. The boy barely leapt back in time, the ground shattering where he'd stood. This isn't a normal orc. Ordinary ones only reach 4 meters. But this one nearly 5. The beast roared, hammering down another blow. Again, the youth dodged, retreating. His thoughts tightened. So that's it. Everything until now was too easy. Gathering energy, he struck, landing a clean blow against the monster's chest. At least this fight will be entertaining. The battle raged evenly despite the size difference. For all its strength, the orc faltered under his speed. But then, with terrifying force, the creature seized him mid-move and hurled him against the stone wall. His body crashed through it, pain flaring so sharply he nearly blacked out. He forced his eyes open. Momentum alone won't beat him. The orc's shadow fell across him as it charged. He's going to crush me. The wall cracked under the monster's blow. The orc grinned, convinced of victory. But suddenly, a brilliant light of mana burst forth from the rubble. The youth's voice rang out. Don't forget, I'm still just a beginner, but with the bloodline of a god. Power flooded him. He transformed, strength erupting through every vein. A second slower and I'd be dead, he realized. The orc snarled, still alive, rage burning hotter. The boy shot into the air, energy blazing. His body arced overhead as he lifted his weapon high. Time for you to shut up, forever. He brought it down with all his might. The impact detonated like a cannon, walls exploding into fragments that rained across the chamber. The young man stood still, his fist dripping with blood, likely the orc's. He looked down at it, reflecting. I never thought I'd have to forcefully awaken my divine powers, but in the end, I had no choice. I even thought I could win without it. Guess I let arrogance slip in. He exhaled, shaking off the thought, then leapt down toward the final seal. This dungeon only accepts those of the bloodline at 15. Combat knowledge and training matter just as much as strength. When I get out of here, I need to start over, build a better foundation. He climbed the massive stone dragon, reaching its crown. The last seal awaited. He studied it. If the Duke is 2.5 meters tall, then perhaps the god was smaller in his youth. Maybe he grew over time. He cut his palm, letting blood drip onto the statue's head. No matter. What matters is finally obtaining the world fragment. But nothing happened. He frowned. Did I do something wrong? According to the novel, the fragment should appear now. Was it not enough blood? Or did I miss something at the earlier seals? He turned, considering retracing his steps, when a voice spoke from behind. You should have expected this. After all, you are my descendant. The young man spun, stunned. How is this possible? Before him stood a white-haired figure, radiating an overwhelming presence. If I let you walk away so easily, wouldn't that be boring? The figure said calmly. The youth's mind raced. The statue, it came alive? He recalled the portal to the duel's grave and decided to step through it. Images of Aiden flashed in his mind, and that fragment of the world he'd once discovered here. He would never have known its significance if it hadn't been revealed in the story. But now, standing before him, was the god himself. I finally get the chance to speak with my descendants, the white-haired figure said, his voice echoing through the space. The young man froze. Could this really be happening? Did the statue just move? A frown crossed his face. Is this some kind of hidden trial? He took a step forward. Who are you? He demanded. The man's eyes glimmered with amusement. I like your spirit, he replied. Tell me, how old are you? That was the last straw. The young man's patience snapped. Power surged through him as he transformed. I'll ask again. Who are you? The white-haired man smiled faintly. Now that's impressive. In an instant, the young man lunged. His strike hit with such force that the ground shook and the air itself seemed to crack. But the man caught his attack effortlessly with one hand. Don't be so hasty, he said, before tossing him back like a leaf in the wind. The young man was sent flying, barely understanding what had happened. As he lifted his head, the man was already upon him, soaring forward and shouting, "You should greet your opponent properly." A heavy blow landed square on his face, sending him crashing to the ground. Dust exploded upward in a thick column. The living statue descended nearby, the impact forming a small crater. Despite the pain, the young man forced himself up. He stared at the figure in disbelief. Just a moment ago, that was a statue. Could this all be an illusion? A blonde companion approached him. Do you even realize who that is? He asked. That's not just some illusion. That's a real person. The protagonist straightened. I know. That's the stone statue of the god of combat. Half right, the man replied with a faint scowl. That statue is what the god of combat left behind, his human shadow. The revelation hit like thunder. The young man froze, tried to piece it together. He remembered the legends, the grave of the god of combat. The human remains said to rest there. Bright lights filled his thoughts, connecting the dots. So this place, it's meant more for his human form than his divine one. Then his gaze shifted to the stone statues around them. The story did mention them, he thought. But this is something entirely different. All around him stood statues, silent tributes to the god's victories. The young man stared at them, wondering, could these be his actual remains, stone shells infused with fragments of his consciousness? The white-haired man smiled, catching his thought. Hard to believe, he asked lightly. Then, without warning, he leapt into the air. Let me show you. Before the protagonist could even react, the man was already right in front of him, arms swinging. Reality, he said coldly, is cruel, just like life itself. The strike landed hard. The young man stumbled back, feeling the force ripple through him. You're far weaker than I expected, the man said with a faint smile. The young man clenched his fists, trying to gather himself. Stop playing around, he shouted and charged forward. Oh, the man's grin widened. You still have a fight left in you? As expected of my descendant. He moved again, lightning fast, aiming for another blow, but the young man vanished from sight. In the next instant, he appeared behind him, moving with incredible speed. The white-haired man turned in surprise, but the protagonist was already channeling power through his hand. Die, he roared, launching a brilliant projectile straight at him. For a moment, the god's shadow simply watched, amused. I didn't expect that from you, he said. But at the very last second, he stopped the attack effortlessly, as if it took no strength at all. A blinding light filled the air, crackling with energy. Refusing to back down, the young man lunged again, forming another blast. But the man's voice cut through the roar. Even that impulse fear isn't real. The words stung. Anger surged through the young man, but before he could respond, the man seized him by the face, lifted him high, and said coldly, Only the weak rely on cheap tricks like that. Then he hurled him skyward. The young man barely had time to react before the man appeared beside him again, fists flying. Each blow landed harder than the last, slamming into him from both sides. I do love a good fist fight, the man said casually, smiling mid-assault. The young man reeled from the hits, his body screaming in pain. Even with the power of the new blood flowing through him, he couldn't keep up. Is this a dream? He wondered. Another strike crashed into his face, then another, to his nose, and all he could think was, he's too strong. The man didn't stop. He drove him downward, slamming him into the ground. You still have a lot to learn, he said, raining blows with each word. The young man struggled to understand. How could a statue have this kind of power? Finally, the onslaught ended. The god's shadow paused, towering above him. The protagonist, barely conscious, tried to stand, but his body refused to move. The man gave a small smirk, then kicked him with brutal force, sending him crashing into a nearby wall. The impact echoed through the chamber. As the dust settled, the man's voice cut through the silence. Is that all you've got? How disappointing. He turned slightly, his tone sharp and cold. If you had truly given it your all, you wouldn't be alive right now. Be quiet, the man suddenly ordered. The young man, battered but still conscious, slowly pushed himself up. I'm not done yet, he said firmly. Then it hit him. His body was changing again. The transformation faded, his power dissolving like smoke. The awakening, it's gone. The strength of the new blood had vanished completely. Across from him, the white-haired man watched calmly. So that's all it takes to strip you of that power, he said. Are all my descendants this fragile? He stepped closer, his tone casual but sharp. I suppose that's enough. I won't beat you to death. You'll die sooner or later anyway. He paused, a faint smirk on his lips. But now, I believe you. The young man stared at him, trying to steady his breath. You're saying you're the god of the duel, but are you really? Or with just a shadow? The blond man smiled faintly. You can call me Werner, he said. Many have come before you, descendants who try to conquer this dungeon. Yet only you managed to awaken me. Tell me, do you know how many years have passed since my last awakening? The young man hesitated, caught off guard. It's been 500 years, he said finally. Werner's expression shifted. 500. He blinked, almost disbelieving. Are you certain? Yes. The young man confirmed without hesitation. A flash of irritation crossed Werner's face. So much time wasted. Has it really been that long? It shouldn't have been that difficult. The brown-haired descendant frowned. Most likely, no one was strong enough to awaken you. After you ascended to the heavens, the suns turned on each other, fighting over the inheritance of the god of the duel. He paused, recalling fragments of history. And in the far future, someone will discover your relics among the ruins. That person will become Aiden's companion, and together, they'll find a world fragment here. Werner turned away for a moment, clearly troubled. I didn't think everything would crumble so quickly after my death, he said quietly. So, they truly are all like me. He looked back at his descendant, his gaze heavy. You shouldn't have shown weakness, he said, closing his eyes briefly. Then he faced him again. Tell me, do you even know what your awakening means? The young man shook his head. No, he admitted. I don't know. Werner's eyes widened in disbelief. You're serious? I am, the young man said firmly. Werner exhaled, a mix of frustration and disbelief in his voice. Then tell me, why did you shed your blood on the statues? I did it to obtain the world fragment, the descendant replied. Werner's brows furrowed. Strange, he murmured. The hero of the original tale also received that fragment here, yet I never appear before him. He fell silent, thinking deeply. Then a realization struck him. Perhaps, he said slowly, the god of the duel only awakens when the blood of a direct descendant touches his statue. Werner's expression softened slightly. The true meaning of your awakening, he said, and the reason I left behind this shadow was to teach you the art of divine blood enhancement. A long silence followed. The young man froze, eyes wide in disbelief. He wants to teach me perfect mastery of the new blood? He clenched his fists. If that's true, he said slowly, then why me? Why not pass this knowledge down through generations? Wouldn't that be simpler? Werner exhaled deeply. It would be, he admitted. But tell me, can every generation truly reach the level needed to pass that power on? At that, the young man pictured Fawn, another descendant who had struggled with awakening. Werner continued, his tone calm but firm. The ability to wield the new blood depends on its concentration within you. As generations pass, the bloodline weakens. The divine essence becomes diluted. That's why fewer and fewer descendants can access the power of the ruler. The young man recalled the moment he had deflected his half-brother's attack, the raw, unstable surge of strength within him. With training, Werner said, you can refine it to a certain point. But you still need a teacher, someone who understands the technique and can pass it on. That's the reason this tomb exists. He spread his arms slightly, glancing around the vast chamber. This place is a training ground for my bloodline, a place designed to teach those who awaken. He brought his hands together, the air humming faintly with divine energy. Once you learn to control the new blood properly and reach the required threshold, you'll be able to master the technique in its entirety. The young man's thoughts raced. 500 years, the blood of the god of the duel must have weakened so much. His eyes narrowed. The Duke, that man really is a villain. He tampered with the rules that slowed the decay of divine blood. It was frustrating, and yet this situation could also be turned to his advantage. Even if he couldn't sustain his new blood for long, he could still use it strategically. He remembered his past training, every hour spent pushing himself to the limit. He'd have to go beyond that now. Taking a determined step forward, he met Werner's gaze. If this is training, he said firmly, then I'll go through it. How do we begin? Werner's eyes glimmered with amusement. Isn't it obvious? The young man frowned. Not really. The god's shadow smiled broadly. We fight, again and again. The way he said it, like it was the best news he'd heard in centuries, made it clear how much he relished the thought. The young man, however, wasn't nearly as thrilled. So that's it? You're not going to explain anything. You'll learn through your mistakes, Werner replied, his tone almost teasing. The young man sighed, frustration written all over his face. Werner tilted his head, studying him. What's with that look? He asked, amused. That's exactly how my descendants learned, by surviving the fight. Werner gave a dry laugh. What? Do you expect to be spoon-fed every lesson? The young man gritted his teeth. With the way you fight, I might die before I learn anything. Die? Werner arched his brow. You really think I'd let that happen? Just then, a deep crack echoed, his ribs grinding painfully. He clutched his side, wincing. Werner tilted his head, studying him. Still hurt? The young man blinked and looked down. The pain was gone. Completely. What? He muttered. Werner raised 2 fingers. 2 pieces of good news, he said with a half-smile. First, as long as you're here, your mana will recover, and your wounds will heal. Second, I'm not your real opponent. Before the young man could respond, a shadow flickered above them. Someone stood atop one of the massive statues. He frowned. Who's that? A moment later, something large and heavy crashed down beside him, shaking the ground. Dust rose in a thick cloud. The young man squinted through it. Another figure stood there, tall and solid. Werner looked slightly embarrassed. The newcomer brushed himself off, saying casually, I'm already grown, you know. Then he turned to Werner. And you think it's fair to dump your job on others? His hair fluttered with the wind as he glanced toward the stunned young man, who could only smile weakly. In that instant, realization struck. Another statue, the 10-year-old form of the god of combat. Unlike the silver-haired version before him, this one had no gray in his hair, a younger form, before he had fully awakened the power of the new blood. The young man imagined the older version again, silver-haired, eyes glowing like molten light, overflowing with divine energy. So this is what he was like before perfection. The older Werner crossed his arms. You've seen him before, he said evenly. When you first entered this place. No need for introductions. This version of me will spar with you. He nodded toward the boy. Go ahead, use your full strength. But don't expect him to go easy. Your opponent won't last even one hit if you hold back. The younger god stretched lazily, cracking his neck. It's still not too late to run, you know, he said with a smirk. Wouldn't want to get beaten up by a 10-year-old. But the young man didn't move. His thoughts churned. Is this really the god of the duel? At this age? Despite his size, the boy's body was Hirand, his presence overwhelming. Almost unnatural for someone so young. Then, nonchalantly, the boy picked his nose. The young man sighed, stepping closer. Did you really come here just to talk nonsense? In the blink of an eye, his aura surged, his form shifting once more as the power of new blood flared to life. They say empty ships make the loudest noise, he said, voice low and steady. Let's see what you've got. Fully transformed, he faced the boy head-on. I'll need to release my power completely, he thought, determination hardening his expression. He's strong, but I'm stronger. The boy only grinned wider. Stronger, huh? Then show me. He raised a hand. But I'll warn you, we don't use that kind of power here. Why not? The young man asked, wary. The boy waved dismissively. Because if I used it, you'd die instantly. Werner frowned. Is that true? He asked flatly. The boy didn't answer. He just smiled. And in the next instant, his body blurred. He launched himself forward with explosive speed, the ground shattering beneath his feet. Werner crossed his arms. I hope that wasn't just a bluff. A few moments later, the young man realized it definitely wasn't. The next thing he knew, his body was slammed into the concrete with bone-cracking force. From nearby, the 2 observers watched the scene unfold. Is he really one of us? One murmured. He's kind of weak. He released his blood, another said, frowning. So why did he lose so easily? The young man, still lying in the crater, thought bitterly, forget the pain. I didn't even last 10 seconds. The boy, now crouched beside him, tilted his head. You don't have much real combat experience, do you? Werner sighed. Looks like I'll have to teach him how to fight myself, he muttered. This is embarrassing. He approached the battered young man. You're young, yet you've already awakened and learned to release power, he said. So tell me, Why can't you fight at all? I just never learned, the young man admitted. Werner chuckled, shaking his head. How strange. My own descendant, capable of wielding divine power, yet completely untrained in battle. The young man explained everything. How he'd ended up here, the current state of their lineage, and how far the bloodline had fallen. Werner listened quietly, his expression darkening. So that's how it is now? I don't like it. Not one bit. His tone hardened. If I ever get out of here, I'll straighten out every last one of them. Then he straightened, extending a hand. Come on, I'll show you how to handle a 10-year-old god. Follow me. The young man stared for a second, then grinned. A private lesson from the strongest fighter himself. This is it. He reached out and grabbed Werner's hand. But before he could even stand fully, Werner asked calmly, You realize what you've just gotten yourself into, don't you? The young man smirked. I know, he said. And what should I do about it? Simple, Werner replied. Use his arrogance against him. Nearby, the boy, the child god, stood with his hands on his hips. Two grown men teaming up to beat up a kid. Don't you feel the slightest bit of shame? The young man ignored the comment, glancing at Werner. How do I start? Keep your pace, Werner said, his voice sharp. You always rush in too fast. Control the rhythm. And stop leading with your forehead. Then came the next round, the 11th. The young man and the boy both lunged forward, breaking from their spots at full speed. As Werner predicted, the young man struck first, head-on, straight toward his opponent's face. The boy blocked several blows effortlessly, then countered with a heavy punch that connected squarely with the young man's jaw, sending him flying backward. Werner's voice echoed in his head. Use his carelessness when the right moment comes. Time blurred as the rounds continued. 12th, 20th, 50th. Each time, the boy's strikes grew sharper, the young man's movements faster. By the 74th round, the blonde descendant charged once more, Werner's advice running through his mind on repeat. Control the pace. Wait for the opening. Don't fight his rhythm. Break it. Move your body like this. Werner coached, watching closely. The young man charged again, every step calculated, his opponent standing casually ahead. Almost bored. As he closed in, his fist cut through the air, grazing the boy's face. But this time, it wasn't meant to land. In the same motion, he pivoted, swinging his other fist toward the back of the boy's head. A sudden, unexpected strike. But the boy reacted instantly. He leapt backward, narrowly dodging the hit. Of course he'd dodge, Werner muttered. He's not that weak. The words had barely left his mouth before a heel smashed into the young man's face. The impact sent him flying once again, crashing hard against the ground. When he landed, the transformation faded, his body reverting to its normal state. He lifted his head, dazed, just in time to see the boy soaring toward him with another strike. The attack missed, slamming into the wall beside him, leaving a deep crater. Blood splattered across the floor. The boy landed lightly, smirking. Scared? He asked. Don't worry, you won't die from these little sparring sessions. He tilted his head, not getting an answer. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Or are you still sad that Masha ignored you? The young man said nothing, his mind replaying their last exchange, every feint, every hit. The boy's voice softened slightly. Don't take it too seriously. I'm just a bit stronger, that's all. Still breathing hard, the young man thought to himself, but this time, I managed to touch him. Then came the 272nd round. He charged forward again, shouting mid-run. Changing the trajectory doesn't work. What now? Werner's voice rang out behind him. A weak spot isn't found. It's created. Keep working. You're getting there. The young man grit his teeth. He sprinted head-on, eyes locked on the boy, analyzing every move. He could already tell which way the boy would dodge and what kind of counterattack would follow. He gathered energy as he ran, power coiling around him like a storm. Then suddenly, he jumped. The boy blinked in surprise, momentarily confused. When he looked up, the young man was directly above him, changing his trajectory mid-air. It was too late. He came crashing down, slamming his fist straight into the boy's face, driving him into the ground with explosive force. The asphalt cracked beneath the impact. Werner grinned proudly. Good. Perfect use of theory in practice. The young man's chest heaved, but a smile broke through his exhaustion. I hit him. I finally hit him. His heart pounded with pure satisfaction. For a brief moment, victory filled the air until the ground started to shake. A surge of familiar energy erupted nearby. The boy's hand burst through the rubble, gripping the edge of the crater. Then, with a guttural roar, he rose from the earth, his body radiating raw power. The sound alone made the young man tense. So, the boy said, brushing off the dust with eerie calm, "You're getting used to this, huh?" The young man took a wary step back. The boy's expression shifted, a crooked, dangerous smile spreading across his face. Gathering his strength, he raised one hand. An orb of condensed energy began forming in his palm, pulsing like a living heart. "Looks like I've been too soft on you," he said. "Guess it's time to stop holding back." The smile turned sharp, almost playful, as the air crackled with divine energy. A deafening impact rang out. The ground split beneath them. When the dust settled, the god stood over a dark red pool spreading across the floor. He glanced down blood. For a moment, he seemed confused. "Is this really blood?" he murmured. Droplets slid down his leg, gleaming under the light. It was the first time anyone had ever drawn his blood. From a distance, the brown-haired man, Werner's shadow, looked stunned. He actually made him bleed? The protagonist stared as well, disbelief flickering in his gaze. "Even gods can bleed." The boy wiped his mouth, his grin sharp and wild. "Guess I've gotten used to this." A flash lit up the young man's hand, power gathering once more. His grin darkened. "So, I suppose I shouldn't hold back anymore, right?" Mord instinctively raised his arms to defend himself. Energy blasted against him like a storm. His boots slid backward, scraping against the stone floor. "If this keeps up, he'll tear me apart," he thought, his body trembling under the pressure. He tried to step aside, but the god's attack didn't stop. The white-haired man, watching from the sidelines, shielded himself from the shockwave, wondering why the god hadn't already ended the fight. Werner stood silently off to the side, eyes narrowed, analyzing every movement. The brown-haired god shifted, pulling back his arm. "Still got time to look around?" he said coldly, then drove his fist forward. The blow connected hard. Mord was hurled backward, slamming into the wall. Blood sprayed from his mouth. The god of combat smiled, satisfied. Then, in an instant, he blurred forward again. Mord barely registered the movement before another hit crashed into his chest. Air burst from his lungs. The god grabbed him midair, spun, and hurled him upward. Before Mord could even fall, the god leapt after him, his leg arcing high, and struck him mid-descent with brutal force. The impact shook the chamber. Mord hit the ground hard, gasping for air, his body refusing to respond. "I can't use new blood," he thought weakly. He tried to move his fingers. Nothing. "I can't even move." Then his eyes widened. Above him, a statue was collapsing. There was no time to dodge. The stone crashed down, followed by a thunderous explosion that shook the entire chamber. The brown-haired god landed nearby, laughing. "I'm curious," he said. "Is that weakling still alive?" The white-haired man clenched his fist, stretching it forward in silence. The god of fighting chuckled. "All right," he admitted. "You're not completely useless after all." A smile curled across his lips as he looked at Mord lying motionless on the ground. "But that's enough for now." Mord stirred, slowly pushing himself up. Pain racked his body. He glanced down. His legs were pinned under broken stone. He couldn't move them. "Don't worry," the brown-haired god said with mock sympathy. "I'll help you out." He leapt from the rocky ledge above, descending toward Mord like a falling blade. "I'll make sure you don't feel any pain." The white-haired man's expression tensed. "No." Mord looked up, eyes fixed on the incoming figure. "My man is gone. I can't awaken again." 8 seconds. I need 8 more seconds to recover." A bright flash flared in front of him, bathing the chamber in blinding light. He began to count under his breath. 8, 7, 6. His body trembled. Then, as the light grew stronger, Mord's lips curved into a faint smile. "I've always been." Werner, the brown-haired god, stared at Mord with a puzzled smile. "Interested, are you?" he said, almost mockingly. A sharp crack rang out. A small stone struck him right in the eye. Mort stood a few paces away, hands still raised. "Tell me," he said coldly, "do all Vernars have such human-looking eyes?" For a moment, silence. Then Werner's expression twisted. His eyes glowed a deep, furious red. He pressed a hand to the ground, his body trembling. A roar tore from his throat, shaking the entire chamber. Mord watched in shock as the god's hair began to change, dark brown fading into pure white. His aura erupted, wild and violent. Werner's head snapped up, his voice booming through the air. "I'll kill you." He raised his fist, energy surging around it, and charged. Mord's eyes flicked to the countdown in his mind. 1 second left. Then, in the blink of an eye, Werner vanished. Mord didn't hesitate. He launched himself forward, rushing straight toward the god. Werner turned at the last second, but the white-haired man was already upon him. He swung his fist and reminded him, "Didn't I tell you before? If you awaken your power here, you'll die." Werner looked down, smirking faintly. "Then maybe that's the ending written for me." The punch connected, shattering the air around them. Mord staggered but grinned through the blood. "I hit him again." But the moment of triumph vanished as Werner's voice cut through the chaos. "What was that? A mosquito bite?" His crimson gaze locked on Mord. "Did you really think you could crush my skull with that weak punch?" He grabbed Mord by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. "Let me show you," Werner growled, mana spiraling violently around his arm. "Let me show you what it means to fight." The white-haired elder god gritted his teeth. "He's gone too far." "Enough," Daisley's voice thundered. A surge of divine energy erupted, flinging Mord to the side like a rag doll. He hit the ground hard, clutching his head. He threw it again. Lightning? Sparks flashed around Werner as he blocked a sudden strike from the younger god, who had lunged at him in fury. Hark! The younger god of fighting furrowed his brow and shouted, "Leave him alone." Werner's voice was sharp. "What do you think you're doing? Our duty is to train the descendants, not destroy them." The younger god froze, then pulled his hand back when Werner added, "The training is over." Grinding his teeth, Park asked, "Would you be saying that if you were in my place?" Werner's expression hardened. His eyes flashed with restrained anger. Then the god of fighting looked away, exhaling. "I know," he said quietly. His once white hair darkened again, returning to its brown shade. Werner stepped closer, resting a hand gently on the younger god's head. "You did well." Park frowned, brushing the hand away. "Don't treat me like a child." Mord, still recovering, watched the exchange in silence. He's afraid of him, he realized. Even the god of fighting fears the elder. The younger god's appearance began to shift too, returning to normal. "Still," he said with a grin, "it's good to be alive." Then a loud crack. The air trembled as the space around them began to fracture, light pouring through the cracks. Werner looked up calmly. "It's time," he said, "to separate dream from reality." He turned to Mord. "Come here. There's something I need to give you." Mord hesitated, but approached. Werner raised a thumb, pressing it lightly to his chest. "You carry another god's blood," he said. "The blood of the god of heaven, your father, Eris." He smiled faintly. "Even though he stands as a separate god, he and I are." Werner's tone grew thoughtful. "Our bloodlines," he said slowly, "are closer than you think. My own divine blood carries dense traces of Eris's lineage, packed deep within every cell." He smirked, a curious light in his eyes. Even as the son of a god, he thought, what would happen if the blood of two divine clans were to merge? Extending his fingers, Werner continued, "You were granted a blessing, the body of the god of duel itself. That's your reward." He reached forward and pressed two fingers to Mord's forehead. Instantly, the young man's blood began to boil. Energy surged violently within him, a divine pulse shaking his core. "With this," Werner said, his voice echoing, "you'll be able to awaken your true power." Mord glanced down at his glowing hand. This wasn't in the plot, he realized. Then the ground rumbled. Stones began falling all around them as the tomb started to collapse. "This is all I can do for you," Werner said with a calm smile. "It was good to meet you." He turned toward the younger god, the boy with the silver hair, and offered a brief nod. Mord could sense it. The god was still angry, pride bruised from their clash. The younger god called out suddenly, his voice echoing through the crumbling chamber. "Hey, old man." Werner looked back, brow arched. The boy smiled faintly. "I've only ever met weaklings," he said, "so I assumed he'd be one too. But he's different. The dual gods always were." He chuckled, adding, "Even if my whole generation fought together, we wouldn't have stood a chance against you." Mord nodded, bowing slightly. "Thank you," he said sincerely. "I've learned a lot from you both." The younger god waved it off. "No need to state the obvious," he said, watching as stones crashed around them. Mord lowered his head slightly. "There are still other places left by the god of duel," he said quietly. "I'll find them all." Werner smiled faintly. "Then go," he said simply. Mord closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the dream had faded. He pushed himself up, blinking, and froze. Before him stood a massive crystal, radiating divine light. It pulsed gently, almost alive. The world fragment, the very tool used by gods to forge creation itself, washed over him. "So this is it," the power that Aiden once used to destroy everything. As he reached out, the crystal's surface began to crack, its energy flowing into his body like liquid fire. A smaller shard broke free, floating gently before him. He reached out and grasped it. So, I've taken one of Aiden's fragments. A grin crossed his face. That means he'll never become as strong as before. Then he chuckled softly. If I were him, I'd be furious that a side character stole my power. But maybe he'll understand. This is for the sake of a better ending. He placed a hand on his chest, all for a happy ending. The tomb vanished behind him as sunlight broke through the trees above. Somewhere far away, a voice called out, "Erna." A young woman rested on a tree branch, eyes half closed, listening. They say the brown-haired man. He's returned for the tomb of the god of combat. Erna didn't even look up. "I heard," she said calmly. "I'm already working on a plan." She smiled faintly. It seems things are finally starting to move. Erna twirled her pen lazily between her fingers. "A plan?" someone asked. She closed her notebook and smiled. "Yeah, a business plan," she said, tilting her head playfully. "A plan on how to be a good sister." Unlike most noble families, the Werner household was different. The title of successor was not limited to the Archduke's children. Any descendant of the main bloodline could compete for the right to inherit the family's power. Each potential heir strengthened themselves over time by gathering loyal warriors and expanding their influence. At that moment, 5 candidates stood in fierce competition. The 7th child, Erna, the 6th, Werner, the 4th, Huran, the 3rd, Dren, and finally, the Archduke himself, Arn Werner. The recent news of Mord clearing the tomb of the god of duel spread quickly through their circles, and none of them could ignore it. In one of the distant estates, a shadowy figure poured wine into a cup. The rich scent filled the office as he lifted it to his lips. "I'm certain every heir will try to lure him to their side," he said with quiet confidence. The 6th child of Werner, smirked. "Then I can't let such a talent fall into the wrong hands," he muttered. "Besides, watching their disappointed faces will be worth it." Archduke Werner's castle, 1st region. Mord stood in his new room, taking in the sight around him as the steward spoke. "This will be your residence from now on, sir." He glanced around thoughtfully. So this is the castle of the 1st region. Only the wealthiest nobles and highest-ranking warriors lived here. A single dim lamp glowed in the corner, casting soft light across the elegant furnishings. Mord ran a hand across the desk, thinking quietly. The strongest warriors are stationed in the 2nd region. So why are they treating me so well? Is it because I'm Werner's descendant? Or because I awakened the power of new blood? He moved toward the window, noting the training grounds visible just beyond the gardens. They even gave me my own practice area. Several servants entered and bowed deeply. "Please, sir, call for us if you need anything. We'll prepare your clothing at once." Mord nodded slightly. As the door closed, he exhaled. So this is what it feels like to be treated like a real aristocrat. A knock interrupted his thoughts. "Sir Mord? Are you in there?" A loud voice called from outside. The maid quickly opened the door, revealing 2 young men dressed in sharp blue suits. Mord glanced at them, calm but alert. Warriors, he thought. Judging by their presence, mid-tier, maybe? In the Verne family hierarchy, warriors were ranked by skill. Normal, average, advanced, and supreme. His eyes narrowed slightly when he noticed the crest on their uniforms, the mark of young Master Dren Werner. One of the men unrolled a scroll and began to read formally. "Our master has heard of your achievements and believes your talents would be invaluable. Lord Dren extends an invitation for you to become one of his warriors. He promises to welcome you with open arms." The second man rolled the scroll back up and smirked. "You should be grateful," he said mockingly. "Not everyone gets an offer from a direct heir of the Verne family." The moment he heard that offer, his eyes widened in surprise. When the protagonist asked who this young Master Dren was, he scratched his chin, thinking hard. The name didn't ring a bell. There had been countless heirs throughout history. Only a few ever survived past 7 years, and this one clearly wasn't among them. That answer didn't sit well. The 2 men in front of him flushed with anger, grabbing him by the collar and shouting insults, calling him a clueless fool. Mord only shrugged, insisting he truly didn't remember who they were talking about. Before things escalated, a calm voice cut through the tension from the side. "Have you heard of young Master Werner?" The brunettes froze, glancing toward the newcomer, a blond man standing confidently before them. Their faces twisted with frustration as they demanded what he was doing there. But the man only smirked. Observing their reaction, More quickly pieced it together. This newcomer must be an average-ranked knight, while Biden, the sixth child, only held his position thanks to the Vern family's bloodline. The blonde casually slung an arm over Mord's shoulder, saying he was there for the same reason. Mord raised a brow, surprised they'd send him so soon. The man chuckled. What's the matter? Running short on strength already? Resorting to this kind of recruitment? Grinding his teeth, one of the brunettes snapped at him to leave. But the blonde's grin faded. Oh, and what happens when we step outside? He asked darkly. I accept any CHL dinge, but if I win, maybe I'll teach your young master a few lessons myself. A drop of sweat ran down Mord's cheek. The blonde leaned closer, voice dripping with mockery. If you're not confident, better tuck your tail and run back to your master. Tell him you failed miserably. Furious, the brunette stormed off, shouting that he'd regret this. The door slammed behind them. The blonde exhaled, muttering, I hear that line way too often. Mord watched them go, realizing something important. Their threats meant nothing. Clearly, not all warriors here stood on equal ground. The blonde glanced his way. So what do you think? He extended his hand. Name's Wools. Mord shook it. Should I call you elder? Wools smirked. Just Wools is fine. Titles don't mean much here. If we went by that logic, even those idiots could call themselves veterans. He leaned back slightly, voice calm but firm. A real warrior isn't measured by age or rank. Tell me, don't you find it ridiculous to Huran or someone just because they've been around longer? Mord frowned, thinking it over. You're right, he said finally. You came here to convince me to side with Werner, didn't you? So, what do I get out of it if I agree? Wools chuckled. You're a rising star, Mord. I'm sure you've had plenty of offers already. But tell me, his eyes narrowed with interest, what's really the point of it all? The man stepped forward, his tone sharp and unwavering. I'll make you one of my master's men, no matter what it takes. Even if I have to beat you half to death. The other man just waved a hand dismissively, as if brushing off a fly. Careful, he said coolly. You might lose your head talking like that. Maybe that victory over the old fool got you too excited. You should calm down before you hurt yourself. The protagonist immediately understood. This guy wasn't here to talk. He came to fight, to prove his point through brute force. That realization made him grin. Even better, he thought. This way, I can see just how much the power of the dual god has changed me. He accepted the CHL dinge without hesitation. Moments later, they were standing outside, facing each other beneath the open sky. Mord eyed his opponent. You'll need a weapon for this? He asked, adding, you don't look like someone with special powers. Hard to imagine you can handle this without one. The blonde smirked and lifted his hands. I'm not from Averners, he said, but I don't rely on weapons. I got something better. He clenched his fist, and a faint glow spread across his knuckles. The pulse glove flickered to life. Mord raised an eyebrow. His opponent went on, almost proudly, I heard you barely managed to beat your instructor, only because of that new blood power. The pulse gloves are a high-level skill. A beginner like you can't copy them. Without using that blood, you don't stand a chance. But before he could finish his smug speech, his eyes widened in disbelief. Crackling blue lightning began to swirl around Mord's hands. The air trembled with energy. Mord's lips curved into a calm smile. Then let's begin. The man's jaw dropped. You created pulse gloves? He shouted. Don't tell me you learned that in 4 days. That's impossible. Mord didn't answer. In an instant, he shot forward, leaping high. Did you really think I'd just stand still? He shouted midair. His kick connected, a clean, powerful hit that sent Wools flying backward. Fast, Wools thought, landing hard but keeping his balance. Before he could recover, Mord appeared right beside him, fist raised. The next strike cracked the ground near Wool's feet, sending a shockwave through the street. Wool staggered back, dazed. He's strong, he admitted to himself, getting up slowly. Much stronger than I thought. Could someone really grow this powerful in just 4 days? It was unbelievable, and yet, here he was staring at proof. He exhaled, shaking his head. Impressive, he said under his breath. I underestimated you. Mord's aura flared, energy rippling off him in waves. He looked straight at his opponent. Too late for that, he said evenly. This is just the warm-up. Wools shielded his face from the energy bursting around Mord. With mana like this, he thought he could probably crush the instructor with ease. And the scary part? Mord was just getting started. The man grinned faintly, his eyes glinting. I'm a descendant of the Werner family, he said with quiet pride, glancing at Mord. Tell me, why didn't you go all out when you fought the instructor? Mord frowned. He still doesn't believe me, he thought. And honestly, who would? It was hard to imagine anyone becoming that strong in just 4 days. Impossible for most people. But Mord knew what had changed. Two things, to be exact. First was the blessing of the god of duel. He could still feel it running through his blood. The surge of divine energy, the way his body and mana had grown sharper, faster, stronger. That blessing didn't just lend him power. It had amplified his talent. The second reason was the fragment of the world, a crystal pulsing with raw mana. He'd learned how to draw energy from it, a technique he'd only read about in the story's original plot. He hadn't even tapped into its full potential yet, but even now, thinking of it made him smirk. The look on Wool's face was worth it. Wool's laughed lightly. So, you're not going to answer, huh? He straightened, brushing off the dirt. Fine. It doesn't matter anyway. His tone darkened. I admit, I underestimated you. But don't think that means you've won. You still got a long way to go before you can handle me. Red lightning crackled around him. Mord's eyes narrowed, then widened. Wool's skin darkened, muscles expanding. His hands twisted, fingers stretching into claws. His face lengthened into a snout as his body took on the shape of a beast. A massive creature stood where the man once had. Mord's breath caught. Now he understood why Wools had asked about his bloodline. So that's it. He recalled the tales of those cursed under the full moon, losing their humanity and transforming into monsters. Some were consumed entirely by the curse, but a rare few learned to control it. Those who did became known as lycanthropes, beings who walked the line between man and beast. The creature's red eyes gleamed. His voice was low and guttural. Ready for round two? Mord braced himself, frowning. Wolves was towering now, larger, heavier, and radiating raw power. Fine, Mord thought. Let's see if size really matters. He leapt forward, channeling mana through his limbs. The impact rang out as their blows collided. For a moment, neither moved. Mord's eyes widened. What? He's not even flinching. Wool's grin widened, his voice a deep rumble. You might have stronger mana. He leaned closer, eyes flashing red. But I'm bigger and stronger. With a roar, he swatted Mord's arm aside and smashed his fist across Mord's face. The blow sent the brown-haired warrior flying backward, skidding across the ground. Mord staggered, forcing himself up. A thin trail of blood slipped down his chin. He wiped it with the back of his hand, eyes sharpening. So, that's how it is, he thought. This opponent isn't just strong, he's dangerous. Mord steadied himself, blood still on his chin. He's stronger than I thought, he admitted silently, but not so strong that he needed to use the power of the new blood. Their mana levels were nearly equal. Wolves had the edge in raw strength, but Mord had his own advantages. In the end, they were about evenly matched. Rising to his feet, Mord met his opponent's gaze. So, he said evenly, ready to finish this? Wolves let out a deep chuckle. Finish? What's this? Are you scared you might lose? His tone turned mocking. Still refusing to use that new blood of yours? Mord scratched the back of his neck, calm and unbothered. If I did, he said quietly, you probably wouldn't live long enough to regret it. That made Wolves burst out laughing. I've met arrogant Werner descendants before, he sneered, but you're on another level. Stop bluffing and show me what you've got. Above them, the sky stretched wide and blue. Mord's voice was steady when he replied, I told you already. I won't use it. He lifted his fist slightly, and when I said finish, I meant I'll end this fight with a single punch. Wolves roared with laughter. You? End it? You've been taking hits all this time, and now you think you can take me down without the new blood? Don't make me laugh. Mord's eyes narrowed. His fist clenched. It's almost time, he thought. The fragment of the world. He took a breath and smiled faintly. I never said I've used everything yet. He could feel the fragment's energy thrumming deep inside him. After clearing the tomb of the god of duel, he learned to draw mana directly from it, something that existed only in ancient records. Sitting cross-legged in his mind, he visualized the fragment glowing in his palm. He only had one, which meant he could channel the dual god's blessing for 20 seconds. 20 seconds was all he needed. He opened his eyes, raised his fist, and whispered, That's more than enough to break the balance. Wool smirked. So you're boosting your mana even higher? You really are a monster. Then he lunged, claws flashing in the sunlight. Let's end this. His strike cut through the air, but Mord moved, a blur of motion. He dodged, closing the distance in an instant. His hand brushed Wool's arm, and a pulse of energy rippled outward. Wool's crossed his arms to block. That all you've got? He barked. But Mord's eyes glowed, and in that moment, he gathered the fragments full power. Not even close. He pulled his arm back and struck with everything he had. The impact exploded through the air, raw mana bursting outward. Wolse was thrown like a rag doll, crashing into a nearby building. The structure's upper floors shattered on impact, debris scattering across the street. The onlookers gasped, eyes wide with disbelief. Dust and light filled the air. Mord exhaled slowly, lowering his hand. That should do it, he thought. But as he stared at the massive hole where the building once stood, a cold realization hit him. That's his house, he muttered. Around him, voices shouted in panic. Wolse! Someone check on him now. The lycanthrope lay motionless on the ground, dust settling around him. His breathing was shallow as he stared up at the sky. Did I lose? He thought bitterly. A faint growl escaped his throat. How can I face Surin now? His eyelids fluttered once, then closed. His mind drifted back to an earlier night. He had been standing outside with the red-haired knight. The air was cold, and the moon hung high above them. The redhead's voice was calm. Mord could be of great help to us, he had said. Without turning, Wolse, still in human form then, had asked quietly, then give me your power. His claws scraped against the stone floor, the sound echoing faintly in the dark. Now, back in the present, Mord stood in the middle of the ruined street, rubbing the back of his neck. Didn't think I'd end up wrecking his house, he muttered. Who's paying for all that? Before he could think further, a sharp voice broke through the commotion. Is Wolse all right? Mord looked up as the lycanthrope slowly rose, staggering at first, then straightening. His body trembled as raw energy began to surge around him again. Then came the roar. It was deafening, power exploding from within him as his aura flared like wildfire. Mord tensed. What, he's still standing? Did he just reincarnate mid-battle? He narrowed his eyes. So he was holding back too. Great. Wolf's crimson eyes gleamed, his breath heavy. I still have one ace left, he thought darkly. Mord exhaled, blue mana swirling around him. Guess there's no helping it, he muttered. I'll have to use my power too. Even so, a hint of worry crossed his face. He hadn't yet mastered full control over the dual god's blessing. One wrong move could destroy half the A. Before the clash could begin, a sharp, commanding voice rang out. Enough! A blinding flash of light burst behind Wolse. A split second later, a thunderous impact. Wolse was sent flying, the ground cracking beneath him as he hit hard. The lycanthrope's body went limp, the transformation fading away. The crowd rushed in. Lady Erna, why the attack? Someone shouted. He was just following Sir Ven's orders. The young woman with golden hair landed gracefully, her eyes cold but composed. At this rate, one of them would have died, she said calmly. And let's be here honest, it would have been Wolse. She glanced at the unconscious lycanthrope. He lost control of his transformation. The rage overtook him. If he were awake, even he'd admit that. Turning to the guards, she gestured. Take him to the infirmary. And she looked toward Mord. Her expression softened. So you're Mord. We've never met, but I've heard quite a lot about you. She walked up to him confidently, her tone lightening. I just wanted to see you for myself. Mord tilted his head, studying her. She's got a similar build, but her face is completely different, he noted silently. Erna smiled brightly. You can call me Big Sister, by the way. Mord's brow twitched. Yeah, no, he said flatly. That's not happening. A little later, Erna sat on a couch, hugging a pillow with a sigh. What a shame, she murmured. The man beside her adjusted his glasses, unimpressed. That's exactly why I told you to drop the Big Sister act, he said dryly. He glanced toward the infirmary bed where Wolse rested. You have to understand, Mord's not like the others. He's an illegitimate child, once seen as a fool. A direct descendant approaching him with such familiarity? He's not going to take that well. Erna pouted slightly, but her eyes flickered with curiosity. Somewhere behind them, voices murmured about the battle, about Mord's power, about the chaos left in his wake. And Mord? He simply stood there, watching the smoke rise from the wrecked building, already wondering what kind of mess he'd just stepped into next. Erna rested her chin on her hand, a playful smile on her lips. That's exactly why I thought he'd appreciate the gesture, she said softly. Then she covered her mouth with a small laugh. Still, I'm honestly surprised he managed to defeat Wolse without using the power of the new blood. Mord tapped his chin thoughtfully. Wolse lacked real combat experience, he admitted, but his technique wasn't bad at all. Erna's eyes lit up. Exactly. That's why I want to recruit him for my team. Erna shook her head. That's going to be difficult, she said. The news of Wolf's defeat has already spread across the academy. Everyone will be after him now. The fight to win him over is only going to get tougher. Elsewhere, in the dormitory showers, two cadets were already gossiping. "Did you hear?" One said, scrubbing his hair. "That new guy, Mord, took down Wolf's." "No way," the other replied. "Without using new blood? That's insane." By lunchtime, it was all anyone could talk about. Even among the upper ranks, whispers of the battle spread like wildfire. Back in Erna's room, she sighed, tapping her fingers on the table. "That's why we need to move fast," she said. "We have to lure him to our side before anyone else does." One of her sides looked uncertain. "And how exactly do we do that?" Before she could answer, the door burst open. A man rushed in, breathless. "Urgent report," he shouted. Erna and her advisor turned to him immediately. "What is it?" she asked. The man took a deep breath. "Count Winston just announced that Billion will accompany Mord on his next mission." Erna's eyes widened. "What?" Meanwhile, outside, Mord stood in front of a freshly repaired building, the same one destroyed during his fight with wolves. He crossed his arms, tilting his head. "Huh, they fixed it faster than I expected," he muttered. Honestly, she thought Wolves would lose his mind after that defeat. Guess he took it better than I imagined. Up in an office window, Kestner watched him silently. When Mord entered moments later, Kestner leaned back in his chair, a faint smirk on his face. "Seems like you've been causing quite a stir," he said. "Tell me, Mord, are you just incapable of living a normal life?" Mord shrugged. "Not exactly my fault. Two factions are fighting over me right now. I didn't really have a say in it." Kestner folded his hands, his tone shifting to business. "In 10 days, I'll be leading a team on a mission," he said. "I want you to join us." Mord frowned. "A mission?" Kestner nodded. "A demon suppression task. We've received reports of demonic energy forming nearby. You'll learn soon enough, but understand this. Demons and monsters the same." He stood and activated the holographic screen behind him, displaying images of horrific creatures. Demonic dungeons are different from natural monster dungeons. The latter are formed by natural phenomena, mana storms, geological shifts, or disasters. But demonification, he looked at Mord sharply. That's a deliberate act, a corruption seeded by demons to invade our world. The images changed, monsters twisting, black smoke spreading like veins across the land. In a demonified zone, both monsters and demons appear. And unlike natural beasts, demons grow stronger the longer they exist. Their goal is to completely overwhelm human territory. He tapped the screen again. Demonification happens in 3 stages. First, the vortex, a swirling mass of unstable mana. Second, the crystallization phase. When the vortex hardens, the terrain collapses, and the demon's power amplifies. Mord listened intently as Kestner's tone grew grim. And the third stage, he said, is the rift. If demonified reaches that point, the boundary between realms breaks. Full invasion begins. Images of giant demonic beasts filled the screen, their claws and wings tearing through light and stone alike. Kestner crossed his arms. "That's what we're up against." Mord glanced at the holograms silently, his eyes narrowing. "So that's it, another fight against impossible odds." Kestner's voice echoed through the room as he continued his explanation. "When the third stage begins," he said gravely, "the two worlds merge completely. The barrier between realms shatters, and monsters pour into the human world." On the screen behind him, a battle unfolded. A lone warrior clashing with a towering demon, their blades sparking under a blood-red sky. In that stage, Kestner went on, the human world is consumed. Once a rift forms, it's over. That's why the goal is to stop the process during the second stage, before the rift appears. He turned toward Mord, his expression sharp. Only those who've awakened the power of the new blood can reach the dungeon's core and destroy it. That's why the Werner family's bloodline is so vital. It's the key to stopping full-scale demonification. Then Kestner's tone softened slightly. "This mission is a good starting point for new warriors like you," he said. "But understand this, Mord. Not everyone who enters a demonic zone comes back alive." He leaned back in his chair. "Still, I think you're the type who doesn't need much convincing." Mord rested his chin on his fist, thinking quietly. Kestner works directly under the Archduke, he thought. If I earn his trust now, that connection could be useful later. The risk was worth it. He stood up. "All right," he said. "I'll go." Kestner nodded approvingly. "Good. Then you'd better start training immediately." Mord clenched his fist. "I'll begin after lunch." Later that day, a crowd had gathered on the academy training grounds. Sunlight glinted off armor and blades as soldiers and apprentices stood in formation. Kestner stepped forward, his voice carrying over the noise. I know this decision came suddenly, he began, but this time I'll be joining you in the field. He folded his arms and gestured toward Mord. This is Mord, the one who defeated the instructor and most recently, the mid-level warrior wolves. I expect you all to welcome him. Mord scanned the crowd. Dozens of faces stared back at him, some indifferent, some skeptical, a few openly annoyed. Advanced warriors, he realized, they're not happy about a rookie joining their ranks. He could almost feel their silent judgment. Fine, he thought. Then I'll just show them what I can do. A man stepped forward from the line, tall, around 180, with a physique that radiated battle experience. He stopped in front of Mord, their eyes meeting. Mord recognized the CHL Denge instantly. So, he's my first target, he thought. The man extended a hand with a polite smile. Nice to finally meet the rookie everyone's been talking about. Mord shook his hand firmly, studying his calm expression. Before he could speak, others began to gather around, asking questions, laughing lightly, breaking the tension. Mord thought, a bit surprised. They're actually pretty friendly. Kestner clapped his hands, calling everyone's attention. All right, enough introductions. The group straightened. Kestner placed his hand on his belt. We'll be working together for the next 10 days. Use this time to strengthen your teamwork. As for me, I'll be heading to the tomb of the god of duel. While I'm gone, you'll train on your own. He pointed to one of the men. Erickson, you'll assist Mord. Help him adjust to our combat system. Yes, sir. Erickson replied with a salute. Mord approached him, extending a hand. Then, let's get to know each other better, he said with a faint smile. Kestner gestured toward a tall brunette standing near, then motioned to another warrior beside him. And that's Varner. Both are advanced class fighters, though neither are descendants of the Werner line. You'll be working with them directly. Your task is simple. Train together and report your progress to me. Mord frowned slightly as the two approached. Erickson nodded politely. Teamwork is important in our missions, he said, so let's make sure we get along. Mord glanced at the brunette's indifferent expression and couldn't help thinking, yeah, that might be easier said than done. Kestner's voice cut through his thoughts. All right, enough introductions, he said, pointing toward the training field. We don't have much time. His usual serious face broke into a grin. Let's get started. 10 days later, the massive iron gates of the fortress opened. A commotion erupted outside as soldiers shouted, Viscount Winsole is returning. Everyone knew he was due before sundown. When Kestner appeared at the entrance, dust still clinging to his cloak, the warriors rushed forward to greet him. Welcome back, sir, one of them said eagerly. Would you like something to eat before the debrief? Kestner waved them off with a chuckle. I appreciate it, but I got something else to take care of first. Understood, sir. Be careful out there, someone called as he walked off. Kestner raised an eyebrow, glancing toward the distant field. Let's see if that kid's adapted to the team yet, he thought. The sound of battle echoed through the air. Dust rose in swirling waves as figures clashed across the training grounds. Mord shot forward, moving faster than before. Sparks flashed each time his fists met his opponent's. Energy rippled through the ground with every impact. Kestner stopped at the edge of the field, watching in surprise. That power. He's fighting completely differently from before. He could feel it. Mord's presence was sharper, heavier, more controlled. He's definitely grown stronger since that duel. Erickson ran up beside him, panting slightly. Viscount Kestner, you're back. Kestner nodded. How's Mord's training been going? Erickson smiled broadly. Better than expected. Since he had no real background in magic, we focused on the basics, enhancement, balance, and stamina control. We also broke his habit of forcing power through raw strength. He's adapting fast. Kestner folded his arms. And what do you think of him, honestly? Erickson hesitated for a moment, then grinned. He learns fast, too fast, actually. It's hard to believe, but he already maintains control over the power of the new blood. Kestner blinked. Impossible. You can't extend that kind of control in just 10 days. Reek awakened 12 years ago. I know, Erickson said, eyes fixed on the field. But I'm telling you, this kid's a monster. On the field, Mord's movements blurred. His fists sliced through the air, sending shockwaves across the ground. He followed with a powerful kick, grinning as the impact cracked the stone beneath them. This is fun, he said under his breath, eyes gleaming. Every exchange, every strike, he could feel himself improving. A memory flickered across his mind. The sterile white room of the hospital, the dull ceiling above him, and the hollow feeling of living without purpose. He clenched his fist tighter. Back then, I had nothing. No dream. No direction. He exhaled, smiling as another surge of mana pulsed through him. But now, I feel like I can reach anything. The sound of a trumpet echoed from the gates. A commanding voice called out, "All units, prepare to move out." Kestner turned to his assembled squad. His eyes swept across the group, landing on Mord. "It's time," he said quietly. Mord looked up from the field, his breathing steady, his expression calm. The moment had come, their first mission into the demonified zone. Kestner stood before his assembled squad, the late afternoon light glinting off his armor. "Thank you all for your effort during training," he said firmly. "You've done well. With the level of preparation I've seen, this mission shouldn't pose too much of a challenge." Mord stood among the group, silent but focused. Erickson gave him a quick nudge with his elbow and whispered, "He's talking about you, you know?" Kestner scanned the group. "Anyone feeling nervous about their first mission?" Erickson grinned, speaking up before Mord could. "Not at all, sir. With Mord here, I'm ready for anything." Kestner smiled faintly but looked away, thoughtful. Every member matters in the field, he reminded himself. But teamwork will decide everything. I just hope Mord can truly fit in with the others. His eyes flicked toward the young man. Mord stood calm and steady, expression unreadable. He seems composed, mature for his age, Kestner thought. Maybe more than I first assumed. "Mord," Kestner called out. "Are you confident everything will go smoothly?" Mord turned to him and smiled. "Of course. I've been waiting for this mission." Kestner nodded. "Good. Let's move out." As they advanced through the wilderness, Kestner lifted a hand. "Conserve your strength," he ordered. "We'll need every ounce of energy once we're inside. There will be time to prove yourselves soon enough." The wind howled as the group leapt across uneven terrain. Leaves rustled and scattered under their boots as they reached a massive cliff overlooking a ravaged valley below. Kestner's eyes narrowed. A heavy pulse of mana rippled through the air, the ground trembling faintly beneath them. "Damn it," he muttered. "The second stage has already started." From behind a rock formation, a scout appeared, breathing hard, sweat streaking down his face. "Well, look who's back," Kestner said curtly. "Our diligent scout. Report." The man wiped his brow. "Sir, the demonification process has accelerated. Another source has appeared nearby." Kestner's expression darkened. "Another one?" "Yes," the scout replied. "The second zone hasn't merged yet, but it's only a matter of time." Mort frowned deeply. If demonification is happening in two places at once, he thought, the merging points will amplify each other, doubling the destruction. His pulse quickened. That means the rift could open even faster. Erickson gave a short laugh. "Well," he said, cracking his knuckles, "guess we won't be bored after all." Kestner threw off his cloak, eyes sharp. "No time to rest. We stop this before the rift forms. Everyone move." He jumped from the cliff, landing on the slope below with a thunderous impact. The rest followed one by one, descending into the crimson-lit valley. The world below looked like a twisted painting, colors warped under the red sky, air shimmering with dark energy. Mort stared ahead. At the center of the corrupted land, a towering black spire loomed above the mist. That must be the core, he thought grimly. A low rumble echoed through the valley. Then came the sound of growls, dozens, maybe hundreds. Kestner stiffened. Up ahead, he warned. Movement. A vast black stain spread across the cracked ground. From it poured a wave of creatures, feral, sleek, and fast. "Hounds," someone shouted. "Not just them," Kestner said, drawing his weapon. "Look, orcs behind them." The ground shook as a small army of twisted beasts surged forward, black-furred wolves with steaming jaws, followed by hulking orcs wielding rusted blades. Kestner turned to Mord, his voice calm but urgent. "Mord, activate your new blood. Now." Mord's eyes flashed. He clenched his fists, feeling his veins heat with energy. Blue light began to pulse under his skin, matching the rhythm of his heartbeat. "Understood," he said quietly. And with that, the battle for the demonified valley began. "Remember how to set traps?" Kestner called over his shoulder. Mord nodded. "Yeah, I remember." A surge of energy flared above Kestner's head, splitting the sky. His three men-infused eyes glowed brightly. "Good," he said grimly. "Then it's time to go on the offensive." The warriors surged forward as one. Mord followed at the rear, watching the formation unfold. At the front, Kestner swung his blade. a confident smile flickering across his face. To his left, the white-haired girl raised her weapon, her movements sharp and fluid as she charged alongside the others. The air filled with the guttural roars of orcs as the two sides clashed. Erickson dashed ahead, spear glowing bright gold. With a single sweeping strike, he unleashed a flash of lightning that tore through everything in front of him. The blast thundered through the battlefield. Kessner's eyes widened, momentarily thrown off. Strange, he thought, watching the surviving monsters regroup far faster than expected. For this many creatures, their speed is unnatural. At that moment, Mord and Reek exchanged tense looks. Their eyes flashed with realization. The fusion process has started, Reek muttered. Too late to call reinforcements, Mord said under his breath. We'll have to end this now. Kessner nodded sharply, then break through to the core. No detours. The three split instantly. Kessner heading toward the greater demons while Mord and Reek veered off toward a pair of looming cyclopes. The ground quaked as one of the cyclopes raised its massive arm, its shadow swallowing the field. Mord charged head-on, fists glowing blue. The monster roared, slamming its fist down with enough force to shake the valley. A towering cloud of dust erupted. Reek watched from a distance, shielding his eyes. This is Mord's first encounter with real demonification, he thought. And yet, he's not afraid at all. He's focused. A deep hum vibrated through the air. Reek turned sharply, just in time to see a gigantic demon forming beside him, its mouth glowing with a bright, deadly light. Not good, he hissed, summoning his mana. I'll have to trap it before it fires. He spread his hands, forming a circle of energy, just as the sky itself seemed to split. A beam of light tore down from above, piercing the demon clean through its skull. Blood burst from its mouth as its body collapsed, shaking the ground. Reek froze, stunned. Mord stood beside him, smoke rising from his fist. Stay sharp, Mord warned. Reek's eyes gleamed. Understood. He shot upward, releasing a barrage of strikes into the monster's remaining limbs. The blows landed like thunder. The demon fell to its knees, howling. In an instant, Mord was there, his blue-lit fist driving straight into the creature's eye. The impact cracked bone, spraying dark blood across the ground. Reek landed beside him, staring wide-eyed. I thought I understood how strong he was, but this is something else. He's not just skilled. He's a monster in human form. Under the shimmering mana dome that protected them, Mord brushed his sleeve clean and smirked. Thanks for the assist. I didn't want to get covered in Cyclops blood. Reek exhaled and nodded. We got lucky. Count Kessner's probably finished on his end by now and heading toward the center. We should follow. Before Mord could reply, Reek's expression changed, his pupils narrowing. Wait, to your right. A new wave of demons burst from the side, crawling up from the fissures in the ground. Kessner turned sharply from a distance, his gaze locking on the swirling energy around them. So it's true, he thought grimly. The fusion has already begun. Mord and Reek sprinted forward through the chaos. Overhead, red lightning streaked across the sky as the earth cracked beneath their feet. It's accelerating, Reek shouted. The demonification's speeding up. Two high-ranking demons just manifested near the core. Mord clenched his fist, his aura flaring like blue fire. Then we don't have time to waste. Together, they charged toward the heart of the battlefield, where the true danger awaited. In the heart of the dungeon, chaos ruled. The protagonist froze as something red snaked around his leg. The demon standing before him grinned in satisfaction. Elsewhere, Reek furrowed his brow, calling out for his commander. He told Gezer that Mord had simply vanished underground. Gezer's eyes widened in shock as he demanded to know what exactly had happened. When Reek urged him to follow, both suddenly tensed, sensing something ahead. Meanwhile, Mord faced Baron Ultas. He demanded to know why he'd been brought so deep into the dungeon. The Baron smiled, gesturing casually with his fingers. He explained that two dungeons had merged, attracting another powerful demon. The two had decided to make a bet. Whoever lost would remain behind to guard the core. When the monstrous figure appeared before them, Ultas added with a smirk that the winner would get to return to the surface and join the feast. Pointing directly at the protagonist, he said that he, as the loser, had stayed behind. But among the three intruders, there was one with new blood, the youngest of them all. The demon's tongue ran across his lips as he muttered that the young were far more appealing than seasoned warriors. Fresh, tender flesh was always the most desirable. The protagonist furrowed his brows, realizing the grim reality before him. A one-on-one battle against a demon, something he could hardly imagine surviving. He recalled what he knew about demon hierarchy. The stronger the dungeon's core, the more powerful demons it could spawn. Low, middle, and high-class demons filled the ranks, but above them stood the nobles, lords known as marquises, counts, viscounts, barons, and baronets. And beyond them all, the monarch class, princes and dukes. If this creature truly was a baron, then he was facing an opponent powerful enough to kill even a high-class warrior with ease. Sir Kestner could have easily handled a demon of this level. But Ward frowned, realizing how troublesome the situation had become. His gaze fixed on the creature before him. This one had potential. Strong, yes, but nowhere near capable of standing against a lord-class demon alone. He asked why the Baron had chosen the youngest among them, pointing out how obvious the difference in power was. Then, with a sigh, he added that there was no point in talking any further. He'd simply kill him. Reek stepped forward just as the demon chuckled, saying he'd rather throw him alive. Reek called to his commander, insisting he'd cover him. But the man's hair began to turn white as he replied that it wasn't necessary. Clenching his fists, he declared that he could handle this fight alone, and silently asked the protagonist to stay back and wait. The brown-haired man shifted his stance, realizing that analyzing his opponent now was pointless. Closing his eyes, his hair turned completely white. There was only one choice left. He'd have to go all out in a one-on-one clash. Flames of energy erupted beneath Ultaz's feet as he laughed, taunting, "You really want to free me?" The protagonist lunged forward without hesitation, striking hard. Ultaz dodged with a grin, saying, "Not bad. But is that all?" A massive red seal ignited behind the demon. Fire surged toward Mord in a roaring wave. He sidestepped, countering with destructive mirage. The impact exploded through the chamber, shaking the ground. The Baron laughed again, mocking him, saying he'd wanted to enjoy their battle a little longer before killing him, but it seemed his opponent would die too quickly. Before he could finish, a white-haired figure appeared in front of him and landed a clean punch to the face. Dust and smoke filled the air. Ultaz rubbed his jaw in disbelief, but the protagonist wasn't done. Mana flared again, blue orbs glowing under the ceiling before bursting into another thunderous explosion. Mort frowned. Since reincarnating into this body, he had fought many times, but this was the first time he'd truly unleashed everything he had. His eyes widened as the demon burst through the smoke, laughing wildly. Looking at that crazed grin, Mord wondered why the hell Ultaz could still move. The ground beneath the Baron began to crack. A spark of light appeared. Then Mord was surrounded by swirling blue mana. The two forces collided with a violent crash. A dark weapon began to take shape in the Baron's hand. A massive sword formed in an instant. He swung it downward, the blade slicing toward Mord's face. Mord dashed forward, meeting the attack head-on. His fist glowed, and with a single swing, he smashed it into the demon's face. The white-haired man rushed ahead, turning briefly to look behind him. What remained of the Baron's body lay shattered on the floor. Slowly, a glowing sphere rose from the remains, pulsing with eerie light. From the glowing sphere, the protagonist's eyes widened in disbelief. Before him lay the core. Nearby, the severed head of the blue demon rested on the ground. Kestner approached Reek and instructed him to collect the trophies and regroup with the others. He, meanwhile, would venture deeper into the dungeon. Reek immediately objected, warning that it was too dangerous to go alone. With the dungeons now merged, no one could predict what might happen next. But before he could say more, Kestner's figure shimmered and vanished into a streak of blue light, leaving behind only his voice, calm and certain, "Don't worry about me." Turning back, the brown-haired man suddenly noticed movement. The commander had returned. His jaw dropped in shock as he asked if there had been a demon. The protagonist, sword still in hand, answered simply, "Yes." And this sword belonged to it. Kestner's eyes narrowed. He muttered that the weapon was a lord-class relic, then asked in disbelief whether the boy had truly slain the demon himself. Billion let out a small, almost embarrassed laugh. He admitted that luck had played a huge part. If the fight had begun at full strength from the start, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But the demon had underestimated him, and that mistake had costed everything. Kestner remained silent for a moment, studying the white-haired youth. Inwardly, he thought it impossible. No matter how reckless, a newcomer shouldn't have been able to defeat a lord-class demon. Yet as he gazed at the boy's reflection in the gleaming blade, he murmured that perhaps this one truly held potential. The brown-haired man smiled as Kessner addressed him formally, Sir Mord. He explained that he had chosen to accompany Mord personally to this expedition. He didn't want a promising young warrior with such a bright future to get tangled in political disputes over inheritance. So he had volunteered to act as his protector, until Mord gained the strength and wisdom to decide his own path. They stood quietly at the battle site, the air still heavy with lingering mana. Mord broke the silence first, asking when they could destroy the dungeon core. Kessner replied that there was no rush. They should survey the surroundings first. Tom was on their side. Not long after, the rest of the team arrived. The brown-haired man smiled when one of them patted him on the shoulder, congratulating him. Kessner observed quietly, thinking to himself that he had expected the boy's growth to take at least 5 years, but perhaps just one would be enough. From that first mission, Mord continued to take on several more. Each one strengthened him further. After a month and a half, the team finally returned to the day. Back at the castle, he was met with praise and recognition. The blonde crossed his arms and asked if Mord knew about the banquet that would be held in 5 days. Holding up a statuette depicting a warrior entwined with a serpent, he explained that the event was where all warriors gathered, a formal ceremony where Hurans were granted and awards bestowed. It took place once every 2 months, and at this next one, the prince himself would be in attendance. At the grand banquet, the prince himself would be distributing the awards. Mord bowed respectfully when Kessner reminded him that this was an important gathering, one he absolutely couldn't afford to be late for. Until then, Kessner advised, he should rest well at home. Lifting his head, Mord thought quietly to himself. This event would draw many powerful figures, and among them, surely, would be those with their eyes set on the prince's position. His mind drifted back to the burning battlefield. He recalled that Aiden had always clashed with Prince Werner, their rivalry reaching critical moments more than once. If Aiden intended to seize this opportunity to alter the course of that struggle, he would act here. 2 shadowed figures flashed through Mord's thoughts, and he remembered how, in time, he would make Leon Werner his ally. Leon had long been estranged from his royal family, but that wouldn't stop Aiden from trying to place him on the throne. Mord pictured a grand throne and 2 men before it. That was where the fight for power would begin. And in that future, Leon would win, becoming the next prince. From that moment on, the entire Werner Principality would turn into Aiden's strongest and most hopeful ally. Buttoning his shirt, Mord thought grimly that he would soon have to fight not only Aiden's enemies, but Aiden himself. If he wanted a powerful ally, it had to be Werner. To make that happen, he needed to act first to win him over before Aiden could. He glanced at his reflection. The formal clothes felt stiff and uncomfortable, nothing like his usual attire. There were 5 contenders for the throne, he recalled, and most of them would likely be present tonight. When he finally arrived at the celebration hall, he scanned the crowd. He'd have to watch each of them carefully. Mord, over here. Erickson waved to him with a grin. Mord approached, asking if they'd been waiting for him. Erickson chuckled, saying he knew Mord had no companion tonight, so he decided to join him. They stopped before the grand doors. Erickson adjusted his collar and said that after the awards, there would be a buffet, a good chance to meet people, make connections, and maybe next time, not come alone. As he rubbed his chin thoughtfully, Erickson pushed open the door and announced their arrival. High-class warrior Erickson and promising warrior Mordred. They stepped inside. The hall was vast, filled with nobles and knights. As they passed through the crowd, whispers followed them. Is that really him? The one who fought a demon one-on-one. They say he became a warrior in just a month. He even defeated Sir Wolves. Could he really surpass the legitimate heir someday? Mord kept his composure, moving calmly despite the curious stares. Then a man stepped forward from the crowd, greeting Erickson warmly. It's been a while, he said. Erickson bowed slightly. Indeed, it's good to see you again. Mord followed suit, lowering his head respectfully as he realized who stood before them. Prince Dren, the 3rd contender for the throne. Erickson's usual confidence faltered for a moment. He smiled nervously, clearly aware of the prince's sharp gaze as the hall around them grew quieter. Prince Dren asked everyone to give him a moment alone with Mord. He wished to speak with him personally. The blonde's eyes widened when a voice suddenly interrupted from the side. I don't think that's quite proper, the newcomer said calmly. Dren turned, frowning. And what exactly do you mean by that? Standing behind him was Werner, the 6th contender for the throne. Crossing his arms, Drin waited as Werner continued, his tone edged with satchel dinge. It's obvious what you're trying to do. You want to recruit Mord. Drin's jaw tightened. You're wrong, he said sharply, pointing toward the brown-haired warrior beside him. He added, I only came here to apologize for the rudeness of my men. Lowering his head slightly, Drin continued. Some time ago, I sent my soldiers to invite you to dinner. It seems they acted arrogantly in my absence, and that was my failure. I told them to treat you with full respect, yet I did not ensure it myself. For that, I sincerely apologize. The hall fell into quiet murmurs. Whispers rippled among the gathered guests. The prince came personally to apologize? To a newcomer? They say this one's been driving away all the other heirs, but Drin's keeping his distance, staying neutral. Probably doesn't want to provoke Sir Kessner. Drin reached out, presenting a small golden box to Mord. Please, he said, accept this as a token of my apology. Mord hesitated. Internally, he could see the strategy behind it. The prince was making the apology public so that Mord couldn't refuse, and in doing so, boosting his own reputation at the same time. A clever move. Political even. Still, he offered a calm smile and said, Since you insist, I'll gladly accept it. Thank you. Drin laughed lightly. Then I'm grateful. Across the room, Werner clenched his fists, barely hiding his frustration. His jaw tightened. He wouldn't let Drin take Mord. The red-haired contender stepped closer, his expression softening as he spoke directly to Mord. I'm Werner, Lord of Sir Wolf's, the one you fought. I've heard much about your strength, and I've been looking forward to meeting you. Before Mord could respond, a sudden female voice rang out across the hall. My, it's been so long. Mord froze, his expression darkening the moment he recognized that voice. He turned slowly and bowed politely. Lady Arryn. Arryn laughed, waving her hand playfully. Oh, come now. Such formal manners don't suit you at all, Mord. Werner's irritation flared. Excuse me, he interjected sharply. I was the one speaking with him. Arryn smiled, feigning innocence. Really? All I saw was you and Drin trading words. I didn't hear you actually say anything to him. She waved her hand again, her tone teasing. And you didn't even greet me, Werner. How rude. The red-haired man's patience snapped. Enough of your theatrics, Arryn. There's a limit to everything. Werner's patience snapped completely. His voice cut through the air, sharp and cold. I don't care if you're my little sister. Arryn's smile twisted. She clenched her hand into a fist, her tone turning mocking. Oh, I'm sure everyone here thinks you're such a caring big brother, she said with a laugh. The kind who breaks his sister's arm out of love. Werner's lips curved into a thin grin. And did you ever think, he asked softly, that letting you live after you broke both my legs was already mercy on my part? Arryn tilted her head, eyes narrowing. I wouldn't be so sure, she said coolly, because I don't think you even have the strength left to get rid of me. Werner's grin widened. Then why don't we test that? The tension in the room thickened. Drin sighed heavily, glancing at Mord. And this, he muttered, is what I have to deal with in front of an important guest. He offered an apologetic smile. I'm sorry you had to witness these idiots. Mord shook his head. It's fine, he replied evenly. Still, he studied the scene with a quiet frown. Werner, son of the current duke. Arryn, the duke's niece, his sister's daughter. Bound by blood, but divided by resentment. And now, all three before him, Drin, Werner, and were contenders for the heir's position. His eyes shifted between them. Three rivals in one room. First, he looked at Drin, calculating, polite, and undeniably strategic. Someone like him couldn't be trusted too easily. Then, his gaze turned to Werner. Hot-headed, proud, reckless. A fool driven by impulse. Finally, he looked at Arryn. Unpredictable. Strange even, but her true strength still unknown. For now, she was better left unjudged. Just then, a voice from behind called out, calm yet firm. That's enough. The Grand Duke hasn't even arrived yet. Save your drama for later. Arryn blinked in surprise. Kiran? You're here. The fair-haired man nodded. I've been here for barely half an hour. Ran all the way, actually. Left the others behind. Werner raised an eyebrow. Didn't know you liked banquets that much. Kiran gave a faint smile. I didn't come for the banquet, he said. I came to see the man everyone's been talking about. The hero of the dungeon. He stepped forward until he stood before Mord. It's an honor to finally meet you, he said, extending his hand. I'm Sir Huran, fourth contender for the heir's seat, and a warrior of the highest rank. You can call me simply Hurian. Mord accepted the handshake. Glad to meet you. Hyrion's grip was firm. "You've got a strong fist," he remarked with a smile. "Is that the same one that crushed the demon?" Mord nodded. "It is." Hyrion's smile softened into something almost playful. "Then I like to test it myself someday." Mord frowned slightly, studying him. So this is Hyrion, one of the two remaining candidates still alive. Despite his youthful, almost delicate appearance, the power within him was unmistakable. He wasn't just talented, he was dangerous. A person worth remembering. Mord turned slightly, his thoughts sharpening again. The hall had gathered nearly all of the heirs now, each one a rival, a threat, and a potential piece on the board. And the real game was only just beginning. Mord wondered quietly to himself. Had the eldest prince, Ilden, arrived yet? Before he could dwell on it, a commanding voice echoed through the Grand Hall. "Attention, everyone! Before the award ceremony begins, the Grand Duke would like to say a few words." The room fell silent. The Grand Duke stepped up to the podium, his presence alone demanding respect. "Over the past 2 months," he began, "each of you has performed admirably. Your efforts and achievements have brought pride to our land. I trust that your strength and loyalty will continue to shape our future." He paused, his smile widening. "Now, let us begin the awards ceremony." A man approached and knelt before him, unrolling a scroll. Kessner sat near the front, watching with calm attention. The next name was Mord. As Mord stepped forward and knelt on the grand staircase, the Grand Duke's gaze lingered on him. "A 15-year-old boy," he said, his voice carrying through the hall, "who single-handedly defeated a demon baron. Even I, at his age, could not have done such a thing." Gasps and murmurs rippled through the audience. "And so," the Duke continued, "as recognition of his valor and accomplishment, I hereby promote him to the rank of middle-class warrior and grant him his rightful trophy." The hall stirred. Whispers spread rapidly among the nobles and soldiers. "He's only been on 1 or 2 missions, and he already killed a demon baron? Maybe he deserves a high-class rank instead." The Grand Duke's grin widened slightly. "It seems the boy has grown since our last meeting," he said, amusement glinting in his eyes. "I would like to see his abilities for myself someday." Still kneeling, Mord bowed his head respectfully. "It would be my honor, Your Grace. I look forward to that day." As the ceremony continued and people settled at their tables, Kessner leaned over and placed a firm hand on Mord's shoulder. "Come," he said quietly. "We need to talk." They stepped aside, away from the crowd. "Don't drink too much tonight," Kessner warned. "Tomorrow morning, you're going somewhere important." Mord raised an eyebrow. "Where exactly?" The blond man hesitated for a moment, his gaze distant. "Your teacher," he said finally. "I want to see you." Later that night, Mord stood alone in the vast, silent hall of the manor. The emptiness of the place made every step echo faintly. He looked up at the enormous door ahead, wondering how he was supposed to even open it. Before he could move, a deep, steady voice came from the other side. "You're here." Mord froze. Did he open the door with telekinesis? As the great doors creaked open, Mord entered. Inside stood a tall man, calm, composed, and powerful. The atmosphere itself seemed to bend around him. Without turning, the man spoke. "You've come a long way." Then he faced him at last. "Welcome, Mord. Ilden Werner, the general of the elite Guardian unit, the elder brother of the current prince, and once the Grand Duke's most gifted successor." Mord immediately recognized the emblem embroidered on his white cloak, the symbol of the Guardian detachment. He remembered the stories, how Ilden had once been defeated by his own half-brother and lost everything. Since then, he had vanished from public life, shedding the name Werner altogether. And now, standing before him, was the man who had once stood at the very peak of the Empire and fallen. Mord stood silently for a moment, wondering why Ilden Werner had summoned him here. The man before him spoke first. "I assume Kessner told you who I am." Mord nodded slightly. Ilden continued, his tone calm but direct. "Then you should also know that I am blind." He paused, then added, "Touch my face." Mord hesitated only briefly before stepping closer and placing his hand gently against the man's cheek. As he did, he noticed something, Daisley's voice, the way it carried, the quiet authority in it. It sounded almost identical to the Grand Duke's, just as it had been described in the records. Ilden smiled faintly. "You don't look much like your father," he said. Mord replied evenly. "The Grand Duke mentioned that as well." He said, "I will probably take after myself." Ilden let out a low chuckle and took a step back. "Do you know why I called you here?" Mord shook his head. "No, sir. I was only told that you wished to see me." The older man waved a hand dismissively. I have a proposition for you, he said, but first, I need to assess your strength. Mord straightened, his eyes narrowing. So that's what this is about, he thought. Ilden's searching for someone strong enough to see Archduke the Grand Duke himself. If I can prove myself here, he'll recognize my potential. If I fail, this chance will vanish. His mana flared. The air trembled. Ilden's grin widened. Good, let's begin. Mord raised his hands in front of him. You can test me however you like, he said, voice firm. He dashed forward, striking first, but before his attack could land, Ilden's eyes gleamed faintly under his blindfold. A sudden yellow flash erupted between them, and Mord was thrown backward as if struck by a massive wave of force. He rolled his feet, shocked. Was that an impulse ball? No, something more refined. The light, the energy, it wasn't just mana. It was aura. He used aura to form a core, Mord realized, and turned it into a compressed impulse, something even master-level mages struggle to achieve. Across the room, Ilden stood still, his expression calm. Around him, the faint hum of magic pulsed like a living heartbeat. Mord frowned, his mind racing. He's controlling dozens of impulses at once, with perfect precision. Still, he didn't falter. Aura isn't ordinary magic, he thought, but that doesn't mean I can't push through it. A sharp light surged down Mord's arm. His aura ignited, blue energy wrapping around him in a brilliant flash. If I can block the recoil and press forward with full force. He rushed in, his movements a blur. Ilden's lips curved slightly as Mord unleashed a barrage of strikes, each one accompanied by bursts of light. Mord summoned an impulse ball, hurling it forward. You're fast, he said, his voice steady, but I can keep up. Ilden's expression didn't change. He merely raised a hand. I knew you'd do that, Daisley said quietly. In that instant, silence fell. Mord's eyes widened as a single blue sphere formed in his own palm. He raised it high, aura crackling, before sending it forward. The sphere shot through the air, and as it moved, identical blue orbs appeared all around him, mirroring Ilden's formation. The air between them shimmered. Two forces, blue and gold, spiraled toward each other. A collision of light and power filled the hall. And in that blinding moment, both master and student stood locked in the storm, their auras clashing like two roaring suns. Blue and golden spheres of energy collided in midair, bursting with deafening cracks. Each impact shook the hall, scattering flashes of light around Ilden Werner. He frowned slightly, sensing the rhythm of Mord's attacks. Did he just break my pulse balls and release his own simultaneously? He wondered, where did he learn that kind of control? Before he could finish the thought, Mord appeared behind him, striking with full force. But just as the blow was about to land, his fist stopped inches away, blocked by a barrier of condensed aura. Mord jumped back, realizing what he was seeing. He's using aura not just as a weapon, but as AR Mord. He began gathering mana again, this time channeling it through a fragment core to amplify his power. But when Ilden turned, Mord was already gone. A heartbeat later, boom, Mord reappeared behind him, his fists slamming into Ilden's back. Daisley crashed into the wall, and the room trembled. Mord looked down at his glowing hand with quiet satisfaction. So that's what it feels like, he thought. I actually touched him. Then laughter filled the room, deep, booming laughter that echoed through the walls. There are several stages to the awakening of new blood, Ilden said, his voice filled with excitement. The first is when the hair and pupils turn silver. Mord's eyes widened. His teacher was smiling now, almost gleefully. Finally, Ilden said, lightning flickering through his own silver hair. I found it. Perhaps this is fate itself, the deity watching over us. A surge of energy roared through the chamber as a massive stream of mana erupted around him. Sparks of silver lightning crackled across his body, the unmistakable sign of the second stage, the state that approached divinity. In an instant, Ilden appeared behind Mord. Mord spun, throwing his fist forward. Their punches collided, light bursting between them like an explosion. Mord was sent flying, crashing hard into the wall. Ilden stood where he was, lowering his shaking hand with a smile. That reaction was astonishing, he said, his tone almost proud. To think, at the second stage, you still managed to wound me. Mord slowly rose to his feet. Ilden's grin deepened. And you're not even tired, are you? He brushed a hand through his hair, still humming with static. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. He exhaled and waved his hand dismissively. Let's stop here. If I keep going, I might not know where to draw the line. Mort approached slowly, his mind racing. Ilden may have lost to the Grand Duke, but his power, it's monstrous. Truly one of the strongest among the Vernars. Ilden stepped closer, his tone shifting from amusement to certainty. I've seen enough, he said. You've proven your ability. I have no doubts now. You're someone I need in my squad. Mort blinked, unsure if he'd heard correctly. Is that an offer? Ilden nodded, crossing his arms over his chest. That's right. He closed his eyes for a moment, then spoke clearly. Mort, would you agree to join the Guardian Squad? In the territory of Vernergai, there existed two elite forces, the Guardians and the Defenders. Both were legends among the military ranks. Every member was a veteran, each with countless battles behind them. And at the head of the Guardians stood Ilden Werner himself. He looked toward the distant window, where faint moonlight illuminated the floor. To the south lies the great demon kingdom, he said slowly, and to the north, the white demon kingdom. He turned back to Mord, his voice steady. The great demon kingdom has long fallen to corruption. It serves now as an outpost for demons. That land is watched over by the Defenders. He paused, his silver eyes gleaming. But the north, the white demon kingdom. Ilden's voice deepened as he continued. The white demon kingdom, he said, has become completely corrupted, a gray zone where demonization never stops. That's where my Guardian Squad operates. We fight on that shifting border every single day. The main contenders for dominance are the Archduke Werner's forces and the Vang Squad, also known as the Great Mountain Knights. Outside the Guardian estate, white-cloaked warriors stood in formation, the heirs of new blood, descendants of the Order clan. Over time, that clan had merged with another, a group of hooded figures known for their mastery of forbidden techniques. But that merger had come with a curse. Among the Guardians, the mortality rate skyrocketed. Constant clashes with the new hybrid clan took countless lives. Mord frowned, remembering Kessner's expression back at the banquet. So that's why he looked so grim, he thought. He knew how dangerous this would be for me, especially since my new blood has only just awakened. Ilden's tone softened, though his eyes remained sharp. You possess qualities, he said, that every contender for the Archduke's heir position would kill to have. You can't afford to hand them over to anyone. Not yet. He looked directly at Mord. Until you decide where your allegiance lies, they'll try to corner you, threaten you, manipulate you. Kessner can protect you for now, but even he has his limits. Mord stayed silent, listening. However, Ilden continued. None of them can touch the White Demon Kingdom's borders. That's our advantage. If you join me, we'll focus on refining your abilities there beyond their reach. Mord nodded slowly. He's right. In the north, I could grow freely and perhaps find what even Aiden failed to claim. After a moment of thought, Mord met Ilden's gaze. I'll accept, he said, but I have two conditions. Ilden stroked his beard thoughtfully. Oh, let's hear them. The first, Mord said, straightening, is that I want you to be my sparring partner for as long as time allows. Ilden blinked, then chuckled. You want me to train you? Mord shook his head. No, I just want to fight you. That made Ilden pause, then grin. And why is that? How many chances will I have? Mord replied evenly. To fight someone like you, without fearing for my life. Ilden waved a hand dismissively, though his smile lingered. Do you really think you'll get stronger just by fighting me? Yes, Mord said simply. For a moment, silence filled the room, and then Ilden burst into laughter. You're overconfident, he said, still smiling. Fine. In 20 days, I'll be leaving for the north. Until then, I'll be your sparring partner. Mord nodded once, accepting. Ilden tilted his head. And your second condition? Mord's expression grew serious. Before I join the Guardian Squad, he said, I want permission to travel freely, under the pretext of a secret mission. Ilden's brow lifted. You mean you want an ear sigil? Mord nodded. Exactly. Daisley's mouth fell open slightly in surprise. And what exactly do you plan to do with that freedom for a whole year? Mord's gaze drifted toward the window, where the faint light of dawn crept through. His voice was calm, but resolute. He replied calmly that he had personal matters to attend to. Lowering his gaze, he knew it was bold, almost disrespectful, to ask for leave before even starting his duties. In his mind, he pictured a dark figure holding a glowing crystal, realizing Aiden must be training relentlessly. Until Aiden learned about the fragments of the world and started moving on them, he needed to stay one step ahead. His jaw dropped slightly. Lowering his head, he muttered that there was nothing he could do about it. The older man folded his arms, thinking for a moment before saying he could only grant 8 months, no more. Still, that was generous enough. The young man nodded, quietly acknowledging that Daisley was being surprisingly lenient, especially toward someone with potential. He imagined Daisley as a towering figure, holding a tiny warrior in his palm. Once he'd been just as obsessed, driven by the idea of dethroning the Archduke and finding a worthy heir. He'd risked everything to make Leon the next ruler, even if it made him look mad. The brown-haired man gave a small bow and thanked him sincerely. He didn't know why, but deep down, he felt this was a rare opportunity. Dilden grinned to himself. At that age, even Hardin hadn't been this strong. He wasn't a direct descendant, so he could never be Archduke, but that was fine. History had proven time and again that illegitimate sons often became the Duke's shadow. The man's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He couldn't wait to see how things would play out. When the protagonist returned to the castle, someone immediately asked if he had arrived. Strolling through the courtyard with a servant, he asked who those warriors were. Miss Erna's guards, the servant replied. At that, he turned his head. She's waiting for you inside, the servant added. A few minutes later, they met in the study. He asked if something had happened, but the blonde woman just smiled slightly. Let's talk comfortably, she said. This isn't an official meeting. She handed him a small box. Here, take this. He accepted it and raised an eyebrow. What is it? Something nice from Dren. Erna replied with a faint smile. He immediately recognized the value. It was an expensive potion. It's even better than you think, she said, pointing at the box. Go on, open it. I wanted to give you something before I leave. As he lifted the lid, a soft blue glow spilled out. Inside was a round flask filled with a luminous elixir. He pictured a man sitting in the lotus position, surrounded by light, and wondered if this was the treasure said to push someone beyond their limits. Tears welled in his eyes. Bill whispered to himself, this was it, the chance to face the trial of death. It was said that a mage could only obtain it once in their lifetime, the tears of the dead. The young man's thoughts drifted to that dark silhouette holding a sword. He remembered how, when a mage Aiden had given this treasure to Leon, his power had surged instantly. But then, another image surfaced, a blood-stained room. Someone else had died because of that same power. Erna touched her chin thoughtfully. I was entrusted with it for 10 years, she said softly. It's incredibly valuable. But if your body can't handle it, it becomes poison. She waved her hand lightly. Don't take it right away. Wait until you're truly ready. Someone like you probably won't die from it, but a little caution never hurts. He glanced at her curiously. You've tried it before? She nodded. When? He asked. Erna paused, recalling the memory. 2 years ago, she said. I saved a member of the royal family from death. They tried to use demonization. In return, I received many gifts, but this treasure meant more to me than all of them. So I took it. The protagonist stared at the glowing elixir in silence. According to the original story, 3 of the 5 heirs had failed to obtain this treasure, and yet she was handing it to him without hesitation. Sunlight streamed through the window, catching the faint shimmer of the potion. It's truly a precious gift, he said at last. Thank you. Erna smiled and told him to handle it with care, and to take care of himself as well. With a thumbs up, she added, we'll talk about the rest when you return safely. As Mord walked her to the door, a thought crossed his mind. She must have come only to give him this gift. He pressed his lips together slightly, reminding himself to never forget how much she valued him, even though he wasn't truly hers yet. He watched her walk away, her figure fading in the corridor's light. 20 days later, under the pale glow of the moon, Mord made his way through the quiet courtyard. Around the corner, someone was waiting. Kessner, arms crossed and expression stern. Mord stopped beside him. I was hoping to leave quietly, he said with a half-smile. But I guess I wasn't sneaky enough. Kessner frowned. You really decided to go through with it, didn't you? He sighed. You're strong, sure, but you're still 15. You need an adult's protection out there. You know how dangerous the North is. He shook his head. I honestly don't understand what's going on in that head of yours. The brown-haired youth smiled faintly. Still, I'm grateful. Kessner raised an eyebrow. Grateful? For what exactly? The young man's eyes softened as he prepared to answer. Mord knew he'd never forget how much Kessner cared for him. While others schemed and competed, Kessner had quietly watched over him, never boasting, never drawing attention, even when the pressure from the other heirs was intense. Thinking back to Fawn, Mord recalled how that man had never once looked down on him. Then came memories of his sparring days, the fierce battles with his instructor, Kestner had never held him back. Not once. He remembered Wulfs and Werner too. They had never been jealous of his strength, never tried to use him for their own gain. And then the man with white hair, Kestner himself. Through all of it, he had simply been there, quietly caring in his own way. A faint smile touched Mord's lips. I'll repay your kindness one day, he thought. Out loud, he said, don't worry. I'm finally strong enough not to embarrass myself as a warrior. Standing side by side, he added with a grin, when I return, I'll bring good wine. We'll drink together. Kestner studied him carefully, then smirked. I suppose there's no talking you out of it. He rested a firm hand on Mord's shoulder. Then I wish you luck. Thank you, Mord said sincerely. Take care of yourself, too. A moment later, he turned and left the estate. The fortress walls were silent. No guards, no torches, just a faint wind brushing past the stone. Then, a flicker of movement. A dark silhouette landed silently behind Mord. The figure blurred, fading into nothing as it became invisible. Mord spun around, but there was no one there. The air pulsed faintly. Impulse control. Those who mastered the impulse had to pass through several stages. The first stage focused on controlling the impulse of the sword, or of one's own body. The second stage refined that control, allowing mastery over high-density impulses, like invisible AR Mord. The third stage extended that power outward, enabling long-range amplification and regeneration of energy. The fourth stage sharpened the senses to feel even the compression and acceleration of impulse itself. The fifth stage, the realm of true mastery. Most warrior mages trained their entire lives but never reached it. Only those with exceptional will and talent could command the aura. Those rare few were known as master-level mages. Mord's thoughts drifted to Island. He remembered how he had trained under him for 20 relentless days. Curses, combat drills, and spiritual refinement. Nothing was ever enough. Yet through that intensity, his power had grown faster than he could have imagined. Still, he wasn't satisfied. The aura level remained beyond reach. His eyes dropped to the glowing orb of blue elixir floating before him. The gift from Erna. The light shimmered like liquid stars. He clenched his fist. If I drink this, I might finally break through. Around him stretched a quiet forest, the wind stirring faintly through the trees. He took a step forward, the world holding its breath. Mord stepped into an open field, the forest thinning around him. He knew the Duke wouldn't stay idle for long. His warriors would soon come for him, hoping to capture him before he reached the north. Without turning, he felt the air shift. Instinct took over. He leapt backward. An arrow sliced through the space he'd just been standing in. Raising his eyes, he spotted them. A squad of archers stationed on a rocky hill ahead. A faint grin crossed his face. Go on, he said quietly. Shoot. A storm of arrows filled the sky, darkening the air as they rained down. The warriors atop the hill watched the rising cloud of dust below, certain it was over. No one could survive thousands of arrows at once. Then light. Brilliant blue lightning cracked from within the dust, bursting outward in a surge of raw energy. The ground trembled as power swirled violently around Mord. The archers froze. Did he activate a new bloodline? One of them muttered. They quickly began forming magic circles, their runes igniting with red light. Flames erupted, spiraling into a torrent that roared toward Mord. He frowned. His mana rose, humming like a storm around him. Dozens of glowing orbs appeared, pulse spheres, vibrating with power. A heartbeat later, the world exploded. The shockwave consumed the clearing, tearing trees from their roots. Fire swept through the forest, leaving only blackened trunks and smoldering ash. Bodies of archers lay scattered, some across the ground, others tangled in the branches above. Behind a cracked barrier of magic, a white-haired man stood, staring in disbelief. There's no way anyone could withstand that, he thought. Not far away, Mord emerged from the haze, unharmed. The man's eyes widened. He blocked the flames with impulse. He's even stronger than they said. Realization struck. Much stronger. Mord looked at him sharply. A moment later, his hand slammed into the man's barrier. He glanced down at his fist. The shield was solid, dense with magic. He flexed his hand. So, I'll just need to hit harder. Before the white-haired warrior could react, Mord vanished from sight. A flash, and suddenly, the warrior's sword met a glowing gauntlet of pure impulse. The clash echoed like thunder. Mord struck again with his other hand, sending the man flying. A burst of yellow energy exploded from Mord's palm, slamming into the warrior midair and hurling him into the mountainside. The impact cracked the stone. When the dust settled, the white-haired man dropped to one knee, breathing heavily. Mord stepped forward, towering over him like a shadow. "I know who you are," Mord said coldly. The warrior smirked despite his wounds. "Oh, then tell me." "I've seen you before," Mord replied. "Once on the Duke's training field, and again at the ball." The white-haired man's expression darkened. Mord continued. "Among all the Duke's elite, there was one shorter in stature. I asked about him once." Memories flashed in his mind. Training grounds, familiar faces, whispers of hierarchy. "They said his name was Buren," Mord said at last. "A high-class warrior. The Duke's close aide and his loyal hound. They said he was dangerous, a man with a terrible temper. Someone you simply didn't mess with." Mord tilted his head and waved dismissively. "Who told you that nonsense?" he asked calmly. Varen's eyes narrowed. "And if I tell you, what then?" Mord smiled faintly. "Then I'll answer one of your questions." He took a step closer, his tone steady but sharp. "You're a loyal warrior of the Archduke. Tiyu? He sent you, didn't he? You attacked me on his orders. Is this about the fruit?" Varen hesitated, his grip on his sword tightening. Mord's mind flashed with an image. An old man holding a blood-red fruit, glistening under dim light. He remembered the stories. Archduke Werner, powerful, feared, and utterly corrupted. A man once hailed as the strongest of his age, now remembered as a monster. The reason, Mord knew, was simple. Inside that crimson fruit lived something twisted, a crooked soul. And Werner had committed an unforgivable sin. He killed his own son. Varen's eyes went wide. "What? How do you know that?" Mord's expression didn't change. "Because that's how the story goes," he said quietly. He pictured Werner, a kneeling silhouette beneath a storm. From childhood, he'd been unmatched in martial arts, but as the years passed, his body began to fail him. Age took his strength. Desperation took his sanity. And that's when they found him. The secret society known as Silverblood. They promised him youth in exchange for something far darker. That was the birth of the Werner lineage. In his mind, Mord saw it. A blackened tree growing in shadow. The tree of darkness, born from the tainted blood of an ancient deity. Its branches pulsed with life, dripping with crimson fruits that granted eternal youth. But to bear those fruits, the tree demanded blood, the blood of Werner's own kin. Mord imagined the grotesque scene, twisted figures emerging from its branches, warped by forbidden power. The awakened new blood was said to amplify this curse even further. And so, the Archduke sacrificed his legitimate children, one by one. All except one. Mord pictured chains. A single survivor. A boy spared not out of mercy, but necessity. The Duke needed a successor who could fight, someone who could wield power in his stead. Not an heir, but a weapon. He'd left behind one duty, not to rule, but to guard. 500 years ago, when Werner was still known as the greatest warrior alive, he made a pact. His descendants would forever watch over the sealed Demon King, a being who once wielded the powers of other gods. Mord pictured lightning swirling around a shadowed figure, the incarnation of the Demon King. Every year, the Duke was forced to fight it one-on-one to maintain the seal. It wasn't a real battle, only a spiritual clash, but if the seal ever weakened, the right to fight would be lost. And losing that right meant losing the throne. Mord pictured a lone figure standing beneath the flickering light, a shadow watching from afar. It was then he understood why the Duke needed someone like that. A shadow who could take his place when he no longer could. But at that moment, far away, the Duke himself sat in his chamber, holding a blood-red fruit in his hand. Someone beside him asked quietly, "Would you like to meet Mord before he leaves tomorrow?" The Duke didn't look up. "No," he said coldly. "I shouldn't." He, standing nearby, eyed the fruit. "I don't understand what Lord Ilden is thinking," he muttered. He glanced at the ancient tree beside them, its roots coiling across the floor like veins. "He must have big plans for that boy," Archduke went on. "He trains him every day, personally, and now he's sending him out on a secret mission? Alone? Without a single guard? It doesn't make sense." Daisley chuckled softly. He raised the fruit, its crimson glow reflecting in his silvering eyes. "I wanted him to swear loyalty to me," he said, "but he's not someone I can control." He took a slow bite of the fruit, its dark juice running down his hand. Better to consume it before it rots. A flash of light. Hardin shut his eyes as the Duke's hair turned completely silver, power surging through him. "Bring Mord here," the Archduke ordered. If you need to, take him in with you. Yes, my lord, Varen replied, bowing low. Before he left, the Duke added, and keep an eye on Kessner. I don't want him noticing anything or asking questions. Archduke looked around the bright chamber. Only a handful of people were ever allowed here. This was where the Duke shared his dark power, his secret, his curse. Even Kessner doesn't know this place exists, Hardin thought. But still, he's the most reliable warrior we have. He clenched his fist. A grin tugged at his lips. I'll prove myself this time. I'll show him I'm worth more than Kessner ever was. Meanwhile, back in the scorched forest, Mord's expression darkened. So it's true, he said. You're after me because of the fruit. Varen glared at him. You talk too much. Mord's gaze didn't waver. Of course it's the Duke, he thought. In the story, it was always one of his illegitimate children who got caught in his games. Images flickered through his mind, a chessboard, a lavish feast. He'll use me or devour me. Then, Hardin's face came to mind. Children have been disappearing for years. That can't be a coincidence. He's working with the silver blood. It all fits. He saw it clearly now. The man in the water, the fruit of youth, the Duke's growing obsession. He doesn't want loyalty. He wants to feed on it. Mord's jaw tightened. He'll get rid of me the first chance he gets. Most likely, he'd send a master-level mage next. That meant Mord had to reach Aura level fast before that day came. Facing Buren once more, Mord said coldly, so that's it. Daisley wants to be young again. And for that, he needs me. Varen's eyes flared. Shut your filthy mouth, he roared. In a blur, the white-haired warrior lunged forward, grabbed Mord by the collar, and yanked him close. His voice dropped to a growl. Varen's breath came ragged. His voice trembled, not from fear, but from fury. Since I'm going to die here anyway, he said through clenched teeth, I'll tell you something you'll never live to see. He tightened his fist, glaring up at Mord. Hardin will die a miserable death, and everyone who served him will remember the shame of what he's done. Mord frowned, his tone rising in disbelief. What are you talking about? He snapped. You think the Duke's power is that fragile? A mutt like you couldn't even scratch him. Varen stared at him, his anger shifting into confusion. What's wrong with this boy's face? A chill crept down his spine. Does he really think he can handle it? He remembered the blow from earlier, the shockwave, the force. That wasn't ordinary power. That was aura. Aura gauntlets. But how? A month ago, Mord couldn't even use them. And now, 15 years old, already surpassing warriors twice his age. If this continues, he might even surpass the Duke himself. Varen gritted his teeth. That cannot happen. With a snarl, he gripped his sword. This monster must not grow stronger. The blade in his hands shimmered with light. He unleashed his secret technique, AA Blade, a strike powerful enough to cut down even the descendants of Werner who'd awakened the new blood. Mord raised his hand to his forehead. Aura gauntlets. That means only a stronger aura can win. Varen's eyes turned pure white as his power flared. He charged forward, his body trembling under strain. He's burning his life force to increase his strength. As Varen neared him, Mord's thoughts sharpened. Why go this far for someone like the Duke? He almost pitied him. His loyalty is real, but I can't let that stop me. Bright orbs of energy materialized beside Mord, swirling faster and faster. Then, boom, a massive explosion rocked the clearing. The shockwave blasted through the trees, and the air turned black with ash. When the dust cleared, Varen was on his knees, his armor shattered, his body scorched. He trembled, staring at his own hands. I've only just begun to control aura, and yet he's already mixing aura with impulse? He lifted his head weakly. Mord stood over him. Goodbye. Hardin's dog, Mord said quietly. His fist came down like thunder. Buren's body shattered into nothing. From the shadows, a masked man watched in silence, frozen in disbelief. Impossible. He's far stronger than they said. His eyes darted toward Mord. He knows about the fruits and silver blood. That makes him dangerous. He turned and sprinted into the forest. I have to tell the Duke before it's too late. But before he could take another step, a sharp crack echoed through the night. The masked man froze, looking down to see a hand thrust clean through his chest. Blood, no, silver blood, dripped down his cloak. His eyes widened in horror. He's one of them. The man crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Mord glanced at his own hand, the silver liquid gleaming under the moonlight. So, that's what they've become. He stared into the dark forest, his thoughts cold and steady. They'll know soon enough that they failed to kill me. But if they do, he tightened his fist. I'll make sure they regret it. Mord could already feel it. The hunt had begun. So, they started coming after me, he thought, his fist tightening. Fine. If they come, I'll just crush them all. That'll settle everything. He exhaled slowly, then suddenly threw a punch to his side, stopping mid-motion. His eyes fixed forward. I know you've been tailing me since I left the castle, he said calmly. You might as well show yourself. Silence. When no answer came, Mord frowned. Without warning, he lunged, his fist striking out again and again, each blow aimed at where he felt the presence. Stop, stop! A voice cried out as the air shimmered. A figure slowly appeared out of thin air. You're so rude. You don't even listen before attacking. Mord paused, his eyes narrowing as he caught sight of something. Pointed ears. An elf. In an instant, he pictured the elves of legend, golden-haired, immortal beings blessed with beauty and eternal youth. A race that matured slowly, their lifespan stretching far beyond those of humans. But the one before him was different. This blonde stranger had shorter ears, barely tapering to a point. A half-elf. The boy blinked. Who are you? The stranger, sitting on the ground and brushing off his cloak, pointed at himself. Keel, he said. Guardian Squad. Shadow Wolf Unit. Under General Ilden's direct command. Mord studied him closely as Keel continued. There are only 5 of us in the Guardian Squad. We handle white magic in the north. Our main job is to suppress enemy sorcery. Werner's guards were sent to assist us. He hesitated before adding, the Shadow Wolves. We protect allies and eliminate threats. We're not like the Duke's ordinary soldiers. We specialize in stealth. Keel frowned, almost himself. My concealment ability is one of the best, even among the Shadow Wolves. How'd he spot me without using aura? Finally, he said aloud, General Island sent me. I'm supposed to accompany you. Mord crossed his arms. Accompany me? Yes, Keel replied. To watch from the shadows. To help if things get dangerous. It's better that way than fighting side by side right away. Mord tilted his head slightly, still skeptical. Keel swallowed hard. After seeing what he did to those warriors, it's no wonder. I didn't even have the courage to step in. You'll have to prove it, Mord said finally. Keel nodded and raised his arm, showing a bracelet with a glowing stone embedded in it. General Island said this would serve as proof. Mord's eyes flicked toward it. Then he gave a small nod. All right, I believe you. Keel looked puzzled. What's that supposed to mean? It's Sir Eldon's bracelet, Mord replied casually. He tore it off himself after our last fight. Since then, Daisley removes all his jewelry before training with me. Keel's eyes widened in disbelief. You fought Sir Eldon? But Mord had already turned away. Go back if you want, he said over his shoulder. The half-elf frowned, then sighed, and started following. I'll take that as a no. Mord didn't respond. The two walked in silence through the dim forest, the air thick with the tension of new alliances and unspoken doubt. Mord didn't even try to hide his irritation. So you're saying, he began flatly, you came here to accompany me, but instead you hid in the bushes, followed me around, and just watched while I fought. He turned his head slightly, eyes narrowing. I don't need that kind of help. Keel quickly raised his hands. Wait, I was just waiting for the right moment to step in. It was the general's order. Mort's tone stayed cold. Funny, no one gave me any order to drag a half-elf along, especially one who hasn't even started his mission. The half-elf frowned, his confidence faltering. He hesitated, glancing at the ground. I can't go back now. I disappoint General Island. Mord clenched his fists. Fine, you can tag along, but I'll cover all travel expenses and supplies. Don't argue. That made Keel smile faintly. If we have to sleep outdoors, he offered cheerfully, I'll stand guard. You can rest easy. And I'm a good cook, he added proudly. I can handle the chores too. Mord gave him a surprised look. You're surprisingly useful, he muttered. Where does someone like this even come from? Then it clicked. He'd heard the name before. Keel, half-elf. A character from the tale of the mage who rules the world. His elven father abandoned him, and he nearly died, until Island saved him. Since then, he swore eternal loyalty. In that story, Keel had shown immense talent, using stealth and spirit summoning with flawless precision during the battle between Aiden's forces and Island's army. But in the end, he died quickly, just a secondary hero. A talented warrior hidden behind a bright smile, young in appearance, but with the instincts of a seasoned killer. Now, standing before Mord, that same half-elf was folding his hands like a pleading child. Please, take me with you. Mord hesitated. Ahead lay ambushes, assassins, and a Silverblood's reach. Having someone capable on his side might not be such a bad thing. He nodded once. Fine, you can come. Keel's face lit up instantly, but his joy vanished the moment Mord added, "First, clean this up." The half-elf blinked. What? Mord gestured toward the ground. Bodies of the fallen attackers littered the area. "We can't leave a trace. Move the corpses. Cover our tracks. You can handle that, right?" Keel sighed under his breath. "Sure. When exactly am I supposed to find the time?" Mord shot him a look. "You'll manage. You said you wanted to prove yourself." Keel groaned, but began dragging the bodies away. At Werner Castle, inside the Duke's Grand Hall, a soldier knelt before Harden. "It seems Sir Varen's unit was attacked," the soldier reported. "We found traces of battle, but no bodies." Harden's eyes narrowed. The man continued, "I don't believe Lord Ilden himself stepped in, but it seems he sent reinforcements. Perhaps a unit that's skilled at concealment. Judging by the signs, it could be members of the Shadow Wolves. Maybe even more than one." The air grew heavy. The soldier swallowed. "What are your orders, my lord?" Harden slowly closed his eyes, his tone low and deliberate. "Leave him. For now." The soldier looked up, startled. "Just watch him," Harden added. "That's all." The subordinate confirmed the target's location, then asked if that was enough. The man didn't answer right away. He stared out the window instead. Finally, he muttered that since the Silver Blood Squad had intervened this time, they'd probably taken some losses. Still, those people always covered their own debts. Narrowing his eyes, he added that there was no need for them to step in. The squad could handle it themselves. The group moved forward, slowing as something massive came into view. A towering monument stood before them. The half-elf's eyes flickered with surprise. Was Mord really searching for this stone? The man gave a brief nod. Keel warrior sighed. It had taken them 5 whole days to get here. Mord leaned casually against a tree. His companion glanced over and asked what they were supposed to do next. Mord replied simply, they'd wait until nightfall. Keel turned toward him, puzzled. The warrior told him to keep watch and make sure no one approached. Keel frowned. "Why are we even waiting?" he asked, but his question went unanswered. Mord had already fallen asleep. With a frustrated exhale, Keel stared into the flickering fire. He couldn't understand this man. Why the secrecy? Why the stone? Why not just speak like a normal person? His thoughts spiraled as he muttered to himself, wondering how he'd ended up in this situation. Crossing his arms, Keel scowled. He was respected by the Shadow Wolves, even by the royal castle itself. 10 years of experience, a decorated warrior. And now he was taking orders from some young, mid-rank fighter? It was humiliating. He ran a hand down his face, forcing himself to remember this was still his duty. No matter how frustrating, he had to endure it. Why did they assign me to someone like him? He grumbled. Right then, Mord spoke his name. Keel jerked upright, waving his hands nervously. "I wasn't talking about you," he blurted out. Mord ignored that. "It's starting," he said. Keel turned, confused. "What is?" A faint shimmer appeared in the air, right above the monument. It pulsed and widened, a rift tearing open in the night sky. "Is that a dungeon?" Keel asked. Mord nodded. According to the story, secret dungeons appeared only when 3 specific conditions were met. First, the moon had to reach a certain phase of fullness. Second, the skies had to be perfectly clear, letting moonlight wash over the land. And third, someone carrying divine blood had to be within 5 meters of the site. Mord climbed onto the rock, gazing into the glowing rift. He already knew how this story went. He'd read it before. That was how he found this place so easily. For anyone else, it would have been nearly impossible. He studied the swirling energy before him. This dungeon wasn't particularly valuable, but hidden within it was something that mattered far more than gold or glory. The prize waiting inside was no ordinary treasure. It was the World Shard. Mord announced that he would enter the dungeon alone, instructing the half-elf to guard the entrance from outside. Keel's brow furrowed. "You're seriously going in there by yourself?" "Into an unknown dungeon." Mord sat down calmly, unfazed. "I already know what's inside. I can handle it alone." This was the plan from the start. He stood and gave one final order. "Stay here. Keep watch. If anyone approaches, make sure they don't step inside." Then, with a hint of finality, he added, "If you try to enter, you and I won't be walking together after this." Before Keel could respond, Mord pushed off the ground and leapt straight into the glowing rift. "Wait!" Keel's shout echoed uselessly. Mord was gone, swallowed by the light. Left alone before the monument, the half-elf clenched his fists in frustration. Meanwhile, Mord landed lightly on cold stone. He looked around. The Temple of the Moon stretched before him, an ancient structure bathed in silver light. Once countless gods had existed. Now, only a few remain in memory. This temple was once dedicated to the moon gods, but both their names and worship had long since faded into obscurity. Mord's expression hardened. From the shadows, figures began to emerge, skeletons with burning red eyes. Their hollow voices echoed through the temple, shouting about an invasion. They closed in fast. Mord dropped his cloak for easier movement. The ghosts of fallen warriors, he thought. Their deity lost in battle long ago, leaving only their wandering souls behind. There were nearly 100 of them, but numbers didn't matter. He needed to erase them all. The first wave rushed forward, reaching for him with bony claws. In most worlds, ghosts couldn't be defeated by physical means, but here, magic existed. Mord drew in power, swung once, and the first line of enemies shattered instantly. He turned, eyes narrowing as Mord charged. Even weakened, these ghosts were still dangerous, especially since they'd been trained fighters in life. Raising his hand, Mord gathered a sphere of aura that pulsed with violent energy. He released it. A flash, an explosion, silence. When the light faded, he looked down at his hand, steady, unharmed. The ghosts were gone. Only one remained. Before him stood a lone guardian, its shadow cast long across the temple floor. Behind it towered a massive statue, a half-wolf deity carved in stone. The core, it's probably inside that statue, Mord thought. And this one is the guardian. The werewolf slowly rose to its full height, eyes glowing like molten silver. Who dares intrude upon this sacred place? It growled, voice echoing through the hall. I shall offer your soul to the goddess. Mord narrowed his eyes. He remembered this part of the story all too well. According to the story, this guardian was no ordinary foe. Even Aiden, who far surpassed most high-level mages, had struggled in battle against these werewolves. There were two reasons: their numbers and their immunity to magic granted by the protection of their goddess. But for Mord, that didn't matter. He wasn't a mage. The wolf rubbed his neck, studying him with a low growl. So, the uninvited guest came alone. From the shadows, more werewolves emerged, some rising up on their hind legs, encircling him. The guardian's tone deepened. You're unpleasant, but I'll acknowledge you as a warrior. So, we'll meet you as one. The pack formed a ring around the two of them, Mord and the guardian, alone in the center. So, Mord asked evenly, you're proposing a one-on-one fight? The wolf inclined his head. The battle between warriors is sacred. You came here as one. We'll respond accordingly. Mord thought for a moment. This wasn't how the story had gone. In Aiden's version, he'd arrived with allies. Maybe that was why things were unfolding differently now. He looked the guardian straight in the eye. Then let's make this simple. I'll fight each version of you one by one. Don't waste my time. The wolf's ears twitched. What do you mean by that? Mord's tone didn't waver. In the story, every time you were killed by Aiden and his companions, the goddess revived you, stronger each time. 3 transformations total. So let's skip the first 2. Change now. Show me your final form. I don't want to drag this out. The guardian's face twisted with fury. How dare you? Such arrogance. Mord's hair shimmered and turned white. Sparks of lightning coiled around his clenched fist as he stepped forward. Do I need to prove I can back up my words? The wolf's eyes narrowed. Divine blood, he muttered, recognizing the aura radiating from him. Very well. You have the right to speak that way, but don't regret your choice. Red energy erupted from the surrounding werewolves, flowing into the guardian like streams of fire. Mord narrowed his eyes. He's absorbing their power. The guardian's body swelled, muscles expanding, his form towering over Mord like a living mountain. Mord exhaled lightly. Didn't expect that. In the next instant, he launched forward, pushing off the ground with explosive force. Then I'll end this with a single blow. Their energies collided, light against crimson power, creating a shockwave that tore through the temple. Mord's eyes widened. His fist stopped inches from the werewolf's chest, frozen in the air. The wolf glowed faintly with divine light. That light, Mord muttered. So, this is proof. You're a crusader, chosen by a god. Mord's eyes narrowed. His opponent had actually repelled his aura. For a moment, he frowned, then steadied himself. He's strong, Mord reminded himself, but not immortal. He swung again, his fist crashing against the werewolf's shimmering shield. The guardian blocked with both arms, but cracks spidered across his armor. With a thunderous impact, Mord's strike sent him flying backward. The werewolf staggered to his feet, shaking off the dust. So that's the power of divine blood, he thought grimly. Before he could recover, Mord was already there, appearing right in front of him like a flash of lightning. Another swing, another blinding burst of light. The wolf ducked low just in time, a grin flickering across his face as his glowing eyes met Mord's. He counterattacked instantly, slamming his fist into Mord's abdomen. Dark energy rippled through the blow, and for a second, the wolf smirked in satisfaction, until his expression twisted in confusion. His fist hadn't pierced flesh. It had stopped against something solid, like steel. "Did you absorb that with just your body?" the guardian asked, disbelief breaking through his snarl. Mord placed a hand on the creature's paw, his voice calm. "After your third transformation, you gain the ability to accelerate. But speed alone isn't enough." Before the wolf could react, Mord lifted him effortlessly and hurled him upward. Then, pushing off the ground, Mord shot after him, his aura bursting around him like a storm. He met the werewolf midair, swinging a fist charged with pure energy. The blow sent the guardian hurtling into the colossal statue behind them. The impact shook the temple as cracks raced through the stone. Mord didn't stop. He pushed off the goddess statue itself, diving down after the falling werewolf. The guardian looked up in pain just as Mord descended, lightning gathering around his leg. Thunderclap. The strike hit squarely. Sparks exploded across the ground as the werewolf crashed, leaving a smoking crater beneath him. Mord landed beside the fallen creature, scanning the motionless body. The hole in the werewolf's chest was deep, final. "He's done," Mord muttered, brushing the dust from his arm. Didn't even need to use the binding of two souls. As his hair returned to its natural color, he caught something strange, the faintest trace of a smile still left on the wolf's face. "Why are you smiling?" Mord murmured. A voice echoed through the temple. "Remarkable." He turned sharply. The giant statue above him was moving, leaning down, eyes glowing faintly. "Thank you," it said, its tone calm and ancient. "You have granted my great warrior the honorable rest he long desired." Mord froze. A talking statue? That wasn't in the story. He looked up at it warily. "What do you mean, an honorable rest?" The deity's voice was low and heavy. He longed to die as a warrior, but he was betrayed, struck from behind, and cursed into this dungeon. You have released him from that fate. Mord's gaze softened slightly. He remembered the werewolf's final smile. So that's what it meant. He wanted to fall in battle, facing someone he could truly call an equal. The statue's hand moved slowly, casting something toward him. A glowing artifact landed at his feet. "This is my gift," the deity said. "A small token of gratitude, though I am but a remnant of what once was." The statue's deep voice softened. "I'm a god long dead. What remains of me is but a shadow. Still, take this, my final gift." A soft glow appeared in the palm of Mord's hand, a silver bracelet engraved with the symbol of the moon. "If you channel moonlight into it," the deity continued, "it will grant you the power to protect anyone, no matter where or when." Mord slipped the bracelet onto his wrist, his expression calm but thoughtful. A reward Aiden never received, he realized. This might come in handy someday when I need to protect someone. He looked up and offered his thanks. But the statue was silent. The divine presence had vanished completely, the goddess's energy gone. Mord exhaled quietly. "Guess that's it," he muttered, stepping closer. "Time to finish up." With one sharp strike, he shattered the statue's paw. From within the dust and rubble, a brilliant light burst forth, an artifact glowing like a captured star. "The world fragment," Mord breathed, eyes widening in satisfaction. The crystal hovered before him, pulsing softly amid the ruin. Outside, elven spirits drifted through the forest air, circling the monument. Keel, who had been keeping watch, opened his eyes just as Mord emerged. "You're done already?" he asked, relief clear in his tone. Mord nodded. "Yeah, everything's cleared." His gaze flicked toward the spirits hovering near the tree lean. A faint smile crossed his face. "You kept your promise. You watched the barrier." The half-elf sighed and closed his eyes briefly. Mord watched him, amused. "I kind of like that he's so obedient," he thought. Keel jumped down from a nearby stone, falling in a step beside him. "So, can we go back to the village now?" "The road's long," Mord replied. "We'll stop by a few other villages and cities first." "Where exactly are we heading?" Keel asked. "Not just one place," Mord said, adjusting his cloak. "For now, we'll move through the outer regions of Lutvin." Some days later, in the industrial city of Larine, The two walked through a bustling market, its streets filled with smoke, metal, and chatter. 20 days since we left the village, Keel grumbled. Can we rest already? Mord's thoughts drifted. Less than a month, and I already have 2 fragments. That wasn't bad. After the dungeon of the wolf goddess, he'd cleared another, though that one offered no special reward. Still, he was satisfied. He now possessed both a world fragment and a relic infused with divine power. But luck like that couldn't last forever. Mord's brow furrowed. It's time to check the black market in Larine, he decided. There's something I need to find, and another place I have to check before Aiden gets there. Later, in a small inn, Mord sat on the edge of the bed, the city's noise muffled by the walls. We'll rest until nightfall, he said. Keel hesitated, then asked quietly, Can I go out alone for a bit? Mord turned to him slowly, gaze sharp and unreadable. Keel immediately folded his hands, eyes pleading. Please? Just for a little while. Mord sighed, his expression somewhere between suspicion and reluctant patience. Mord lay back on the bed, turning away slightly. You're planning to report to Elin again, aren't you? Keel froze mid-step. What? No, of course not. Mord didn't even look at him. I know you've been sending updates to that old man from every city we passed through. If I actually cared about it, I wouldn't have brought you along. Keel scratched his cheek with an awkward smile. Well, we also need to restock supplies, he said quickly, trying to change the subject. He shook his empty wallet with a groan. Between the fees and him eating 5 or 6 times a day, my poor wallet didn't stand a chance. He waved a hand and started toward the door. I'll be back soon. Mord nodded slightly. I'll be here, unless something happens. Keel laughed as he stepped out. Relax. What could possibly happen? It's not like some lunatics go to show up in the middle of the city and start destroying everything. Moments later, his smile faded as he stood frozen before a burning building. Flames devoured the structure, smoke curling into the dark sky. Tears welled in his eyes, and he muttered shakily, Don't tell me. I really am a prophet. Fragments of the world. Remnants of the perfect realm once used by the gods in the act of creation. Each one held its own elemental essence, some burning with living fire, others shimmering with desert heat. They were like pieces of a divine puzzle, separate on their own, but when united, they formed something immense. Together, they could grant unimaginable power. Even more remarkable, when the fragments merged, they created a world of images, a space one could enter at will. By projecting one's consciousness there, it became indistinguishable from the real world. Training there affected the body as if it were reality itself. Now, within that boundless illusion, Mord hovered cross-legged in the air. To anyone watching, it would have seemed like meditation, but in truth, he was training. He dropped suddenly, landing lightly before leaping off a towering cliff. The first fragment he had found, the one from the tomb, formed a world of soaring mountains piercing through the clouds. The second, from the dungeon, showed endless moonlit forests. By sheer luck, the 2 pieces resonated perfectly, expanding his inner world's boundaries. It was unfortunate, though, that the next fragment he obtained didn't align with the others. Still, Mord wasn't disappointed. The training potential was too great to ignore. Landing softly on the grass, he stood and flexed his hands. Feels like I've gotten stronger already, he murmured. And these fragments, they're fascinating. Just then, something bright flashed behind him. His eyes widened as a tremor of sound followed, a distant explosion. He turned sharply toward the noise. In the real world, chaos had erupted. Crowds gathered in the streets, eyes fixed on a hotel swallowed by flames. A woman was screaming, struggling to break free from the men holding her back. My child is still in there. Stay back. It's too dangerous. One of the men shouted, but she thrashed against their grip, sobbing uncontrollably as the fire roared higher. The woman threw her head back, screaming in despair. My baby's still inside. A burst of glass shattered her cry. The next instant, a figure leapt through the flaming window, landing hard on the street below. In his arms was a small child, coughing but alive. The mother collapsed to her knees, clutching her son tightly. Thank you. Thank you for saving him, she sobbed. Mord handed the boy over and turned, his expression hardening. Around them, chaos reigned. People were dragging the injured out of the smoke, shouting for healers and magicians. Dozens lay unconscious on the ground, the air thick with cries and the crackle of fire. His jaw tightened. So many innocent people, why? He looked up and froze. 2 figures were standing on a nearby rooftop, one of them cloaked and hooded. Even from a distance, Mord could feel it, the oppressive, sharp energy radiating from that man. It's him, he thought, the one behind all this. Mord knelt, scooped up a stone, and crushed it effortlessly in his hand. Whoever you are, he thought darkly, you won't get away unpunished. The criminals darted across the rooftops, moving fast. One cursed under his breath. That rat. He didn't get the chance to finish the sentence. Mord dropped from above, slamming a blow straight into him. The man hit the ground hard, rolling to his feet, clutching his arm. Who the hell are you? He snarled. You don't need to know my name, Mord said coldly. You're going to die either way. The man glared back, spitting blood. I don't care who sent you, but you're out of your depth. Mord vanished from sight, then reappeared behind him. His fist struck with blinding force, sending the criminal flying into a stone wall. Dust exploded outward as the man slid down, coughing violently, eyes wide with fear. From behind, someone shouted, "Watch out!" The second hooded man looked down, panic flashing across his face. Don't underestimate me. Before Mord could respond, the first villain fumbled a small pill from his pocket and swallowed it whole. Mord's eyes narrowed. What now? The man's body convulsed, muscles bulging grotesquely as he doubled in size. His voice grew deeper, distorted. Thanks for giving me time. Now you'll witness the strength of... He never finished. Mord's figure blurred. A clean, swift motion, then silence. The criminal's head dropped to the ground. Keel, who had just arrived, froze in shock. Wait, did you just... Mord turned sharply, his gaze fierce. Get down. The second man's face went pale. Sweat rolled down his temple as he realized the gap in power. He spun around, desperate to flee. He made it 2 steps. Mord's kick landed square in his back, sending him crashing through the wall of a nearby building. The impact exploded like thunder. Mord approached the rubble, his shadow falling over the fallen man. Kneel, he ordered quietly. You're going to answer my questions. The criminal sneered weakly. You'll have to make me. Gladly. Before Mord could move, Keel appeared behind the man, looping an arm around his neck. The villain's eyes bulged as he clawed for air, gasping. Can't breathe, he choked. His pupils rolled upward, his body going limp. The prisoner slowly regained consciousness. His vision was blurry at first, but then he saw them. 2 pairs of boots stood before him. He looked up, trembling. Mord and Keel loomed over him, their eyes cold and sharp. Mord's voice cut through the silence. You'll only open your mouth when you're answering a question. Got it. The man swallowed hard, nodding weakly. Why were you after me? Mord asked. The prisoner's eyes flickered with panic. He hesitated, then flinched when Mord spoke again, his tone low. You're from the Lord's second coming, aren't you? The man's mouth opened in shock. How do you? Mord's fist struck the ground beside his head, silencing him instantly. I told you, he said evenly. Don't speak unless you're answering. Keel folded his arms, his tone calmer, but curious. Then who are you people? And what exactly are you doing? The prisoner hesitated, his gaze darting between them. Finally, he muttered, long ago, there were those who tried to bring back Lord Arch. Keel frowned. Lord Arch? You mean that Arch? The man nodded. There are certain classifications for mages. 2nd circle beginners, 4th circle intermediates, 6th circle elites, 8th circle masters. But only those who reach the 9th circle are called archmages. Arch, Lord Archlich, was one of them. He achieved that title when he turned himself into an undead. He looked down, voice trembling. The title Lord came after he gained command over an army of the dead. Mord narrowed his eyes. And when did he disappear? He left behind a way to return, the man explained. He split his soul into fragments, sealed them in different places. If someone gathers those pieces, they could bring him back. Mord's expression darkened. So the second coming is hunting for those fragments. Mord rubbed his chin thoughtfully, glancing at Keel. I don't know this guy. He must belong to another secret faction. Probably one competing with the second coming over some relic. The prisoner's face twisted in anger. Our squad isn't second-rate like those fanatics, and we're definitely not as twisted as the Lord's followers. Mord's gaze hardened. Then what's your squad called? The man hesitated. His thoughts raced. If this guy really is from the Werner family, and I reveal our name, the Duke will hunt us down. He felt the shadow fall over him. Mord's fist rose. Wait, I'll talk, the man shouted, throwing up his hands. We're Graham Mulder. Graham Mulder? Keel echoed. Never heard of it. The prisoner nodded rapidly. We were formed to prevent the 3 prophecies of collapse that threaten this world. One of them is the second coming of the Lord. Mord's eyes narrowed slightly. 3 prophecies? Yes. The man continued, sweat dripping down his temple. The Lord's followers worship Archlich like a god. If he rises again, the world will fall into ruin. Mord arched a brow, silent but attentive, the air around him growing tense. Keel's eyes widened. The end of the world? Mord said nothing at first. So, according to the story, Archlich really did return from the dead, but he was captured by one of Aiden's men soon after. He frowned slightly. There was never any mention of the world ending because of him, though. If that was the case, the other 2 prophecies didn't matter. Crossing his arms, Mord looked back at the prisoner. So tell me, then, why were you chasing us? The man hesitated, then closed his eyes. You stole something important from us. Something important? Keel asked. Mord turned his gaze toward the half-elf, just as Keel reached into his pouch and pulled out a small metallic key. You mean this? The prisoner's eyes widened. That key. It opens the door to the dungeon where Archlich's remains are sealed. As the man struggled to snatch it back, Mord watched quietly. There was never any mention of this Grammel group or this key in the story, he thought. And if I'm right, this key will be taken from us soon. He studied the key for a moment longer. Archlich's resurrection happens around the second half of the story, he recalled. Before Aiden captures him, he kills thousands of people. His hand tightened into a fist. If I can stop the second coming now, I can stop that massacre before it happens. Turning sharply, Mord said, I'll take the key. You can go. Keel blinked, caught off guard. Wait, you're letting him go? Mord shrugged. He's from a weak unit. He won't cause any real trouble. And what about the second coming of the Lord? Keel pressed. Mord's eyes hardened. I'll destroy the soul fragments myself. If Archlich's soul is sealed among his remains, that's where I'll start. Evening settled over the city. The sky burned orange, shadows stretching long across the rooftops. Keel broke the silence. You're heading there tonight? Not yet, Mord replied. First, we're visiting the black market. Keel tilted his head. For what? To buy something. At the market, dimly lit by lanterns and smoke, Mord purchased 2 items, a worn dagger and an old book, both for a suspiciously low price. Keel stared at them in disbelief. You can't be serious. That dagger's so dull it couldn't even cut meat. Mord said nothing, tucking the items away as they left the market's narrow alleys. They walked until the scent hit them, thick, rotting air. Keel pinched his nose in disgust. What is that smell? They stopped before a wide, dark canal, its surface barely reflecting the faint city lights. There's a hidden passage at the bottom, Mord said calmly. Keel's eyes widened. Wait, you're not saying we're going in there, are you? I am. The half-elf immediately shook his head. No way. Absolutely not. Mord crossed his arms, glancing at him without expression. The half-elf reminded him that his power came from the wind, not the water. Still, the wind spirits he summoned glided across the surface, scanning every ripple until one of them spotted a round hatch deep below. It darted back up and reported its discovery. Keel Summoner's face lit up. Found it, he exclaimed. The protagonist gave him a look, noting how his partner had complained at first, yet did it anyway. The spirit inhaled sharply, leaned forward, and blew. The gust parted the water around the hatch, revealing the metal beneath. The 2 men stepped closer. Keel crouched to inspect it. It's sealed with magic, Keel said thoughtfully. We'll need a golden key to open it. The brown-haired hero shook his head. A dagger will do. Keel turned, baffled. What could that rusty thing possibly do? Mord sliced his palm open, and Keel flinched as blood dripped onto the blade. The young man spoke quietly, almost to himself. Long ago, the gods went to war. One warrior god lost everything to another who wielded magic. To stop him, he sacrificed himself and forged this weapon. The dagger began to glow, stretching and reshaping into a brilliant sword. This, Mord said, is a divine relic. Only those with divine blood can awaken it. It's not just a weapon. It's also a key to ancient relics. To unlock the true secret, 3 keys are needed. The partners stared at the shimmering blade. Mord smirked. Simple enough. It disrupts magic by opening a counterfield. Mord hurled the glowing dagger toward the hatch. It struck the center, sending bright sparks across the surface before fading away. He reached out, pulled the blade free, and handed it back. Yours, he said. Keel blinked, astonished. You're telling me I bought that for a few coins? If the merchant knew, he'd never sleep again. There are plenty of relics like it on the black market, the warrior replied casually. Ward glanced into the pit below. Then it's time to grant the half-elf his wish. Keel looked up, surprised. Remember the deal? Mord reminded him. Keel chuckled. You mean teaching you stealth? A handy trick, even lets you hide your comrades. His grin widened. But I said I'd do it only if you took me along on your next dungeon crawl. And not some demonic pit. I'm tired of those. I want one full of treasure, danger, and creatures we've never seen. They both peered down into the depths. Mord smirked again. Looks like that secret dungeon's waiting right below the water. Water dripped from above as the group advanced through the narrow passage. The half-elf glanced around in awe, wondering how anyone could have built such a massive secret chamber. He turned to the brown-haired hero and asked if they should launch a surprise attack on the Lord followers. Mort shook his head. No need. They already know we're here. They'll come to us soon enough. Before he could finish, a clawed paw shot out from the shadows. A swarm of ghouls charged forward, and behind them stood cloaked figures, humans in dark hoods. The mage frowned. Who are they? How did they get here? They're the Lord's second squad, Mord muttered, eyes narrowing. Without hesitation, he kicked off the ground and lunged into the fray, cutting through the monsters with blinding speed. Two swordsmen leapt down from above, blades flashing, but Mord raised his hands, blocking their strikes with ease. Their eyes widened in disbelief. The gloves of Aura, one gasped. Before they could react, Mord moved again, cutting them down effortlessly. His eyes glowed gold as power surged through him. Stop them! The enemy mage shouted, clutching his staff in terror. At any cost. But it was too late. His allies were swept off their feet and sent crashing into the air as a violent wind erupted around them. Keel appeared behind the fallen mage, calm and composed. Spirits hovered protectively around him as he lifted his sword. The half-elf asked quietly, Any last words? The man on the ground trembled, trying to crawl away. Why your monsters? He gasped. Keel drove his blade through the man's back. In his mind, he noted that their teamwork was improving. Though near Mord, no enemy could hope to move freely anyway. They stepped over the corpses and pressed on. Mord gestured toward a side path. That looks like the entrance. Mord nodded. First, we destroy anything tied to dark magic. Those relics are too dangerous to leave untouched. Soon, they stopped before a massive iron door. Keel glanced at his companion. Time to use the key? Mord nodded. Yeah, from here on out, it's the real dungeon. He inserted the key into the lock. As it turned, a surge of energy seeped from the cracks of the door. The half-elf grimaced. Feels demonic. They continued through the corridor as Mord explained. This place was built by Lord Archlich using demonic power, but it's not directly linked to their realm. Keel tilted his head. Then I wonder, does it look the same inside? Moments later, a staircase appeared before them, spiraling downward. Mord recalled that the old records barely described this dungeon, only mentioning that it led into a deep structure resembling a 9-story fortress. Mord thought to himself that the deeper they went, the stronger Krex would become. This wasn't going to be easy, but even so, it took them less than 10 minutes to carve their way through. Keel smiled cheerfully as he pushed a cart piled high with treasure. Mord glanced at him. You seem unusually happy. Is it really just about the loot? Keel grinned. Of course. These are top-tier magic items. With this haul, we'll live comfortably for months. Before he could finish celebrating, his expression suddenly changed. Wait, that presence, it's him. At the end of the hall, seated on a dark throne, was Lord Archlich. Flames flickered in his hollow eyes as he spoke. Invaders, are you? His voice echoed through the chamber. It's been a long time since I've seen the living. The half-elf's brow furrowed. Even without fighting, he could sense the overwhelming power radiating from Krex's lord. But the brown-haired hero stayed calm. Don't be afraid, he said quietly. This one isn't the real Archlich, just a fragment of his soul. He's far weaker than the original, around a first-rank mage at best. Archlich rested his chin on his hand. You know of me, then? The protagonist met his gaze. We know of the mage called Lord Archlich, once known as Krex. Krex's hair shimmered white, his aura flaring. You know too much, he hissed. And yet not enough. Why say that? Mord asked. Because, Krex sneered, knowledge means nothing to the dead. Mord's eyes hardened. You're just a shadow of something long gone. You died once, and that won't change now. Archlich's grin widened. I sense divine power in you. How arrogant you all are. He rose from his throne, ice spreading across the floor as he moved. Let me remind you, everyone who challenged me died screaming. Massive ice pillars erupted behind him, and his voice boomed again. You're nothing but a remnant of a god that's already fallen. Chunks of ice broke apart, shaping themselves into towering ice golems. I'll show you the true greatness of magic, Archlich declared. The protagonist leapt high into the air. The instant the ice golems lunged, a fierce gust tore through the hall, scattering the shards aside. Krex watched him calmly. Too easy for someone like you, isn't it, Werner? Before he could react, Werner appeared right before his face, fist swinging. The strike collided with a shimmering barrier, Archlich's defense spell. Winds roared around the Lord, compressing into a violent vortex. Archlich gritted his teeth, standing within it. A nasty trick, he growled. He stomped the ground, sending shockwaves of raw energy surging in every direction. The half-elf seized the moment. His dagger flashed through the air, striking Archlich's hand. Krex looked down, surprised. You pierced my defense? He muttered. What kind of pitiful weapon? Before he could finish, lightning crackled from the dagger's blade. Mord charged straight toward him, eyes sharp. He's made entirely of dark magic, he thought. Archlich smirked, dark energy spiraling around him. Mord's eyes narrowed. The lightning-drenched dagger in his hand pulsed violently, its power building with every breath. He knew the next strike would be fatal. In the next instant, a massive surge of energy tore through Krex's Lord. Archlich staggered, dropping to his knees, disbelief flickering in his hollow eyes. This can't be, he rasped. The brown-haired protagonist stepped forward, raising his fist. Underestimate your enemy, and you die. His eyes glowed. A brilliant blue beam shot forward, cutting through Krex's chest and blasting him backward. Mord moved in close, gripping Archlich's head. Krex struggled weakly, forcing out his final words. You remnants of Werner. You talk too much for a loser, Mord said coldly. You and your main body, both defeated. He clenched his hand. Bone cracked, and the skull shattered to dust. The protagonist turned to Keel, who was still frozen in shock. Good work, he said. Thanks to your timing. That fight was almost too easy. He glanced at the weapon. But what's this odd thing, anyway? Keel touched his chin, thoughtful. Seems this dagger's no ordinary trinket. It even broke through a mage's spell. Mord nodded. If Archlich had cast a stronger spell, it wouldn't have worked. But since he relied on simple magic, we won easily. He looked around the dark chamber. Either way, we're done here. Let's destroy the core and get out. The half-elf frowned. Where is it? The throne, Mord replied. That's where he's Saturday. Moments later, the ceiling began to crumble. Dust and rock rained down as Mord's gaze fixed on a faint blue glow. A massive crystal shimmered behind the throne. The fourth fragment, he murmured. Soon after, they stood before what was once the dungeon's main entrance. We broke the core, Mord said, and now the entrance has reverted. Just like the book described, it's turned into a false chamber. Keel looked around, confusion creeping across his face. Wait, where's everything? The half-elf clutched his head, shouting, all the treasures, they're gone. He whipped around, glaring at Mord. You knew, didn't you? Mord raised a brow. Know what? Keel's expression darkened. Think about it. No one's entered this dungeon in 200 years, yet it was full of intelligent undead. Doesn't that seem strange? He paused, his voice dropping to a whisper. Could this have been a dream of chaos? Mord's expression hardened. The dream of chaos, a space caught between reality and illusion. Everything inside it feels real, but none of it truly exists. He imagined the wounded souls wandering within, trapped between sleep and life. It's like a virtual world. What happens here becomes real to the mind, but the moment you wake, it all vanishes. Mord touched his chin, thinking it through. That explains it. 2 centuries trapped in an abandoned dungeon. No wonder their minds broke. If this place was an illusion all along, then the truth is far darker than we thought. Mord approached Keel, who still looked dejected. I didn't know, he said quietly, and I never meant to deceive you. Keel gave a faint smile. I know, you're not the type to pull something like that. Mord sighed, closing his eyes. What's done is done, but since you helped me in that fight, you've earned another reward. He clenched his fist, a faint grin tugging at his lips. Don't complain, and don't ask for more. Before Keel could respond, Mord slammed his fist into the ground. The floor cracked open beneath them, and both of them dropped through the glowing gap. They landed softly on the lower level, the air shimmering with faint blue light. Ahead, a spark flickered in the darkness. So this is it, Mord thought. The true hidden space. The one you can only reach after solving the riddle of the false room. Keel's jaw dropped as the chamber opened up before them. Rows of pedestals gleamed under dim light, each holding an artifact of immense value. Mord recognized them immediately. Good. I know this place. No need to waste time searching. Keel crossed his arms, grinning. Now this looks expensive. A real treasure vault. The half-elf leaned over a pedestal, examining one of the artifacts. What's this one? It just looks like a bag. Mord chuckled. That's a subspace bag. It can hold 5 entire rooms worth of items. Keel blinked, staring at the plain brown pouch. No way. Something like that really exists. That's not all. Mord continued. If the owner marks it, they can instantly locate anything they store inside. No one else can touch it. And if it's nearby, he snapped his fingers. You can pull your items back with telekinesis. He tossed the bag to Keel. Take it. It's yours. Keel caught it and looked up. And this? Mord held out a small silver ring, crackling faintly with energy. That's the Thunder Ring. It absorbs the user's mana and channels it into lightning spells. About 6th circle level magic. The half-elf slipped it onto his finger, eyes widening with excitement. Incredible. It also protects you from thunder-based attacks, Mord added. Keel turned the ring admiringly, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Thanks. I'll put it to good use. You deserve it, Mord replied simply. Keel's gaze shifted to another pedestal. A necklace shimmered faintly in a beam of light. And this one? How do I use it? The necklace grants magical protection, Mord explained. It blocks external spells and exposes hidden enchantments. He then picked up a golden key resting nearby. And this, he said, holding it between his fingers, is special. It's not just a key. It points toward the place it's meant to unlock. Keel's eyes widened slightly. So, you mean, this key actually shows us where it should be used? The map points to where the fragment of Lord Archlich is kept. Nardu lit a torch and the passage glowed. Keel asked how many fragments there were, why so many, and whether they really intended to find them all. The man placed a necklace around his neck. When his companion asked if it was to stop Archlich from resurrecting, he answered, partly for that, and partly because the 7 pieces are fragments of the world itself. They reached a chamber of empty pedestals. Mord noted that everything needed to finish the ritual had already been taken. He stepped closer to a skull and said, "This is Archlich's fragment." Their leader added, "It holds the remnants of his mind that fought against us. Break this skull, and you break the fragment." He stood before the skull, thinking that Aiden's supporters had misread the rune, treating the skull as mere decoration, and that mistake had allowed Archlich to return once before. He clenched his fist, resolved that this time the resurrection would fail. Elsewhere, Hardin picked the last fruit from a tree. A blond man stood behind him. Hardin turned and asked if the man believed they could bury the mop here. The man lifted his head and asked if it wasn't already uncertain, as if even the silver blood might interfere. He spread the map. There are many societies in the world, he said, but groups older than 500 years are rare. That was when the Age of Gods ended and the mortal era began. Dark silhouettes with glowing eyes filled the illustration. He continued, "The Silver Blood's history goes back much further. There is a secret order of history mages who shape the world. Many members carry divine blood." An old man took a bite of fruit and said, "In the flow of time, everyone dies." He reminded them that Baron, who held the rank of master, had been among them once, a blow to the Silver Blood's pride. A ghost among them asked what they planned to do to destroy Mord. A tremor came from a hole in a nearby field. Standing by it were a red-haired youth and his blonde companion. Vernine asked who had appeared there, noting that devastation followed wherever this figure showed up. A man touched a red cloth and inspected a mark on his finger. "These marks appeared a few days ago," he said. "From here it'll be easy to track him." The red-haired man drew his sword. "That annoying brat will end because of me," he said. "He gave me a hard time last time." He advanced, cutting the path ahead even further. The red-haired man shouted that he'd show his enemy what real hell looked like. Nearby, the girl asked where they'd go to rest once all this was over. A few days later, the group stopped in a quiet grove. The guy leaned against a tree, arms crossed, and muttered that this wasn't going to work. Keel blinked in disbelief. "You're giving up already?" he asked. Mord shook his head. "No, but we're wasting time," he replied. He glanced at his phone screen, thinking about the story he once read, how it had missing parts, vague descriptions, and skipped over events. Even though he remembered most of it, skipping a dungeon like this didn't feel right. Kiele beside him asked what they should do next. The protagonist thought for a moment. The deadline to fulfill Eldon's promise was only 8 months away. With time running out, he decided not to follow the original path too strictly, better to rely on what he knew for certain. Lifting his head, he declared, "We're going to save the cursed witch." He introduced the girl with golden hair. "Once I lift her curse, I'll gain an ancient sword," he said, walking ahead. The half-elf behind him asked how he could possibly know that. The man replied calmly, "I have a very reliable source of information." Keel tilted his head. "And who might that be?" The protagonist smiled faintly. "Don't worry, I'll tell you alone." Kiele frowned as he continued. "Using the divine power within me, I saw a prophecy, one that records the fate of this world." He added, "You're looking at me like I'm crazy, but I'm telling the truth." Closing his eyes, he smiled to himself, thinking that he never expected anyone to believe him anyway. After all, there wasn't a single person willing to hear the truth he carried. Mord frowned, but said nothing as they moved deeper into the forest. The protagonist thought quietly that maybe one day he'd meet someone he could tell everything to. A few days later, they reached a rugged mountain region in the southeast of the Kingdom of Flut. As they walked through a dim forest, Keel shivered. "It's freezing here. Is this fog some kind of magic?" Ward adjusted his glasses. "It is," he said, "and because of it, we'll soon lose our sense of direction." Earlier, someone had asked if they were really heading toward the swamp. Ward had explained that in his village, there was an old legend, one that spoke of a foggy swamp and the witch who lived within it. A creature of terror, she lured wanderers into the mist and devoured those who got lost. He went on to say that in his father's and grandfather's time, many had vanished there. But in the last 5 years, people had stopped venturing deep into the forest, and so the number of victims had almost completely disappeared. Still, he warned it was worth staying alert. Before stepping into the fog, the protagonist paused, glancing to the side. "The witch clouds people's minds," he said quietly. "She lures them in, takes control, then makes them obey her commands." Keel touched his temple. "I can feel it," he muttered. "Something's trying to invade my mind." He clenched his jaw, resisting the pull. "But I can fight it." Turning to call for Mord, he froze. Mord was gone. The half-elf spun around, searching through the mist. Where did he go? "Is this fog an illusion?" he whispered, raising his voice as he began to shout his companion's name. Keel took a step forward but stumbled. His vision dimmed, and a wave of exhaustion washed over him. His body grew heavy. He tried to lift his arms, but they wouldn't move. "What's happening?" he thought, blinking slowly. Just then, Mord clenched the glowing bracelet in his hand, the one blessed by the wolf goddess. "Good thing I charged it with moonlight earlier," he thought. Grabbing Keel's hand, he called out, "Power of moonlight, protect him." The bracelet flared brilliantly, wrapping them both in radiant light. The half-elf gasped, clutching his head. I can see clearly now," he stammered. "So the witch traps people like this, lures them, and—" "You're wrong," the protagonist interrupted. Keel frowned, confused. "She's not trying to capture anyone," the man continued. "She helps people escape this fog safely. That spell you felt, it's her way of warning us not to go too deep." Keel blinked. "Why would a cursed witch do that?" "Because a curse and malice aren't the same thing," the protagonist said evenly. "And in these woods, danger comes in many forms, even without witches." As they walked further, he spoke of the creatures that roamed the forest, monsters born from corrupted magic. Then he pointed ahead to an overgrown plant. "That's nation-healing grass," he said. "It can cure or kill. Handle it wrong, and its magic will destroy you." He gestured toward a skeleton half buried nearby. People disappear in places like this all the time. But it's strange. No one's gone missing for the past 5 years. Keel touched his chin thoughtfully. "If that's true, then maybe the witch. She's not the monster people think she is." Mord cut in. "She's something else." He looked into the mist as his voice softened. "She was once the most beautiful woman among the Ildurnis of her tribe. Her beauty enchanted not only her kin, but even those from neighboring clans. Among her admirers was a fair-haired man from the divine tribe. He knelt before her, holding out a bouquet, and confessed his love. But she turned him down." The man smiled faintly, yet there was no warmth in it. That moment marked the beginning of his downfall and the start of her curse. The man seated on the stone chair belonged to a powerful bloodline. His family was known for their unmatched strength and deep spiritual might. Yet, driven by forbidden ambition, he summoned the soul of a devil, breaking one of his tribe's most sacred laws. The act shattered his sanity. Branded a heretic, he was condemned to death by his own kin. In his madness, he fled into the forest, where he encountered a beautiful woman, the elder of her tribe. When she resisted his advances, rage consumed him completely. He unleashed his power in fury, obliterating her entire people. Amid the ruins, the girl knelt before him, flames dancing around her. At that moment, the deity descended from the heavens. The young man's reckless use of demonic energy had drawn divine attention. Falling to his knees, the blond man begged the deity for mercy. Mirius listened in silence, eyes narrowing before passing judgment. "You defy the laws of your kind," the deity declared coldly. "Your punishment shall be eternal. You will become an indestructible sword and a vessel to imprison the souls of demons." Then he turned toward the girl. "And you, mortal, your beauty tempted him into sin. For that, you will bear the souls of demons until they vanish from this world." As his words echoed through the forest, the girl's body lifted into the air. Darkness enveloped her as she was bound to her fate, condemned to watch over the cursed souls for eternity. Keel listened quietly, his expression solemn. Now he understood. This which was no monster. She was a victim, cursed by a merciless god. Mord's hair began to shimmer faintly as he spoke. She wasn't evil, just a casualty of divine madness. He slammed his foot into the ground, his voice rising. "I came here to give the witch back her name." A dark silhouette materialized before them. Two glowing eyes cut through the mist as a violent wind burst forth, whipping the protagonist's hair. The air howled, the forest trembling around them. A massive gust roared toward them. Keel stabbed his dagger into a tree, bracing himself against the storm. Even if I summoned the spirit of wind, he thought, it would vanish instantly in a force like this. He looked toward the protagonist, wondering what plan he had. Mord raised his hands, channeling power. A blinding flash erupted from his palms, cutting through the fog like a blade. Amid the swirling light, he glimpsed burning eyes staring back at him. "That's her, the witch." He dashed forward. The path will only stay open for a moment, he thought, triggering a chain of explosions to clear the way. The ground shook as he surged ahead. Then, the white-haired man landed beside him, frowning. "It's time for the witch to awaken," he said quietly. Behind him, Kiele appeared, startled. "What do you mean?" he asked, his voice uncertain. The Forge hero turned his gaze toward the storming abyss ahead, his eyes burning with resolve. From this moment, he began, and the air around them seemed to hold its breath. From the very beginning, there had never been any promise for her to fulfill. Before Mord stood a massive, fur-covered giant, the witch herself, her presence thick with fury. Shadows rippled across her form as she growled about the promise that must be kept. Energy spheres flickered to life around her, humming with unstable power. The instant she recognized Mord as an intruder, the spheres shot toward him. The ground erupted. Grabbing Keel by the arm, the white-haired man dove aside, the explosion tearing through the mist behind them. As they ran, the half-elf shouted, "It's the spell formation. The entire army of mages is activating it. What do we do now? Do you have a plan?" Mord's reply came quick and certain. "Yeah, we hit her first, then wake her with the right words." Keel grimaced. "That's your plan? Trust me." Mord shot back, already leaping forward. "Just hold on." He launched himself into the storm of explosions, racing across a collapsing bridge of debris. The witch's power pulsed like thunder, her screams echoing through the fog. Mord broke through the shockwaves and extended his arm. Light surged from his palm. Mirage destruction. The blast tore through the barrier, striking the witch squarely. She howled, her voice shaking the air. Then Mord shouted her name. "Ilderva!" The witch froze. Her eyes widened as flashes of memory returned. Bloodied bodies, fire, her kin fallen around her. "That's your family's name?" Mord cried out. "They fought the gods and died protecting you." A vision flickered in her mind, a dying woman lying in her arms. Rage and grief twisted her expression. Mord lunged again, striking her, forcing her to face it. When he spoke again, his voice thundered through the void. "Mirius!" The witch's head snapped up. She remembered the golden-haired warrior who had slaughtered her people, the divine who had cursed her fate. Mord appeared before her, eyes burning. "And Mirius," he spat, "the god who deceived you, the one who damned you to this curse." He struck her again, shouting between blows. "There was never a promise. This isn't duty, it's punishment. A lie from a god who used you." His voice broke with fury. "Remember, Ilderva, Remember who you are for your kin who died innocent. The white-haired man raised his fist high. Do it for them, and for yourself. He placed his glowing hand on her furred head. Cedia, he called. The witch's eyes widened. Images flooded her mind, her parents smiling, holding a newborn child. Mord's voice softened. That's the name they gave you at birth. Faces appeared, friends, kin, her home, her people. Tears streamed down her cheeks as the light engulfed her. Open your eyes, Mord whispered. Descendant of the sun, spirits, awaken. Keel landed nearby, breathing hard. The violent energy had gone still. He looked around cautiously. Did it work? Before anyone could answer, Cedia's massive form trembled as she curled into a glowing ball of light. The forest fell silent. Keel stood still for a moment, then broke into a wide grin. This is what I've always dreamed of, he thought. Not the dull life of a soldier trapped in that gray, cold-choked kingdom, but a true adventure. A story worth living. The fog thinned, revealing a towering figure before them. The giant girl, her golden hair shimmering, lowered her hand to her chest and looked down at the man who had freed her. "O noble one who bears divine blood," she said softly, "you have lifted the curse of a cruel god. Tell me, how can I ever repay such kindness?" Keel gaped in disbelief, but Mord only looked up calmly. "My name is Mord," he said. "I carry the blood of Werner, the god of battles." Cedia tilted her head. "Werner? I've never heard of that name." "Few have," Mord replied. "But he gained his power when the Age of Legends came to an end." Cedia clenched her fist, her voice steady now. "If that's true, your strength must be extraordinary." Mort smiled faintly. "You could say that. When the Age of Legends ended, a new era began. One where gods no longer ruled this world. That was 500 years ago." He stepped forward, standing before a gleaming crystal half buried in the ground. "And if anything remains of those ancient days," he said, "it's these fragments of the world itself." Cedia leaned closer. "Fragments of the world?" Mord placed his palm against the crystal surface. "Yes, relics of the ideal world. Long ago, the greatest gods used these fragments to shape creation itself. When the legends faded, the fragments scattered across the lands." The crystal pulsed faintly. In its reflection, Mord saw glimpses. A swamp wrapped in mist, fragments fused together, two others still apart. Three united, two missing, he thought. The path is becoming clearer. Turning to Cedia, he began to speak again, ready to accept her thanks. But before he could finish, a deafening explosion tore through the clearing. Mord spun around as Cedia instantly stepped in front of him, shielding both him and Keel. From the smoke emerged a man flanked by two companions. "So this is what you look like," the man sneered. "The illegitimate son of the Archduke." His voice dripped with mockery. Behind him, his men grinned as he continued. "I came here for you, Mord." Keel tensed, his hand going for his blade. The bearded leader paused when he noticed the towering Cedia standing protectively beside Mord. His smirk faltered for a moment. "What in the world?" His eyes darted between the giant woman and the young man with divine blood. You recognize me, don't you?" he asked, frowning. Mord's gaze was calm, but sharp. "I do," he said evenly. The brunette woman among the intruders gave a low chuckle. "Well, that should be obvious," she said. "After all, only someone with divine blood could see what we are." The air thickened with tension. The leader of the villains stepped forward, his smile turning cruel once more. The bearded leader crossed his arms, his two subordinates standing close behind. "Strange," he muttered, eyeing Mord. "You recognize my silver blood heritage just by sensing divine energy, didn't you?" The warrior with the bandage across his face tilted his head. "So that's how it is. Interesting. Then when we capture him, we'll make sure he understands who he's dealing with." The red-haired swordsman gave a crooked grin. "We should start by teaching this kid some manners. Doesn't even know the rules of etiquette." He exchanged glances with his leader, who gave a cold nod. "Awaken your divine blood," the bearded man ordered. "Use everything you've got." One of his men hesitated. "What, already? I was hoping for a little fun first." "Don't underestimate him," the leader snapped, frowning. "There may be others hiding nearby. Stay sharp." The swordsman, resting his blade on his shoulder, glanced ahead. "I'll end this quickly. I need to reach the rank of high-level warrior soon anyway." The man with the headband smirked. "Fine by me. The sooner we're done here, the better." From behind them, a large spectral wolf appeared, its eyes gleaming silver. Its deep voice rumbled through the air. "Do not kill them," it commanded. "Take the boy alive." The company of silver-haired warriors turned their attention forward, faces set with purpose. Keel's heart pounded. Fear gripped him as he realized what they were facing. Every one of these enemies carried divine blood. Meanwhile, Mord's thoughts raced. The awakening changes everyone's hair to silver, but the form it takes depends on their origin. He studied the wolf-like commander, a top-ranking officer from the bloodline of the beast god. There's no mistaking it. And then his gaze shifted to the woman standing just behind them, her short hair and single visible eye gleaming coldly. The one-eyed woman, she's from the novel. A mid-tier silver blood warrior, seven-circle mage with insane tracking skills. He remembered her story. During her awakening, her powers surged to that of a first-class mage. Dangerous doesn't even begin to cover it. The swordsman stepped forward, drawing his weapon with a shrill hiss of metal. Sparks danced along the edge of his blade. Moore could feel his pulse quicken. His power was nearly spent. Damn it, I need cover, he thought. Someone to buy time. Then he saw him, the young man with the blue sword, standing a few paces away. Maybe he'll help. If the reinforcements I sensed are close, we might survive this. Keel Warrior reached out toward Mord, confusion flashing across his face. Hide CDS, Mord ordered sharply. Then get back here. Keel froze. Mord, wait. Every one of them has divine blood. You can't take them all on alone. But the white-haired protagonist was already surrounded by flickering light. Sparks leapt across his arms as he spread them wide. Go, he shouted. Lightning burst from his body, scattering like a web of glowing veins. The wolf officer and his soldiers halted for a moment, startled by the sudden surge of divine energy. The one-eyed mage's expression shifted from curiosity to disbelief. That power, impossible. He's only 15. Keel clenched his teeth, then turned toward the witch. They're all focused on him now. This is our chance. He extended his hand towards Cedia. The air shimmered, runes spinning around his fingers. A circle of light formed beneath them, growing brighter by the second. Portal, open, he commanded. The young mage focused his power, and a gate of radiant light unfolded behind them, their escape waiting on the other side as the battlefield shook with divine fury. Keel froze in place. A shadow blocked his path, a sorceress with sharp eyes and a confident smile. You're good at hiding, she said lightly, her tone almost playful. But as long as I'm here, you won't get past me. Keel's heart sank. He turned back toward Mord, panic flickering in his eyes. There was no escaping this. Fighting was the only option left. Mord stepped forward, standing between Keel and the enemy. I'll hold them off, he said firmly. Use this chance to move. This fight is ours. You can't drag Cedia into it. The red-haired swordsman across from him smirked, his blade glowing faintly. Then be ready, boy, he sneered. I'll show you what hell looks like. Energy pulsed around him as he invoked his skills, body impulse and impulse edge. The ground split beneath his feet as he lunged forward like lightning. A deafening explosion followed, tearing the clearing apart. Dust and flame surged outward. Keel shielded his face, staring in horror at the devastation. Even the wolf officer gaped, surprised by the sheer force. But when the smoke cleared, Mord was still standing, his fist raised, blocking the swordsman's glowing blade. The red-haired warrior's grin faltered. Mord clenched his hand, then with a single punch, sent his opponent flying backward. Keel quickly began chanting, using his magic to lift the female warrior who blocked his path. She snarled and struggled against the glowing runes that bound her. Keel gritted his teeth. Even if I can't win, I can buy him time. Mord turned toward the wolf officer. Divine light rippled across his arms as his power surged once again. Keel could see it now. His friend's growth in both magic and physical ability was staggering. The wolf officer narrowed his glowing eyes. You can use aura, he growled, his tone darkening. Then I'll respond in kind. Dark energy spilled from his body, surrounding him like a storm. A beam of light exploded from the side, catching Keel off guard. He raised his arms too late. The shockwave knocked him backward. The air trembled as a fiery blast followed, swallowing the field in crimson flame. When the dust settled, Mord was kneeling in the crater, coughing blood. The enemy stepped forward and stomped his foot onto Mord's chest, pressing him down. You're stronger than we expected, he admitted coldly. The wolf approached, his aura sparking with dark discharges. We accounted for the chance you'd have elite warriors with you, he said. But even then, we're still stronger. Mord glanced sideways at the glimmering claws forming from the officer's hands, an artifact's power. These aren't ordinary warriors, they're top tier. Stronger than me in every way. The wolf flexed his glowing claws, the air humming with divine pressure. Beautiful, isn't it? He said with a savage grin. A relic of the gods themselves. This one was blessed by my family's founder. Artifacts like that had vanished when a mythical era ended, when the gods themselves withdrew from the world. Only those who bore the purest divine blood could wield such things now, with the permission of their gods. The wolf spread his arms wide, laughing, the artifact gleaming in his claws. Mord, blood dripping from his lip, lifted his head just enough to meet his enemy's gaze. Good, he rasped, a faint grin tugging at his mouth. That'll make breaking you all the more satisfying. Mord grinned faintly through the blood on his lips. Perfect, he thought. Thanks to him, I can finally push my limits. He straightened, his eyes glinting as the wolf officer's massive, fur-covered form loomed ahead, its aura shaking the air itself. If I can merge 3 fragments of the world, my magic will multiply. And with the blessing of battles added in, the rules will change entirely. Raising his arm, Mord steadied his stance, power coiling around him. Let's see how long you can last, he muttered. A blinding beam of light erupted from his hand, striking the wolf squarely under the jaw. The impact sent the beast sprawling backward through the air. The officer coughed violently, blood spraying from his mouth. His eyes widened in disbelief. His opponent's strength, speed, even the flow of magic, had completely transformed. Before the wolf could recover, Mord darted in again, fist drawn back for a gut punch. But a fiery explosion burst to his left. He barely managed to leap away as molten rocks split the ground where he'd stood. From above, a voice called down mockingly. Losing to a boy? How disgraceful for a silver blood officer. Mord turned and saw her, the one-eyed sorceress perched high atop a massive tree, smirking down at her comrade. The wolf backed away, face tight with humiliation. He'd been bracing for an ambush, but instead, the young man had single-handedly crushed their formation. Not far away, Keel sprinted through the chaos as explosions thundered behind him. He glanced back in confusion. What's she doing here? Arrows and flames rained from the sky. Enemy reinforcements had arrived, relentlessly pursuing him. Mord, still surrounded by dust and heat, raised his head as the wolf snarled, electricity crackling through his fur. So that's all you've got? The officer barked bitterly. Impressive, but not enough. He lunged, claws flashing as he dove at Mord. The protagonist clenched his jaw, readying himself. But then a scream split the air. Everyone turned. The sorceress lay on the ground, one leg ablaze, grimacing in pain. Cedia's enormous form towered in the distance. Her single, golden eye locked on Mord. She had realized what he wanted, that he didn't want her involved. So she stayed still, watching, her massive hands trembling with restraint. The descendants of divine blood, she said, her deep voice echoing through the forest. So arrogant, pretending to be gods when they are nothing of the sort. Flames rippled across her body, setting the trees alight. The enemies froze, their confidence crumbling as the heat pressed against their skin. The giant witch's fire blazed higher, her presence overwhelming. The wolf officer fell to his knees, unable to comprehend how he could have forgotten her, how even his heightened senses had failed to detect such a force. Under the blazing sun, Cedia's golden hair shimmered like fire. Our kind, she said slowly, her voice trembling the sky, share the blood of the divine among us. The more we gather in one place, the weaker we become. She lifted her gaze toward the heavens, her flames twisting upward. But now, her eyes narrowed, burning bright as molten gold. I'm the only remaining blood of the spirit of the sun. Each step she took shook the earth, molten trails marking her path. The trees bowed under the weight of her power. That means, she declared, her voice booming across the battlefield, I'm the strongest of my kind. She clutched her head and broke into a sprint, the roar of the explosion chasing her from behind. Gritting her teeth in frustration, she realized her power was useless now. Her eyes darted toward the protagonist. He already understood. The age of legends was long over, and Cedia no longer belonged to this world. To wield divine power required a price, but she had nothing left to give. Deep in the forest, woman's confusion was clear when she was told not to strain herself. The guy wanted to handle the main enemies alone. She just had to help Keel take care of the rest. With a calm smile, the protagonist told her not to worry. Extending his hand, a glowing sphere formed in his palm. If he survives one hit, he said, we'll just keep hitting him until he doesn't. Every bearer of divine blood had a unique gift. Those blessed or cursed by the god of battle, Werner, could even catch a bullet barehanded. The wolf-like opponent, claws glinting, sized him up and sneered. That ball of energy, with it, you don't stand a chance. The creature's impulse crackled with lightning, its mouth stretching open as sparks danced in the air. But the protagonist simply raised his hand, blue magic wrapping around it like a veil. This power wasn't just energy, it was destruction incarnate. The wolf unleashed a storm of electric fury, lightning tearing through the space. But the guardian of the thorn forest, known for disrupting opponents' momentum, stood firm. The creature's fatal mistake was combining its power with its movement. Shackled by its own discharges, it froze, unable to react. In that instant, the protagonist's fist cut through the air. One hit, no flurry of blows, just a single devastating strike. The impact split the air like thunder. The wolf's body convulsed under the pressure, disbelief in its widening eyes. It tried to speak, but couldn't. The crushing force tore through its energy. A dark aura burst from its form, scattering into nothing. The protagonist lowered his fist, exhaling slowly. It was over. But before he could even turn away, flames erupted across the battlefield. Cedia had ignited the entire army in fire. With a flash of light, the witch stretched out her hand, sending a wave of flames toward the cloaked soldiers. Keel dove forward, escaping the explosion. The warrior glanced at the protagonist, shocked. Mord, still calm, simply said, "Told you, we didn't need backup." He tilted his head slightly, eyes shadowed beneath his bangs, and said coldly, "I'll deal with her myself." The elf dropped to the ground, gasping for air, certain he'd barely escaped death. Mord turned his gaze toward his companion and the towering girl beside him. Keel frowned, asking why he hadn't simply finished off the girl with the eye patch. The player answered calmly, "The warriors of silver blood carry a curse. If any of them try to reveal vital information, the taboo awakens, turning them into monsters. It's more trouble than it's worth." A small boy, still trembling, asked who those people were. He'd heard rumors that Silverblood was a dangerous squad. They stood in a clearing, the lifeless body of a headless enemy sprawled at their feet. Mort spoke up. "I've run into them before in the White Kingdom of Demons. They're not just dangerous to humans, they hold powerful positions. We only know the basics." The protagonist knew the truth went deeper. The Archduchy of Werner wasn't a weak force, and their informants likely knew far more about Silverblood than they let on. Keel crossed his arms, half impressed, half curious. "And how do you know all this?" The leader gave a faint smile. "I told you before, traces of divinity run through me. They show me the great prophecy of peace." Cedia turned toward the frightened boy. "So tell me, was it the god of battles, Werner, or another deity who showed you this vision?" Keel's eyes widened. The witch actually believed him? The giant girl sat silently, legs folded, unsure why the assistant was questioning their leader at all. Ward stepped away, speaking quietly. Such visions aren't common anymore. He crouched to pick up a sword lying in the dirt. Cedia asked softly about his prophetic sight through divine blood. The brunette nodded in confirmation. "Prophecy and foresight have always shaped our history." Extending his hand, the protagonist offered the sword to Keel. The elf caught it carefully, eyes narrowing as he examined the gleaming blade. "This belonged to the red-haired warrior," the leader said, placing it firmly in Keel's grasp. Keel studied it, a flickering in his gaze. It was far superior to his old weapon. For the first time, he felt that all his effort, following orders, fighting endlessly, had finally paid off. A plume of dark smoke rose into the sky. The group watched silently as an entire mountain of corpses burned. Cedia raised her hand, murmuring an incantation. Even if their bodies are reduced to ash, their traces can still be found. With a swift motion, she summoned a cluster of glowing orbs, sending them to seal the remains. The reincarnated warrior and Kiele exchanged glances, equally surprised. After the fall of the legendary era, mortals had begun helping one another master magic, and the remnants of that unity still lingered, even here. They'd once hoped for government support, but it never went that far. Mortals were far too different from gods to expect such favor. Yet after witnessing divine power with his own eyes, he finally understood what that difference truly meant. The towering blonde placed a hand over her chest, glancing at her companions before turning to the benefactor. "I still haven't thanked you," she said softly. "And about what you mentioned earlier." The brunette's gaze met hers, sharp and unwavering. He reached for the sword she'd used to defend herself, but she stopped him. "Don't touch it," she warned. "That blade is cursed." The weapon was pitch black, bound tightly by iron chains. He studied it, already knowing how to lift the curse. In his mind, a shadowed silhouette appeared, a towering demon looming behind it. "This sword is dangerous," he explained, "because within it sleeps the spirit of a powerful demon." The witch tilted her head, intrigued. "So, it has a will of its own? It tempts its wielder with power, drives them into madness until it kills them." The girl lowered her gaze, sadness flickering in her eyes. The protagonist nodded. "To break it, I must reach into the sword itself, enter its mind, and force the spirit out." Cedia frowned. But how can anyone destroy a demon spirit like that? He remembered the old magical technique, the exorcism stencil once used to purge corrupted souls. It was nearly impossible at first, but with time, the spirit's grip would weaken. It was a proven method. Aiden had once broken a curse the very same way. His thoughts drifted to the battle earlier, the clone of the wolf, the overwhelming pressure of divine blood. He'd realized something crucial then. No amount of training or talent alone could raise him to the next level. He remembered Ilden's sharp grin and Kessner's relentless strikes. They'd both reached the second stage, and he'd watched closely, searching for the secret. After today, he finally understood. It wasn't just strength that brought ascension. It was an achievement. A vision flashed before him, a dark silhouette reaching for the light. To become a god, one must accomplish something so great it becomes legend. Only then could a mortal step into their realm. Before him lay a mountain of monster corpses, the silent proof of victory. Only a battle that truly mattered, one fought with purpose, could bring divine light and glory. He clenched his fist, feeling that spark ignite within him. After this fight, he was closer than ever. He had defeated 3 carriers of divine blood, and one of them had already reached the second level. His mind conjured an image of Velos, the Ghost King, commanding a small army, the same being who once wiped out an entire race of giants in an instant. That was the kind of power Mord sought to surpass. He frowned beneath his bangs and turned to the girl. "Can you channel my mind into the sword?" Cedia hesitated, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Then she closed her eyes. "I can." The moment she did, his surroundings shifted. The world faded, replaced by a silent, dusty wasteland. He was no longer standing among his companions. He was inside the sword, and the battle for its soul had just begun. His breath caught in his throat as he stood alone in the barren desert, clutching his head in agony. Then he shouted, calling out the name of the ghost he came to face. Before him appeared the demonic blade once wielded by the ancient king. Mirius, the one who ruled over countless gods and sacrificed his own kind to forge that very sword. It was never meant as a weapon of war, but as a prison, a vessel designed to seal away the being known as Velos, a monster so powerful that even Mirius himself barely managed to defeat him. Across the empty space, the air split open. A massive throne emerged, and upon it sat a skull draped in a tattered demonic cloak. The Ghost King, finally awakened after an eternity. His hollow grin stretched wide, and the void trembled with his laughter. "I've waited long enough," Velos hissed, his voice echoing like thunder. At last, freedom. He placed a bony hand over his chest, his hollow eyes glinting with crimson fire. "You, bearer of divine blood, I will grant you power, the power to rule this world. Make a pact with me, and your every wish shall be fulfilled." The Demon King extended his skeletal hand toward the reincarnated warrior. "Take it, foolish man. Accept your destiny." But in that instant, the protagonist's vision shifted. He saw Mirius, the white-haired king, standing tall, sword in hand, moments before the seal. The realization hit him hard. Velos didn't want a pact. He wanted a body, Mirius's body, to reclaim his strength and unleash chaos once more. Mort stepped back, eyes cold. "You're lying," he said flatly. Velos's grin faltered. "What did you say?" "You don't intend to return to your body," the protagonist continued, "because there's nothing left of it." The Demon King froze, disbelief flashing across his face. His voice trembled as he demanded, "What do you mean?" Images flooded his mind, dismembered limbs, blood scattered across the demon realm. The reincarnated one spoke with calm certainty. When Mirius sealed you away, the world changed. The demon realm fell into chaos. Your body, empty, soulless, was devoured by your own kind. Now, you're nothing but a ghost, and soon, you'll fade completely. For a moment, silence ruled the void. Then came the roar. Lies! Velos's scream tore through the black space, his skull shaking with fury. Bloodlust radiated from him as his form surged upward, towering over Mord. You dare mock me? You think you could deceive me and live? The protagonist looked up sharply, unflinching. If you doubt me, test my oath. I'll swear on my life. My words will stand even under divine judgment. A flicker of hesitation crossed the Demon King's hollow gaze. He knew the cost. Lying under oath to a demon was death. The two locked eyes, a mortal and a godlike spirit, neither backing down. Then, with a sharp movement, the skeleton lunged forward, his massive hand sweeping toward Mord. Chains erupted from a void, wrapping tightly around the reincarnated man's body, lifting him into the air above a phantom executioner's platform. This was his final chance to speak the truth or die. The chains constricted around his neck, and yet his voice came out steady, cold as steel. The truth hit like a storm. The Demon King's body was gone, completely devoured. From the depths of the dark realm, swarms of lesser devils began clawing their way up the Crimson Mountain, shrieking as they rose. Velos's hollow skull twisted toward them, his jaw trembling in disbelief. No, impossible. The tiny devils swarmed around the massive red figure, their energy wrapping around him like a living flame. His empty eyes widened, terror flashing across his bony face. The fragments of his soul cracked and scattered into the sand like falling ash. The once mighty Ghost King fell to his knees, clutching at the void, his form flickering. The protagonist stepped forward, each stride leaving deep footprints in the endless desert. His voice cut through the silence. So, tell me, how does it feel to see the truth for yourself? Velos didn't answer. He couldn't. For thousands of years, he'd held on to his sanity, driven only by the belief that his body still existed somewhere. But now, stripped of that illusion, his mind shattered completely. The Demon King raised his gaze in horror, unable to comprehend the fate that had consumed him. Mord stood above him, looking down with quiet finality. Rest in oblivion. Behind him, the elf turned his attention to the blade in his hands. The black sword, now cleansed of its curse, gleamed faintly in the sun. Realization dawned. This was no ordinary weapon. It was the legendary sword of the Demon King himself. He lifted it, on his voice. So this is divine now. The protagonist smirked faintly. Then maybe you should use it. The elf shook his head, sliding the blade carefully into his bag. There's someone else more suited to this power, he said quietly. I don't know who yet, but I'll find them. Besides, I just got a new sword an hour ago. The leader chuckled softly, then turned toward the witch. What about you? What will you do now? Cedia sat alone in a vast, white void. Her expression was distant as she answered, I don't belong in this world. I don't know when I'll return to the heavens, or if I ever will. I have nowhere to go, and no way to take my revenge. She closed her eyes, lowering her head. I suppose I have no choice. The protagonist's tone grew solemn. There's always a choice. You still have a chance to take your revenge. At his words, Cedia froze. A vision flashed before her, the towering silhouette of Mirius, his white hair gleaming under the light. Her voice trembled. Mirius? Mord nodded. He's still here, living as a member of the Silverblood. Her eyes widened in disbelief. That's impossible. He knelt before her, explaining calmly. He doesn't look the same. The world changed after your imprisonment, after the Age of Legends ended. Much has happened that even you couldn't see. Overhead, a massive wall of light split the sky. Cedia's gaze followed it, her voice quiet. I don't know the full story, but if Mirius still walks this world, then there must be a reason. At the gate, she clenched her fists, anger flickering across her face. Keel and Mord stood before her, arms crossed, listening in silence. The world that ended the Age of Legends, she said through gritted teeth, rejects me. My very existence defies its laws. She turned toward the barrier, her figure outlined by its glow. So I have no choice but to seal myself away again until the time comes. She took one final step forward. If I enter this world now, it will imprison me forever. Before the glowing gate, the girl turned to face the others. Please, she said softly, keep the key for me. The boys stared at her in shock. The witch stood with her back to the massive door, her long hair brushing against the light that poured from it. Her voice trembled, but her resolve did not. I became the strongest mage of my kind, she said quietly. I truly believed I could slay a god. But what use is that strength if I'm sent to heaven before I can finish what I started? She lifted a small key, wrapped tightly in silver chains, and placed it in her benefactor's hand. When I face Mirius, she said, free me from this seal. Only then will I have my revenge. The gate flared with fiery light as she stepped forward. Mord took a hesitant step closer, his eyes wide. Are you sure about this? Keel nodded, her gaze trembling but firm. Yes. The reincarnated one looked up at her fading figure and said quietly, then I'll make sure you meet him. As the gate closed, the light rippled through the sky, spreading warmth across the land. Far away, sunlight fell upon a grand white castle. Inside, a white-haired man stood on his balcony, staring at the evening horizon. His lips curled into a faint smile as a soft laugh escaped him. A man in a coat approached, confused. Master Mirius, what's so amusing? The old mage raised his glass of wine, the crimson liquid glinting in the light. It's been ages, he said slowly, but I can feel it again, my power, stirring in this world once more. The man frowned. You still have power left here? Why not reclaim it? Mirius chuckled, taking a slow sip. If I tried back then, I would have died. I intended to recover my sword only after regaining my full strength, but it seems someone's already done that for me. The assistant blinked. Then you've been defeated? Daisley waved a hand dismissively. Defeated? No. Grateful. His grin widened, his tone chillingly calm. Now I can't see the one I wish to avoid. And when I retrieve my sword, I'll reward whoever made that possible. He wiped a drop of wine from his chin, his smile twisting into something dark. The ground trembled. Then, without warning, a massive explosion erupted, scattering stone and smoke across the castle's outer wall. Meanwhile, deep within the ruins, Mord and Keel stood in a dimly lit cave, facing an ancient chest. Keel whistled, hands on his hips. Guess you were right. Forget the puzzles. Just blow through the wall. Inside the chest lay a collection of jewels, scrolls, and relics gleaming under the faint torchlight. Mord lifted a golden bracelet, mesmerized by its intricate design. They're all beautiful, he murmured, but they seem made from mages. Still, one item drew his attention. The bracelet shimmered faintly, etched with runes of flame. Without hesitation, he slipped it onto his wrist. The air shimmered. The faint heat of a spirit's presence filled the cave. With this, Mord whispered, I can summon the spirit of fire. He could feel it, the pull of elemental magic. Those who could channel the spirits of nature could master fire far more easily. Keel watched in awe as the bracelet pulsed with energy. How is that possible? The reincarnated one opened his eyes slowly. That bracelet was made by a great magician, one who once wielded divine power. Only relics of that kind can merge with the strength of gods. Mord's gaze lingered on Keel, who stood silently, eyes fixed on the glowing bracelet. For a brief moment, the air between them grew tense. He realized then, Keel wasn't just interested. He was awakened. Keel was undeniably an important ally, but compared to what lay ahead, he was still far from ready. The only way forward was to make him stronger, and spirit magic would be the key. Standing in the cave, the young man spread his arms wide. The air trembled as elemental lights began to swirl around him. Flames, gusts of wind, droplets of water, and shards of earth all responding to his call. The protagonist glanced down at the relics glittering on his wrist, trying to decide what to keep and what to pass on. He had already made up his mind about who should receive which artifact. Each one held a purpose. He imagined a figure cloaked in shadow, forming a magical barrier against a wave of dark energy. That image made it clear. The ring in his hand granted its wearer the power to sense hidden threats, ambushes, curses, or any unseen danger, and summon a shield of protection in response. Another vision followed, a black silhouette clashing in battle, the same bracelet from before glowing fiercely. He understood, then, that the bracelet could store its user's magic, allowing it to be unleashed at the perfect moment. A small boy nearby stared in awe, eyes wide. I've never seen relics this powerful before, he whispered. The group returned from their expedition, exhausted but satisfied. They decided to rest, eat, and plan their next move. That night, laughter echoed from the inn. Keel leaned back with a smile, eyes closed, enjoying the moment of peace. Across the table, the protagonist devoured huge chunks of meat with unrestrained appetite. "Hey, slow down," his assistant sighed, watching the food and their money disappear. Mortis grinned, mouth full. "Worth every coin." Keel chuckled as he tore into a loaf of bread, his expression calm. The new relic on his wrist shimmered faintly, a reminder of how far he'd come. Between bites, the young man looked up. "So, why's our next destination all the way across the map? From the east side of the Rutbend Kingdom to the western frontier?" Keel covered his mouth with one hand, scanning the room discreetly. He was right. The villagers' eyes kept darting toward them. Moments later, a brown-haired man in a faded shirt approached their table. He hesitated before speaking. You're mercenaries, right?" The reincarnated one looked up calmly. "And if we are," he said, "do you need mercenaries?" The villager scratched the back of his head, nervous. "Not exactly. I just thought, well." Both the leader and his companion stared at him, waiting. Finally, the man sighed and began explaining. "About 2 weeks ago, ogres started showing up near the village." As he spoke, Mord pictured it. Hulking green monsters emerging from the forest, crushing everything in their path. "Ogres," Keel muttered. "That's not something you run into often." The villager nodded quickly. "We'd heard stories, but this was the first time anyone actually saw them. A whole crowd of us managed to take one down, but that wasn't the end." His voice dropped. A few days later, bodies started turning up in the square. And then more ogres came, stronger ones. People were dying faster than we could bury them. Everyone's terrified. Mord listened in silence, his expression unreadable. But then, the villager continued. 3 days ago, a man appeared, a swordsman, dressed in a black cloak. The elf raised a brow. "A stranger?" The villager nodded. He didn't say much, just smiled when he heard about the attacks. Said he'd handle it. A vision flashed through Mord's mind. A man cloaked in darkness, standing amidst the flames of battle, his sword dripping crimson. He killed them, the villagers said in awe. All of them. In a single day, he wiped out every monster in the area, even the ogres that came back later. He cut them down before they could reach the village. The brunette's eyes narrowed. Something about this swordsman didn't sit right with him. This morning, the villager added, he went out again, said he'd find the source of the monsters. But he hasn't returned yet. Mord leaned forward, voice steady. Did anyone see his face? The man hesitated, then described him. He was built like you, actually strong. Light brown hair, tied back in a ponytail. He carried a massive two-handed sword. Mord froze for a moment, his eyes darkening. He knew that description all too well. He stood up, his voice low. Show us where you saw him last. Soon after, they reached a clearing at the edge of the forest. Blood-stained earth stretched before them, littered with mangled corpses of monsters and ogres alike. Keel wrinkled his nose. This stench, it's faint, but it's there, small-scale demonification. He crouched beside a corpse, inspecting the blackened veins spreading across its skin. If this corruption spreads, then the dungeon entrance must be nearby. And once we reach it, he glanced toward the forest shadows. We'll be swarmed. Mord's gaze swept over the battlefield, his expression calm but heavy. Judging from the way the bodies were scattered, the fight had been relentless and recent. Keel straightened, his eyes glinting with curiosity. Whoever this cloaked swordsman is, he said, the villagers might be calling him a hero. He looked toward the blood-soaked path leading deeper into the woods. But I'm not so sure that's what he really is. The villagers spoke of the cloaked swordsman with awe, his strength, his speed, his fearlessness. Some even whispered he might be a descendant of Werner, the god of battles himself. Keel's eyes widened. If that's true, he drew his blade with a sharp ring of steel. Then he must have used something like this. The reincarnated one walked past him, his tone calm but certain. There's no rule that a descendant has to fight barehanded. If anything, he's hiding his lineage. My intuition tells me that's exactly what's happening. Mort stared ahead in silence, thoughts flashing through his mind. In the original timeline, Leon once told Aiden that he stumbled upon the ruins by accident, and it was there he received the legacy of the god of battles, while protecting a small village during his travels. He frowned slightly. If that's true, then this might be the same place. A blinding light erupted in the distance, and the two immediately set off. They arrived before an abandoned stone building, half swallowed by a massive chasm. The air shimmered faintly with demonic energy. This had to be the source of the demonification. Chunks of rock still crumbled from the edges, falling endlessly into the abyss below. It looked like an earthquake had ripped through the ground, forcing the ruins to the surface. The reincarnated one knelt down, peering into the dark void. "This must be where the corruption began," he said, when the dungeon collapsed. He hesitated. The original record never said exactly when Leon entered the ruins or where. "I didn't think I'd find him here. Not like this." Gil placed a palm on the ground, sensing something. His eyes widened. The blade marks, the rune stencils, they've been completely destroyed. Below, in the shattered depths of the dungeon, a lone warrior struggled to rise. Around him, grotesque skeletons with scraps of flesh still clinging to their bones circled like vultures. One of them sneered. "Why swing a blade you can't even wield properly?" The fighter wiped blood from his lip, glaring back. "Why do you care, corpse?" A blonde-haired skeleton clenched his fist, admiration flickering in its dead eyes. "You're strong," it rasped. "Most men crumble before us. But you fight like one of us." The swordsman's heart pounded. "Werner family?" The leader of the undead laughed, raising his bony arm high. "We've waited centuries to meet another of Werner's blood. Let's see if you're worthy of that name." The warrior gritted his teeth, holding his stomach where blood poured freely. "How are you even here?" he muttered. "Why do our ancestors' remains walk this place?" He looked up, defiance burning in his eyes. "It doesn't matter. I won't die here. Not like this." The skeletal warrior lunged forward, flesh splitting apart as it swung its blade. "Then fight me to the death, human. Let's make it entertaining." The swordsman braced himself, but before their blades could clash, a sudden eruption of energy burst through the cavern. A violent surge of magic tore through the air, vaporizing the bones of the undead in an instant. The swordsman stared, frozen in disbelief. What was that? The very air trembled, and from deep within the ruins, something ancient began to stir. The shattered skeleton crumbled to the ground, its bones scattering across the floor. Another skeleton stepped forward, raising a finger toward the lone figure walking calmly through the darkness, the protagonist. Without hesitation, it demanded to know who he was. The reincarnated one stopped, studied the skeleton for a moment, and threw the same question right back at it. In an instant, the scattered bones began to reform, snapping together piece by piece until a complete figure stood before him once more. The magician watching from afar muttered to himself. Clearly, this creature wasn't the dungeon's core. It must have been manipulating things from the demon realm through some kind of remote trick. That would explain why it had no reason to answer him. As the skeleton's joints fused with strange flesh, it scoffed at the magician's tone, accusing him of arrogance. Then, with a flare of demonic energy burning in its hollow eyes, the leader of the skeleton spread its arms wide and declared that it would test the intruder's strength and his endurance. Before the words had even faded, the bloodthirsty skeleton lunged forward. The reincarnated fighter moved at once, his fist glowing brilliantly as it slammed into the creature's skull. The impact shattered bone like glass. Without pausing, he surged forward again, his hands still blazing with energy, ready to finish the job. He unleashed mirage destruction. A burst of radiant energy erupted outward. A blinding beam of light tore through the air, sweeping across the skeletal army. The bone soldiers froze, staring blankly at the glowing spheres. Those with flesh-covered forms watched, dazed, as arcs of lightning rippled through the air. The crackling energy expanded, filling the entire space in blinding brilliance. Mord stood silently, watching from the edge of the battlefield, a lone figure surrounded by darkness. He muttered that there was no need to awaken the divine blood. Then his gaze shifted toward the distant swordsman. "What's with the act?" he asked mockingly. "Try to look cool playing around with those dolls?" The swordsman's reply was calm, almost dismissive. It'd be a waste of power. Nearby, the severed head of the skeleton let out a distorted laugh, glowing red. "You fool! The Earl of the Demon Realm will never forget this humiliation," it hissed. The protagonist didn't flinch. He crushed the skull under his boot, grinding it to dust. "I'm the arrogant bastard," he said coldly. A brown-haired man, watching from a distance, could only stare in disbelief. Who is this guy? He thought. Even awakening the divine blood wouldn't be enough to beat them. Beside him, a blond man's eyes widened. The leader's intuition was right, he whispered. The young man turned his gaze toward the swordsman, someone who recognized him as Mr. Leon, yet couldn't comprehend why he was here. The swordsman drew his blade and charged toward the group, demanding to know who they were. It was as if his own family had sent them after him. The brunette clenched his jaw, glancing at the agitated Leon. Leon's voice dripped with irritation as he said, "So, they're here to drag me back. Figures. I used to be the 5th contender for heir to the Werner family." His fist tightened, muscles trembling as old rage surfaced. "But I gave up that title 5 years ago," he growled, and walked away for good. In the original story, this was the moment he met Aiden, the man who would later become his loyal ally. The scene opened in a gloomy clearing, where the shadows stretched long across the ground. The newcomer stepped forward and explained that they'd only found him because the villagers had requested their help. Leon didn't buy it. "If you don't believe us," one of them said flatly, "then you're free to leave." The protagonist turned his gaze away, clearly unimpressed. "I don't appreciate being doubted," he said quietly, "especially by someone I just saved. If that's how you feel, then get lost." Mort froze, eyes widening in shock. The words hit him hard, and before he could respond, the reincarnated fighter added that, with his current injury, he wouldn't have survived demonic transformation anyway. Keel, scratching the back of his head awkwardly, took a hesitant step forward. "Wait, I recognize you," he said. "I've seen you before. You're a high-ranking warrior, aren't you? Even if you don't look like one right now." The young man smiled faintly, placing a hand over his chest. Leon noticed the insignia of a rank equal to his own. "I'm part of the guard," the stranger said, "under General Island's command." Leon's expression darkened at the mention of the archlich of Werner. "So that's it," he muttered bitterly. "They don't care about us anymore. Not enough to even send anyone after me." Ward crossed his arms, saying nothing as Leon lowered his gaze. "They won't come looking," Leon said softly. In the original tale, he had been cold and prideful, distant even from those who tried to help him. The swordsman frowned, scratching his neck awkwardly before speaking. "Thanks for saving me," he said, "and sorry for doubting you." To the others, something about him seemed different now. His name, Leon Vernars. That same swordsman in the dark once ran beneath blooming cherry trees, always compared to his gifted brothers. Since childhood, he had lived in their shadow, lacking the support of his family. The villagers would sometimes watch him train in the square, whispering among themselves in surprise at how determined he'd become. During that time, Leon stumbled upon ancient ruins, the resting place of the god of battle's inheritance. With the help of divine relics and the god's blessing, his strength grew to rival that of his brothers. Now, in the forest, Leon stood beside a red-haired man, Aiden, the very person he was destined to meet 5 years later. Aiden extended his hand toward him. "Join me," he said. "Fight for the throne." Leon hesitated, but Aiden's confidence was unwavering. The redhead could already see the potential burning inside him. At the same moment, in another vision, the brown-haired noble raised his hand toward the vast city beyond the horizon. With full support, he would soon claim the title of Archduke. In his mind, he envisioned a massive diamond-shaped crystal, a vessel through which he would send every fragment of the world's power to Aiden, believing wholeheartedly that his savior would protect it from evil. But that trust would soon be shattered. Crimson droplets floated in the air, silent, heavy, ominous. The swordsman stared blankly at the bottle of potion Keel had handed him for recovery, his thoughts scattered. He was shocked to realize they weren't planning to take him along for the next raid. Leon raised his hand to speak, glancing toward Mord as the man calmly explained, "We didn't know. It made more sense to leave a wounded man behind than drag him into the next fight. Brownhair would join the battle instead. He could still fight." The protagonist looked at the swordsman and warned that he'd be a hindrance. The swordsman heard that he might stand in the way of his saviors for the sake of pride. He bared his teeth, turned away, crossed his arms, and apologized for his stubbornness. The protagonist tightened his fist, thinking it was best he'd knock him out and leave him outside if the swordsman kept pushing. Keel began to move, asking the leader if they planned to go on alone. The brunette closed his eyes and called for the wind spirit to locate the swordsman. He placed his hands on his hips, staring toward the spot where Leon had been trapped in the underground ruins, the place where Leon received the god of battle's inheritance. He approached a black stone pillar, intending to search it. He looked down, clenched his fist and started smashing the surrounding fragments. As he broke the stone, he realized destruction might reveal what he sought. He smashed through a wall and entered a hidden library, a record of the Werner family's losers and power struggles. He skimmed a book full of combat diagrams and studies left by the Werner house, slipped it into his bag without knowing if it would help, and kept going. Ahead stood a coffin that only a Werner could open, the resting place of the god's inheritance. He pressed his hand to the lid and light spilled out. Inside lay a crystal fragment of the world. His silhouette paused, thinking of the other crystals. Now he had 3 plus 3 plus 1 plus 1. He also found a stone slab carved with hieroglyphs used to summon the god of battle in the old tales. When he touched the red glyphs, sparks flew. Electricity filled the space, and a thrill ran through him. A single touch filled him with the urge to fight. He tucked the slab into his bag, certain it was unusual and that it might grant the same feeling as the tomb of the god of battle. Looking around, he understood this was the inheritance that had helped Leon overcome his lack of talent. In his mind flickered images of bloodthirsty dragons and extinct mythical beasts, and a god of lightning clashing with another force. The dragon, a weapon forged from the head of a slain beast, was once the prized trophy of the god of battles himself, taken after a legendary hunt. The brunette raised his hand high, the belt of the god of battles gleaming faintly in the light. Behind him, his assistant arrived and froze in awe at the sight of the artifact. The protagonist explained calmly, "It's an ancient relic crafted from dragon skin." All around them, shelves were lined with old tomes and relics, remnants of forgotten eras. Mort stepped closer, his voice low. "That's rare," he said. "Usually, relics like this are enchanted. But this one's different. The god of battles used it until the very moment he ascended." Keel smirked, eyeing the shining belt wrapped snugly around Mord's waist. "Looks good on you," he said with a grin. The young man realized then why Mord had sent the swordsman away. He didn't want him to see these relics. Elsewhere, Leon sat beneath a tree, head bowed, weighed down by helplessness. When he finally lifted his gaze, he saw the stone dungeon building ahead, his dazed eyes fixed on it until movement caught his attention. The others were returning, emerging through the clearing toward him. Keel stretched, lacing his hands behind his head. "Guess I got my hopes up for a demon fight," he said. "Too bad there aren't any." Mord glanced at the fighter. "How's your condition?" he asked. "Much better," the man replied. The brown-haired swordsman studied the reincarnated one's stern expression and finally spoke. "I don't even know your name." The protagonist looked him in the eye. "I'm the legitimate son of the Werner family." The swordsman scratched his chin, unimpressed. "That's impossible," he said. "There's no one left from the main line." Then, squinting, he asked, "How old are you?" 15, the protagonist answered plainly. Leon's eyes went wide. "What?" As the evening sky deepened to indigo, he was still staring in disbelief. The aura this boy gave off at just 15, the power of a master, was unreal. It was as if he'd been training since the day he was born. The reincarnated one lowered his gaze, replying curtly through his bangs. "Even if that's true, why should I have to explain it to you?" The swordsman blinked, then sighed. "You're right. Sorry for being rude." Mord turned to leave, but the protagonist stopped him. "Wait, we're done here," he said. "Leon needs to rest. Once he eats and sleeps, he'll recover." Without another word, the secondary fighter walked off without looking back. Kiele Man glanced over his shoulder, and Mord spoke before he could ask. "We'll stay here for a couple of days," he said. "Then we move." The brown-haired swordsman frowned. "What's your next goal?" Mord's tone sharpened immediately. "That's none of your concern," he said coldly. "Our plans have nothing to do with your family." The brunette fell silent, realizing the conversation was over. Leon's eyes widened as he rushed up from behind, determined to go with them. The protagonist turned toward him, clearly displeased. Something felt off. Leon's behavior didn't match the version he remembered from the novel. Narrowing his eyes, he asked, "What's your goal in following us?" From under the shadow of his hood, the reincarnated one frowned, puzzled by how meaningless the swordsman's motive seemed. The swordsman extended his hand toward him. Mord, without turning back, said flatly, "You have one day." The protagonist faced forward, his tone calm but cold. "One day to think. Tomorrow evening, I'll listen to your reason, and then I'll decide." Leon froze, surprised by the ultimatum. Just then, a small boy appeared behind Mord, smiling brightly. "Come on," he said cheerfully. "The Lord promised us dinner if we made it back alive." Under the night sky, A red-roofed building glowed warmly in the distance. The entire village had gathered, waiting for their safe return. That evening, as everyone settled in, one of the village thieves approached them and asked, "Do you want any kind of reward for stopping the demonification?" Keel and Leon sat side by side at a table laden with food. Keel grinned and said, "Money sounds good." The swordsman chuckled nervously. "A new sword for me," he said. "This old one's had enough battles." Mord, however, leaned back and said simply, "I want a large, secluded place, somewhere far from the outside world." Meanwhile, the protagonist stared at the plate before him, confused. It wasn't an ordinary dish. It was engraved with ancient stencils, and his blood had accidentally dripped onto it from a small cut on his finger. Moments later, he stood on the edge of a high ledge, the moon looming large above. The world around him blurred, and suddenly he was inside his own mind, a place he couldn't control this time. Behind him, a deep, familiar voice echoed. "Quite a view," an old man said mockingly. "A good place for a fight, don't you think?" The god of battles grinned wickedly, his eyes glinting. "It's been a while, my descendant." The protagonist lifted his gaze through his bangs. "You're that god?" "Werner," he said quietly. Daisley crossed his arms, his expression serious. "I'm a remnant of the god of battle. But don't mistake me for an illusion. God's reign in the heavens is still bound to me." They stood opposite each other on a rocky hill beneath the pale moonlight. "You've grown stronger," Werner said. "Let's continue where we left off." The young man stayed calm. "Before we start, I have 2 questions." The god tilted his head. "Ask." "First," the boy said, "why are you smaller than your descendants? And second, if one of us ever unlocks too much potential, will there be side effects?" Werner's face darkened. He lowered his head, silent for a long moment under the moonlight. Then Mord spoke, his tone edged with frustration. He told the god everything, how the Werner family had changed, how the Archduke had found ways to delay aging. The god of battle's expression twisted with disgust. "So that's what they've become," he muttered. The protagonist stood frozen, dumbfounded, picturing the ancient god sitting on his throne, just as Werner began to speak again. The god of battle listened silently as the boy continued. "The Archduke," Mord said, "is powerful, strong enough to be called the reincarnation of the god of battle himself. From what I know, he's reached the 4th level of divine blood, but ever since then he's been aging faster than he should." He hesitated, then added, "And as for his height, maybe his bloodline's been mixed too much." Images flickered in his mind, silhouettes of nobles riding in ornate carriages, their banners bearing the ancient crest of Werner. The family had existed for over 400 years, and countless other lineages had likely merged into theirs. There were mighty warriors among the giants, Mord continued, but they never lived long. Maybe that's what's happening to him. He clenched his fists, realizing something crucial. The novel had never explained why the Archduke aged so quickly. But if another bloodline had been added into the mix, it all finally made sense. Suddenly, a burst of light tore through the air between them. From the beam, another figure descended, landing with a heavy thud. "Enough talking," the newcomer said sharply. "My fists are itching." Mord frowned darkly. "It's been a while, weakling." The naked young man smirked, resting his hand casually on his belt. "Last time you got lucky," he said. "This time I won't hold back." The air between them grew tense. The white-haired protagonist narrowed his eyes, sensing the familiar yet foreign flow of energy in his opponent's body. The divine blood within him felt different. He recalled the image of this man, the one who had once lifted the head of a dragon with his bare hands. This was Werner himself, a demigod born from the sky goddess Erida. He had inherited divine power directly from his father and forged his own godhood through sheer strength and will. The divine blood that flowed through the protagonist was Werner's. The fighter grinned wickedly, lowering into a stance. "The 10-year-old god of battle," he said mockingly, using the divine blood of Erida herself. He lunged forward, fists crackling with energy. Mord braced himself as the familiar yet overwhelming power rushed toward him. A heartbeat later, the brunette stood battered and bruised, his clone buried deep in the ground. The naked fighter walked past, smirking. "Still forcing me to fight you personally, huh? Guess you didn't learn from 5 months ago." But the reincarnated one wasn't done. He raised his glowing fist, lights swirling around him. During those months, he had mastered aura. The fighter's grin widened as he saw the faint shimmer enveloping Mord's hand. "Aura, mastered already?" he said in disbelief. You learned it at 12? He raised his own arms, the air around him vibrating with energy. Green sparks erupted from his hands, the aura of a beginner, but alive and fierce. I'll show you, he said, laughing. The next level you should aim for. Then his expression changed. His eyes widened as he noticed something unexpected. It was an acceleration aura, energy shaped into glowing green hieroglyphs that pulsed in the air between them. The two fighters faced each other, their power thrumming through the air as the battle between the reincarnated hero and the demigod began once more. Acceleration aura, a skill that condenses aura into a razor edge and then accelerates it at the precise moment to multiply destructive power. The reincarnated one launched himself straight at his opponent's chest. He had trained endlessly inside his mind, but never in real combat. Now it was time to test it. A focused beam of light shot forward. The protagonist glanced back a moment later and saw the enemy's torso sliced. Werner watched the wound on the hill, surprised by the strike. The enemy's lower body began to evaporate. The long-haired brunette still could not accept that Daisley's true ability was far lower than his arrogance suggested. The kind of pride that poisons legends. No matter the talent, the protagonist said, no one becomes a hero without luck. Werner laughed aloud at that, as if the remark were consolation. The protagonist only said he didn't feel better for winning. Another man dropped down in front of Mord and introduced himself, a 23-year-old who would not disappoint. The long-haired brunette noted the newcomer's black hair and silver pearls, a sign of deeper heir to blood. The reincarnated man tilted his head, thinking that the enemy had barely developed his magical skills, let alone awaken divine blood. His strength matched the protagonist's personal power after awakening. Under the red moon, the naked opponent assessed the protagonist and prepared for the real lesson to begin. The protagonist struck again, but missed near the face. The long-haired brunette sat back, touched his wounded cheek, and acknowledged that the man had grown to an impossible level. The protagonist, bloodied on the ground, thought it ridiculous. After 500 fights, he'd only landed one real hit. The fighter smirked at the battered Mord and noted that, despite not taking him seriously, he still managed to land a blow. A hand clenched around a bloodied bicep. The protagonist understood that physical recovery didn't fix everything. The more he fought, the more monstrous the opponent revealed himself to be. The man had already beaten him 500 times. Mord bared his teeth and moved in, determined to land a hit to the face. The reincarnated one rose and stepped forward. His shadow loomed across the rocky ground. The young man in black shorts looked toward the old god, breathing heavily. How many more times? He asked. The god of battles folded his arms, his voice calm and stern. 100 more attempts, he said. You've gathered many fragments of the world. That buys us time. The fragments bear most of the burden, so the toll of drawing heaven's power is lighter. He studied his descendants closely. At this rate, the god continued, you'll awaken the divine blood soon enough. Heel fighter pressed a hand to his chest, uncertain. Mord had grown stronger, far beyond where he once stood, yet this seemed to be his limit. Daisley smiled wickedly. Then tell me, he said, what do you think now? It was the 520th attempt. By the 559th, the reincarnated fighter was parrying dozens of blows in succession. In the next, his fist nearly grazed his opponent's face before being slammed into the ground with a shattering impact. The brunette lay in the dust, looking toward his mentor, who said quietly, that was the 610th attempt. Mord wiped the blood from his lip and muttered, I didn't even need to awaken divine blood for that. He sat against a broken wall, his mind drifting into the dark inner space of his thoughts. He imagined his body floating in the void, hand outstretched towards something unseen. Frustration churned within him. He was so close, yet somehow he'd forgotten how to move. The more his mind tired, the more something deep inside him began to stir. Seething, restless, and his eyes shot open. In the endless dark, he saw Daisley again, surrounded by arcs of lightning, caught inside an air funnel. Don't think, Werner's voice echoed. Let instinct guide you. A sudden clarity washed over him. Mord's eyes widened. Then he smirked, hands folding behind his head. Guess we're finally done, he said. Good timing. But it wasn't over. Mord stood in the midst of a raging windstorm, calm and still. Both he and the god turned toward their new opponent, sensing a force unlike before. Behind Mord's gloating expression, Werner's face appeared briefly, almost merging with his descendants. A surge of raw aura burst from Mord's body, streaking through the air toward the enemy. The subordinate of the god of battles froze, unable to react. The protagonist's glowing fist flashed forward, one decisive strike. The explosion that followed lit the battlefield in white fire and electric sparks. The man in black shorts flew backward, eyes wide with terror. Mord dropped from above like a thunderbolt, his body trailing arcs of light, and slammed into the ground. A deafening crack echoed as smoke and static filled the air. Heel Fighter, standing at the ledge, glanced toward the chaos with a crooked grin. "Good thing I came back," he muttered. "That could have ended badly." He looked into the swirling funnel of air below. Down there, Mord lay on the ground, bracing himself with shaking hands, dazed. "What was that?" he breathed. He couldn't even remember how he had attacked. Then the slow sound of clapping broke through the noise. Werner stood before him, smiling. "Well done," the god said. The divine blood of Erida, the sky god, had awakened within him. Werner's eyes gleamed with approval. "It wasn't your mind that guided you," he said. "It was instinct. And now, we finally understand. You carry her power." The god of battle smiled broadly, both proud and intrigued. "Don't forget this feeling," he said. "When you fully awaken it and balance it with the power you inherited from me, you'll know what it truly means to hold two divine forces within a single body." The reincarnated one looked down at his palm, bewildered. The glowing aura pulsed faintly between his fingers. Balance, he realized, that's the key. He pictured the naked god in white, standing like a figure carved from light. The power of Erida, vast and pure, was strong enough to consume a person entirely. To survive it, he would need to make the power of the god of battle dominant. Otherwise, his mind would be lost forever. Cracks began to split the rocky hill beneath them as Werner's form began to fade. The god wanted to speak more, but time was running out. He reached forward, his finger glowing faintly, and pressed it against the young man's forehead. "Take this," he said with a smile. "My blessing, divine health." The god chuckled softly. "I'll be watching. When we meet again, I expect to see how far you've come with Erida's power." The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled faintly. "You should stop hiding here," he said. "Send someone else next time. You're probably tired of me by now." Werner let out a laugh. "Perhaps, but we'll meet again soon to send it." Then everything dissolved in light. When the protagonist opened his eyes, he was back in the real world, and standing in front of him was Leon. The swordsman's gaze was steady. "I was waiting for you," he said. "Before I explain why I want to come with you, you should know why I left home." The fighter said nothing, and Leon's voice grew quieter, his memories pulling him back. He remembered himself as a child, standing at a funeral. His father, a direct descendant of the Werner line, had died in battle, trying to stop demonification. His mother's relatives were too weak to hold their place in the family hierarchy. He remembered his father's injured hand reaching toward the statue of the god of battles, desperate for strength. After his father's death, their supporters began to turn away. One by one, those who once pledged loyalty to their family abandoned them, tightening control and spreading fear. During training, whenever the instructors pushed the candidates too hard, Leon often found himself praying to the god of battles instead of relying on people. The more pressure his family faced, the harder he was pushed. He had to become the best. He remembered the reassuring weight of a hand on his shoulder, an unspoken encouragement. Compared to others, he wasn't a genius, but he was capable, and when he finally earned the title of warrior, he was met not with pride, but harsh reality. If he was talented, then everyone else around him were geniuses. In his memories, countless hands reached toward him, grasping, pulling, faces twisted, eyes glowing red with demonic hunger, mouths whispering curses. He had always lived under pressure, but what truly crushed him weren't the expectations. It was the constant reproach from his family, especially his mother. Every word she spoke cut deeper than any blade. "Why can't you even manage this? You need to try harder," she'd scold. To her, his failure wasn't just his own. It was a stain on the family's name. As a child, Leon learned to fear raised hands and angry voices. His mother had drilled one thing into him every single day: be the best. But as years passed, that drive turned into obsession. Whenever she saw even a hint of weakness, her voice turned sharp and merciless. He grew used to the pain. His body no longer flinched, but his heart, it was breaking apart. In his fading memories, his little sister Erna would smile up at him, gripping his finger tightly, keeping him from running away. But that was long ago. The grown-up Leon looked at her differently now. She had become someone terrifying, a genius everyone admired and compared him to. Her brilliance made him feel smaller, and soon, her smile no longer brought comfort but fear. He began to resent himself, and the thought of leaving his family haunted him. Even in his memories, his mother appeared like a demon, her dying eyes filled with madness. Her last words were curses, a final chain to bind him even in death. Seeing her face had always been hell, but when she passed, it felt like the first breath of freedom in his life. On the day of her funeral, the townspeople watched in silence. The swordsman in the black cloak walked away from the Bernard family, never to return. Far from that house, he finally felt free and powerful. But that freedom didn't last. When he stepped on a thin ice with a thunderous crack, reality shattered. He realized it was all an illusion. Before him loomed gigantic skeletons, towering and cold. For years, he had only fought weak foes, never testing his true limits. And now, standing at death's edge, he finally understood how hollow his strength had become. Just when the darkness closed in, a figure appeared, surrounded by sparks of aura. The swordsman locked eyes with him, a wild fire burning within. In that instant, he knew this was fate. He slammed his hand against the table, voice trembling with excitement. "I want to join your raid," he declared. "I need to understand what this feeling is." The broad-faced man beside him fell silent, deflated by his sudden outburst. Mord, arms crossed, stared at him in annoyance. "Are you done talking yet?" Still, despite his irritation, Mord couldn't help but be curious. The story Leon told sounded just like the one he'd once read himself. But Leon's words kept flowing, his emotions spilling over. Then came the warning. The revived man turned serious. "The road ahead will be far more dangerous than you think," he said. "The Silver Blood Organization is already on your trail." Leon froze. That name echoed like a curse from his past. An old man with long, graying hair let out a dry laugh, his tone laced with amusement. He mentioned that he'd heard of the Silver Bloodback in his mercenary days. And yes, they were very real. The protagonist nodded, his voice calm but firm. "They're military strength rivals, that of the Bernard family," he explained. Hearing that, the swordsman clenched his fist, not in fear, but in admiration. The leader hadn't turned him away. Instead, he'd given him a chance. Still, the man warned him, "We don't know when we'll run into them. Think carefully before you decide." Leon smiled faintly, his hands trembling. "I'll fight with you when that time comes," he said. "I don't know how to repay you for saving me, but I won't die on the battlefield. I'll live, because I'm destined to become an Archduke." The brunette sitting nearby sighed and slumped into his chair, clearly irritated. This guy's a genius, no doubt, he thought, but he's also a direct descendant of the Bernard family. If trained properly, Leon could become as powerful as he was meant to be in the original story. Everyone was still seated when Leon suddenly stood up, startled by a thought. Keel glanced at the leader. "Are you sure about this?" he asked quietly. "If we bring him along, it could cause trouble." Moore didn't flinch. "That's my decision," he replied flatly. Keel exchanged a look with the swordsman and smiled. The swordsman chuckled softly. "Don't worry about it," he said. "I'm just a man who lost the fight for succession. Nothing more. Just call me Leon. It feels strange being called Mister after all this time." Above the quiet house, the night sky slowly shifted, stars fading into the soft light of morning. They needed rest. By tomorrow, they'd be leaving the western central region, the kingdom of Lutvin in the county of Palo. At dawn, the sun rose over the mountains, spilling golden light across the town square. People filled the streets, merchants shouting, mercenaries gathering. The area was alive. Mount was crawling with monsters, which meant endless work for anyone brave enough to take it. Keel among them looked at Leon with concern. "Why go through all this?" he asked softly. Leon, already dressed in armor, slung his sword across his back. He planned to hide his identity. If anyone saw him fight unarmed, they'd immediately know he was from the Bernard family. The younger fighter added, "We already have a leader. You don't have to push yourself." Leon shook his head. "I'm just getting ready, in case the job involves my family," he said. The knight in the iron helmet nodded, resting his sword on his shoulder. "Makes sense. If you've been carrying that blade since leaving home, it explains why your skills look rough." And just like that, the group understood. Leon wasn't unskilled. He was simply a man rebuilding himself from the ruins of his past. In his memories, he could still see it clearly, the cold ground beneath him after the fight, his breath shallow, his body broken. Leon had fought the leader several times on their journey and lost every single one. The brunette turned away from his bickering teammates with clear irritation, watching as the swordsman prepared to spar with Keel. But before they could begin, the reborn one stopped them. "Do it later," he said firmly. "We have business first, the black market." Following his instructions, they found an assistant who guided them through the narrow streets until they reached it, a small, dimly lit building with curtained windows and no signboard. Mord stood at the corner, waiting with the knight. The knight frowned, clearly puzzled. "We came all this way for this?" he asked. Mord didn't answer right away. Instead, he nodded toward a faintly glowing shard on the table. "This isn't just anything," he said quietly. "Drop a bit of your blood on it." The knight hesitated but obeyed. A single drop of blood hit the shard, and immediately it began to shimmer. The swordsman watched in confusion, not understanding what was happening. The shard pulsed once, then expanded, reshaping itself into something larger, a black glove, etched with faint, divine markings. The protagonist touched his belt and closed his eyes. "This," he explained, "is a relic, the stone giant's gloves. They can only be wielded by those with divine blood. They don't rely on magic, but on life essence. Feed them regularly, and they'll protect you. Activate them, and your strength will surge, but only for a short time." The knight's eyes widened. "The stone giant had this?" he gasped. "And you're giving it to me?" Mord nodded. "If you're going to take something that once belonged to Leon, it's only right you get something of equal worth in return." Then, the protagonist revealed another relic, a pair of small, glowing earrings. "These are warning earrings," he said. "An ancient spirit sleeps within them. When danger nears, they awaken. In battle, they heighten your senses." He handed them over, the faint light reflecting in his pale eyes. Keel smirked and clenched his fist, clearly pleased. "Guess that means I'll need to pierce my ears," he said. "Fine by me." The brunette rummaged through his bag again, pulling out more items. The others exchanged looks. Clearly, he bought more than just 2 relics. Finally, he drew out 2 old books he'd purchased at the last black market. Their covers glowed faintly as he placed them on the grass. Moments later, one of the books ignited, rising into the air as the fire twisted its form. When it fell back down, the flames died, leaving behind a blackened tome that released wisps of smoke. Mord picked it up carefully, the air around it heavy and strange. He flipped it open, and there, across its darkened pages, a map revealed itself, ink shifting like living shadows. "This will take time," he muttered, "but I'll finish the rest step by step." He closed the book and slipped it into his bag. Then, his gaze shifted toward Leon, waiting for his response. Before the discussion could continue, Keel raised his hand eagerly, eyes bright with excitement. "Let me handle this," he said. "I'll track down the informants. The people in the back alleys owe me a few favors. They'll talk." The protagonist nodded slightly, but kept his gaze fixed ahead. "We're looking for someone named Aiden," he said quietly. "A mercenary mage, around 50 to 60 years old. He was last seen somewhere in the mountain forests." The others exchanged glances. The air shifted. This was more than a simple mission. "The dungeon," the leader continued. "That's where we're headed. That's the real reason we came." As they walked through the trees, the swordsman finally asked, "Who exactly is this Aiden?" The reborn one slowed his pace. "He's a bearer of divine blood," he explained, "and his greatest enemy is silver blood." He paused, his tone lowering. "Aiden carries the blood of Magenta, the god of the forest and of wisdom. They say he once lived as a hermit, guiding the lost back onto their path. Divine blood like his is rare, perfect for a mage." He glanced up through the canopy, eyes filled with thought. Aiden is the only one alive who can awaken that kind of power. As they continued, the protagonist's mind wandered to the stories of Aiden's past, of how he'd come to possess such strength. Aiden had been called a prodigy, a genius mage, but that gift had come at a terrible cost. He could still see the image, a young girl, his older sister, sitting alone in a dark void. The older she grew, the louder the voices in her head became. When the silver blood attacked their family, lightning tore through the sky. The girl stood in the center of the chaos, her power raging uncontrollably. And then, with one final act of love, she sacrificed herself, turning her divine power into a blessing and passing it to her younger brother. In those memories, young Aiden had fallen to his knees, clutching his chest as the divine blood within him awakened for the first time. From that moment, his life changed forever. The mercenaries who took him and treated him with awe, a boy with divine blood working alongside them in the town of Palo. With every mission, his reputation grew, and so did his power. Back in the present, the leader moved ahead through the clearing. Keel, still processing everything, asked, "So what will you do when you find him?" The protagonist didn't answer immediately. "I don't know yet," he said finally. "The future isn't fixed anymore. Everything I do changes it. I need to see for myself if Aiden's life followed the same path, or if it's already shifted." He stopped suddenly. "But first, there's something else I have to do." Leon and Kiele stepped closer, peering past Mord's shoulder, and froze. Before them stretched a vast waterfall, glimmering beneath the afternoon sun. Mist filled the air, and at its base, the water seemed to vanish into shadow. "This is it," Mord said, "the entrance to the dungeon." Without hesitation, the reborn one leapt from the cliff, plunging straight into the roaring water below. Somewhere beneath that surface, Aiden would soon uncover his first world fragment, and the records that would change everything. With a confident wave of his hand, he sent ripples across the lake, then drove his fist forward, punching straight through the water and into the hidden dungeon below. These were his first steps on the path to becoming a mage powerful enough to rule the world. Through the falling droplets, the protagonist stared into the depths, wondering if he'd taken the world's fragment before Aiden did. Would his destiny have changed? The group followed their leader into the shadowed cave. Keel glanced around in awe, never imagining there could be a dungeon hidden behind a waterfall. He couldn't help but wonder how their leader had known about it. Keel sighed as Mord marched ahead, ignoring the night completely. He was always like this, single-minded, unreachable. An elf turned back toward the darkened passage, asking the reborn what kind of dungeon this was. Without looking back, Mord replied that their stay would be brief, unless he was mistaken. Soon, they stepped into a massive corridor lined with knight statues and intricate geometric designs. The floor was divided into tiled patterns, puzzles mixed with traps. It was clear this dungeon was long abandoned, yet still dangerous. Without hesitation, the protagonist leapt onto a red tile. The others froze, startled, but he explained calmly. If they couldn't solve the puzzles, they wouldn't clear the dungeon. Someone suggested there might be a faster way. At that moment, the stone guardians turned their gaze toward them. Mord raised his muscular arms, deflecting the flying spears that rained down. Small explosions burst around his fists as he summoned a powerful aura. A demonic red light flickered in his eye as he struck the ground. Tiles shattered, smoke filled the air, and the path trembled beneath them. Watching through the haze, the reborn realized he could simply destroy the traps instead of solving them. The knight, drenched in sweat, and Keel, grinning at the chaos, followed his lead and stepped onto the tiles. Leon, ever the realist, commented that he'd rarely seen ruins untouched by demonification. Maybe, he said, they should find another way. Their eyes lifted to the statue before them. A monstrous gargoyle, wings spread wide, fangs bared. Kiele squinted at the black stone pillar standing in the red-lit room and asked what kind of chamber this was. "It doesn't matter," the knight replied flatly. "Mord will destroy every room we enter." They continued forward, stepping carefully between the cracked tiles and looming pillars. The leader remarked that puzzles like these were part of the adventure. Kiele and the knight approached a new puzzle etched into the floor. It seemed to require matching symbols. Keel observed that the hidden symbols could only be seen with magic, but none of them were mages. Before they could plan further, their calm companion shattered the puzzle with a single strike. The gargoyle statues trembled, and their eyes began to glow. A moment later, an army of winged vampires descended from the ceiling, their shadows spreading across the blood-red walls. Black marks burned into the stone as battle filled the air once again. The warriors braced themselves as the room began to shift. Stone walls grinding, air trembling. From the shadows, a massive stone golem emerged, its steps shaking the ground. Without hesitation, the main character charged forward, taking on the monster head-on and leaving the rest to his teammates. A powerful beam of energy blasted through the golem's body, scattering shards of stone in every direction. The brunette's eyes widened. Within the cracks, a red crystal pulsed faintly, glowing like a heart of magma. Fragments from the creature's shattered arm began to rise, swirling back into place as if rewound by magic. The golem was restoring itself, It reached toward the group, its movements now faster, heavier, empowered by the dungeon's own magic. The reborn narrowed his gaze, recalling the crystal's position. It had to be the core. Unless that was destroyed, the monster would keep regenerating endlessly. From above, a bloodthirsty vampire statue came to life, releasing a blazing energy blast from its mouth. The knight barely managed to dodge, countering with a quick sword strike that cleaved through the air. Keel raised his glowing hand, charging his next attack, while Leon grumbled from behind, irritated by the constant wave of monsters. The elf called out, telling him to stop complaining and actually join the fight. In response, the young man summoned holy spirits, their radiant forms spiraling around the gargoyles. The light aura bound the dark vampires mid-flight, dragging them down. Keel gripped his shimmering blade and struck through the darkness. Kiele shot past the monsters like a flash, cutting through them with bright arcs of light. He landed, glancing over his shoulder at the fallen creatures. Meanwhile, Mord unleashed a flurry of strikes against the golem. Each blow cracked its surface, but the creature's wounds kept mending. He realized that only by destroying the core could he end it for good. But if he couldn't reach it, victory was impossible. Drawing in his breath, he activated level 2 of his aura accelerator. His figure blurred, vanishing from sight, then reappeared with a burst of raw energy. A pink glow flickered around the golem's core, then fractured. With one final surge, the crystal shattered into glittering fragments. The knight stared at the pile of rubble where the monster once stood, his leader's silhouette barely visible through the haze. Mord had defeated the stone golem with ease. The reborn stood motionless amid the dust, back turned to the others. Leon watched in silent awe. He'd seen many prodigies before, but this was something else entirely. The protagonist glanced over his shoulder, noticing the knight still locked in battle. "You haven't finished yet?" he muttered. The knight exhaled sharply, tossing his sword aside as sparks flickered from his armor. He clenched his fists, stance lowering as arcs of light began to swirl around him. In the next instant, he launched himself forward, transforming into a streak of brilliance. His strike landed square on the vampire's chest, shattering it into pieces. Leon followed up, delivering a rapid storm of blows, each one flashing like lightning across the room. Kiele watched with a satisfied grin as the battle drew toward its end. He finally realized he should have fought like this from start. Why had he ever relied on a sword when his fists were far deadlier? Ever since losing that duel, he tried to fight like someone he wasn't. Now, with his hands glowing, the knight stood surrounded by the fallen monsters, proof that raw instinct could outmatch cold steel. The young boy watching him understood it clearly now. His comrade was stronger without a weapon. Meanwhile, a dark silhouette moved down the final corridor, footsteps echoing off black stone. He muttered to himself that there was nothing left here. Suddenly, a voice filled the chamber. The three tensed, glancing upward as they were congratulated for reaching the end. Sweat trickled down their faces as the unseen speaker praised them for surviving every trial, reminding them that only the brave and the wise could have made it this far. The protagonist frowned, his expression hidden beneath his bangs as the voice continued. It spoke with disdain for those who relied solely on strength, declaring that such people were unworthy. Then, with a heavy thud, a black chest dropped from above. The voice explained that only the competent should wield the power of a great god, and that they had proven themselves worthy to receive it. Before them stood a shining black chest, carved with a plate engraved in ancient symbols. The markings described the fragments of the world, knowledge that once changed Aiden's fate, the same knowledge only he could read. Their voices echoed through the vast hall as the judgment continued. The artifact had to be destroyed before Aiden reached it. Keel looked toward his leader, confused in his tone. "Why are you going to destroy the plate?" he asked. Before Mord could respond, the chest began to glow blue. Its lid creaked open, revealing a massive crystal blazing with light and raw energy. The knight stepped forward cautiously. While Kiele examined the crystal's glow, it radiated incredible power. Mord reached out, his fingers brushing against its surface. Someone asked him why he'd been collecting these fragments from the very beginning. His answer was calm and steady. "Because I have to save this world." In an instant, his hair turned white. His body trembled as he felt the transformation spreading deeper this time, far more intense than before. Eyes closed, Mord understood the truth at last. The world fragments didn't just grant power, they reshaped their wielder. Over time, one would become inseparable from the fragment itself, absorbing its strength completely. The ground rumbled as a massive rocky hill rose from the surrounding waters, a towering cliff crowned by a single colossal stone. The three fragments he had collected before merged into it, forming one unified whole. He tilted his head, opening his palm as a faint smile crossed his lips. "Looks like I got lucky this time," he murmured, but his calm faded as the knight behind him pressed for answers. "What's your real plan, Mord?" Mord sighed, eyes closing again. "The dungeon's collapsing," he said flatly. "We need to move. Now." The boy turned, a faint smile still on his face, and took one last glance back before leading them out into the fading light. Leon glared in frustration, but once again, their leader ignored him. Mord had always been like this, focused, unreachable. The boy couldn't help but grin shakily, glancing up at him. Saving the world, what a ridiculous thing to say. And yet, even though Mord wasn't one for long speeches, there was no way he was lying. The reincarnated brunette stared ahead through his bangs, silent and resolute. Keel didn't completely understand, but deep down, he trusted him. Elsewhere, chaos unfolded. Assassins had wiped out everyone, and now they turned toward the last survivor. The young man, bloodied and cornered, bared his teeth, trying to understand who was attacking him. Three figures in black stood before him, members of the Shadow Wolf squad. He hadn't expected much from them, but their strength was undeniable. Still, he was of silver blood, not as fragile as they assumed. The mark of a red eye burned across his hand as realization hit him. He was facing the elites of the Shadow Wolf squad. And what was stranger was that three divine-blooded warriors had already fallen to them. The lead mercenary, face hidden behind a black balaclava, raised his blade. The young man clenched his fists, knowing he couldn't win. His only option was to summon the consciousness of the higher one into his body. A twisted smile formed on his lips. "Then I'll take you all to hell with me," he spat. Before he could finish, his head was severed cleanly from his body. The mercenary's blade swept again, cutting down the rest without hesitation. The three killers stood over the fading corpses. One of them clicked his tongue, disappointed. That was too easy. The largest of the group crossed his arms. "They were just lackeys," he said. "The real danger begins once the army gathers. Don't underestimate the silver blood. The general wouldn't have warned us for nothing." The bulky mercenary turned toward their leader, who sat casually atop a nearby rock. "You good, boss?" he asked with a smirk. "If you get tired, say so. We'll take turns carrying you." Their leader hopped down, brushing dust from his coat. "No need. I'm more interested in meeting this Mord everyone keeps talking about. If we had to go through all that to get to him, he must be something special." The brunette leader pulled off his mask, revealing an eye patch and a cold, amused expression. "Interesting," he muttered. Not far away, the main character landed before a jagged hole in the cliffside. He clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power coursing through him. The four fragments had finally merged, strengthening him beyond his limits. He could now draw energy from them for longer and even use it to heal. As his glowing fingertips brushed against his bangs, he felt the divine essence granted by the god of battles flowing through him. It was a rare blessing, slow to awaken, but invaluable in the right moment. Just then, a knock echoed through the stone chamber. Keel's voice came from the other side. "Mord," he called. "We've got the result from our informants. We found Aiden." Mord stepped out immediately, meeting Keel's gaze. "Tell me everything," he demanded. Keel nodded. "Aiden left the city yesterday." Mord's eyes widened. "Yesterday? That shouldn't have been possible." Keel continued, painting the picture in his mind. Aiden had been sitting with mercenaries at a tavern table, laughing as if nothing was wrong. He'd come to the capital about 5 months ago, once a mercenary himself, before meeting a mage named Levon, who later took him in as a disciple. Levon was infamous, a 6th-level mage, respected, feared, and deeply entangled with Palo's underground. His name alone was enough to keep the authorities away from his organization, no matter how small it was. But last night, everything changed. A massive explosion tore through the city. Unknown attackers had stormed Levin's base, reducing it to rubble. Many died in the chaos, and the guards now scoured the streets on the Count's orders, searching for whoever caused it. The elf stepped forward, holding a sealed white letter. "It seems Aiden left through the eastern gate," he said. "He told the guards he was heading to a village on his teacher's orders. But according to our informants, Levon sent him away only to protect him. Mord pressed his hand to his chin, deep in thought. The timeline had shifted. This wasn't how it was supposed to unfold. These events should have happened 6 months from now. Even Levin's sacrifice, that wasn't meant to happen yet. Something, or someone, had changed the flow of history. The story of Aiden began with vengeance. He was once a mage who would come to dominate the world. Born into a wealthy family in the kingdom of Luton, his early life was peaceful, like a flower growing undisturbed in sunlight. But that peace didn't last. In his memories, he saw the faces of his wounded family, his parents clutching him tightly as their home burned. The Silverbloods had attacked without mercy, wiping out everything he loved. And then, the Dark Sage took his teacher from him. From that moment, Aiden began to despise himself. He blamed his own weakness for their deaths. In those haunting memories, a blond man with a grim expression raised 3 fingers, signifying how everything had gone wrong. The massacre at Gramadole followed, where not only the returning king was branded their enemy, but the Dark Sage as well. The future Aiden once knew was gone. From this moment forward, everything would change. Back in the present, Keel sat at the table across from Mord, his expression uneasy. The leader was silent, lost in thought, trying to piece together what had happened to the mage Levon. He vanished after the attack, Keel finally said. No body was found, but most believe he's dead. At that, Mord stood abruptly. The chair scraped against the stone floor. Keel looked up. Are you really planning to get involved in this? Why? Mord's answer was calm, but certain. Because sooner or later, I'll have to face the people behind it. Keel hesitated, his concern showing. You've already made enough enemies, Mord. How many more do you plan to add? The reborn mage turned his gaze away, silent once again. His expression gave nothing away, but his eyes said everything. He already knew where he was going next. Mord listened quietly, then nodded. He agreed with Keel's reasoning. Levon had always been meticulous. The mage had built several hidden sanctuaries across the city, places meant for research and for escape if things ever went wrong. Mord was certain Levon was hiding in one of them. Meanwhile, in another corner of the city, a man covered his face with his hand and frowned in frustration. His tavern had become a battlefield. A group of armed mercenaries burst through the doors, their boots echoing against the floorboards. Keel at their front, face hidden behind a black mask, studied the man coldly. You've got skill, he said, but you're just a tavern keeper. You won't tell us where Levon is, so we'll end this quickly. Before they could move, the tavern owner stomped his foot, ready to fight back. But then, a commanding voice rang out, "Stop." Everyone froze. Out from the shadows stepped a man with silver-gray hair, Levon himself. He placed a hand over his chest and spoke calmly. If you promise not to harm this man, he said, I'll go with you. The tavern keeper clenched his fists, shaking his head. Don't be foolish, he growled. They're not leaving either of us alive. Levin's expression softened. I'm sorry, he said quietly. I shouldn't have dragged you into this. But the tavern owner had already taken his stance. Hide, he ordered. I'll hold him off. The mercenary leader tilted his head mockingly. Touching, he said. I might cry. Then, turning to one of his men, he added coldly, Number 29. Finish it. Levin's eyes narrowed. His gaze fixed ahead, where a cloaked figure stepped forward, gripping a staff shaped like a bone cane. The tavern keeper glanced back sharply. You know this man? He asked. Levin's jaw tightened. They're from the Dark Mages, he explained. A secret faction that calls themselves the Dark Followers. His mind flashed with memories. A hooded figure standing before a colossal sigil. Years ago, a powerful mage once called himself the Sage of Darkness, Erickson. That red-haired sorcerer was consumed by his own power, bound and sealed away by his enemies. When the Dark Followers discovered the sealed sage, they invaded his consciousness, stealing fragments of his knowledge and strength for themselves. The masked blonde smirked behind the shadows. You were always good at hiding, Number 29, he sneered. A century, and you still think you can escape us? Levin's eyes flared with anger. I am not Number 29, he shouted. The curly-haired blonde tilted his head. You still don't understand, he said slowly. The experiment marked 29 foot was created to serve as a vessel, a container for the sage's power. You were that vessel. I was the one before you. There's no need for pain, Levon. Submit, and it'll end peacefully. Levin's expression hardened. He thrust out his hand, a glowing crystal forming in his palm. Absurd, he roared. Go back to your master and grovel at Erakon's feet. The masked leader chuckled darkly, covering his face with one gloved hand. Still defiant, he murmured through his fingers. The masked leader's tone shifted, low and mocking. "If you're so eager to die, Levon," he said, his voice dripping with malice, "then I'll gladly grant your wish." Through the gaps between his fingers, one eye gleamed, feral and unblinking. He raised his staff, and a surge of dark purple energy began to pour from it, twisting violently through the air. Levin's eyes widened in shock as a vortex of demonic aura formed above him, swirling like a storm ready to devour everything in its path. The curly-haired blonde extended his hand, almost amused. "Go ahead," he said. "Scream for help. Try to call the guards. It won't matter. We've existed in the shadows far longer than your city's walls have stood." The vortex expanded, its edge crackling with purple light. It descended over the tavern, sealing it in silence. Outside, not even the faintest whisper could escape. Then, the bone staff pulsed once, and the full force of the dark aura shot straight into Levin's body. He cried out, clutching at his own staff as the energy coursed through him. He tried to summon the division of darkness, but the spell shattered before it could form. His body lifted off the ground, suspended midair by the surge of power, then was slammed down again with brutal force. Levin's protective wards flickered, then vanished. The floor cracked beneath him. The leader of the Dark Followers lowered his staff slightly, his voice steady. "A perfect vessel," he said, "strong, capable, but flawed." Before he could continue, the tavern doors burst open. A gust of smoke swept in as a black silhouette stepped through. The newcomer's voice broke the silence. "Looks like I made it just in time." The curly-haired blonde turned sharply, his expression twisting in irritation. The smoke cleared, revealing the figure, calm, unmoving, eyes cold beneath a curtain of hair. The leader sneered. "Another fool who doesn't know when to die," he muttered, raising his staff again. A rush of purple aura lit up the room, shadows stretching across the walls. The brunette didn't flinch. He stood in place, unreadable, his presence heavy enough to freeze the air around them. Then he moved. His fist flashed upward, glowing with blinding light. Mirage destruction. A roaring beam of pure energy tore through the tavern, colliding with the dark mage's attack. The resulting explosion consumed everything in its path. Keel's scream was lost in the blast as his mask cracked, his face burning away under the sheer force of it. His body was hurled through the air, smashing through the tavern wall and into the side of a distant building. Dust and debris filled the street. Levon, still kneeling, shielded his face from the shockwave. As the smoke cleared, he stared in disbelief. That can't be," he whispered. He defeated a dark follower that easily. The man he'd feared most, gone in a single strike. Levin's hands trembled as he looked up at his savior. "Who are you?" he demanded, eyes wide. "That strength, that technique. Are you from the Werner family?" The dark-haired man lowered his glowing fist, meeting his gaze with quiet indifference. "You don't need to know," he said flatly. Levon pointed at him again, his voice rising with urgency. "No, you have to tell me. Who are you?" The reborn one stood silently, smoke still curling behind him, his expression cold and unreadable, as if the question itself no longer mattered. Levon studied the man before him. Muscular, calm, not a weapon in sight. Someone with a body like that, fighting barehanded? There was only one family he could think of. "You must be from the Werner bloodline," he muttered. The protagonist didn't confirm or deny it. His voice remained steady, cold. "You don't need to know who I am. I came to destroy the Sage of Darkness and his followers. Well, I heard they were here. Saving you just happened along the way." Levon blinked, stunned. So they hadn't come for him at all. From behind, footsteps echoed through the wrecked tavern. Leon entered first, his sword still streaked with blood, followed by Keel. "We've cleared the area," Leon reported, scanning the damage. "Whoever was left nearby won't be getting up again." He stepped closer, glancing at the mangled remains of the Dark Follower. "That one was a high-level mage," he muttered, but his opponent didn't seem to notice. Mord replied calmly, "The barrier's gone. The sound will draw attention soon. We should leave." Levon raised his trembling hand, pointing after them. "Wait, stop," he called out, his voice strained. "Who are you people? You saved my life, and yet you want nothing in return." Mord didn't even turn. "You heard me," he said. But then Levin's eyes widened as Mord added, "Just make sure you don't let the Sage of Darkness claim you." Levon froze. His thoughts raced. You intend to destroy him?" Mord finally looked back through the fading smoke. his gaze sharp beneath his hair. "There's no need to fear him," he said quietly. "He and his entire circle will be erased soon enough." The long-haired mage clenched his fists, anger and disbelief flashing across his face. You can't destroy the sage alone." Then he stopped, his voice fading, realization setting in. Maybe he could. He stared at the crater where the Dark Follower's body had been blasted away. Someone capable of that level of destruction, someone who could defeat a sage's servant with a single strike, wasn't ordinary. For years, Levon had lived in fear, haunted by the thought that the Dark Followers would find him again. Now, for the first time, that fear cracked. He closed his eyes, seeing ghostly hands reaching for him, reminders of the years he spent trapped in that shadow. And yet, maybe, just maybe, there was a way out of it. Taking a steady breath, he stepped closer to Mord. "I won't forget what you've done for me," he said solemnly, hand pressed to his chest. "I have something to offer you in return. It's not much, but perhaps it'll be of use. And, if you're willing, I'd like you to travel with me for a while." Mord studied him through his long bangs, sensing the sincerity in his words. He understood the mage's intent. Refusing him would serve no purpose. Keel smiled slightly and handed Levon a restorative potion. "You'll need this more than we do," he said. Nearby, one of the injured men had his arm bandaged. Around them, the smoke began to thin, revealing the entrance to a hidden passage leading below the tavern. The group's dark silhouettes stood before the descent, the air thick with quiet anticipation. One by one, they followed Levon down into the underground. Keel lingered for a moment, glancing around the tavern's wreckage. He couldn't help but wonder just how long Levon had been building all of this on his own. As they descended, the mage spoke without turning back. "It won't take long," he said. "About an hour at most. The path is confusing. Stay close and don't stray." As they moved deeper through the narrow tunnel, a strange rumble echoed from above. The group tensed, heads snapping upward as the sound grew louder, like thunder rolling underground. Levon turned sharply, his expression tightening. "It's the explosives," he said. "I set them myself. Once they go off, the tunnel will collapse. This will all be over soon." Leon glanced at Mord with a bandaged arm. "Won't your shop be destroyed too?" he asked, concerned. The tavern owner gave a crooked grin. "I wasn't planning on doing business here anymore anyway." He leaned casually against Levin's shoulder, his grin sharpening. "Besides," he said with mock annoyance, "you're the reason my tavern's in ruins. You owe me now, so you're coming with me to repay the debt." Levon blinked in disbelief, frowning. "You can't be serious." "Oh, I am," the man replied, patting the mage's shoulder. "Don't think you can just run off and leave me behind." The mage sighed heavily, but before he could answer, the tavern owner smirked again. "Relax. I'm only asking you to be yourself next time. Just don't drag me into another explosion, all right?" Then his tone shifted. "But about what that guy called you. Number 29. What did he mean by that?" The others fell silent, watching Levon closely. Keel and the knight exchanged uneasy glances, curiosity written all over their faces. Levon lowered his gaze, eyes shadowed. He took a step back, swallowed hard, and then stepped into the darkness of the passageway. In his mind, memories began to surface, memories he wished had stayed buried. He saw himself strapped to a cold metal table, surrounded by robed figures muttering incantations. Bolts of lightning seared through his body, burning his nerves and branding his skin. He was nothing more than an experiment, one of the Dark Sage's vessels, a body meant to host another soul. They called him Number 29. He could still remember the face of the man who orchestrated it all, the Sage of Darkness himself, Erickson. Back then, Levon didn't even know who he was anymore. They'd erased his memories, stripped away his name. But they'd made one mistake. They hadn't destroyed his sense of self completely. He remembered fire consuming the laboratory, the smell of smoke and death, the screams of other test subjects fading behind him as he ran into the forest, clutching at the power that now lived inside him, the fragment of Erican's soul. That was how he escaped. Since then, he had lived in hiding, settling in Palo, and pretending to be an ordinary mage. But the nightmares never stopped. Keel and Leon listened silently, fists tightening. "Those people are monsters," Leon muttered. Keel nodded, his voice low. "No wonder he's been living like that." The brunette stood apart from them, arms crossed, his expression unreadable. It had been 10 years since Levin's escape. 10 years since he had watched the other test subjects die one by one, their bodies discarded like failed experiments. He was the only one who survived. The flickering torchlight cast shadows along the stone walls as they reached the lower level of the basement. The group looked around. The air was damp, the silence almost suffocating. Keel exhaled quietly. "So that's why," he whispered. "That's why he wakes up screaming every night." Levon didn't respond. His eyes were distant, filled with something between guilt and exhaustion. The protagonist stood nearby, arms folded, watching him. His gaze was sharp, displeased, almost impatient. And Levon, meeting that cold stare, thought to himself with a sinking heart that this man was beginning to remind him of the sage himself. For the first time, he truly felt that everything could end. Yet somehow, it was because of this boy that hope still lingered. They followed the long, dim corridor deep beneath the ground until they reached the hidden chamber. The caster stepped forward immediately, pushing aside the heavy stone slab that sealed the chest. Ward watched carefully as Levon reached out for it, realizing in that moment that no magic had been used to conceal it. When asked why, the caster simply said that many of their enemies were stronger mages than he was. Using magic to hide the chest would have only made it easier for them to find. He lifted the small, orange chest and handed it to the protagonist. Inside was everything he had gathered about the Sage of Darkness. He explained that he had written down every detail. This information would serve as the key to finding their underground base. It was a contingency plan he had prepared long ago, now entrusted entirely to Aiden. In the original timeline, that red-haired mage once looked up and saw a sea of followers, people who helped Aiden uncover his true self, fueling his revenge. During that journey, he eventually faced the one who had wronged him, the Silver Blood. Now the five stood together, quietly talking. Bourne placed a hand on the chest and promised he would use this knowledge wisely. He then asked what Levon intended to do next. The caster replied that his first task was to leave this place and look for an acquaintance in Sadan. The long-haired mage studied him closely before adding, "If they're there and you need my help, go to the Red Dragon Tavern on East 23rd Street. The protagonist recognized the name. It must be where Levon had once sent Aiden. He brushed his bangs aside and nodded. "If you ever need help," he said, "ask for me through the guards of the White Kingdom. I can't promise I'll be there, but they'll know how to reach me." The caster bowed deeply in gratitude and wished him luck. Then, together with his companion, he turned and began to leave. The brunette glanced back at his comrades, who stood quietly, reflecting on the man's story. It had been a sad one, but worth remembering. Leon broke the silence, muttering that he'd be furious if those two died after all they'd been through. We glanced back at the group and said firmly, "We should move too. There's no time left to waste." This marked the beginning of Aiden's path, the path of the mage who would one day rise to rule the world. But unlike before, this time he hadn't lost his teacher. He had left Palos far earlier than fate had intended. The manhole cover burst open, and Aiden climbed out. He wondered how these changes would ripple through the future. Stepping onto the quiet streets, he knew the answer would come, eventually. As he walked through the empty city with his comrades, a single thought echoed in his mind. History was already beginning to change. Now was the time to act, to push forward and shape the future into the one they desired. Under the blazing sun, the vast kingdom of Luton stretched across the horizon. Inside one of its grand palaces, the fifth prince, Cylon, sat at a table, tea in hand, his expression sour. Across from him stood a nobleman, Ruth, his loyal yet calculating assistant. Salen's voice dripped with irritation. "I didn't expect that boy to be so utterly useless." Ruth chuckled softly, placing a hand over his chest. "Your words, your highness, cut like knives," he said, feigning pain. The prince said nothing, his gaze cold. Ruth stepped closer, explaining that he hadn't expected the situation to spiral this badly. Could it be, he wondered aloud, that this boy, Mord, is blessed by the god of luck? He recalled peering through binoculars from behind the bushes, watching as General Ilden personally took charge of the situation. 4 of the best Black Cape soldiers had been mobilized, but there was no telling how many more would join. The prince frowned. Why such an excessive response? Don't tell me this is because of that illegitimate child of the Archduke. Ruth moved toward the table, eyeing the colorful cookies arranged neatly there. "I can't say for certain," he said, taking one between his fingers, "but Mord clearly means a great deal to him." He took a bite, eyes closed, as if savoring the sweetness while speaking words that made Salen's blood boil. "Still, it would not benefit your father to challenge the general merely to reclaim a bastard son." Salen's eyes darkened. You sound like a merchant, Ruth. But a noble's pride is not for sale. He slammed his hand on the table, tea sloshing over the rim of his cup. We're talking about capturing a 15-year-old boy. Nothing more. Ruth, unbothered, reminded him he's under the protection of the blind monster. The prince sneered. It's not even a monster himself. His voice grew sharper, echoing through the chamber. Fine. Take my soldiers, Ruth. Find this wretch and finish it before that old monster intervenes. Ruth's eyes glinted crimson for an instant, a demonic light flickering beneath his calm smile. An appealing offer, he murmured. I'll handle him before your monster friend has the chance. Moments later, the nobleman stood outside on the sunlit stone pavement. Before him, 27 warriors, each one bearing silver blood and cloaked in dark armor. Their rank was high, their loyalty unquestioned. Cylon had truly made up his mind this time. Ruth's brown hair swayed in the wind as he raised his voice, addressing the assembled fighters. I am Ruth, your commanding officer for this mission. Our target, Mord. The warriors, their silver hair glowing faintly, exuded a red aura that rippled through the air. Ruth's gaze hardened. Move out. The hunt begins now. As they marched, one of the knights turned to his companion. His voice came muffled from beneath his helmet. Strange, isn't it? After everything, we're still doing this. Are these the same people from the Prodigal Monarch squad? Ahead of them, the protagonist walked in silence, his comrades trailing behind, each step carrying them closer to a confrontation that would twist the threads of fate once more. Behind them, Leon couldn't shake a thought. Wouldn't it make more sense for Mord to deal with the Darksage's people first? He said, recalling the information they'd received from Levon. Why go after the Monarch's men instead? The fighter ahead didn't turn around. Because they're closer to our next target, he said calmly. The Darksage and the Prodigal Monarch both need to be handled. Order doesn't matter. He stopped, stamping his foot against the ground. The echo thundered through the corridor. Besides, he added, there's something else we need to take care of. The brunette looked down, tightening his fist. Then he gathered his aura and sent a surge of air into the tiles beneath them. The floor cracked and shattered. Moments later, they were falling. Ward hit the ground first, rolling into a crouch as dust filled the air. Leon dropped beside him, brushing off debris with a grin. Our leader sure loves breaking floors to find things, he said with dry amusement. The fighter straightened, replying without looking back. Plenty of people like hiding treasures this way. Keel stepped up beside him, and the three stood together, scanning the room around them, a hidden storage chamber belonging to the Prodigal Monarch. Shelves lined the walls, filled with rare magical herbs, alchemically refined medicines, and artifacts worth a fortune. But the fighter's eyes locked on one thing, a small box stained dark with dried blood. He reached out, lifting the lid. A sudden flash of light burst from within, forcing them to shield their eyes. When the glow faded, they saw it, a spherical vial shimmering faintly. Keel's voice dropped to a whisper. A tear of the martial god. It was no ordinary relic. The tear was a trial by death, something a martial artist could use only once in a lifetime. It granted power at the cost of life itself. In the original story, Aiden had found this very tear and gifted it to Leon, allowing him to grow exponentially stronger. Now, as the fighter held it, the faint image of a black silhouette appeared inside. A grinning old man, the embodiment of martial power itself. The lid of the blood-stained box clattered onto the table. This is a secret medicine, Mord murmured, made with alchemy from the Far East. Nearly impossible to find. Keel frowned. Then how did the Dark Mages organization get it? Probably stolen, Mord replied. You can't buy something like this through normal channels. Mord studied the vial closely, a flickering in his gaze. I've heard stories about it, he said quietly. Never thought I'd see one with my own eyes. Then he frowned, the white of his eye catching the dim light, as he looked up at his leader, who was now smiling faintly. Wait, he said slowly. You're not planning to drink that, are you? Someone as gifted as you doesn't need to take such a reckless risk. But before he could finish, Mord lowered the empty vial. Keel's jaw dropped. You actually drank it? How? How could you just— He stopped himself, disbelief washing over him. How did you even manage to absorb the tear of the martial god? He demanded. How are you? How are you able to wield aura already at 15? And for the first time, silence filled the chamber. Thick, electric, before the truth of Mord's power began to dawn on them all. He explained that the tear could never be used twice by the same person. It was a one-time miracle, and once consumed, it would never respond again. The protagonist smiled faintly. If Keel wants to grow stronger, he said, I'll lend him this chance. But his tone hardened. He has to understand, he might pay for it with his life. Keel's eyes widened, fixed on the glowing sphere that hovered between them. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The secondary hero was simply too strong. That day when General Ilden saved him, the young elf in the black uniform, Keel hadn't felt awe. He'd felt desire, a desperate yearning to become powerful enough to stand beside that man. He remembered how his arm had once hung limp, shattered in battle, and how he had trained day and night since then, without rest, without complaint. It was his way of reaching the unreachable. Keel bowed deeply before the general back then, honored beyond words, to serve as guardian to the general's favorite, Mord. Ilden had looked at him with understanding, but also pity, because there were limits in the world, boundaries that effort alone could never break. The blonde fighter had stretched out his hand that day, lightning crackling along his fingers, a brilliance Keel could only watch from afar. It burned into his mind as a reminder. Genius and talent were gifts he could never possess. He had always known the truth. Some were born holding a silver spoon. Others, like him, would never be the main hero of the story. Still, as he looked at the glowing vial, the tear of the martial god, something inside him stirred. The blue liquid shimmered like a promise, hovering just beyond his reach. Was this it? Was this the way to overcome his limits? The thought burned his chest. His hand trembled as he reached out, then stopped. His fingers curled into a fist. He was a soldier. His strength belonged to the general, not to his own selfish ambitions. Could he really gamble his life for something that wasn't part of his duty? Sweat beaded on his forehead as doubt clawed at him. He wanted to ask, to say something reckless, but the words stuck in his throat. The protagonist watched him silently, confused by the conflict in the young elf's eyes. Mort studied Keel closely. They'd been together for 2 months now, 2 months of grueling battles and countless close calls. In that time, Keel had adapted to every trial, every change, no matter how severe. Mort knew it then. The path ahead would be blood-soaked and merciless. Without Keel, their progress would falter. He remembered the laughing general, standing tall against a burning fortress, and understood what drove him. Loyalty, not ambition. That was the deciding factor. Mord lowered his head slightly, a rare moment of quiet acknowledgement. Keel wasn't just another soldier. He was a comrade who could be trusted. The elf looked down, his chest tight with emotion. The blonde beside them glanced nervously between the two, unsure of what to say. Then Mord met Keel's gaze through the shadow of his bangs. You've been a great help, he said simply. And from now on. He paused, letting the words hang in the air like a vow. You'll be even more. Mord hadn't meant to say it out loud, but it was true. He was starting to grow attached to him. Keel blinked, surprised by those words. For a moment, neither spoke. Then, as if pulled by the same thought, they both imagined the black silhouettes of the dark mage fighters, their enemies from before. They knew this wasn't over. The next time, the silver blood wouldn't just send underlings. Next time, the high-ranking leaders would come themselves. The elf stepped forward, standing firmly before Mord. The fighter's voice was calm, but resolute. We have to become stronger, no matter what. Keel thought back to the last battle, the raging fire, the chaos, and how powerless he had been. He had smiled then, trying to hide the truth, but deep down he knew. If he didn't change now, he'd only drag them down next time. He stretched out his hand toward the vial, the tear of the martial god. The glass felt impossibly light in his fingers. As he opened it, the faint light inside pulsed, wrapping his reflection in a golden glow. A smile crept across his face. So this is what power feels like. Keel, Leon shouted, stepping forward. You made that choice too easily. That thing could kill you. But it was too late. Sparks burst around Keel's body as he lifted off the ground, feet breaking free from the floor. The air trembled with pressure as a powerful aura surged out of him. Wild, uncontrollable. The elf screamed, his voice echoing like thunder, his eyes hollow and blazing with light. Mord turned to Leon, who stood frozen, his jaw tight. Why? Leon demanded. Why take such a risk? You could have run. You could have gone home. General Ilden would have protected you. The mercenary lowered his gaze, covering his face with one hand. I know what Mord's doing is dangerous, he said quietly. But if people like them are hunting him, he can't just keep running. And going back to Ilden, it wouldn't fix anything. Mord's voice cut through the noise. My family can't be my refuge. Leon frowned. What do you mean? Mord's expression hardened. The Silver Blood are after me because they're following the Archduke's command. Leon's breath caught. His Highness the Archduke? You're saying he's working with them? Mord nodded. He has been for a long time, doing things you wouldn't believe. Images flashed in his mind. A vast, ancient tree deep within a forest, its roots feeding on blood to preserve youth. The Archduke and the Silver Bloods use forbidden alchemy, Mord said flatly. They sustain themselves by draining the life of Werner's bloodline. Leon's fists clenched, his face twisted in disbelief. You're lying. The Archduke is a hero, a legend. He fought for Werner, protected the duchy. People worship him as a saint. Mord's eyes darkened. Then your faith is your choice. Believe what you want. But if you can't accept the truth, you can leave. The words hit like a blade. Rain began to fall outside, cold and relentless. Leon sank to the ground, soaked and speechless, the truth tearing at him. In the original story, even then, Leon still believed in Aiden. Despite his pain, his confusion, and everything he'd lost, he stayed. And that loyalty, that unshakable trust, would one day lead him to sacrifice everything, including the world itself. The world itself seemed to sink into despair. Mord stared down, lost in thought. He remembered how Leon had looked at him back then, how helpless he'd felt watching his friend spiral toward a fate he couldn't stop. He had wanted a different ending for Leon, something brighter, something that didn't end in ruin, but he'd never found the words to steer him away from it. We watched quietly from the side, noticing how the leader's eyes shifted with unease. Mord clearly wanted Leon to make the right choice on his own. It's sad, isn't it? Mord said softly, to risk your life for someone you don't even trust. Leon turned toward him, confused and offended, but Mord looked away. That brief, distant glance cut deeper than words. A cloud of dust drifted through the air, blurring Leon's outline. He still couldn't bring himself to believe it, that the Archduke he'd revered all his life was nothing more than a monster hiding behind a title. His thoughts slipped back to the battlefield, to the skeletal enemies, to the moments he'd fought side by side with Mord. He remembered the glowing crystal they had once discovered together, and how, beneath its light, Mord had said something that had made no sense at the time. I want to save the world. Those words had lingered ever since. In a memory, Leon, still wearing his helmet, had stared at Mord's silhouette. He wondered then, what did he even mean by that? Was it a joke? A comfort? Or something more? Now, running after him once again, Leon thought back to that moment, realizing how much weight those ridiculous words had carried. Then, as if hearing the question in his comrade's silence, Mord spoke quietly. I believe in you, Leon. Leon froze for half a heartbeat. He placed a hand over his chest and said, almost to himself, I don't know the Archduke well, and I haven't known my leader for long either. But if I had to choose who I trust, Mord, it's you, Mord. Mord glanced at him, stunned. He hadn't expected that kind of faith. Behind them, the ground cracked with a surge of power. Sparks burst through the air as Keel landed, his body still crackling with raw energy. The others turned immediately, eyes wide. Through his bangs, Keel's gaze burned bright. He stood tall, electricity crawling across his armor, proof that he had done it. He had survived the tear. But far below, deep in the underground, something else was stirring. In the heart of the dungeon, Derek, leader of the Prodigal Monarch organization, paced restlessly. His skeletal fingers tapped against his jaw as he gnawed at a cracked nail. Where did such a fighter come from? He hissed. He knew the truth too well. One of the 7 soul fragments had been destroyed 70 years ago. The day he discovered the remnants of the archlich monarch's soul, he had made a deal, a dark bargain that transformed his existence. 40 years later, through forbidden sorcery and the fragment's power, he too had become an archlich. With that strength, he built the Prodigal Monarch organization, expanding it piece by piece, century after century. Now his skeletal silhouette floated above his army, suspended in a swirl of dark magic. The time had nearly come. All that remained was to gather every lost fragment and restore the monarch's soul completely. But as Derek stared into the void, realization struck him like a curse. If even one fragment was destroyed, full resurrection would be impossible. The monarch's mind, his memories, his power, was shattered across each fragment. Without them all, he could never return. And that meant that somewhere out there, someone like Mord, stood in the way of his eternity. Only one fragment remained. The tension inside the chamber was suffocating. Daniel slammed his foot against the chair, sending it crashing across the marble floor. His voice echoed through the dim hall as he shouted at the crimson crystal suspended before him. "Who dares kill our best soldiers?" The crystal pulsed faintly, a maroon sphere swirling with black mist. Within it, a distorted spirit flickered, its voice calm and distant. "Do not lose yourself in anger, Daniel," the spirit said. "Even if my resurrection is incomplete, there is still a way to correct it, perhaps even surpass what I once was." Daniel clenched his fists. "You say that, but with fewer fragments, it'll be harder, won't it?" The spirit's glow deepened. "Difficult, yes, but not impossible. The second fragment should fall into our hands soon." Nearby, Burke closed a heavy tome in his arms and bowed his head. "A letter arrived yesterday," he reported. "The second fragment has been located. Once it's secured, your memory will recover faster. And with each recovered piece, finding the rest will become even easier." At that, Daeric, the skeletal leader of the prodigal monarch, raised his gaze. His hollow eyes glinted with malice. "Then it's too early to despair," he rasped, a sinister grin forming across his bony face. But his expression changed in an instant. His jaw dropped open, trembling. His legs began to shake as a cold dread swept through him. "No," he muttered. "Something's wrong." The red crystal trembled in its purple mist, resonating violently. "The army guarding the soul fragment. Its energy has vanished," Daeric whispered. The spirit inside the sphere responded in a low hum. "You are correct. Another fragment has just been destroyed." Daeric's scream tore through the chamber as his form began to evaporate into black smoke. "Impossible. You can't kill me." But far away, standing among the ruins of the battlefield, Mord watched the last traces of the skeletal form fade into nothingness. His voice was cold, certain. "I destroyed your second fragment myself." The last threads of dark energy evaporated before his eyes, leaving only silence behind. He remembered the skeleton's movements, the way it had twisted its fingers, the unnatural pulse of its magic. Different from before, yet the same combat style. This time, though, Mord had ended it easily. He hadn't even needed his dagger. He clenched his fist, feeling the hum of power running through it. Less than 2 months had passed since that battle in Larine, yet he had grown stronger, sharper. Nearby, the faint glimmer of a sword caught his attention. Keel stood beside him, his blade planted firmly in the earth beside the fallen, headless monster. "How did you finish that skeleton faster than us?" Keel asked, a grin tugging at his lips. Leon looked at the young elf and couldn't hide his astonishment. Keel had changed completely. Even though he hadn't awakened aura yet, his magical power had surged to new heights. The tear had transformed him. Mord watched him quietly, then turned his eyes to the battlefield beyond, where the remnants of the archlich's summoning still lingered. Before the fight, the arch had invoked the higher powers of the dead, calling forth 4 death knights to protect him. While Mord faced the lich alone, Keel and Leon had taken on the knights together. The air had been thick with death and dust, their swords clashing against corrupted steel. Now, the ground was littered with broken armor and lifeless bodies. The two stood victorious, each death knight lying decapitated at their feet. Leon wiped the sweat from his brow, staring across the field of battle. Through the haze of dust and lightning, he saw Mord standing at the center of it all, the calm at the heart of chaos. And for the first time, he realized it wasn't just luck or skill that set Mord apart. It was destiny. When the dust settled, Leon finally noticed it. Keel had made the biggest contribution in that battle. The blonde turned toward the knight and, half smiling, half teasing, said, "If I fought barehanded, we'd have finished faster than the leader himself. Tell me, how long do you plan on swinging that sword you barely even know how to use?" The mercenary said nothing, his grip tightening around the sword's hilt. They couldn't understand. None of them could. To him, this blade wasn't just a weapon, it was a symbol. He remembered the dark fortress, bathed in light from a clear, burning sun. The sword represented his release from that shadow, a declaration of freedom, a promise to live on his own terms, unbound by the chains of his past. A faint smile crossed his lips as he stepped forward through the fragments of the destroyed chamber. In the next room, scattered across an ancient table, lay books, relics, and other strange objects. The three gathered around, examining the debris left behind. Mord folded his arms, eyeing the relics thoughtfully. He remembered the massive golden crystal from before, the one tied to the 10th fragment. It hadn't matched the others, but that didn't matter. He hadn't expected much anyway. What he really wanted now was something useful. On the table sat a book, a bottle, a cube, and a ring. He glanced over them quickly. Trash, he muttered, until his gaze stopped on the cube. The book within it pulsed faintly, as if alive. A tome of dark magic, capable of forging contracts with powerful beings from the demon kingdom. He dismissed it. Not what I need. Still, something else caught his attention. A silver bracelet, partially buried beneath the clutter. It gave off no aura, but something about it felt deliberate. He picked it up and pocketed it, planning to study it later. Then his eyes landed on the empty bottle. He lifted it, weighed it in his hand, then casually tossed it to Keel. Drink this. The elf caught it midair, blinking in confusion. What? This is nectar? The realization hit him like lightning. Around the bottle, faint ripples of water shimmered, as though something divine lingered within. The Archlich monarch must have prepared this, Mord said quietly. For his resurrection. The elf's breath caught. The nectar, a mythical drink said to be brewed from the core of the world tree itself. Only the highest gods were worthy to taste it. If a mortal drank it, they could gain the strength of a god. Keel's hands trembled as he held the bottle, his eyes wide in awe. This is the nectar from the legends. Leon turned to Mord. Then why not drink it yourself? He asked. With what's ahead, you'll need that kind of power. The mercenary, still wearing his helmet, glanced at Mord, waiting for his answer. Mord met his gaze calmly. If I drank it, I'd lose more than I'd gain. He waved off the question. Don't ask for details. Just accept it as fact. He remembered staring at that very bottle earlier, the temptation heavy in his chest. The power inside it had whispered to him. Promise salvation, strength, eternity. But when he'd held it in his hand, his instinct screamed something else entirely. Poison. Not for his body, but for his soul. His fingers had tightened around the bottle as a sudden image burned through his mind. Werner, laughing wildly amid roaring flames. And beneath that laughter, the faint echo of a god's voice, mocking, endless, and cold. Above them, the sky shimmered faintly, and Mord found himself thinking of Werner, the god of blood. If he had possessed only divine blood, like Ver's lineage, perhaps he could have safely drunk the nectar. But with the blood of Erida, the god of the sky, flowing through him, he didn't know what would happen, how that delicate balance of power inside him might shatter. Beside him, Keel stared blankly at the crystal in his hand, the last traces of light dancing over his face. Mord understood the temptation he felt. If Keel drank it, his power would surge beyond human limits, strong enough to wield even the fragments of the world themselves. He imagined it then, the silhouette of a wolf tearing through a sea of shadows, its eyes burning like fire, devouring the world's essence. Normally, only those with divine blood could absorb the fragment's power. But there were exceptions, those blessed by gods, those fused with divine energy, or those who had drunk nectar. Mord pressed his glowing hand against his chest. He didn't want to share the fragments with anyone, not out of greed, but because something deeper gnawed at him, a fear of what might come next. His thoughts drifted to the vision of the new world, a radiant city floating above a luminous circle. In that world, everyone who had once built, loved, and suffered together lived in peace, untouched by memories of the old world that had been destroyed. It was paradise reborn. He saw it vividly, a red-haired man sitting at a table surrounded by his family, laughing in a sunlit garden. That world was perfect, beautiful, and pure, but it was a lie. Mord remembered their black silhouettes, smiling endlessly under that false sky. They were not real, just imitations, copies of people, shaped by the will of the so-called hero, Aiden. Aiden had wanted to create a world of eternal comfort, a world that fulfilled every human dream. But that dream had twisted into something else. In that memory, Aiden had stood among the illusions, pointing furiously at the people around him. "This isn't what I wanted," he'd shouted. The perfect world his enemies desired was nothing more than a fantasy, a cage of false joy. Yet even as he rejected it, his own creation turned against him. The more fragments Aiden gathered, the more he became consumed by the vision of that perfect world. In the end, the paradise he built was darker and more selfish than anything his enemies could have imagined. Mord's gaze hardened as he turned toward Keel. The elf raised the bottle to his lips and drank. The nectar of the gods glowed in his throat like liquid light. Mord exhaled slowly. Perhaps this was for the best. If someone had to share the burden of the fragments, better it be a comrade he could rely on. After leaving Palos, they had accomplished two things in just 20 days. First, they had destroyed the prodigal monarch's secret base, now reduced to a forgotten ruin beneath the earth. Second, they had found and obliterated another soul fragment, one that even the monarch himself could not locate. Moore could still see it in his memory, a red crystal dissolving into purple light as it vanished into nothing. The explosion of power had torn through the forest like a storm. Now, their path led them deeper, toward the underground domain of the Dark Sage, following the trail of information Levon had given them. According to him, the Dark Sage's disciples had already fled, scattering through the tunnels after the fall of their allies. And though Moore didn't say it out loud, he knew exactly why Levon had steered them there, because attacking the prodigal monarch had only been the beginning. The situation had finally turned dangerous. The people of the Dark Sage had been attacked. From the top of a hill, the elf looked up in shock as a massive magical funnel twisted above the city. The knight and Keel scanned the surroundings, uneasy. The swordsman spoke first, suggesting that this wasn't just an ordinary incident. It looked like a large-scale demonification. The elf nodded grimly, saying that if that were true, high-ranking soldiers had to be involved. The protagonist stared ahead, his mind replaying the dark silhouettes forming across the hills. The first time their unit had faced demonification, it had been a vortex only about 500 meters wide. But this monstrous funnel was devouring an entire city. Its power was on a completely different level, far more terrifying than anything they'd ever seen. The swordsman and the boy turned to their leader, asking if the Dark Sage people hiding underground might still be there. The reply came quietly. They might have already been swallowed by the vortex. Leon's voice came through his helmet, suggesting they wait for the army to deal with it first. But before anyone could respond, a faint light shimmered across the fighter's hair. He stepped forward, saying they were going in now. There was someone inside, someone he owed money to. He could feel it ever since his senses had evolved to a higher plane. A glowing mark, the magic eye, ignited on his forehead. Blue streams of energy spread from him into the forest depths. If a person possesses 6 senses, then the 7th, that is the sense of the divine. The blue energy shot through the darkened city, and only those blessed with the power of heaven could see the true essence of the world through that 7th sense. The energy threads connected between the city's residences, tracing a path toward a blonde figure. The 7th sense whispered her name, Erna Werner. The blonde woman lowered her head, her expression twisting in frustration. White clouds drifted over the tents as Erna stood with her arms crossed before the man, declaring firmly that they couldn't break through now. The boy protested. If they didn't act, someone would die. Folding his hands together, his eyes pleaded with them. Please save Mr. Venerable, he stayed behind for us. But the white-haired girl shook her head. We can't. We are waiting for the emergency team. Her words faltered as she suddenly sensed something off. A faint blue glow flickered nearby, close to the boys. She stared at it, confused. Is that divine blood? The guards turned, glaring at the group. One of them demanded to meet with Miss Cerna. The knight pointed toward his helmet, asking the man to remove it. But the fighter refused. I told you already, I can't. The scar on my face is too severe. Keel and Mord exchanged uneasy looks, unsure of what to make of the scene. The protagonist sighed inwardly, realizing just how stubborn the man was. If it were up to him, he wouldn't have taken him along at all. If he had known how irritating this guy would be, he never would have brought him along. The protagonist's hair turned stark white. The reincarnated man watched silently, understanding his feelings. Erna meant everything to him. Of course he wanted to see her, but after abandoning his family, the shame of facing her again would be unbearable. He knew he might have to take desperate measures. Blue lightning began crackling from his body, streaking through the air like veins of light. The guards froze in alarm, shouting and demanding to know what he was doing. Was he planning to fight them? Keel turned toward him in shock. Have you lost it? You're about to take on Werner's soldiers. But the man just smirked faintly. Relax. I'm not here to fight. It's just faster to bring her to us. And then, within the circle of guards, a bright light flared. A girl appeared out of thin air. Keel's eyes widened. Wait, who are you calling? Don't tell me. Erna. The blonde woman blinked in disbelief, staring at the girl who had suddenly appeared. The white-haired girl frowned slightly. She could sense something familiar about this divine aura. The warrior smiled at the magician. I knew it was you. In that instant, the protagonist's white hair faded back to its natural color. He dropped to one knee before the lady, bowing his head. It's an honor to see you again. The girl's expression softened as she returned his greeting. Turning to the tent's guards, she gave an order, escort them to my tent. They're my guests. One of the men stepped forward nervously. But my lady, one of them refuses to show his face. Isn't that suspicious? Erna's eyes shifted toward the armored knight. Leon turned his head away awkwardly, saying nothing. The lady gave a calm, firm nod. It's fine. Let him pass. Under the soft shade of the tent, the group gathered around a table. Erna looked at the magician curiously. I thought you were heading north. What brings you here? The reincarnated man replied evenly. We're here on a classified mission under General Ilden's command. We needed to confirm something, and when I learned you were here, I thought it right to meet you. The guardian standing nearby glared at him, while Erna listened quietly, her eyes distant in thought. A brown-haired girl sitting nearby whispered under her breath. So, this was the one everyone had been talking about. A prodigy, maybe. But how could he speak to Lady Erna so casually? The warrior beside her frowned. You're on a secret mission, right? Then shouldn't you be avoiding attention? Why come see her here, of all places? The protagonist looked straight at her, his tone steady. Because I owe her a debt. I was saved by the tear of the god of martial arts, the one she gave me. The maid's hand flared with yellow lightning, crackling with divine power. The white-haired girl's eyes widened. Wait, what do you mean? He drank it. Lightning flickered from the young man's body as he spoke calmly. Yes, I drank it and mastered the aura. The girl stared at him in disbelief. Erna stepped forward, shaking her head. That's impossible. You mastered aura at 15. The brunette gasped. Even Miss Erna, the prodigy herself, couldn't do that at 15. She had the best training since childhood. Another guard's eyes widened. How? Who is this boy? Erna closed her eyes for a moment, then smiled faintly, still trying to comprehend it. You're far more gifted than I imagined. It's been only 3 months since you left, and already, so much has changed. The boy met her gaze silently. She turned toward the others, noticing the companions standing at his side. And you even brought company. The blonde stepped forward with an easy grin. An honor to meet you. I serve under General Ilden, top-ranked warrior Keel. Erna returned the smile politely. A pleasure, Keel. The knight, still wearing his helmet, looked at her with a heavy, almost oppressive air. I'm just a hired mercenary. Nothing more. Erna tilted her head slightly. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Leon. The knight stiffened. The girl smiled awkwardly, glancing toward the others. The dim light beneath the tent flickered softly as the mercenary muttered. Leon? Who's Leon? Erna turned toward Mord. You wouldn't happen to know, would you? The protagonist sighed. Yeah, I do. The girl frowned. Why is he always like this? The mage chuckled nervously. It's not what it looks like. The warrior smirked knowingly. Oh, I remember him now. Her eyes shifted to the knight at the entrance. The moment I saw you, I knew it was you. In a flash of memory, Leon turned his head away, avoiding her eyes. I figured you didn't want anyone to recognize you, she continued softly. That's why I had you brought here. But really, Leon, did you think I wouldn't know you? Leon hesitated, then slowly reached up, removing his helmet. Ow, how did you recognize me? Erna smiled gently. We were close, remember? It would be strange if I didn't. She turned toward the boy beside him, smiling warmly. I've heard stories that you've been wandering the continent as a mercenary. I'm glad you're alive and well. I just didn't expect you'd be traveling with Mord. Leon's mouth parted slightly, his thoughts drifting back to the past, to a young girl smiling brightly at him. Erna, the girl who had once felt like a sister, and a painful reminder of everything he'd lost. He placed his helmet down on the table, eyes distant. She's always been like this, he thought. Even when I tried to keep my distance, she still looked out for me. A faint shadow crossed his face. And maybe that's why I envy her. The brown-haired man closed his eyes and smiled softly. One thing was certain, he was truly happy to see her again. The mercenary smiled too. Yeah, I'm glad as well. You've grown a lot since the last time we met. The white-haired girl chuckled lightly. It's been 5 years, hasn't it? You do remember I'm 20 now, right? The protagonist turned toward the smiling lady, his expression suddenly serious. There's something I've been meaning to ask you. Erna tilted her head, curious. He continued, "You recognized me through divine blood. Could you do the same with Werner?" She paused, studying the mage. "Yes, but only with people I already know." Her eyes narrowed slightly. "You could do it too, can't you?" The reincarnated man nodded. "I can. I've known it for a while. I can only sense those I'm connected to." The white-haired girl blinked in surprise. "I learned that technique 2 years ago, and you're telling me you mastered it barely a year after awakening your divine blood?" The blonde smirked faintly, shaking her head in disbelief. "You can read divine blood and aura? Looks like I underestimated you." Erna closed her eyes for a moment, her brows tightening. "I expected nothing less, but still I thought I could expect even more from you." Then her tone shifted. "Now that we've met again, I wish we could sit down and talk properly. But this isn't the time." The reincarnated man frowned. "Why? What happened?" Erna's gaze darkened as she recalled the scene. Shattered buildings, magic tearing through the air. "You've heard of demonification, haven't you? If it reaches the 3rd level, the entire city will be wiped out. Not a single soul left. And if a rift opens inside the dungeon, it'll go down as a historic catastrophe." In her mind, she saw it clearly, the battlefield blazing under the white storm. She and Viden had been dispatched to stop the outbreak. Soldiers surged forward, blades drawn, as Vin charged ahead, shouting that he'd handle the front. But then came the smile, that twisted demonic grin. Her voice grew quiet. The result was a massacre. The boy flinched, stepping toward her. The white-haired girl spoke up, her tone low and heavy. "Half his squad was wiped out before we even got here. Only he made it back to report." In the memory, Erna's face appeared weary, drained of strength. "The worst part," she murmured, "is that Viden's still trapped inside." The white-haired girl's mind flashed with an image, a red-haired man surrounded by thorn-covered branches, imprisoned in the chaos. Everyone went silent. The horror on their faces said enough. Erna exhaled slowly, her shoulders sinking. "We sent an emergency unit, but it'll take them 3 days to arrive." Her voice softened with regret. "We want to rescue the survivors, but until reinforcements come, all we can do is wait." She turned toward the group, her expression resolute. "In the meantime, you need to understand what we're facing. This is no ordinary threat. This is the demon army." The leader's voice was steady but grim. "The core of this dungeon is likely made up of high-class demons. Among them, there could even be a count of the demon realm. An account commands an army, other high-class demons under its control. My squad alone can't handle that." The white-haired girl's eyes narrowed sharply. The boys exchanged uneasy glances, taken aback by the scale of the threat. Erna continued, her tone unwavering. "Even so, if there's a chance to save those who are trapped inside, then it's a risk worth taking." The protagonist glanced at her slyly, a quiet thought crossing his mind. Viden didn't appear in the original story, probably because he dies here. He smirked faintly. "I'm not helping just because that red-haired fool's fated to die. But something about this is off." Erna turned to the boys, her gaze earnest. "Please, lend us your strength." Mord hesitated. "Wait, Ona wasn't in the original either." Reborn's mind flashed with an image, a black silhouette engulfed in an explosion. If the reason is that Erna dies before Viden's story begins, he thought, then that means she could die here too. He clenched his fist. "This is my chance. If I can stop her death, I'll see firsthand how she became the future Archduchess." A grin tugged at his lips. "And if I rack up enough achievements by taking down high-ranking demons, it'll push me closer to the 2nd stage of awakening my divine blood." The group set out across the scorching desert beside Erna's soldiers. The wind howled, sand whipping at their faces. "Remember," Erna said firmly, walking beside him, "our goal is to rescue the trapped, and then retreat. Don't forget that." The protagonist frowned slightly, but nodded. "Erna's squad has 15 soldiers," he calculated. "Including us, that makes 18. 2 of them have divine blood, Erna herself among them. For in total, the odds aren't bad." His gaze shifted toward the night. "That makes 3 of us." Leon still hides his divine blood to protect his identity. Suddenly, beasts darted across the sand. Massive wolves with eyes burning red. "Monsters incoming!" shouted one of the fighters. Erna spun around. "Front line, hold position." But more shapes emerged from the rear. The soldier's voice cracked in alarm. "They're surrounding us." Erna and Mord stood shoulder to shoulder, their expressions tense as the growls closed in from every direction. "We need to clear a path toward where Viden is," the white-haired girl said quickly. But I can't sense him. He's far from here. I know where he is, the protagonist said calmly, his eyes narrowing. Erna turned toward him. You're certain? I am. The lady closed her eyes for a brief moment, then smiled with quiet confidence. Then I'll trust you. Her voice rang out, strong and clear. Everyone, awaken your divine blood. A surge of blinding light erupted through the ranks. Soldiers shielded their eyes as divine energy rippled outward, crackling through the air like thunder. When the light faded, the protagonist's eyes glowed white. He looked ahead without hesitation, while beside him, Ernest stood tall, lightning sparking around her like a storm given form. The battle had begun. The guard's gaze sharpened, her aura flaring to life. The air grew tense as the group steeled themselves, every muscle taut with battle readiness. Ernest's voice cut through the silence. Enough waiting. It's time to move. Smoke and dust rose near the rocks as shadows closed in. The red-haired fighter gritted his teeth. I rushed in too recklessly. Gray clouds swirled overhead. He clutched the wound on his side, wincing. This is all my fault. Ahead of them, a horde of monsters emerged from the haze. Dozens, maybe hundreds, their eyes glowing in the dark. I'm sorry, the warrior muttered, his voice heavy with guilt. Because of me, we're all going to die here. The demons sneered, their wicked grins glinting under the dim light. Jagged axes gleamed in their hands. The men shared nervous smiles, trying to mask their fear. Botone, one of them snapped, save your bad jokes for later. You're killing my focus. Wool shot him a sharp look. Don't lose hope. We're not done yet. A winged demon stepped forward, spreading its massive black wings. For demons, it hissed, the flesh and blood of one with rare bloodlines is a delicacy. The men looked up, faces pale. The creature's grin widened. And divine blood? That's a feast fit for a count. I'll take a taste myself before I serve it at his table. Botone clenched his fists. A high-ranking demon? So that's who's leading this army. Great. Things just got worse. The blonde turned to his comrade. I'll handle the master. The rest is yours. He stepped forward, standing alone before the demon horde. I'll open a path, he said quietly. A pale yellow moon shone above the desert, casting long shadows across the sand. His master called out sharply, What do you think you're doing? Stop this madness. One of the men turned to the red-haired fighter. Do you remember that boy? The blonde stood motionless, his back to them, eyes on the horizon. I do, he said softly. I was cursed to become a lycanthrope. The villagers tried to burn me alive when I was 10. His memory flickered, a child bound to a tree, flames licking up the bark as terrified eyes looked on. But he saved me, the blonde continued. He pulled me from the fire. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be standing here now. The fighter's body began to change, fur rippling across his skin, claws extending from his fingers. Walt looked at him and nodded firmly. Then repay that debt. But promise me one thing, don't give up. The boy's body completed its transformation, his form twisting into that of a towering wolf. The demon commander chuckled darkly. A lycanthrope, huh? How convenient. I've always wanted to taste one. Wolf's eyes glowed with feral light. We'll see who's eating who. With a snarl, the wolf launched forward, slamming into the demon commander with tremendous force. Fangs sank deep into the creature's shoulder, tearing away flesh in a spray of blood. The demon roared in pain, and the commander, watching from behind, could only stare with a twisted grin as the real battle began. Everyone watched in stunned curiosity as a blue aura began to surge around the boy. The energy rippled through the air, flickering like lightning. The beast is devouring its enemies to restore power, the demon sneered. A second monster stepped forward, its staff glowing with a sinister purple light. The ground trembled as the demon army advanced toward Walt. The lycanthrope moved with explosive speed, leaping high into the air. His claws gleamed under the moonlight as he slashed downward. One brutal strike, and his foe's body was ripped apart. Landing on the sand, he glared at the oncoming horde, his fangs bared. The demon commander grinned, amused. Impressive. You're strong. Wolf's eyes blazed with fury. The demon raised his spear, voice dripping with mockery. No regrets left, I assume. A beam of purple energy erupted from his weapon, crashing into the wolf like a divine punishment. Smoke poured from Walt's body as he staggered back, growling through the pain. The commander lunged, swinging his spear in a deadly arc. The blade cut deep across the lycanthrope's chest. He struck again and again, each blow merciless and precise, until the final hit sent wolves flying. His body slammed into a rock with a thunderous crack, dust erupting into the air. Vine tried to rush forward, but Botone held him back. Don't. You'll be killed. The brown-haired man gritted his teeth. Let me go. I can't just stand here. His master's voice was heavy. If he's facing a high-ranking demon, he won't survive. But at least let him die with honor. The commander approached, smiling wickedly. Don't worry, he said. You'll join him soon enough. Suddenly, the ground shook. Blue pillars of light burst through the battlefield, slamming into the demon from all directions. The creature turned sharply, eyes wide. Around him, dead monsters littered the sand. What is this? Before he could react, a blinding flash filled his vision. A massive energy pillar shot straight toward him, swallowing him whole. It was mirage destruction. The explosion tore through the air, shaking the desert. The soldiers shielded their faces as fragments rained down. Botone grabbed his lord. Step back. Now! He lifted him off the ground, leaping clear of the falling debris. The brown-haired man looked up in horror. A rain of pulse bombs? Who could? A human figure landed atop a rock, blue lightning crackling across his body. The protagonist. He stepped forward, eyes glowing white, aura blazing. The demon turned toward him, frozen. The reincarnated man raised his hand, and the creature's head snapped violently toward his grasp, pulled by sheer force. Terror filled the demon's eyes just before the final blow came. Mord clenched his fist and struck. The impact split the air like thunder. The demon's body collapsed, headless, before him. The others stared in disbelief. Was that telekinesis? One of them whispered. That's a martial artist's technique. Even the red-haired man's eyes widened in shock. Before anyone could react, the lycanthrope lunged forward, fury blazing in his eyes. Biden shouted his name. Wolves. Stop. Mord turned, catching the beast's wrist mid-attack. The two stood face to face, man and wolf, lightning crackling between them. Biden rushed forward, shouting, Stop. Don't. I don't know who you are, but Wolf's our ally. You can't even tell friend from foe right now. I don't want you to hurt him. The red-haired lord's voice trembled between fear and desperation. Mord's eyes stayed fixed on the lycanthrope. I know, he said quietly. This isn't the first time I've seen him. The wolf growled, his lips curling into a grin full of fangs. Mort smiled faintly. You're stronger than I expected. Then, in one swift motion, he struck. His blow landed squarely against Wolf's chest, and the great wolf crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. Everyone froze, stunned by the speed of it. Biden's eyes widened. He knows wolves? And that aura? Divine blood? The red-haired man could barely process what he was seeing as Mord's hair slowly faded back to its natural color. The brown-haired lord stepped forward, his expression tense. Are you Mord? Mord turned to him, calm and unbothered. Yeah, I am. And now I see why we don't look alike. We've got different mothers. The soldiers gasped, stunned by the revelation. The lord's thoughts raced. If that's true, then he's the illegitimate child, the one who threw the entire Archduke's family into turmoil. He drew in a sharp breath. How did you end up here, Mord? Mord reached into his cloak and tossed him a small bottle. I was just passing through. Heard about what was happening here. First things first, give this to Walt. And make sure you drink some too. The lord caught the bottle and stared down at it. Medicine? Exactly, Mord replied, his tone level. Then his gaze hardened. But tell me something. Why did you go into that dungeon first? You knew it was reckless. The red-haired man lowered his eyes, guilt clouding his expression. Then, after a long pause, he looked up, realization dawning in his gaze. It was because of the heir's competition, wasn't it? Mort said quietly. Vin bowed his head. You're right. Or rather, it's because of Verna. Across the battlefield, the white-haired girl stood near the fallen demon's corpse, her lips curling into a small, knowing smile. In Mord's mind, images flashed. Noble heirs standing beneath banners soaked in blood, blades drawn and gleaming under the sun. The struggle for succession never stopped, he thought. The fight for the next Archduke's seat only grew fiercer. He remembered the names clearly. The Archduke's eldest son, his older brother, Alan, the current favorite to inherit the title. Dren, the third contender. Huvin, the fourth. In his memory, the two noble heirs walked before a cheering crowd, wearing confident smiles. Ven's voice echoed faintly in his mind. All of them are still in the race, each already building their legacy. Mord, still younger back then, had watched them from the crowd, fists clenched. His eyes burned with quiet resolve. They're far ahead of me, he'd thought. But that just means I'll have to catch up. The memory shifted. A younger Mord sprinting down a dusty road. Wind whipping through his hair, the sun blazing behind him. He wouldn't stop until he claimed his place in that race. Vidin straightened his back, his voice steady but filled with emotion. Of course, I never planned to give up. I believed that if I just accepted my shortcomings and worked harder, I'd be able to close the gap. In his memory, a long-haired girl sprinted past him, swift, effortless, her figure disappearing into the distance. He clenched his fists as Erna ran ahead, determination blazing in her stride. But, he said quietly, Erna took that chance away from me. The scene shifted. Erna knelt before the Archduke, calm and composed, while the red-haired Vidin watched from behind. Since she was a child, he continued, Erna's always stood out. They called her a genius. Even though she entered the competition 2 years after me, she caught up in no time. Documents covered the table in his memory, pages scrawled with intricate runes and sigils. That's why, he said bitterly, I started volunteering for dangerous missions. They were reckless, but they gave me a way to earn achievements quickly. And at first, it worked. In his hands, he held a small golden statue, one of the rewards for his success. With each mission, I widened the gap between us, he said, eyes darkening. But I made one terrible mistake. The memory flickered. The battlefield frozen in ice, bodies of fallen soldiers scattered across the snow. While I was on a mission at the northern border of the White Kingdom, Vidin said quietly, everything fell apart. The Orda family interfered. He recalled the massive white mansion of his enemies, standing proud under the frost. Failing the mission was bad enough. But losing to the Ordas, our sworn rivals, that was humiliation. He sighed deeply. My impatience got the better of me. I joined Erna's mission, afraid she'd overtake me again. I told myself I was going to outshine her, to take back what I'd lost. In his mind's eye, fire consumed the rocky cliffs. The ground was scorched, a crater yawning beneath the smoke. But greed blinded me, he said. I convinced myself my reckless choices were rational. And because of that, my men, innocent soldiers, died for nothing. Mord stood silently beside him, listening, his gaze thoughtful. Vidin lowered his head. I should have waited no matter how long it took. Mord's expression darkened. Erna didn't appear in the original story, he thought. I never knew she would push both Leon and Vidin aside like this. She was already the strongest among the heirs in magic. But maybe that's not all there is to her. An empty medicine bottle rolled across the sand near them, the wind carrying it away. Vidin looked up suddenly. Mord, why did you come to help me? Mord sat down beside him. Because Erna asked me to. The red-haired man blinked in surprise. She asked you? Mord nodded. Yes. While I rescued you, her squad would act as bait to draw the enemy's attention away from us. The Lord's eyes widened as the realization struck him. Erna had gambled her own safety to give them a chance to survive. The red-haired man turned sharply when the mage warned that they were coming. Beside him, the white-haired girl quietly closed her eyes, brushing a few loose strands from her face. The protagonist spoke up, remarking that she'd arrived faster than he expected. The warrior explained that, at first, they were overwhelmed by a massive army of monsters, but as the battle went on, the assault began to weaken. She suspected it was deliberate, a trap to draw them deeper into the dungeon. The deeper they went, the stronger the demon count. The dungeon's core would become his power spreading through every soldier in his army. The red-haired man glanced at her, clearly surprised. The white-haired girl turned her back to him, her tone cool as she said it was good to see him alive. You should thank Mord. If it weren't for him, he'd be dead by now. Ven frowned, asking why she said that. The warrior looked at him, curious about what he meant. The fighter added that she'd heard it was she who asked Mord to help him. The red-haired man lowered his gaze, his voice quiet but heavy. Why would she do that? They were rivals. Wouldn't it be better if her rival disappeared? Erna closed her eyes, replying calmly that it was true. They weren't family, not even friends. But he should know, you don't need a reason to save someone's life. Then, she smiled faintly, adding that helping him didn't hurt her in any way. With a confident grin, the long-haired girl pointed to herself, declaring that she'd take the Archduke's position anyway. The red-haired man looked at her, startled, before bowing his head slightly in thanks. Boton carefully lifted a bottle to Wall's lips. Vidin turned toward Erna, his voice steady as he said that because of her, Both Boton and Wolves were still alive, and he'd repay this debt someday. The warrior smiled to herself, amused. She already knew what he was about to say, that he wouldn't give up like always. Her face flushed slightly at the thought, but Erna and Liam simply stared at him in confusion, unsure what he meant. The group's attention then shifted toward the mercenary. Leon turned away, murmuring an apology. Erna blinked in surprise. Viden was actually thanking someone? The red-haired man frowned, standing behind the knight, and asked why he was wearing that strange helmet. Calling him by name, Leon. The mercenary turned his head slightly, his presence drawing the attention of the crowd. Wait, is that Leon? Someone whispered. The knight sighed, turning away. The fighter frowned, noticing the two-handed sword and the odd helmet. Why would a descendant of Burns be fighting like that? He asked. A comrade shook his head. There's no way Mr. Venn would lie, and his voice, it really does sound familiar. Finally, the knight let out a frustrated sigh and tore off his helmet. Why does everyone recognize me so easily? He groaned. The gentleman stared at him, puzzled. Were you seriously trying to hide your identity like that? Leon turned away again, muttering quietly. I was just asking if. It hit him so suddenly that he froze, eyes wide, then shut them tightly as he grabbed his head, trying to figure out how the man had recognized him at all. The gentleman simply pointed it out, the bracelet. Leon's gaze dropped to his wrist, where a golden bracelet glimmered faintly. Venn sighed, saying he'd thought it was just a coincidence, but clearly it wasn't. Leon's expression softened. He explained quietly that it was a gift from his mother, a token from his coming of age. The mercenary looked back at the gentleman, surprised. You remember that? He asked. The fighter chuckled. How could I not? You wore it every single day. Erna, watching the exchange, looked genuinely taken aback. You were all the time, she thought, confused. The protagonist glanced at her briefly, realizing she probably hadn't known. Then his expression hardened. We'll talk later, he said, voice firm. For now, it looks like we can move freely, so let's get out of here first. Vine nodded in agreement. He's right. But before they could take a step, a strange voice echoed from above. Leaving so soon, it said mockingly. The protagonist froze, eyes widening as crimson pillars of energy erupted across the sky. From each one, black mist poured out, merging into a swirling vortex. A massive portal tore open overhead. Everyone stared up, stunned. The voice spoke again, cold and amused. You caused such chaos here, and now you plan to leave without even apologizing to the owner of this place? How impolite. The warrior clenched her fists. So it wasn't just a decoy to lure us in deeper, she muttered. This was a trap from the start. Flames spiraled through the sky, forming a fiery whirlwind. Laughter echoed from the portal. Correct, the voice said, darkly pleased. Descendants of Burnas, it would be rude to let such precious guests leave without proper hospitality. Monsters began spilling out of the portal in waves, dozens at first, then hundreds. The voice continued, smooth and sinister. I was preparing dinner for you, but it seems dinner came early. How fortunate we were to meet. Leon's grip tightened on his sword. Judging by that tone, you're the demon count, aren't you? The sky itself seemed to twist as the presence grew stronger. Indeed, the figure replied, my name is Lattes. All around them, demon troops filled the sky and the ground, their numbers unending. Lotai's voice boomed, filled with hunger. Remember that name. It shall feast upon your blood and flesh. Mord and Ernest stood frozen, eyes wide. The white-haired girl whispered, how many? Then her tone sharpened. Over 2,000 monsters and dozens of demons. The air trembled as the monsters grinned, their fangs glinting. The warrior's voice was steady but tense. That one's probably Viscount level, she muttered. Whatever's behind this, I'm sure she has a part to play. The protagonist looked over his shoulder. They're closing in from every direction, he said. What's our move? The white-haired girl scanned the battlefield. Which side gives us the best chance to break through? Demons in dark armor hovered above them, encircling the group completely. The protagonist drew his weapon and answered, north, south, west, all packed with high-level demons. The east, he paused, locking eyes with her. The east is the strongest. A demon with a bloodthirsty grin hovered high in the sky. The protagonist studied the battlefield carefully. The west side looks weaker, he said, but it's too obvious. If we go that way, it's probably a trap. Blue lightning crackled across the air as he and Erna shifted their apparescence, their auras flaring with power. Their allies turned to look, confidence gleaming in their eyes. Mort spoke up. Then we break through to the south. Armored demons loomed above them, wings spread wide. The protagonist glanced upward. One side's open, he muttered, the other's not. Something's happening on both ends. South or north, it's our only choice. Mort gritted his teeth. The north dives deeper. Erna's lips curved into a faint grin. Then that means we're right. The group stood back to back, the endless horde closing in around them. The protagonist raised his weapon. We pushed through the south. The demon army surged forward, filling the air with roars and dark magic. Without hesitation, the fighters charged to meet them. The white-haired girl narrowed her eyes. That one, she said, pointing a baronet-class warrior type. A slide demon lunged forward, grinning madly, while another, draped in a black robe, hovered in the air, chanting. Erna's gaze hardened. That's a baronet-level wizard, she noted. The reincarnated one looked ahead with resolve. I'll take the warrior. Leave the wizard to me. Erna nodded once. Fine. Don't hold back. She dashed forward, meeting the flaming blade head-on. The baronet sneered. Foolish. You think you can face me alone? Their weapons clashed, sparks flying. The fighter pivoted, slashing through the demon's arm, then followed up with a heavy punch to its chest. Meanwhile, the white-haired girl deflected a blow barehanded. Not bad. The baronet mocked, pressing his burning blade harder against her defense. But how long can you last? Yellow lightning flared through the air. Who knows? She said with a wicked grin, lightning crawling up her arms. Is that all you've got? The demon's eyes widened, then lightning swallowed him whole. The warrior whispered her skill's name, Wind Rupture. The explosion sent the demon flying, screaming in agony. She leapt high, toes brushing the ground for only an instant before she launched herself toward him again. The demon swung wildly, teeth bared, unleashing a towering pillar of flame. Frantic excitement, he roared. The girl sliced through the attack as if cutting wind itself, twisting midair before striking again. A massive golden surge tore through the sky. Acid destruction. The impact shattered the ground as the monster fell, its body crumbling beneath the light. Erna landed gracefully, a faint smirk on her lips as she looked back. Leon stood behind her, gripping his two-handed sword tightly. You've grown stronger, he said quietly, eyes fixed on her. Then he frowned, murmuring to himself. But why does that thought bother me? The fighter muttered under his breath that this monster was every bit as terrifying as the last. Then, without warning, a massive pillar of energy shot down from the sky. The warrior looked up, startled, as the air trembled. Keel froze, watching in disbelief. Blue lightning burst from the protagonist's body as he charged forward, slashing toward the wizard baron. The impact was instant. The enemy hit the ground hard. Landing firmly, the protagonist stared at the fallen foe, his gaze cold and sharp. Nearby, the reincarnated one frowned. Fragments of a shattered sword lay scattered across the battlefield. I can't believe it, the fighter said quietly. Both the baron and baronet defeated so easily. The wizard baron lay motionless, a gaping hole in his stomach. The warrior exhaled, her voice steady. Then maybe we actually have a chance. That single line lit a fire in everyone's hearts. The soldiers surged forward, shouting, and began cutting through the remaining demons. We can't rely on just those two, the fighter shouted. Let's wipe out the rest together. A violent blast roared past them, shaking the ground. A demon armed with a massive two-handed blade stepped forward, crouched low, its grin twisted and hungry. All around them, monsters appeared from every side, dark figures with bloodthirsty smiles. The fighter cursed under his breath. They've got defensive lines closing in on us. High above, a demoness floated in the air, a wicked smirk spreading across her face. I didn't expect you to break through this quickly, she said, her voice echoing with malice. Black energy poured from her body, filling the air like smoke. The brunette among them narrowed her eyes. You must be the younger children of Werner, strong ones, she said, her tone sharp. Even if I ignore that fact, she smiled darkly, you're still impressive. The main character frowned, studying the demoness closely. He thought to himself, normally, demons acting as dungeon cores channel energy to their troops from afar. But if a demon count were to place their own consciousness and power into a viscount's body, they could raise it to near count level strength. A dark purple aura flickered from his blade as the mage whispered, uneasy, "Wait, can demons actually evolve?" Then came a surge of power, black and suffocating. The demoness grinned. "Submit quietly, and I'll grant you a painless death. You can even choose the manner yourself." The protagonist turned to the warrior beside him. "We'll take this countdown together," he said firmly. "It's the only way." Erna hesitated. "And the others?" Morden looked back. "We trust them." Viden met her gaze, his expression grave. Erna straightened and said, "Then I'll command the troops. You handle the demon count." The fighter glanced between them. "Are you sure you can take him on? Just the two of you?" The warrior stood tall, back straight, energy radiating from her in waves. "If we don't," she said quietly, "we all die here." She could feel the demon's overwhelming power pressing down on them. Even so, the white-haired girl tightened her grip, her aura sparking. "Then we try," she said simply. "We'll push our strength to the limit." Her power flared, a blinding white aura wrapping around her as she lunged forward. Her blade swung in a wide arc, colliding with the demoness weapon. The warrior's fist slammed into the demon's blade, and golden lightning erupted around them. She shouted her skill's name, "Wind Rupture." The demoness smirked, her tone dripping with scorn. "Did you really think such a little trick would work on me?" Erna only grinned in return. "Just as I thought, you didn't even flinch." But before she could take another step, a sudden flash of movement struck behind them. The main character was hit hard from the back, his attacker crashing into the ground from the sheer impact of the counter. The brunette demoness snarled, slamming her hand against the dirt as Mord and Erna closed in from both sides. She raised her arm, purple energy swirling in her palm. Destruction flash. A blinding beam erupted from her hand, tearing through the air. The white-haired girl was thrown to the ground, her body skidding across the stone. When she lifted her hand, tendrils of black aura were crawling over her skin. The protagonist rushed over, kneeling beside her. He pulled out a small bottle filled with glowing liquid. "Drink this. It's a healing potion," he said. "You'll recover quickly." She nodded weakly but frowned. Even so, fighting her alone isn't easy. Hold out for 30 seconds. A surge of purple light spread through the area. The protagonist glanced at her with a confident grin. "Don't worry. I'll show you something special." Power burst from him like a storm. "Now that I'm using my secret skills," he clenched his fist, energy rippling through the ground. "I'll end this with my own hands." The air trembled. A radiant aura enveloped him, growing stronger with every heartbeat. Across the field, the Count, trapped in a demon's body, stared at him, eyes blazing. Lattes hissed, "So, you do have a useful artifact, or maybe a divine blessing. No one's ever made me feel pain like that. Don't even think about dying painlessly." Dark blades of energy formed around him. "Combat dance of the blazing swordsman," he roared. The reincarnated hero dashed forward, calling out to Erna, "Stay back." He moved like lightning, his steps carving streaks of blue across the battlefield. Energy blades sliced past him, each one missing by inches. The demon Count swung again, the edges of his blades glowing an eerie blue. Then, spreading his arms, he declared, "I'll finish this in one move." But before the strike could land, his eyes went wide. A massive glowing fist appeared out of nowhere, slamming into his defense. The Count barely blocked in time. The impact sent him hurtling backward through the air. Light flooded the battlefield. The protagonist stood at the center of it, surrounded by a shining, ethereal form. "This," he said firmly, "is the second blessing I received from the god of duels, the divine body of light." Inside the glowing construct, his outline shimmered like a spirit of pure power. Latte struggled to his feet, staring in disbelief. What is that? How can you wield such power?" Mort stepped forward, eyes narrowed. "Because he's a descendant of the god of duels." Behind them, Erna turned slowly, her gaze fixed on the radiant figure before her. "What is this? Divine body of light?" she whispered. She had read of it before, in the ancient myths of Werner, but she'd always believed it was a legend, a tale passed down and exaggerated through time. Now, seeing it with her own eyes, she could hardly breathe. "It's real," she murmured, stunned. "It's actually real." The man stood tall before his enemies, his glowing form radiating across the battlefield. The reincarnated one spoke quietly, almost to himself. Before the end of the legendary era, there were races of enormous size, giants that roamed the lands. In that ancient time, Werner had once clashed with a man unlike any other. Mort explained, to overcome the difference in sheer size and strength, the god of duels of that era created the divine body of light, a colossal being formed from divine blood itself. The protagonist surged forward, striking blow after blow, each hit shaking the earth. His eyes were sharp, his movements fluid. For a moment, it was as if he were piloting a living machine, one made of pure light. He realized that with the blessing of the light body, a person's strength could surpass their normal limits by more than 30-fold. But even such a miracle had its weakness. Its design was intricate, and it devoured magical energy at an alarming rate. The Count, still inside his demon host, let out a furious roar and slammed the ground, launching a barrage of violet beams toward the shining figure. The rays cut through the air, striking the divine body. A demonic blade flashed from nowhere, slicing toward its throat, then stabbing straight through the head of the luminous giant. Lattes laughed maniacally. So, the light body isn't as invincible as you thought. You're no god of duels, just a pale imitation. But then, light began to pulse from the bracelet on the protagonist's wrist. Mord recognized it instantly. That bracelet! It's a mana storage artifact, one he took from the great mage's machine. So he's finally using it. The protagonist's voice was calm, unwavering. Even if the light body is damaged, it only consumes mana. I'll be fine. The massive arm of the divine body began to reform, glowing brighter with each second. The mage observed, awed. Incredible. Even a severed limb or a pierced neck can be restored instantly, so long as he feeds it mana. The light body reached forward, its massive hand wrapping around the Count. Lattes froze, eyes wide with terror. This ends now, the protagonist said quietly. The demon shrieked. Then, behind the protagonist, Werner's spectral form appeared. Ward raised his weapon and slashed, cutting the demon Count into countless fragments. The battlefield fell silent. Later, an emaciated old man sat upon a throne, his voice weak but steady. Wulfs explained that once the battle was over, they returned to the dungeon core, but by then, Lattes had already drained all his magic. Because he had been confined to a Viscount's body, finishing him had been far easier than expected. With the threat gone, they finally made their way back to the village. There, the people were already celebrating. Word had spread. Werner's squad had stopped the demon invasion. A festival would be held in their honor. Under the calm night sky, a villager spoke quietly. A single delay, and we'd all be dead. Another replied. I heard there was a man who defeated the demon Count all by himself, down in that dungeon. Who was he? The first asked. High above, on a balcony overlooking the village, Mord and Ernest stood side by side in silence. The protagonist looked out over the lights below, the wind gently stirring his hair. For now, the night was peaceful. The protagonist turned toward the girl beside him. I hope they'll say it was all you're doing, he said quietly. Just mention that I was moderately useful. They both gazed out at the city lights below, the night sky calm and deep. The white-haired girl frowned slightly. You want me to take the credit? She asked. I can't do that. The mage shook his head. It doesn't matter. I'm on a classified mission anyway. Reporting anything to my superiors would be pointless. The protagonist's expression grew serious as he looked ahead. There's one more thing, he said to himself. After this battle, I've seen what you're truly capable of. You have over 50% more mana than I do. He remembered how she'd fought. Graceful, precise, overwhelming in power. With that kind of talent, he thought, you could catch up to the other successors in just a few years. The warrior glanced at him, brow furrowed, unsure of what he was thinking. He sighed inwardly. That's why I want to make her the next Archduchess, he mused. And for that, she'll need to build her list of achievements. The girl turned to him, surprised. He smiled faintly. If it makes you uncomfortable, then think of it as repayment. I still owe you something, after all. The white-haired girl crossed her arms. If there's a debt, she said simply, then it must be repaid. Mord's thoughts grew darker for a moment. He couldn't help but wonder, when Erna learned the truth about the Archduke, whose side would she take? After all, his real mission was to kill him. He stared out at the glowing city, the wind rustling his hair. Who would even believe, he thought bitterly, that the Archduke, a national hero, carries a secret like that? Finally he spoke. Erna, if you ever learn the truth, would you still trust me? They stood there under the starry night sky, the silence stretching between them. Erna tilted her head, curious. What do you mean by that? The protagonist's voice was calm, but firm. When the time comes, you'll understand everything. The girl met his gaze, her tone serious. No matter how difficult it is, he continued, will you still support my choice? The warrior closed her eyes and smiled faintly. Of course, she said. He turned to her. You really think everything will be okay? She recalled the demon count, their hopeless odds, and how his strength had turned the impossible into survival. Maybe I'll regret this someday, she admitted softly. But when lattes appeared, I realized something. Even if reinforcements had come, without you, we'd all be dead. Her voice wavered with quiet honesty. So yes, you're the one who saved my life. And because of that, I can't refuse your request. She paused, smiling a little awkwardly, even if I might fear regretting it later. They faced each other in the dim glow of the city. Don't worry, the warrior said finally, her tone steady. This kind of decision isn't made lightly. Then she smiled once more, her eyes calm. My mother taught me that much. From a young age, she said softly. I was taught that only those who understand the weight of their promises can truly be trusted. Erna's words lingered in the air. She glanced toward the protagonist, who looked quietly surprised, then smiled and thanked her. The mage closed his eyes and grinned, calm and content. Watching him, the white-haired girl thought to herself that even someone like him could smile so easily, so gently. The night sky above them shimmered with countless bright stars. Then Mord spoke again. One more thing, he said seriously. I'd like you to swear to keep what I'm about to tell you a secret. Don't share with anyone, not even your family or those you trust most. He smiled faintly. It's a secret worth keeping, and in return, I promise it will be worth your silence. The girl stomped lightly on the ground, determined. Together, they walked toward the towering doors ahead. Mord glanced at her. You saw me use God's techniques earlier, right? She nodded. The reason I can do that, he continued, is because I met him and learned from him directly. Erna looked up at the massive doors with a faint grin of satisfaction. As sunlight poured across the walls of the ancient building, the protagonist added quietly, then, let me tell you how it happened. The scene shifted. Mord sat beside the bed of a wounded fighter, his expression thoughtful. You were injured pretty badly, he said, but since you're a descendant of the god of duels, your recovery will be fast. Vidin, the red-haired warrior, gave a short laugh. If I were anyone else, I wouldn't have made it. He reached for a small box and handed it to Mord. I owe you, he said firmly. If it weren't for you, I'd be dead and buried in that dungeon. So I prepared something for you, though I'm not sure you'll like it. Mord raised a brow. What is it? Inside the box lay a gleaming red stone. The mage's eyes widened. This is your divine bloodstone? Vide nodded. The mage frowned, puzzled. Divine bloodstone? I've never heard of such a thing. Even in the records of the archmage who ruled the world, nothing like it was ever mentioned. The red-haired man chuckled. That's because you're new to this. You've only just joined the family, right? Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room as Vidin continued. This stone, he explained, is formed from the essence of divine blood, something only official descendants can create. It's a sacred rite, granted through the Archduke's blessing at the temple. He paused, looking down at the stone. Usually, it's something we pass on to our children. I made this one myself, intending to do the same someday. But his voice softened. I couldn't think of anything more fitting to give to the man who saved my life. The protagonist stared at him. So what does it do? Vidin smirked. You'll find out soon enough. Just try to connect it with your own blood when you're ready. It's a catalyst. It amplifies the power within your bloodline. But it only works once. The red-haired man said quietly. It can only be used once in a lifetime. The protagonist carefully placed the box into his bag, but before he could turn away, the red-haired warrior spoke again. There's something I've been meaning to ask you. The protagonist looked at him, his expression serious. Vidin's tone was calm, but direct. Do you intend to keep supporting Erna in the future? The protagonist held his gaze. Yes, he said simply. It's true. I plan to make her an archduchess someday. Vidin exhaled slowly, a faint smirk on his lips. If you back her, he said, she'll become an even tougher opponent than she already is. He paused, then laughed softly. But looking at you now, it makes me want to give up even less. The protagonist frowned slightly. What do you mean by that? Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow over Vidin's face as he smiled widely. It's simple, he said. I realized something. No matter how skilled I become, there will always be someone better. And no matter how talented Erna is, she isn't the best in the world either. That's why it's worth fighting for, don't you think? The protagonist blinked, surprised by the honesty in his words. Then slowly he smiled. "You're quite the optimist," he said. "I'll see you again soon." Viden chuckled as he watched him leave. "That's right," he said under his breath. "We'll meet again, and next time I'll surprise you. Just wait until I return to the family." His smile faded into a thoughtful smirk as he stared into the distance. He imagined Alan and Mord standing side by side. "Drin's brother," he murmured. "He still doesn't understand what Mord truly values. I wonder what Alan will say when he meets this man himself." Later that day, the group gathered at Werner's military camp. The protagonist observed that Erna had fully replenished their supplies, healing potions, dungeon consumables, and a generous stock of new resources. His thoughts drifted briefly to the silver bracelet they'd obtained after destroying the second fragment of the archlich Lord Soul. It wasn't fully evaluated yet, but they'd already confirmed its effect. It enhanced both thought speed and agility for a short duration. Nearby, Keel held up a handful of gold coins, grinning from ear to ear. The narration noted that Keel, thrilled after receiving the bracelet, had spent the festival running errands all over the city in high spirits. Across the camp, Leon sat across from an old friend. Over dinner with Alan, he quietly recounted everything that had happened before his return. Later that night, the door to his room stood slightly open. The knight found Mord waiting inside. Mord turned to him with a serious look. "I have a favor to ask," he said plainly. Leon furrowed his brow. "What kind of favor?" The mage met his gaze. "I want you," he said, "to lead me as the main Werner." Leon's expression tightened, the weight of the request sinking in. He could feel the same quiet conviction in Mord that he had sensed ever since their first battle together. Following the trail of his memories, the mercenary's eyes widened in quiet realization. He remembered the moment, the image of the protagonist cloaked in radiant light, wielding the divine body. Leon took a slow breath. "That path of yours," he said quietly, "it's worth risking your life for. But if we're going to walk it together, I'll have to let go of my useless obsessions." The protagonist looked at him steadily. "In other words," he said, "you're putting down your sword?" Leon clenched his hand into a fist, his gaze unwavering. "That's right," he said firmly. "I'll lay it aside." The protagonist's expression softened into a small, approving grin. "Your eyes," he thought, "they've changed. You've already made your choice." He nodded slightly. "I've been waiting for you to say that." Leon's focus shifted to a strange black object lying on the floor. "What is that?" he asked, puzzled. The item pulsed faintly, a red hieroglyph glowing across its surface. Mort smiled faintly. "You'll understand soon enough." A new scene unfolded. Erna stood before an elderly man, his stance low and steady. Daisley observed him with interest. "So," he said, "you're the direct descendant to the current Archduke, Werner?" The fighter raised his fists. "That's right." Werner's face split into a wide grin. "Good. I've been waiting for this." Daisley laughed softly. "Then let's see just how thick your blood really is." Erna smiled, her eyes sharp. The fighter exhaled slowly, bracing himself as the air grew heavy between them. Not far away, a man in a black robe stood in shadow, watching with a malicious grin as he turned a crystal over in his hand. The protagonist's voice echoed through the darkness. "That's the Sage of Darkness, an organization born from evil itself. Their goal is to resurrect the Archmage Eriksson." A silhouette appeared, a man with a glowing mark on his forehead. His smile was wide and unsettling. Behind him stood others, faces hidden, watching silently as events unfolded. Moore continued, "Unlike the prodigal monarch, every key figure in their ranks is human. They run crime networks, underground guilds, and enterprises all across the continent. They use them to fund their projects and to harvest test subjects." A map appeared before him, a mark etched over one city. Mort said grimly, "One of their main strongholds. The Sage of Darkness commands every underground organization there. It's their safest territory. Above ground, the streets of Durin were peaceful. The citizens walked with bright smiles, celebrating the festival, commemorating the suppression of the demon realm." The protagonist's tone darkened. "That's what makes it perfect. While everyone celebrates, the Sage of Darkness moves beneath them." Deep below the city, in the dark tunnels of Durin, the dead lay scattered across the stone. A lone fighter stood among them, sweat dripping down his face. His trembling hand bore a glowing mark. He looked at the others around him, voice trembling. "What were you all doing?" The blonde beside him gritted his teeth blood staining his armor. Their enemy smiled coldly in the darkness. The harvest, the reborn one said quietly, was greater than I expected. The fighters raised their weapons again, exhaustion and dread in their eyes, but none dared retreat. They knew this was only the beginning. A malicious grin curved across the main character's face. He couldn't believe it. The left hand of the sage was here. In his mind, he pictured a crowd cloaked in black, gathered beneath the sigil of the all-seeing eye. He remembered. The dark sage was followed by 12 high-ranking warlocks, and among them, 3 stood above all. He saw it clearly, one with a mark near his mouth, known as the lips of the sage. Another bore a symbol etched into his hand, the right hand of the sage. And finally, a robed figure with a mark glowing on his palm, the left hand of the sage. All 3 shared one terrifying trait. Each possessed a fragment of the world. Within a glowing magic circle, a red crystal pulsed above one of the followers. The mage recalled that these fragments were the very key to awakening Erickson. Now, Aiden stood face to face with the sage himself. The protagonist remembered, 2 years later, that same sage of darkness gathered every fragment and succeeded in resurrecting Erickson. Mord's thoughts darkened. He pictured Aiden again, his expression cold and resolute. In the end, it was Aiden who destroyed them all, claiming every fragment for himself. That was something Mord could never allow to happen again. The reincarnated one fixed his opponent with a deadly glare, eliminating those who could one day bring calamity. That was how he would also protect the world's fragments. He turned to his ally and warned him coldly. This one is the second strongest of the Dark Disciples. Don't underestimate him. He carries a fragment as well. The left hand of the sage frowned, his voice sharp. What do you know about me? A blue aura surged from beneath his feet, and within his chest, a fragment shimmered. The protagonist's eyes narrowed. With 10 fragments of the world already in his possession, it was easy for him to sense others who carried them. His gaze shifted toward the mercenary. The man gave a confident nod. Leave this one to me. Leon clenched his fist, blue lightning crackling around it. I want to test the power I gained in hell. The left hand's eyes thinned. Divine blood. You're from Bernard's, aren't you? Then show me why you're so sure of yourself. A wave of black aura exploded from the disciple. Confidence like that, he said coldly, only leads to ruin. Mort smirked. Let's see if he can actually win. His magic power is far beyond yours. But Leon stepped forward without hesitation. If I feared that, he said, I would have never joined this war. The warlock thrust his hand outward, conjuring a swarm of black serpents. Skill, circle snakes of the eastern lands. Leon darted forward, lightning flashing around him, his movements sharp and precise as he dodged the serpents, charging straight at his foe. The dark follower glared at his opponent, fury radiating as black energy pulsed from his body. Kneel before the might of true magic, he roared. The knight's eyes widened in shock, but the blonde fighter didn't flinch. He pressed his palm against the warlock's chest. 6-circle curse, soulbind. A wicked smile spread across the student's face. Let's see you recover from mortal agony. Lightning flared as the mercenary raised his hand, crackling with blue energy. The warlock sneered, lifting his gaze to the sky. This ends now. Before he could react, the fighter drove his fist forward, slamming the dark mage into the ground. The impact shook the air. He leaned over his fallen foe with a smirk. Tell me, he whispered, how does mortal pain feel now? Blood still fresh on his knuckles. The blonde remembered kneeling in that same position once before, staring down an enemy with a bloodthirsty grin. Nearby, a brown-haired man watched the aftermath, frowning slightly. Above the mercenary, a shimmering energy body flickered into view. The number of times the god of duels defeated you yesterday, the knight muttered, was over 200. The protagonist stepped forward, his tone serious but approving. Excellent work. You've finally mastered the combat body. The brown-haired fighter chuckled softly. Compared to you, it's like looking at a god. The main character allowed himself a faint smile, just as a dim light glimmered from behind a nearby building. Don't rush, Mord said quietly. You've already accomplished plenty. Behind that same building, a terrified man crouched in the shadows. His voice trembled. The leader defeated? Impossible. He narrowed his eyes, mind racing. They hadn't found him yet. The others had already stolen the confidential documents and escaped. All he had to do now was slip away unnoticed. But before he could move, a cold blade pressed against his throat. Keel stood behind him, his expression calm and detached. "What's left of the rat?" the youth asked. The follower's eyes darted toward Keel's hands, terror overtaking him. "W, what is that in your hands?" Behind the young man lay a trail of corpses. Keel spoke casually, as if commenting on the weather. "I just thought I'd make their job a little easier." The soldier's voice cracked. "No, this can't be. We were supposed to escape through the secret passage." Keel closed his eyes, smiling wide. "That's kind of my specialty." His blade flashed. "Goodbye." A moment later, the youth turned, his eyes drifting toward the horizon. "The White Demon Kingdom," he murmured, curiosity glinting in his tone. Soon after, the boys regrouped, standing together on a forest path. The protagonist nodded. "Good. Everything's in order. We're heading back to the gate guard unit." One of the warriors sighed. "Not bad, but General Ilden promised us 8 months. It's only been 4. The protagonist's gaze hardened as he pictured the boys in uniform. "The Silver Blood group will catch up soon," he thought. "Once they do, we make our final move." His comrades looked at him in confusion, uncertain what he meant. The mage said nothing. He simply looked ahead, his mind quiet but resolute. He still needed more time, more power, to become stronger. If things kept going this way, he wasn't sure those two would survive when the Silver Blood appeared. His thoughts drifted back to Lion's battle. Even with the god's blessing flowing through him, Lion still needed time. Time to absorb the lessons earned through countless duels. In a flash of memory, Keel's blade gleamed at an enemy's throat. Mord recalled that Keel, too, had gained on Nora's power after consuming the sacred nectar. But he hadn't yet fully adapted to it. Keel stood with his arms crossed, his gaze fixed forward. The protagonist thought quietly. No matter how monstrous his talent or how much knowledge he carried from the future, it was largely thanks to Keel that gathering the fragments had been so effortless. The narrator's voice echoed in his mind. "Keel, the MVP chosen by Mord." The fighter averted his eyes, uncertain what to say. Still, the protagonist admitted to himself, Leon had proven just as useful. Leon blinked, frowning. "Why do I suddenly feel sick?" Mort smirked slightly. "I'm just helping you, that's all." The reincarnated man turned to the group, his expression serious. The fighter nodded in agreement, while the blonde asked impatiently, "When are we leaving?" "Now," Mord replied without hesitation. The boy bared his teeth in frustration. "We just left the borders of county." Ruth closed his eyes, glancing behind him. "They got sharp senses. You noticed it too, didn't you? We're being followed." One of the soldiers answered calmly, "It's possible." Their boots thudded softly across the dirt road. Ruth's tone hardened. "Doesn't matter. My men are already in position. They'll be happy to welcome our guests." A red-eyed warrior grinned wickedly. "Then let's make this fun." The sunlight blazed over the lake as the team sprinted along the narrow path. Keel looked toward the protagonist. "You're sure the Silver Blood are after us?" "I'm sure," the protagonist replied, glancing over his shoulder. "We can't avoid this fight. Stay sharp." Before anyone could answer, a red beam of energy shot down, striking the ground in front of them. A nobleman emerged from the haze, smirking. "Smart move, leaving the Viscount's territory. Saves us the trouble of chasing you inside." The brown-haired man beside him smiled slyly. "Almost missed you. Nice to finally meet, ducal scoundrel." The protagonist's hand clenched into a fist as lightning burst forth, crackling through the air. Without hesitation, the reincarnated man unleashed a beam of energy straight at his opponent. Skill, Mirage Destruction. The enemy swung his hand upward, intercepting the attack with his bare palm. A sharp explosion tore through the air. The brown-haired man smirked faintly as the dust cleared. The reincarnated warrior frowned, momentarily thrown off. His opponent stood with his back half-turned, completely unscathed. Ward's mind raced. He changed the trajectory. Is it a unique power? Or an artifact's effect? Whatever it was dangerous. The nobleman turned his gaze toward the protagonist, his smirk sharpening. The nobleman chuckled. "You really are impatient, aren't you?" The mage turned his head toward the enemy, his eyes sharp. "It's obvious, you're Silver Blood." Hidden figures shifted in the shadows of the trees. "Even if you weren't," the mage continued, "I doubt my reaction would change, not with this many ambushers waiting strike." The brown-haired man closed his eyes briefly, a faint frown forming. Such a sharp perception, as expected. Mort spoke evenly. "Highest level of Silver Blood, level 4. 24 hours of white silver, or what your kind calls the 16 steps to heaven." The enemy's face twisted with anger. You, how do you know that? He demanded, glaring at the protagonist with pure hostility. The reincarnated man's gaze was cold, unflinching. This is the third time I've fought your kind, he said quietly. Wouldn't it be strange if I didn't know? Behind him, Ruth gathered the fighters under the shadow of a massive stone arch. He muttered to himself, 24 hours of white silver, 16 steps to heaven. How does he know these things? That's classified information, even among silver blood. The brown-haired noble clenched his teeth, fury flashing in his eyes. He's an irritating one in too many ways. He'll have to die here. The protagonist's gaze swept across the forest. Only 27, fewer than expected. Why? He tilted his head slightly, thinking aloud. It doesn't seem to be about avoiding detection. Moving a large group like this would have already drawn attention. That hit him. They've been following us, but it wasn't easy. Almost on cue, rustling erupted around them. Soldiers dropped from the trees, surrounding the boys in a tightening circle. The red-eyed warrior stepped forward, grinning. That's right. We worked hard to track you down. Don't expect us to wait for those who couldn't keep up. Keel's eyes darted around the encirclement, worry flickering behind them. Relax, the red-eyed man said mockingly. We brought plenty of men to take care of you. The soldiers drew their weapons, forming a solid wall of steel. Ruth smirked. More than enough to capture you. One of the soldiers twirled a dagger in his hand, while others crouched behind the trees, eyes fixed on their targets. The protagonist scanned their ranks calmly. 5 of them are new blood, he said. The rest, at least mid-level officers. Leon clenched his jaw, irritated. 27 in total, Mord said flatly. That means each of us takes 9. Think you can handle that? Keel laughed lightly. Piece of cake. Though, maybe it's you I should be worried about, Leon. The two stood back to back, ready for the clash. Leon smirked. Then I'll take 3 extra. You handle 6. In an instant, the silver blood soldiers' auras surged, their bodies shifting as they revealed their true forms. Leon's expression hardened. Didn't think they were this strong. The boy looked at his master. Shall we begin? Go, the reincarnated mage commanded. The forest erupted into chaos as the silver blood charged. Kill the 2 of them, the brown-haired leader barked. But leave the rest untouched. Blinding flashes tore through the battlefield as pulsing orbs of energy shot toward the enemy ranks. The explosions thundered, sending clouds of smoke spiraling into the air. The fighter raised his hand, shielding his face. As expected, the power of Werner truly is something else. Across the field, the mercenary smirked. You just realized that now. The silver blood follower narrowed his eyes, his voice cold. This should be an interesting battle. Before the dust even settled, the silver blood soldiers lunged toward Keel. The youth stepped forward, his palm glowing with light. Answer my call. A surge of wind exploded from his hand, raw, untamed power that swept through the enemy formation. The air roared as a spirit of wind materialized beside him, swirling in vibrant energy. The nearest soldiers were hurled backward, crashing into the dirt. The opposing warrior scowled. A wind spirit? Impossible. You're just a half-elf child. Our intel said nothing about you being a master of magical martial arts. Keel grinned. 2 more spirits flickered into view behind him, their ethereal forms shimmering. Seems your intelligence department's not doing too well, he said coolly. Maybe it's time to replace everyone. The fighter sprang forward, his blade cutting through the air. Think about that, after your death. In a blur, he appeared right before Keel's face. The youth met the strike, blocking with his sword in a flash of light. Sparks flew. Keel's expression tightened in surprise as the enemy pressed on, attack after attack crashing down on him. The silver blood laughed darkly. Good. Struggle with everything you've got. Nearby, the blonde fighter frowned, glaring at his opponent with disgust. It's been too long since I've killed a master, the enemy said, smirking. Meanwhile, the protagonist stood face to face with another silver blood disciple. Botone frowned. No matter how I think about it, something's off. Where did the rest of your men go? There were supposed to be more of you. Tilted his head, confused. What are you talking about? Ruth exhaled, closing his eyes. The blind monster must have sent an elite squad to guard them. But they're gone now. Only 3 remain. The protagonist's lips curved into a faint, satisfied smirk. So, he doesn't know. The pursuers, they were all taken down by me. Ruth's eyes widened in shock, realization dawning. If they'd attacked me with full force from the beginning, the reincarnated man said calmly. I might have struggled. He turned his gaze toward the remaining silver blood warriors, his voice steady. So to the ones here now, they're just a small fragment of the 24 hours of white silver, aren't they? The brown-haired man's eyes flicked open, his tone sharp. You talk as if you know everything about us. I don't know how much you've learned, but it's better to silence you before you say more. The red-eyed warrior stepped forward, dark energy rippling around him like a storm. Then come, Era Werner. Let's see if your strength matches your words. He raised his hand, his body glowing crimson as his aura flared violently. I am Ruth, he declared, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Heir of the gods, of lakes, and of worlds. His power erupted in a wave of red light, shaking the earth beneath their feet. I'll show you, he growled, his form shifting, radiating raw fury. What it truly means to stand before silver blood. The battle shifted to the lakeside. The water shimmered, disturbed by the pulsing waves of power between the two fighters. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. Second level of new blood awakening. And he's using an artifact too. Across the clearing, the nobleman smirked arrogantly. We formed this squad because there were many of you, he said, his tone dripping with confidence. So I should thank you for so politely introducing yourself. But before he could finish basking in his pride, the fighter's eyes widened in alarm. The protagonist tilted his head slightly. Tell me, he said coldly, did you even bother looking around before acting like such a pompous turkey? Dark energy coiled around them, forming a circle as both sides faced off. The air trembled. Suddenly, a sound erupted behind Ruth, a heavy crash that didn't belong to the rhythm of their battle. His head snapped around, eyes widening in horror. That wasn't a battle cry. A soldier's body slammed into a tree, lifeless. Around him lay others, motionless, faces twisted in shock. And among the corpses, two figures stood. Ruth's voice trembled. Werner, and another Werner? Erna smiled brightly, waving. Hey, I'm not too late, am I? The scene flashed back to the night before. The protagonist had approached the white-haired girl beneath the dim light. He unfolded a sheet of paper. You trusted me, he said quietly. So I'll do the same and tell you the truth. Erna hesitated, reaching for the paper. He continued, his voice calm but heavy. I decided to repay you for believing in me, even at the cost of your safety. But what I'm giving you is the truth, the ugly truth about Archduke Werner. Her hands trembled as she read. Her eyes widened. The protagonist's memory replayed a chilling image. The Archduke's red eyes glowing in the dark. It's a fact, he said. To preserve his youth, the Archduke consumed his own children. The words echoed like poison. In the memory, Erna clutched the letter tightly. This is proof? She asked. Yes, Mord replied. Letters exchanged between the Archduke and the silver blood. Her hands shook as her expression hardened. Sometimes the truth, she whispered, is more painful and more disgusting than lies. She glared down at the letter. Our hero was actually a devil. Back at the lakeside, Ruth's aura burned brighter, red energy spiraling around him. Erna Werner, she was your support, wasn't she? The nobleman closed his eyes briefly. Unexpected, he admitted. But in the end, it doesn't matter. She'll die too after I deal with you. The protagonist's lips parted slightly. Lection, the god who despises ambushes. He rested one hand behind his head, his tone calm, almost taunting. The blessing you carry, it's not built for sudden strikes, is it? The nobleman's brow furrowed. What do you know about Lex's divine blood? The protagonist's thoughts flickered. Visions of knights, armored and radiant, hovering above the battlefield. Lexion, he said quietly, the god of lakes and the world. A name well known even in the chronicles. In the novels, he was as revered as Magenta, the same lineage Aiden descended from. He looked straight at his enemy, voice steady and cutting. Thanks to his divine protection, Lexion's bloodline can never be killed by accident. No stray arrow, no unseen blade. Accidental deaths couldn't harm them. No stray arrow or unexpected strike could slay Lexion's bloodline. The noble studied the protagonist and frowned. Mord confirmed that the blessing was powerful, but added one condition. It had to be activated by the lake. Annoyingly, its effect could be extended to allies. The protagonist scanned the field and said he would end this quickly, then deal with the rest. Ruth called him insolent. An arrow whistled through the air. Ruth declared his subordinates would cut down their friends first. The arrow struck the man's head and glanced aside. Fighters stood along a cliffside while others in black suits observed from the trees. The archer called the ability interesting. For the squad's best soldiers, Shadow Wolves readied themselves. The half-elf noted the squad had been delayed for some reason. The group leapt from a cliff. One warrior explained they'd taken a longer route to avoid detection and arrived as fast as possible, aware an ambush might be waiting. The Silver Blood followers looked up bewildered. Their leader ordered them to hurry to make up for lost time, then landed with a heavy thud. The red-eyed youth regarded the newcomers and mused about what kind of master they faced, wondering if the blind monster had deliberately wanted this man to survive. The archer notched another arrow and loosed it. Ruth shifted slightly and intercepted the arrow with his bare hand. The archer commented that this time the blade had been blocked personally, and implied the blessing did not stop long-range attacks. The half-elf called for assistance. The red-eyed fighter frowned, contemplating how many master-level mages were on the battlefield. He pictured shadowy figures and noted that master-level mages were rare national assets, countable on two hands and very hard to deal with. The white-haired boy gripped his blade, thinking about how much the blind monster must value Mord. Lord told him not to worry and clenched his fist, determined to handle only that opponent. The noble admitted he had lost the fight, then signaled to his men. Ruth leapt high into the air, blade flashing as he swung down toward the protagonist. "Don't think this means you've won," he shouted. The brown-haired boy smiled faintly, pressing his palm to his chest. Narration echoed over the scene. Ruth, ranked 4th among the Silver Blood, had far more combat experience than most of the 24 hours of White Silver. Images flashed, Ruth standing atop a mountain of corpses, surrounded by smoke and ruin. He had hunted divine bloods before, as was required of the Silver Blood elite. Among his prey had even been members of the Werner family. Dark energy rippled around him, heavy and oppressive. The narrator continued. The Werner family was renowned for their physical prowess, though only a few among them ever advanced to level 2 of the New Blood. Still, the lack of artifacts and Werner's absence gave Ruth the advantage in this battle. Then Ruth's red eyes gleamed. He released a barrage of pulsing energy orbs that tore through the air in rapid succession. The protagonist darted between the blasts, each explosion lighting up the sky. He clenched his fist, meeting Ruth's next strike head-on. The reincarnated mage frowned, irritated, combining pulse spheres with sword strikes, annoying. In a blur, he raised his hand. Skill, triple mirage destruction. Green beams of energy shot forward in rapid bursts, converging on the nobleman. Ruth froze, confusion flashing across his face. What is that? But before he could react, the protagonist vanished from sight, then reappeared behind him. Ruth spun sharply. From behind, an energy barrier flared to life, intercepting the attack. The noble grinned, confident. "Stupid move. Did you really think a sneak attack would work on me?" His words cut off as the protagonist suddenly struck again, this time a clean blow to the face. The impact sent Ruth crashing to the ground. The mage looked down at his fist, voice calm. A surprise attack, once it's noticed, is no longer a surprise. That should have been the end of it. Ruth pushed himself up, panting. The mage's tone stayed even. "I get it. Enough warm-up." Blue light began to swirl around him. "From now on," he said quietly, "no more tricks." Ruth's eyes widened. What are you?" Even the others felt it. Verna turned sharply, sensing a surge of energy that made her breath catch. Keel looked on, stunned. The protagonist's form shimmered, his aura blazing. The ground cracked beneath his feet as power radiated outward. The narrator's voice echoed. This was it, the awakening of level 2 of the New Blood. The watching soldiers froze in disbelief. "Impossible," one whispered. "Even with monstrous talent, no one advances that fast." "Half a year," Verna thought in disbelief. "He's only been training for half a year." The protagonist stepped forward, his energy warping the air around him. Ruth stared in shock, the sheer force pressing down on him. "He's changed." Even the warrior girl's thoughts wavered as she watched him advance through the haze. He defeated a demon, count 1-on-1. But that alone couldn't explain this. What has he been doing all this time? The reincarnated man stood motionless, his gaze locked on Ruth. Cold, unrelenting, and ready to end it. All this time, the protagonist had been fighting, relentlessly. He pictured Ultaz, the battlefield still vivid in his mind. That one-on-one clash with the Demon Baron had carved itself into Morty. Corpses littered the ground. He remembered his battles against the Silver Blood, against a high-class warrior who fell before him. He recalled the skeletal remains of the archlich he had destroyed, along with 2 high-level mages who had stood by its side. Then came the image of the blonde witch, the god-cursed witch, slain in her full release form. And finally, the demon count, the battle that ended only days ago. The protagonist clenched his fist. His power pulsed through the air as he struck at Ruth. The noble blocked, his blade trembling under the impact. Ruth gritted his teeth. How could he be this strong? The reincarnated man's voice was calm, almost curious. So this is the power of the new blood? The artifacts you're so proud of, they're not the originals, are they? Just copies. A chilling light flickered in his eyes as he stepped forward. Let's see how durable your imitation really is. He lunged, his fist glowing. Mirage destruction. A searing green beam shot toward Ruth, shaking the ground. The noble steadied himself and advanced, shouting, "So what if you have magical abilities, divine blessings, or artifacts? That's all you've got." The protagonist met his gaze coldly. Then why are you losing? Ruth's fury deepened. Even with an artifact, the difference in strength, how is it this vast? A sudden flash of yellow illuminated the battlefield. Everyone turned. Ruth's eyes widened in disbelief. What is that? How much power have you been hiding? The reincarnated warrior dashed forward, his speed breaking through the light. Ruth swung his sword up just in time, catching the strike. Sparks erupted as their weapons clashed. The protagonist's voice was steady, cutting through the chaos. You lost because you couldn't predict the scope of your own power. Shock rippled through the Silver Blood ranks. The glow around the youth intensified, golden and wild. Mort's gaze hardened. And that's not all. You couldn't predict the power of my comrade either. In the distance, a long-haired elf held a brilliant energy sphere, its light bending the air around it. Beside him, the white-haired elf stood with his warriors, radiating authority. The narrator's tone deepened. The ancient elves, beings who, according to legend, once battled the gods themselves. Descendants of the divine tree. To carry their blood is to bear the heritage of true elven nobility. The Silver Blood soldiers stared at the blonde half-elf in disbelief. How? How can a half-elf possess the power of the Ancient Ones? The warrior smirked darkly. Surprised? I was too. He gripped his blade, the air around him trembling. The protagonist's thoughts followed. It's been only a few days since he consumed the nectar, and already, he can wield the power of the ancient elves. He's even awakened the divine blood. A flash of memory surfaced, he and his comrades standing beside Keel. Leon had asked, wide-eyed, "You opened your divine blood that fast?" The mercenary stared at Mord, disbelief in his eyes. The mage calmly explained that this happened because Keel had taken a different path than the rest. When Keel gripped the blade, blue lightning crackled around Leon. Mord remarked that aura typically appears only after reaching the level of divine blood. Keel, already a master of magical martial arts, had clearly reached that point. He was now capable of wielding aura. The warrior charged forward, ready to strike. To the reincarnated one, it was no surprise. Reaching the level of divine blood so quickly was only natural for him. The blonde fighter activated his skill, Bracelet of Speed. In an instant, he lunged. The Silver Blood soldier raised his blade to block, but Keel vanished from sight and reappeared behind him, driving a kick straight into his back. The impact sent the soldier crashing to the ground. Stunned, the fighter struggled to comprehend what kind of speed he had just witnessed. Before he could recover, he turned, only to see Keel raising a hammer, crackling with lightning. "Wait," he cried out. But before the plea could finish, a bright column of light erupted from the ground. Ruth clutched his chest in panic, and then Keel's fist was already before his face. The blow landed hard, sending him flying through the air. His body smashed into a tree before crashing to the ground. Keel looked down at the aristocrat, his tone cold and confident. That's what I'd expect from someone blessed by the gods. Even with his artifacts shattered, the wounded boy was still conscious. Trembling, he looked up at Keel and begged, "Spare me. I'm a high-ranking member of the Silver Blood. I can give you information, something that could help you greatly." Mort stepped forward, his voice calm but firm. "We don't need it." He walked slowly toward the noble. "If someone of the 4th rank holds it, there's probably nothing valuable in that information. Anything useful would be under strict restriction, and you'd never tell anyway." The Silver Blood follower collapsed to the ground, fear written all over him. "Please, spare me. I can still be useful." The mage clenched his fist. You're lying. Ruth's eyes went wide with terror. Merciful goddess, please. White clouds drifted above the mountains. A lone figure stood with his back turned, staring into the distance. Another man approached and asked quietly, what happened? The ranks of the 24 white bloods. There's been a break, said the brown-haired one. Farther up the mountain, several men were climbing. Daisley spoke, his tone grim. Judging from that scream earlier, I'd say he's dead. Not surprising, considering he was 4th rank. Am I right? Yes, the brown-haired man replied. But in the center of that scream, I saw something unbelievable. The stranger narrowed his eyes. The stranger pictured a formidable protagonist in his mind. The brown-haired man said it looked like the monster that could bring them trouble had opened its eyes, and in doing so had killed one of the 24 white silvers. Daisley said it was amusing and asked whether the culprit might be divine blood. The brown-haired replied, anything was possible. A thick fog rolled through the mountains. Black silhouettes moved inside it. Daisley said he didn't know when this would end, and that they'd have to deal with it upon returning. The monster pressed a hand to its chest and addressed the silver blood men. It observed that they belonged to a rebellious dragon line. White clouds drifted above the trees. A fighter asked where a boy like that had come from. His comrade said he didn't know. Keel crossed his arms and warned them not to try to reason it out. He offered that advice as someone who had spent time with the boy. The masked warrior looked at Keel and asked what had happened. He noted that Keel had always been a capable soldier, but now he'd grown much stronger. Keel replied that it was all because of that boy. The half-elf looked ahead and made an observation. The boy was a master of magical martial arts and carried the blood of an ancient elf. The fighter wondered aloud whether only pure-blood elves had produced such power. Until now. The youth turned to his comrade, puzzled. The warrior said they'd be in trouble if the white forest elves learned the truth. If the half-elf's line traced back to the ancient elves, it could cause complications. The boy asked what difference that would make. Little Keel stared ahead. One man told him bluntly that with mixed blood, he was a disgrace to the clan and should leave the forest. Keel said he would kill them all if they contacted him. The soldier decided to stop the topic. He noted Keel had become more aggressive since they last met. The blonde asked if that was true. The youth answered, saying he'd learned by watching Keel. Erna looked at the box in her hands and asked if she could keep it. She said Keel had plenty of everything, so she could take the magic items collected from the silver blood. The girl turned to the reincarnated one and asked what he planned to do with them now. Lord noted that Mord announced that he was heading north to the White Demon Realm. The warrior grinned broadly and warned him to be cautious. The White Demon Realm was no ordinary place. Dangerous, unpredictable. Few who entered returned unchanged. Mord smiled faintly and told him to do the same. That from here on, he too should be careful. The main character's eyes hardened. If word ever spread that Erna knew the truth about the Archduke, things would turn dangerous fast. He wouldn't allow that to happen. Turning to the warrior, he said firmly that he hoped Erna wouldn't take it upon herself to reveal the truth or really more supporters. The time wasn't right. The white-haired girl covered a small smile with her hand. Are you worried about me? She asked lightly. They stood facing each other. Don't worry, she continued. The Archduke and I have no personal connection. There won't be any real problems. But tell me, who else should I be careful around? The young man narrowed his eyes. The Archduke trusts 10 people above all others, he said. Images of the men appeared in his mind. Now that Baron is dead, there are 9 left. They all know the truth, but still act like loyal dogs. Except for Kessner. Erna's curiosity deepened. Does Sir Kessner not suspect anything? She asked. The protagonist pictured a man's face. No, he said quietly. I trust him. Thanks to Keel's information, we confirmed he doesn't know the truth about the Archduke. The warrior crossed his arms thoughtfully. He doesn't seem like the type who'd pretend ignorance for anyone. Erna's eyes widened. The protagonist continued. Prince Alan knows everything and still follows the Archduke. You picture a man with a sharp beard, a commanding presence. Prince Alan is leading the fight for succession now. He might be the one we should fear most. The warrior lifted her fist toward him, thanking him with a small smile. Whatever happens, we're in this together. Erna looked at the mage and smiled warmly. We'll see each other again soon. The boy raised his fist in return. We'll meet again in the north. Agreed, Mord replied, bumping his fist against hers. The group turned to leave, following the protagonist's lead. Leon asked, We're heading east? The reincarnated one nodded. There's a place we need to visit there. Get ready. We'll be crossing the border soon. The youth glanced back at his comrade. The fighter frowned slightly. So we're heading east and crossing the border? The boy gave a small nod, his gaze steady. The journey ahead had only just begun. Leon asked why the Shadow Wolf squad was still shadowing them. He turned to Mort and asked if Mort realized the position they were in. The protagonist replied that he understood the situation better than anyone. When a warrior pressed why they still planned to circle around, the mage explained his goal, to gather as many fragments of the world as possible. He said it was necessary, and that from now on their route would continue north. The fighter objected, arguing there was no point in taking more risks. Mort agreed and moved forward to meet the soldier, offering to part ways and thanking them for their help so far. Keel watched. The protagonist said they would take the shortest route north. The others could go their own way below. The soldier spoke up. He reminded them the man they were escorting was a talent their unit had pinned hopes on, General Ilden, and their duty was to deliver him safely. The boy questioned this. He identified himself as a mid-level warrior from the Guardian squad and asked whether, since he had joined, he should now fall under the squad's command. Keel considered Leon's seniority in the Shadow Wolves, but also thought Mord would not accept that without resistance. The protagonist stepped in to clarify. He said he had not been officially accepted and was not affiliated with any organization. Even if he were, he had no intention of getting involved with the Shadow Wolf unit. He added that General Ilden had promised him the right to freedom in 8 months. The fighter responded sharply, claiming their task was to accompany the protagonist until they reached the north and implying the protagonist was trying to delay the mission. The protagonist replied plainly. He would not be manipulated for someone else's convenience. He presented 2 options. They could either follow and help him or split up and return north separately. Leon drew his blade and called the protagonist a brat. He pointed the blade and warned that if the protagonist refused orders, he would be forced to make him comply. The protagonist asked if Leon intended to use force. Leon thought he could win. Liam, uneasy, glanced between them and asked why the argument had to go this far again. Maybe they should stop it. But Keel held up a hand. Wait, he said quietly. The soldier stepped forward, his boots thudding against the ground. Good chance to make things clear, he said. Let's find out who really stands where. Without warning, the fighter swung his blade at the protagonist. Mord clenched his fist, and a burst of violet light tore through the forest. The reincarnated man watched with a frown. He had studied this fighter's every battle before, and the fact that Leon dared to say he'd force him meant he was confident in his strength. The mage met the strike with his bare fist, blocking the blade, then forced it aside with a single motion. Sparks scattered through the trees. The others looked on, wide-eyed. Leon muttered, "He's stronger than I thought." The young man beside him nodded. "Leon's a legend in our squad. He's taken down entire order units alone, men already in the second stage of awakening. And now, he's not even going all out." The mercenary blinked. "He's that strong? Then Mord must be at a disadvantage, right?" Keel closed his eyes and smirked slightly. "No," he said. "Leon's strong, sure, but he's still human. Mord isn't." The main character's fist glowed with violent purple aura. He launched forward, unleashing mirage destruction. The ground cracked beneath his feet. Leon froze for a moment, startled by the sheer force. It's only been half a year since he awakened divine blood. How did he grow this much power so fast? Purple energy erupted from Leon's body. Enough stalling, he thought. One hit will decide this. Mord raised his fist high. "You're trying to match me in strength? Then I'll answer in kind." They rushed forward, fists and blades colliding with a thunderous crash. Before the final blow could land, a barrier shimmered between them, stopping both attacks at once. A calm voice cut through the tension. "That's enough." The stranger stood between them, his short, thick hair and black eye patch catching the light. Mord narrowed his eyes. He recognized him instantly. "Farwell, Aiden's comrade," Mord said quietly. Farwell met his gaze, expression unreadable. "Nice to meet you," he replied coldly, standing his ground between the 2 warriors. Leon tightened his grip on his sword, eyes fixed on the newcomer. Leon stepped forward, irritated. "My lord, let me handle this. I'll teach him a lesson." But Mord didn't flinch. He kept his gaze steady. Farwell raised a hand. "That won't be necessary," he said. Mord's right. His voice was calm, but firm. Turning toward Leon, he added, "You don't have the skill to give him lessons anyway." The barrier before Mord flickered, then shattered into light. Leon froze, stunned. That barrier had stopped my attacks with ease. Farwell walked toward Mord, stopping a few paces away. Let's postpone this, he said evenly. I have something to discuss with you. Mord frowned, clearly skeptical. And what do you need to talk about? Farwell's eyes glinted. First, why are you addressing me so casually? Mord blinked, confused by the question. Would you rather I didn't? Farwell smirked faintly. Do as you wish, though it doesn't suit you. He placed his hand on his chest. My name is Farwell. Mord crossed his arms. A mage from the Shadow Squad, he muttered. He recognized him instantly. Farwell, one of the major figures from the mage who rules the world. In Mord's memory, an image flashed. Farwell standing amid corpses, flames rising behind him. He remembered. This was the boy who once showed Aiden, broken, grieving, his family, teacher, and best friend gone. That despair could still turn into strength. In that story, Aiden had knelt beside Farwell's lifeless body, crying uncontrollably while the city burned behind him. Farwell's family had been slaughtered by the half-breed clan known as the Prexorus. Seeking vengeance, he had joined Aiden's squad. They fought side by side, bonded quickly, and together endured countless battles over 2 long years. Mord pictured the red-haired youth extending his hand to his friend. They had crushed the Prexorus and even struck a heavy blow against the Sage of Darkness. But in the end, Farwell died, shielding Aiden, never fulfilling his revenge. Mord looked down, thoughtful. That happens 2 years from now. Right now, Aiden and Farwell haven't even met. The two stood face to face under the pale moonlight. How did you end up here? Mord asked quietly. And why come to me? Farwell lifted his head. It's personal, he said. Something only I can deal with. Mord studied him for a long moment, then replied. Personal? Huh? You're not here by chance, are you? Mord asked quietly. Are you familiar with the name Prexorus? Farwell's expression shifted. He closed his eyes, head lowering slightly. Prexorus, he repeated under his breath. I know the name, Mord said simply. Farwell raised a brow. Of course you don't, he muttered, then caught himself. Wait, what did you just say? Mord met his gaze steadily. They're a group that hunts for new blood, he said. They call themselves the gods of this age. Why? What about them? Farwell froze. What kind of organization is that? He asked, his voice uncertain. And how do you even know about them? Mord didn't answer right away. Even when Farwell meets Aiden later, he doesn't know about him. Now, 2 years before those events, it was clear that Farwell had almost no information. Mord exhaled. Does it matter where I learned it? He said finally. The point is, I know more than you. Farwell pressed his lips together, silent. Enough dancing around, Mord said firmly. What do you want from me? Without hesitation, Farwell knelt before him. Help me, he said. Let me fight beside you, and I'll help you get your revenge. Mord studied him, eyes narrowing. Farwell's mind flashed with the image of an old man, his general, saying that Mord could track down and destroy the Prexorus. Mord raised his hand slowly. And if I could, what would you do for me? Farwell looked up, determination burning in his eyes. I'm a mage of the 5th circle. I've noticed your group has no mages. I'll lend you my power, if you'll help me destroy the Prexorus. Mord's stare softened slightly. I understand, he said at last. Then I accept you. Farwell blinked, almost surprised by how easily he'd agreed. Inwardly, Mord was already calculating. A 5th circle mage with talent to rival Aiden's. With him, eliminating the Prexorus will be easy. They're small, and their conflict with the Silver Blood will finish them eventually anyway. If I destroy them early, I can reduce the damage they bring to the world. He imagined a battlefield littered with corpses, the enemy wiped out before they could ever rise. And more importantly, I've just recruited Aiden's future comrade, years ahead of time. Mord's gaze narrowed, a faint spark flickering in his eyes. That alone is a massive advantage. Across the fire, Farwell watched him silently. Mord finally spoke. You're with me now, Farwell. From here on, we move together. The flames crackled between them as the night deepened. A quiet pact forged in the glow of vengeance and foresight. Mord leaned back slightly, his tone calm. He explained that Farwell would be serving as a guard for a few years, a step necessary for his own training. Then, with a relaxed expression, he added, I can't help you take your revenge right now. Is that fine with you? Leon approached, carrying a small wooden box. Mord gestured toward it. Instead, I'll show you that I can help you when the time comes. Inside the box lay a staff and an old, well-kept book. Farwell blinked in surprise. What's all this? He asked, picking up the staff. Even at a glance, he could tell it was far superior to his own wand. Beneath it rested a necklace and a pair of earrings, each engraved with intricate magical sigils. Mord said casually, the necklace stores spells. The earrings. They let you control magic flow more precisely. Farwell opened the book next, his eyes widening. Wait, these are ancient magic texts, he breathed. You can only find books like these in ruins. How did you? He looked at the mercenary, bewildered. You're not even mages. Where did you get all this? The knight shrugged. We've never had a mage in our ranks. No one could use them until now. Mort studied Farwell quietly. It's hard to increase one's magic level alone. Decades of knowledge are stored in books like these, impossible to learn without guidance. In the end, it's always easier to learn by using what already exists than by trying to invent it yourself. He pictured rows of young mages hunched over their grimoires, decades of research stacked around them. Farwell, only 15, was already a fifth circle mage, stronger than Aiden had been at that age. This is my chance, Mort thought. If I nurture him early, his potential will explode. Mort grinned faintly. Farwell tilted his head, confused by the sudden smile. What's with that look, he asked. This came just in time, Mort said. You said you'd hit a wall in your training, right? Consider this your way past it. Farwell held the staff tighter, lowering his gaze. I owe you a great debt, he said quietly. Even after I've taken my revenge, I'll repay it. You have my word. Leon chuckled, closing his eyes with mild irritation. Mort waved it off. No need for that. Think of it as a reward for helping convince Leon to back down. Keel turned away, trying not to laugh. Using the knowledge of the mage who rules the world to make his future allies stronger. That's hilarious, he thought. Farwell smirked as he examined his new weapon. The air shimmered faintly with mana as he tested its power. Mort watched him with quiet satisfaction. Let's see how fast you grow, Farwell. The boy looked up again, surprised when Mort asked casually, How old are you, anyway? I'm 15, Mort replied. Farwell blinked, stunned. You're 15? He repeated, staring straight ahead. The world really is huge. I never imagined I'd meet a monster my own age. Mort smiled faintly, amused. You haven't seen anything yet. Farwell raised a brow. Then tell me, what's next? He called him a monster. The man only smirked. The mage apologized, saying he couldn't think of any other word to describe him, and admitted he was curious to see what kind of future this man would shape. The protagonist gave him a confident smile. You won't be disappointed, he said. Above the city, the skies were clear. In the northwestern part of the continent, within the kingdom of Vert, the group of boys walked down a bustling street. Farwell commented that despite their numbers, crossing the border hadn't been hard. Keel simply replied that they were experts at that sort of thing. Leon turned toward the protagonist. We're finally here. So what's the plan in this country? The protagonist shrugged. Nothing special. Farwell and Leon stared at him in disbelief. The reincarnated one grinned faintly. We'll just break a few things and leave. White clouds drifted lazily above the city. None of the others really understood what he meant. Lewin stood holding his blade beside a wolf. The narrator introduced him, Lewin from the Shadow Wolf Squad, a warrior seasoned by over 20 years in the realm of white demons. He and his team moved through a dim cave. After countless battles against humans, monsters, demons, and the horrors of the dungeons, combat had become second nature to him. Lewin looked ahead, uneasy, then back at the man leading them. How had he even known about these ruins, with no information to go on? He recalled how the protagonist had gone straight to a small border village, cast a spell in the basement of the village hall, and just like that, a passage had opened before their eyes. The protagonist clenched his fist, stepping into the ruins. Leon guessed he already knew this place, but the older the ruins, the deadlier the traps. With one swing, the protagonist smashed through a wall. Dust filled the air. Lewin watched in silence, wondering if brute strength alone could really get them through. A single torch flickered on the wall, casting long shadows. The protagonist turned to his team. From this point on, your roles matter. The Shadow Squad straightened, ready. Our roles, one of them asked. He looked over his shoulder at them. Attacks will come from all four directions. Take them head on. What are you talking about? Someone muttered. The mage lifted his hand, and violet portals began to swirl in the air. Circles of light began flashing on the ground at random intervals. The protagonist warned that at least one person needed to stand inside each circle when they appeared. Lewin glanced at him, confused. If you don't, the reincarnated one said flatly, our defense will become an even bigger problem. Don't forget that. Lewin frowned. Why are you suddenly saying this? Before he could finish, they all turned toward the sound behind them. From the portal, red-eyed monsters began to crawl out. Magic golems? One of them muttered. A glowing circle formed under Leon's foot. It's here again, he said, glancing down. The protagonist stood near the wall, silently observing. Lewin exhaled, realizing everything was unfolding exactly as Moore had described. Just who is this guy? The ground was littered with shattered golems, their cores flickering out one by one. Moore examined the ruins, thinking to himself that time was short. There were far too many dungeons and ancient sites left unexplored. He held up a small purple stone, its surface gleaming faintly. He decided he'd have to optimize his route north, gathering whatever resources he could along the way. Nearby, a mercenary held up a flask uncertainly. You're saying I can actually drink this? He turned to Kin with a grin. It's the real thing, nectar. Farwell and the others watched in disbelief. Nectar? The one for myths? A soldier asked, eyes wide. The brunette chuckled. If that's true, then the risk was worth it. The protagonist glanced toward the excited Leon. Unlike the counterfeits made from silver blood, he explained, this is genuine, born from the mythical era. Images of blood-soaked figures flashed through his mind. He murmured that this was also the reason the Silver Blood clan had attacked the Aiden family, because the so-called nectar of the modern world was created through the sacrifice of unawakened divine blood. He folded his arms, looking aside thoughtfully. Out of the 5 known nectars, 2 were already gone. He needed to decide how to use the remaining 3 hidden in the north. Turning to his comrades, the reincarnated one said, Leon's talent may be limited, but nectar will make up for it. He'll soon reach master level. Farwell stepped closer. So what next? More ruins? Another dungeon? Neither, the protagonist replied, his gaze sharp. This time, we're cleaning up trash. Under the pale moon, the forest glowed silver. Villagers stood trembling, their eyes fixed on the boy. Why are you doing this? One pleaded. If it's money you want, I'll give you everything I have. The blonde leaned forward, a sly grin spreading across his face. Money? I can get that any time, he said softly. This is something else entirely. Because that's how the world works, the blonde said casually. Emmett traced a purple circle on the ground with his blade as the villagers watched, frozen in terror. Sometimes, he continued, life throws you unexpected tragedies, he smiled faintly. And today it's your turn. He smirked, saying he'd had enough. One of the villagers cried out, What are you doing? Emmett ignored him, completing the circle around them. The sacrifice must be alive, he said, spreading his arms with a wicked grin. Thank you for staying that way. Wait, one of the villagers pleaded, reaching out desperately. But he only clapped his hands. A burst of blinding light consumed the forest. When the glow faded, the clearing was empty. Only Emmett remained, standing beside the still glowing circle. He smiled darkly. Perfect. Spending time with dark mages does have its perks. He stood motionless for a moment, then sighed. Now then, where should I go next? Maybe find someone rich enough to make it worth my time. His eyes gleamed with malice. Emmett, one of the 9 chosen candidates of the Prexera's gods. At the center of the magic circle lay an animal skull, etched with symbols. The protagonist's narration followed. There were many secret organizations in the world, but none with goals as simple or as terrifying as this one. A man with long hair stood before a golden sigil, the light casting his shadow like a god's. Their purpose was clear, to ascend and become gods themselves. Hands reached toward a silver book marked with a single, staring eye. Mort explained that Prexereza was both the name of their order and the relic they worshipped, an artifact left behind by an ancient deity. The blonde appeared again, draped in a crimson cape. The reincarnated one explained that the relic had chosen 9 candidates, granting them power whenever they offered worthy sacrifices. Farwell stood before a crowd, crucifying a man as part of the ritual. The victims varied, humans with unique bloodlines, those with immense magical power, even descendants of divine beings. The blonde shifted his stance, thinking how easily the other candidates made their sacrifices. The night stretched deep and quiet above the mansion. Emmett chuckled to himself. I'm just a thief. I'll raid a few villages, make some money, live easy. He pushed open the mansion doors. I'm back, but silence greeted him. Frowning, he looked around. Where is everyone? From a second floor, a voice replied. You've been gone quite a while. Emmett glanced up. A man stood there, the protagonist. Who are you? The blonde demanded. The reincarnated one met his gaze coldly. Emmett scowled. What did you do to my men? Behind the protagonist, Corpses lay scattered across the floor. I killed them, he said calmly. They were eating human flesh. Even had a butcher shop in the basement. The thief frowned. I know who you are, he said quietly. You were sent by another god candidate, weren't you? The boys appeared beside the reincarnated one, their presence casting long shadows across the dim hall. In life, the protagonist said, his voice steady, unexpected tragedies happen. The blonde turned his back to them, glaring at the fighters who had suddenly appeared. The reincarnated one's gaze hardened. And for you, he said coldly, that tragedy is today. Flames roared in the distance. A woman and a young boy stood before burning buildings. Every time the boy closed his eyes, that scene returned, the night his world ended. The metallic scent of blood mixed with the rain. A scream tore through the village. The woman's voice echoed endlessly as the boy stumbled backward, tumbling down a cliff. Farewell, she cried, reaching out in desperation. At least, let him live. A bright blue eye snapped open. The boy gripped his staff tightly. Finally, got it, he whispered. Across the battlefield, the limbless blonde howled in agony. Lewin clenched his fist. Feels like I've been fighting him for an hour, he said. He regenerates every time I hit him. What is this thing? Behind him, the brunette watched grimly. That regeneration, that destructive power, it was unlike anything he'd ever seen. This was a monster beyond their reach. The boy looked toward Mord. This time, the battle was one-sided, the enemy overwhelmed and destroyed. Farwell closed his eyes, hearing his own voice echo faintly. Was this man really my enemy? He stepped forward, waving his hand dismissively. He's all yours. I've drained my power. You should be easy to finish. The boy took a step closer. This is my gift to you. W's voice lingered in his mind. Find out for yourself who your true enemy is. Emmett sat slumped beside a shattered wall, breathing heavily. The reincarnated one approached, extending a hand. I've got questions for you, he said. The brunette's voice cut through the silence. Don't make his death easy. In that day, one of the 9 god candidates of Prexareza vanished from the world. Snow blanketed the mountains. Time moved on. Mord and his squad entered the realm of white demons. On their path, shattered bones marked their battles. They had already destroyed the 3rd of the 7 souls belonging to the archlich. 4 souls remained. A flag burned quietly in the wind. The Sage of Darkness struck one of the main branches within Huvens County, suffering heavy injuries in return. A purple crystal flickered. The fragments of the world they carried had increased. 13 now in total. Elsewhere, within Juan's territory, a man in red shouted, Visit this time. Mort stepped through the doorway. You're back earlier than promised, the man said. The boy with blue eyes looked up. Yeah, he replied. I'm back. Across the room stood a tall figure with a blindfold, General Ilden. A thin ribbon covered Daisley's eyes. He heard a calm voice. Thanks for your support. Mort stood before him, expression unreadable. The gap between us is still too wide, he said. Even after 20 days of fighting, you never went all out, did you? He took a step forward. Show me now. The table between them shattered under the force of his palm. Daisley smiled faintly. You must have had a long journey, he said. I was going to let you rest today, but since you insist, I suppose I can't refuse. Ilden stood beside the splintered table. Let's see what you've achieved. Snow drifted gently outside the stone building, over the county's training field. The blindfolded man said, Here, unlike the main castle, I don't have to worry about anyone watching. So let's have some fun. The brunette nodded. There was no point in holding back. He lunged forward, determined to go all out from the start. Mort's fist blazed with light as it struck. Ilden, surrounded by sparks, grinned. So, you've really reached this level. Incredible. It's actually possible. Watching the young man's form, he thought to himself, the raw talent of the current Archduke. This monster truly surpasses all expectations. Mort charged again, each movement sharper, heavier. Ilden thought, an existence like this, someone who breaks every limit. Can he actually destroy me? Their fists collided. An explosion of light filled the hall, followed by a deafening rumble that shook the stone building. Outside, Keel looked up with a grin. What are they doing in there? Inside, rays of energy flared around the brunette. Mort steadied his breath, eyes locked ahead. If I'm fighting a man, then brute strength alone means nothing, he thought. He leapt high, lights swirling around his hand. Then I'll push beyond. A radiant glow burst from his palm, increased body weight by tenfold. Merge body with fragments of the world. He looked down at his opponent. Show me everything you've got, he ordered, or you'll die here. The floor split open under the impact. Ilden stood in the center of the wreckage, laughing in disbelief. Unbelievable. After feeling it myself, I still can't believe it. Clenching his fist, he shouted, "Who would have thought? You'd actually push me to take this form." Mort stared at him. He could sense it, the third stage of divine blood awakening. Unlike the first or second stages, this one cloaked the entire body with divine power itself. Standing amidst the rubble, Mort said evenly, "I don't know what you just did, but your weight's changed." Ilden smirked. "The same goes for you." The general stood tall, unshaken. The brunette studied him closely, outwardly calm, but the pressure he felt from him had doubled. His weight, it's doubled. And yet, he's not afraid. He had tapped into the power of a warrior, even if just a little. At that moment, only two people in the entire world possessed it, Leon and him. Ilden folded his arms, watching closely. The momentum radiating from the boy's body was so refined, so advanced, that even at the third stage of divine blood, Ilden could barely keep up. If the general ever managed to fully master this power, even divine blood strength would barely restrain him. The blindfolded man spoke calmly. "If only I could handle that power after reaching the third stage. But you're doing it far too easily." Moore nodded slightly. "Maybe the answer lies in my journey," he said to himself. After all, he'd been trained by the god of war himself. The silver-haired man waved his hand dismissively. "Do you really think you can reach that level?" Moore met his gaze, unwavering. "You say that as if you could just grant me this power." Then, with absolute certainty, he replied, "I can." The general's eyes widened. He looked down at his palm in disbelief. "With my guidance," Mord said, "you'll be able to master it." But he smirked. "I don't teach for free." Ilden frowned. "And what do you want?" Mord raised two fingers. "Two things. That'll be enough. The first," he said, "is sincerity." He gestured with his hands as he explained. "It means no more games. Speak openly. Say what's truly on your mind." Ilden touched his chin, repeating softly, "Sincerity." The boy thought to himself, it was strange. Even in novels, true feelings were rarely revealed. He wanted to see what kind of story this man was hiding. The glow around Mord intensified. "And the second thing," he said, turning to the side, "is him." He pointed toward the blond boy. "Give me Keel." Daisley burst out laughing. "You talk like you're asking for my daughter's hand in marriage." Leon froze in surprise. "Wait, you need me?" The boy shook his head. "Not you, old man. Him." His legs shimmered with blue light as he took a step forward. Ilden narrowed his eyes. "Is there a reason it has to be Keel?" "He only helped you because I ordered him to." Mord looked straight at him. "Does acting under someone's orders make the risk to his life any less real?" He stepped closer. "That's exactly why I'm asking for him." A radiant aura surged around Mord. "That's why," he declared. "I'll be taking Keel myself." The blindfolded man was silent for a moment, then smiled faintly. "Maybe you're right. Maybe you're the one who values him most in this world." He stepped forward, facing Mord directly. "Very well. He's yours. I was planning to form a team under your leadership anyway." Mord raised an eyebrow. "A team? You're giving me a team when I'm just a mid-level warrior who happened to join you." Ilden nodded. "It would be a great loss for her." Ilden turned away. "The Legion can think what they want," he said quietly. "Let them call you mid-level for now." Then, glancing back, he added, "Come, let's take a walk and discuss the rest somewhere more private." Later, the brunette sat at a table covered in scattered papers. "I figured this would happen," he said, flipping through a page. "These are the ones I see in my squad." He laid the papers down, each marked with the faces of 3 figures. "As I mentioned before, Keel, Leon, who's been with me for a while, and finally, Farwell." Ilden lifted a cookie from the tray, smiling faintly. "Farwell listens well. It's always useful to have a wizard in the group." He pictured the cloaked boy in his mind. "I want to help him grow beside me, little by little," he said. "But his thirst for revenge worries me." The boy with the eye patch stared forward in the image, eyes burning with confidence. Ilden chuckled. "Still, it's good that the wizard likes you." Moore nodded. "Perfect. Then those are the ones I want on my team." The general tapped his finger against the table. The young man in the chair listened quietly. How far had they come on this journey? It was a question without an answer, one that only hinted at something deeper. "Archduke," the thought flickered through Mord's mind. He imagined the creature's face, the demon that devoured children to preserve his youth. Ilden stroked his beard. "If you told Erna the truth and convinced her," he said, Then you must have decided she's worthy of becoming Archduchess. You believe she can surpass you. Daisley paused as Mord's words sank in. Yes, Mord said firmly. She's worthy of becoming the next Archduchess. Whether she surpasses you or not doesn't matter. He leaned forward, eyes burning. Because I'm the one who will defeat you. A flaming eye flashed in his thoughts. And I also know, he continued, that you've long dreamed of defeating the Archduke yourself. You've been searching for someone strong enough to face the Demon King's incarnation each year to protect the seal. The room fell silent. A palm slammed against the table. Ilden shot to his feet. How do you know that? He roared. I'm bound by an oath of divine punishment. No one but those closest to me could possibly know. Mord's gaze didn't waver. The divine power within me told me, he said evenly. Inwardly, he knew that if he explained further, Ilden wouldn't believe him anyway. Best to press forward with confidence. The silver-haired man stared at him, speechless. Finally, he asked, and after hearing that, what is it you want to know? Mord leaned back slightly. My turn then, he said. Why do you want to kill the Archduke? Ilden exhaled, sitting down again. Isn't it enough that? Hardin took both my eyes, Ilden said quietly. And the position of Archduke, the one I'd spent my life reaching for. Mord shook his head. No, he said, fingers interlacing as he leaned forward. You weren't just chasing a title. You were forced into a position where you had to fight for your life. The general fell silent, then nodded slightly. Maybe you're right. At the very least, you deserve to hear the truth. He straightened, eyes distant. I'll tell you what happened between me and Hardin. Rain poured over the city that day. The tower loomed in the mist, its windows glowing faintly through the storm. Inside, a man sat at a desk, pen scratching across parchment. Without looking up, he said coldly, Did you come to apologize for your incompetence? A black aura shimmered before him, an ethereal light from which a voice emerged. May the Archduke allow me to appear before him? Granted, the man replied. The figure materialized, a blond youth who bowed deeply. I am a high-ranking leader of the second faction among the 8 stars of Silverblood, he said. My name is Killian. Hardin, seated at the desk, looked him over with a faint smirk. Killian, I'm envious, he said darkly. You look so young, though you're an ancient monster. Killian laughed softly. You make it sound embarrassing. But behind Hardin's still expression, fury burned. To maintain such youth, the level of magic required must exceed the 9th circle. He's rewriting reality itself. A creature beyond even Werner's level. Finally, Hardin asked flatly, What business brings you here? Killian bowed again. I came to apologize for my failure. Behind him stood a man with his arms folded. Mord, silent and unmoving. Killian continued, When I first heard of your subordinate, the blind monster, Ilden's pet, I should have taken him more seriously. I underestimated him. Hardin waved dismissively. It didn't take the boy long to reach the north. I suppose I overestimated you. The blonde smiled faintly. My deepest apologies, he said, raising his hand. But I brought something that may change your mood. A glass vial appeared, glowing faintly in his palm. This, Killian said smoothly, is real nectar, the true drink of the gods. Inside the vessel, a blue liquid shimmered like captured starlight. It enhances the power of divine blood. Usually, it's diluted and distributed as a reward to members. But today, he lifted it higher. As a token of my apology, I offer you the undiluted essence. Then his smile sharpened. Of course, I have one small request in return. He licked his lips, eyes glinting. Allow us entry into the north. Let us deal with Mord ourselves. Hardin leaned back, stroking his beard. You understand that means crossing paths with Ilden, he said. Of course, Killian replied without hesitation. The Archduke's silhouette flickered against the torchlight as he turned the flask in his hand. Outside the window, snow began to fall, slow, silent, and cold. In his mind's eye, Hardin saw it again. The frozen halls, the statues of past archdukes, standing in eternal judgment. Hardin feared the guard squad, keeping them under tight control. The Werner and the White Demon County were far apart, and managing them together was nearly impossible. If the leader were loyal to the Archduke, things might have been different. But at that time, the squad was led by an enemy. Ilden. The man in the black fur cloak sat in silence as Killian bowed. I'll return soon, Killian said politely, turning to leave. But Hardin's voice stopped him. Before you go, answer me one thing. Killian paused. You're not the first to work for me, Hardin said, waving his hand. So tell me, who was the first? Without turning around, Killian replied easily. That's simple. He extended a hand, mimicking a handshake. Before we served the Archduke, our first employer was Ilden Werner. The memory faded. Ilden sat across from Mord, arms crossed. If I'm a genius, he said grimly, then Hardin is a monster. He remembered the muscular youth standing before him. It was the discovery of divine blood. I reached it at 16. Hardin at 15. He exhaled slowly, less than half a year after awakening. He recalled the day they stood face to face when he congratulated Hardin on his achievement. Back then, he didn't care. He thought that if he simply stayed true to his duties, his turn as Archduke would come naturally. But that was only the beginning. They said he completed his mission, Ilden continued, that he stopped the demon world's advance in record time. Mord frowned. Don't joke. No, it's true, Ilden replied. They said he was passing through the 8 great labyrinths as we spoke. People started calling him the reincarnation of the god of death. Everyone believed it, and if things went on like that, he'd become the Archduke's successor. The man's voice grew darker as he recalled those days. He pictured countless silhouettes, warriors, nobles, spectators, before his mind settled on Hardin, standing in a white cloak beneath a waving flag. Divine blood cultivation, Ilden muttered. Everything I gained through blood, sweat, and sacrifice, he mastered faster than I could even process. Cheers erupted in a massive arena. That was when the final nail was hammered in, Ilden said. When Hardin was chosen as the representative in the duel between the Fourth Kingdom and the Empire, the brown-haired man beside him had said back then, if you win this, you'll have another chance. But Ilden already knew. It was hopeless, he said quietly. I came in second. I could have beaten the others easily, but that didn't matter anymore. And so, the family was chosen to represent the Fourth Kingdom, while the Werner family stood as the Empire's champion. Young Ilden stared at the battlefield, his expression heavy with disappointment. It was his first official duel against the Ors family, rivals of Werner for generations. The outcome of that battle would shape their reputation for decades, maybe even centuries. Warriors with spears stood ready. Others gripped swords, shining under the sun. The Fourth Kingdom, Ilden said bitterly, was dominating. In the west of the continent stood the Fourth Kingdom, while the urban empire held dominance in the east. An arrow pierced a soldier's body, an omen of the conflict that threatened to ignite between them. A single spark outside their zones of control could erupt into all-out war. At a long table, generals and ministers reviewed reports under dim candlelight. Yet despite their rivalry, neither side truly wanted war. Instead, they agreed to a compromise. Each nation would send 5 warriors. The results of their duels would determine the outcome of the war itself. Under an open sky stood a massive round coliseum. The rules were simple. If a fighter won, he could continue challenging the next opponent until only one side remained standing. But in that arena, the stage belonged to Hardin. Fingers clenched against the skin of his neck as he lifted his opponent effortlessly into the air. That day, not a single warrior lasted more than 5 minutes against him. The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. Behind him, Ilden stood in silence, blindfolded, listening to the roars that would soon haunt him forever. From that day on, there was no one left on the continent who didn't know the name Hardin Werner. A glass container shattered, liquid splashing across the floor. Ilden sat slumped in his chair, lost in thought. I began to worry, he said quietly. If things went on like that, the position of successor would be taken from me. Light spilled in from the open door. A man stepped inside and bowed. The silver blood insignia glinted faintly on his chest. Mord's eyes narrowed. You made a contract with the Silver Bloods, didn't you? The man nodded. Yes. They said they'd make me their successor. He placed a vial of purple liquid on the table. In exchange for helping them, he said, they gave me something called the essence of nectar. Across from him, Mord studied the vial. If they paid him with nectar, he thought, the price must have been steep. The man sighed. Frankly, I had no issue with their ideals. The ideal of the Silver Bloods was simple, but dangerous. A world ruled only by the descendants of gods. In his mind, Mord pictured a glowing eye overlooking a planet, divine hands hovering over humanity itself. For a man from Werner, Mord said, that ideology must have felt almost natural. Ilden nodded faintly. At first it did, but then, his voice trailed off as he remembered the moment everything changed. He stood in a doorway. Inside, the floor was littered with corpses. A boy stood amid the bodies, smiling faintly. It's the law of nature, the boy said. Sacrifices must be made for the sake of the future. The weak, those without divine blood, can't save the world. He snapped his fingers, his eye gleaming a sinister red. Don't you agree? Ilden's voice trembled with disgust. You call that saving the world? The blond boy tilted his head. You should be grateful. They're blessed to serve a higher purpose. He raised the vial of nectar. This, he said, is the result of their devotion. Ilden's face hardened as he realized the truth. That nectar, the very elixir revered as the drink of gods, was created through the slaughter of innocents. The man in red waved his hand, chuckling. Don't be so dramatic, he said. It's natural to feel disgust when you see meat being cut. He laughed, the sound echoing through the blood-stained room. Don't worry, the blond boy said with a twisted grin. The promised nectar will still be delivered. Ilden's fist flashed forward, slamming into his face. The boy hit the ground with a scream as Ilden struck him again and again, rage bursting through years of restraint. The man's voice trembled as he continued his story. That day, I destroyed them all, every last silver blood in that place. I didn't even realize at the time, but I'd become a sinner just like them. He folded his arms, eyes dark. That's when my cursed relationship with the silver bloods began. His tone hardened. From then on, they sabotaged everything I did, every promotion, every mission. And behind the scenes, they helped Harden rise to become the next Archduke. He looked down, remembering the day he finally confronted his rival. I told him, Ilden said, after all these years, I've decided to take a better path. He clenched his jaw. Then I challenged him, for the spirit of the dueling god. Harden had only smirked. A desperate move, he said, from a man already out of the running for the throne. Still, he snapped his fingers. Fine, I accept. The duel began. The boy sitting at the table, Mord, listened in silence. He already knew how it would end. Harden, Ilden said quietly, never backed down from a challenge. The fight was short, brutal, final. He crushed me completely, Ilden admitted, in front of everyone. Outside, snow drifted against the windows of the building as his words hung in the air. After that, he became the Archduke, Ilden continued, and he offered me the position of general of the guard squad. He gave a small, tired smile. I don't think it was sympathy for a loser. Maybe he just wanted to give me an escape, a way out of the gossip and whispers. He leaned back, eyes distant. During that duel, we recognized each other as rivals for life. He remembered standing beside his comrades, finally free of the silver blood shadow, free from the family's chains. For a time, he said softly, everything was calm. I thought things were finally turning out well. Then his expression darkened. But one day, blood filled my mouth. I felt it. Something was wrong. The Archduke suddenly aged overnight, he said. No reason, no warning, and the silver bloods seized the moment. His voice dropped. They came to Harden, and unlike me, he accepted them. A faint, bitter smile crossed Ilden's lips. I knew then it had to be him. No one else could bear the burden of protecting this world. The image flickered in his memory. Harden bound in glowing chains, his eyes wild. The silver bloods had consumed him completely, twisting his will, using his madness to fulfill their mission. In the end, Ilden whispered, he truly believed he was the only one who could protect the seal of the Demon King. He clenched his fists, but instead, he became a monster, one who devoured his own children. The candlelight trembled as Ilden, dazed leaned forward. I couldn't let him or the Werner bloodline be desecrated by those fiends any longer, he said. So I began to search. The flame flickered, reflecting in his blindfold. I searched for hope, he said quietly, for someone who could defeat Harden, someone who could return freedom to me and to my family. Across the table, the brunette watched him in silence. He was glad he'd asked. It proved the man wasn't just obsessed with becoming Archduke. The hero hadn't realized how genuine he was. That honesty was the very reason so many followed him. Ilden smiled faintly. Did you hear everything you wanted? Mord, seated in a chair, nodded. Yeah, that's enough. He leaned back and added, since you told me your whole story, I'll give you something in return. From his side, he revealed a tablet covered in red symbols. Ever seen a rune-engraved stone tablet before? He asked. Snow drifted down onto the tower roof as Mord turned away. The man's next question cut through the cold air. You're asking the general for his sake, aren't you? Keel shut his eyes. Ilden told me to stay by M's side, even if it means standing against him. How could he make me say that? Looking up, the blond man spoke quietly. Then promise me one thing. What kind of promise? Mord asked. A blindfolded man was brought forward. Promise to fulfill Eldon's long-standing wish. If you do, I'll give my life for you. Mord nodded without hesitation. I promise. I'll see it through. Eldon's wish will be fulfilled. Keel smiled. Is that so? He turned away, his tone soft. That's enough. He was a man who kept his word. Yet Keel had no idea what that promise would truly mean. Resting his hand behind his head, Keel asked, So, are we finally going to meet Leon? I heard we have to start as regular warriors because our identities are still secret. The brunette shrugged. There's no helping it. A disaster is coming at dawn. Someone cursed from the stone building. Keel sighed. A regular warrior. Huh? Great. Mord looked ahead. It can't be helped. The identities of the Shadow Wolf squad are classified. Regular warriors? Why us too? Leon muttered. At least they didn't have to retake the warrior exams. I'm a mid-level warrior and a squad leader, someone shouted indignantly. Watching them, the hero thought they deserved better. Compared to normal ranks, it felt like making a colonel start as a second lieutenant. A man stepped closer. Anyone else in the squad? Farwell tapped his staff. If it's just us, I doubt it'll be enough. Mord crossed his arms. No, this unit's meant to be small, elite. The bandaged man turned toward the hero. Since we're all in this together, the brunette said, crossing his arms, why don't you tell us about your abilities? Farwell cracked his knuckles and nodded. All right, he gestured toward a cloaked figure beside him. Farwell pointed toward the stars. I come from the breath of my family, one of the 5 stars closest to the moon. He sat down, a book resting in his hands. My power helps with research, he admitted, but it's not much use in battle. Lifting his hair, he revealed the bandage over his left eye. When I awaken the divine blood, I can open this eye. Keel studied him. So you can't see it now. That's right, Farwell said calmly. It only works when the divine blood is released. The group exchanged glances, surprised when he added, with excess mana, though, I can see a little. Farwell waved his hand, explaining, normally, we can't use all the mana we produce. A lot of it goes to waste. Keel tapped his chin, thinking aloud. So, when your divine blood awakens, you can use that extra mana or even share it with your teammates to restore their strength. Mord nodded from beside the squad. We'll need to test it. Let's see how effective it really is. Their team's reputation wasn't the best. Mord had turned down several warriors to keep the group small and selective. The brunette looked forward. We'll have to prove ourselves. Earn our ranks properly. The boys clenched their fists, excitement sparking. Then let's start right now. Mord stepped forward, motioning toward the assembled warriors. We're at minimum capacity. That means 2 paths. Either we join other squads for joint missions, or we answer emergency support calls. Farwell gripped his staff. So basically, we can't do much yet. He smirked. Until then, we train until we drop. The team straightened, determination burning in their eyes. Mord clenched his fist. When the time comes, we strike together. Snow swept across the white hills of the Demon Kingdom's borderlands. Men stood in formation, surrounded by monsters. A bald warrior cursed under his breath. Archduke, the seasoned fighter, scowled. A true warrior never retreats. The proud soldiers of Werner stand their ground. They face the tide of blue-skinned monsters, their breaths misting in the frozen air. He glanced at his troops. 500 men against more than 1,000 beasts. He gritted his teeth. I've already called for reinforcements, but they'll need time. A massive troll opened its jaws and roared. Archduke's eyes narrowed. A night troll, he realized. The next moment, a blade flashed, slicing through the creature's chest. Snow burst upward as the soldiers tightened their grip on their weapons. Archduke stepped forward, sword ready, fury blazing in his eyes. If this keeps up, we'll be wiped out. The wind howled, and the snowstorm raged around them as the battle began. The bald warrior called out to the commander, voice tense. Above the battlefield, a flash of light split the sky. The trolls lifted their heads just as a blue beam came crashing down. Mord let out a low, dark chuckle. Through the fog, a group of heroes emerged. The brunette spoke first. Hope we're not too late. Keel grinned. 1,000 ice trolls, huh? Sounds like the perfect opportunity for a promotion. Leon smirked. Then let's make it interesting. How about a bet? See who takes down more. The heroes stood back to back, weapons raised. The blonde nodded. I'm in. He blinked at him, startled. Wait, what did you just say? Farwell stepped forward, staff in hand, blue runes glowing around him. We receive an emergency request. he said calmly. We are the Mord Squad. As his magic flared, a path of blood stretched toward a distant house. Inside, a man dragged in a bear carcass. Without turning, the figure dressed in black said quietly, "You're here." The girl dropped the carcass to the floor, reaching back for her weapon. "What brings you here?" she asked the masked figure. Wiping her blade clean, she listened as he replied, "The general needs you." Her icy blue eyes lifted. "And what does he want from me?" "He wants you to join the guard squad," the man said, "and assist one specific person." Seated nearby, she sighed. "Give a little time. I'll be done in a month at most." The masked man tilted his head. "Then what should we call you?" Her axe came down, cutting through flesh. "Just call me her." "Understood. Are you?" he said softly. Blood splattered across her face. Meanwhile, the Mord Squad's name was spreading fast, their reputation and influence growing with each mission. A sphere of light glowed at the top of Farwell's staff. Keel's eyes widened when he spotted a man in black. "That's Elder Leon," he murmured. Thanks to Eldon's recommendation, Leon had been appointed as their new training instructor for Keel and Leon. The mage raised his palm, a bright orb shining within it. With Mord's support, he had mastered the 5th circle spell and was now preparing to train for the 6th. During those harsh sessions, Mord shattered the training floor, his strength surging with each spar against Ilden. At last, the time came. Their squad received its 2nd official mission. For heroes marched side by side, joined by the recruits of the Hater Squad. Their goal, to stop the spread of demonification. Black Beast charged across the corrupted zone. Hater, the mid-ranking warrior, shouted orders. Vanguard, shift formation. Mord Squad, cover the rear. The heroes halted, watching the chaos unfold. Wolves crossed his arms. "Why that formation?" he asked, puzzled. Ahead, the men in black unleashed waves of magic, their firepower tearing through the beasts. Keel watched in silence. "They're handling it with firepower alone." He frowned slightly. "Still, I'm only 15. This is just the start." The squad members needed real combat to gain experience. One of them frowned. "Again? Is this really necessary?" The blond man only smiled. "Not everyone's like you. This is how the squad grows stronger." The hero sighed inwardly. "So I'll have to play the apprentice for a while." Around him, the men panted heavily, exhausted from battle. A voice called out, "Are those new recruits over there?" For training purposes, newcomers were sent into the smaller, safer dungeons near the demon world's borders. Mord rested a hand on his chin. "I never had to go through this kind of thing before. Still, with this body's talent, I should watch closely and learn." A man nearby crossed his arms. "We'll reach deeper levels soon. No need to worry. Their leader isn't even Lord class. Just keep the support steady." Before he could finish, a violent explosion split the air. From the smoke, a massive monster with an axe emerged, laughing. "So the little worms from Bernard's are here." Hayden narrowed his eyes. "A black orc who's turned into a demon. Don't panic. If we follow our drills, we can handle him." Wergun's voice rose sharply. "Wait, something's off." The demon's right eye glowed red, the pupil thin and vertical. The boy froze, staring at the creature's silhouette. The red-eyed demon sneered. "Well, isn't this interesting? You're the one who humiliated me last time, aren't you?" A chill ran through the group. The Earl of the Demon Realm, Wergun, had appeared again. Keel laughed. Mord's expression hardened. "So that's him," he muttered. "First time I've seen him in person." Darkness swirled behind the orc's massive form as Wergun's voice thundered. "How dare you look down on me?" A blinding flash lit the field. Mord steadied his stance and asked quietly, "Do you understand now?" The red-eyed demon let out a roar. "Arrogant fool. I'll make you regret ever crossing me." Hater's muscles tensed. "Everyone, get ready. That thing's Lord level." All around them, monsters began to appear, and then came the scream, "Even undead? Where did all these things come from?" The man frowned. "I heard strange reports from the dungeons lately, but this?" His gaze swept the battlefield. 50 undead, 4 Death Knights, and 1 Lord-level boss. This is insane. Hater gritted his teeth. "Can we even survive this?" The red-eyed demon smirked, snapping his fingers. "Looks like playtime's over." The heroes stepped forward together. Leon raised his voice. "Don't ever say I just coast through life." Behind him, a young warrior shouted, "Our numbers are dropping fast." He clenched his fist. "Then I'll clear the way. You handle the rest." Mord stepped up beside him and raised his fist. The monster stared at him, puzzled. "What are you doing?" Only his legs shifted, a faint hum of power building beneath him. What remained of the undead were quickly swept away. A wave of power tore through them, erasing half their bodies in an instant. The red-eyed demon stared ahead, his single eye widening in shock. Hayter's voice trembled as he spoke. I suspected it. Wigan's influence. Even from outside, he's been affecting the demon realm's depths. The young man stepped forward. If something impossible happens, he said calmly, then the answer is usually obvious. He thought to himself, just like in a novel. Facing the darkness, Mord's voice echoed. You have fragments of the world, don't you? The red-eyed demon's expression froze. How do you know that? The hero stood beside Keel. There's something I need to confirm with him. You guys handle everything else for now. He turned his gaze toward the monsters. Haven't they been dealt with yet? The undead were slowly regenerating, their broken forms reassembling. Mort explained, undead don't die right away. There's always a trace left behind. A streak of light flashed across the battlefield as the hero charged toward the red demon. From his armor burst a purple glow, bright as starlight. Wurgun's armored body shifted. No head, only a blazing core of violet fire surrounded by crystal shards. Wurgun shouted, What did you do to him? Mord's eyes narrowed. This isn't reality, it's an illusion. That's Wurgun's true form. He studied the crystals floating in the air. He also has a fragment of the ideal world. That's why he can project this illusionary realm. But for it to exist, specific conditions must have been met. The figure of flame faltered, its form flickering. The hero's thoughts raced. So either the holders of world fragments are negotiating, or one side's drawing the other into their domain. Surrounded by countless floating crystals, Mord pondered. He has 2 fragments, maybe Mord, but something doesn't add up. These fragments are tied to this world. According to the sacred council of creation, an image flashed in his mind, a man dressed in white, holding a radiant crystal. There's no way these could be transferred between worlds, he thought. That's why the gods left the fragments behind when they ascended. Mord spoke firmly. You must have many questions. Wurgun said nothing. The hero's gaze hardened. The number of fragments matters, but he doesn't know how many I have. He probably thinks I hold far fewer. The living armor raised its hand, purple light pulsing. How dare you challenge me alone? The hero didn't move. His focus was absolute. Then, without warning, a girl in black appeared, her weapon slicing through the air. Mord's eyes widened. Someone entered this space. The blow struck with divine force, shattering the very sky above them. Wurgun recoiled, roaring in disbelief. What is this? A figure wielding a silver club stepped forward, her strike reverberating through the fractured illusion. Wurgun turned toward her, stunned. She came here, and then he heard the voice, calm, cutting through the chaos. She came, the man said, at Ilden's request. Now, she served in his squad. The girl tossed her weapon onto her shoulder. The young man studied her. Long black hair, sharp blue eyes, and a massive club that didn't suit her small frame. He thought. The brunette met his gaze confidently. He froze. Aryu Ranfalos, the main villain of the novel. In The Mage Who Rules the World, she was the most formidable antagonist, the one who left the deepest mark on Aiden's memory. In a story filled with overpowered figures, she stood out. The woman who cornered the protagonist, a great wizard, more than once. Mord watched her silently. I don't know why she's here, but if she came at Sir Ilden's request, she must be an ally. The young man frowned slightly. So that's how she managed to enter this realm. Lowering her head, Aryu spoke quietly. Below, the hero's eyes widened as he noticed 3 glowing fragments orbiting her. 3 world fragments. A sudden scream broke the tense silence. Bright light exploded from Wurgun's AR Mord. How dare you insult me? He roared, fury blazing. I'll make sure you pay for this. The brunette frowned. We'll finish talking later, he said to Aryu. Right now, he comes first. She gave a small nod. Agreed. The demon's hand rose, energy condensing at his palm. You're far too confident for mortals. A devastating beam of light shot outward, the flash of destruction. Mord's eyes narrowed. Divine power surged through him, his hair and eyes turning silver as he activated the 2nd level of divine blood. He vanished in an instant, closing the distance. Steel met steel, his sword arced downward. You could do whatever you want, Wurgun snarled, punching forward. But I'll end you here. The living armor staggered back from the impact. Fragments of light danced in the air around him. Behind him, Aryu's blade flashed, her attack landing in perfect sync. The demon growled. What trickery is this? Aryu's eyes gleamed as snowflakes spiraled around her. Recognition flashed across Wurgun's burning core. That power! The hero's voice cut in sharply. Don't look away. He clenched his fist, channeling energy through his arm. You're not fighting just one of us. Wurgun froze. Cowards, all of you. A brilliant flash consumed the battlefield. The armor staggered, its voice rising to a desperate plea. Stop. Enough. But the hero seized him by the chest plate, holding him in the air with one hand. I've only got one question, he said coldly. How did you gain fragments of the world? Fragments that should exist only in the demon realm. The armored being laughed darkly. A floating crystal hovered near his head. No point hiding it now, he sneered. Wurgun's voice cut through the crackling energy. So that's it. The creature's tone lowered. I was once just a piece of armor, created with special abilities. He was able to split himself, the armor said coldly, into countless parts, forging weapons from his own body and granting them to others under the guise of contracts. Mord's eyes darkened. The black orc you killed earlier, the demon continued, was one of mine. But I never needed to make deals with the weak. They were simply absorbed by my power and became my property. He laughed bitterly. Through them, I explored ancient ruins. And eventually, I found it, a fragment of the world hidden deep below. Mord's gaze shifted to the floating crystal. So that's how he found the first one. The rest must have come the same way. I see, Mord said quietly. Then everything's clear. He raised his sword. This ends here. The armor jolted. Wait, I'm not finished yet. If you kill me, the creature shouted, the fragments will scatter. You'll never find them again. The boy hesitated for only a second. I can't sacrifice countless lives just to recover 2 fragments, he thought. Then he smiled faintly. You don't need to worry about that. What? The armor rasped. Mord's eyes locked onto him. Because this is where you die. A surge of power erupted. Fragments clattered to the floor as the world trembled. In the distance, soldiers cursed, their voices drowned out by the howling wind. What's happening? What's that noise? A blinding light exploded before them. They exchanged uneasy looks. Think we can enter it, like that woman did earlier? The glow intensified. They drew their weapons instinctively. From the portal, 2 figures stepped out. The hero, and beside him, Aryu. Keel ran up first. Commander, what happened? Mord's expression remained calm. One was indeed the Earl of the Demon World, he said. I fought him and killed him. Gasps spread through the Hater Squad. The Earl of the Demon World, dead? Someone whispered. Only he could have done something like that. Hater winced slightly when addressed, but Mord just smiled. You did well on this mission. The warrior lowered his gaze, embarrassed. It was only possible thanks to him. He nodded toward the hero. Outside, the sky burned orange as birds crossed the sunset. At a nearby table, Aryu sat with her arms crossed. From today, she said calmly, I'll be part of your squad. The brown-haired man smiled. Thank you for your help back there. Without you, that battle would have been impossible. Aryu closed her eyes in silence. When the commander asked, Then why did you decide to join us? She answered without hesitation. I owe a debt to Ilden, she said. He asked me to stay with Mord and help him reach his goal. Keel and Farwell exchanged stunned looks. Aryu's gaze sharpened. I hope the hero doesn't ask for anything, Mord. The young man's eyes narrowed slightly. That might sound rude, he thought, but it didn't seem like Aryu meant any harm. Besides, it was to be expected. After all, the gods themselves had given Mord the fragments of the world. He glanced at her quietly. In the mage who rules the world, her counterpart had hunted down the guardians of the fragments, killing them one by one to claim their power. But that only happened much later, after the great battle for the fragments had reached its peak. Still, Mord thought, there's one more thing I need to ask her. Crossing his arms, he looked at her steadily. I want to clarify something. Aryu's eyes widened slightly as he continued. Are you a dragon? She froze for a moment, then shook her head. No. Why would you think that? Mord frowned. During the last battle, you used the power of the dragon people. Aryu waved her hand dismissively. Just because I can use their power doesn't mean I'm one of them. I have human eyes. No tail, no horns. Mord leaned back, considering her words. She's right. She's not from the dragon clan, but still. A shadow seemed to stretch behind her. Faint, ancient, powerful. Aryu isn't one of them, he realized. She's something higher, a descendant of the true dragons, the ones who fought the gods themselves in the age of creation. He exhaled and leaned against a chair. You can go, Aryu. Get some rest. She stood, nodded once, and turned to leave. The men watched her go in silence. Someone muttered, "The atmosphere's tense." Leon turned to Keel. "Who is she, anyway?" Keel shook his head. "This is the first time I've met her in person. But even among the Shadow Wolves, she's a mystery." Their commander raised an eyebrow. "Really?" He placed a hand on Mord's shoulder. "She fought beside you against the Earl of the Demon World, didn't she? Is she strong?" Mord frowned, thinking for a moment. "At least as strong as I am." Leon's eyes went wide. Farwell and Keel exchanged stunned looks. No one knew Mord's power better than they did. And if he said that Aryu was his equal, that meant her strength was unimaginable. Meanwhile, Aryu walked down the quiet street, the sunset glinting off her hair. Her steps were steady, her gaze unwavering. Soldiers who passed her whispered among themselves, unsure who she really was. Far from them, in a dim dungeon, another girl with dark hair lay on the cold floor. Her brows furrowed as she lifted her head. Behind the bars, an old man stood watching her, a faint grin twisting his face. Aryu gasped, sitting upright in her bed, hand pressed to her forehead. "Damn it," she muttered under her breath. Elsewhere, in the snowy streets of the White Demon Kingdom, the hero's squad moved forward through the cold wind. "Wait, Farwell's already a mid-level mage," the half-elf blurted out in disbelief. Farwell rubbed his temples, trying not to smile as he walked beside him. His hands trembled slightly from the cold and the strain of training. Keel laughed softly, trudging beside them through the snow. He muttered to himself that, even after a whole year, he still hadn't managed to rise above the rank of an ordinary warrior, while Farwell had already advanced to mid-level. The main character closed his eyes and replied calmly that there was nothing they could do. Their squad hadn't earned enough merit for a promotion since they focused more on training than active missions. And because Farwell was a high-ranking mage, everyone naturally treated him with respect. Wergun frowned, while Leon stiffened, staring ahead. The brown-haired man spoke up, saying their squad's reputation had improved since working alongside the Hater Squad. Now was the perfect time to test their true strength. Leon forced a nervous smile, admitting that this place seemed ideal for that. The quest's objective was clear. They had to venture deep into the ruins of the White Demonic Realm and subdue the creatures lurking within. Massive monsters appeared before them, baring their teeth and taunting the humans, asking if they were here to become their next meal. The hero shot forward, divine power surging through him as he launched a devastating blow, triple mirage destruction. The monsters staggered back, shouting for him to wait. His silver hair gleamed, and in that instant, they realized he carried divine blood. The young man smirked. Too early to be shocked. The enemy frowned, but before he could respond, the soldiers stepped forward, their silver hair shining. Everyone except the lone girl. The hero added that their squad wasn't ordinary. It was as if each of them had been chosen for something greater. They pressed onward through the tunnel. The blonde remarked that they weren't just comrades, they were demons, too. This place, he said, was perfect for training. The half-elf smiled, noting that all their hard work was finally paying off. When they reached the treasury, they froze. Piles of gold and priceless artifacts surrounded them. Keel raised his hands, grinning wide. "Look at all this treasure." The hero glanced back at the wizard, while the blonde examined the gold bars and the girl kicked at a nearby monster. Farwell spoke up, wondering aloud what kind of ruins these were, ones that sealed away 10 demons as guards. The brown-haired man guessed that the White Demonic Kingdom must have several other ruins created by the same god. Sitting down, he added that since that god was defeated in the Northern War for supremacy, his existence likely ended long ago. The mage walked up beside him, noting that for a fallen god, he had been remarkably powerful. The brunette fixed his gaze on the protagonist, who replied that since they were handling this, there would be no problems. Leon looked down at his fist, murmuring that this time, things had been a bit tougher. Around them lay a defeated monster, dangerous, but a valuable source of training and loot. They'd also managed to collect a few useful items. Then Ward called out to Leon, extending a pair of white gloves toward him. "These are for you," he said. Leon blinked in surprise. "What kind of item is this?" Leon flinched when the hero explained that the gloves were made of ice and snow, a relic that only those with divine blood could wield. They could absorb and unleash freezing energy, and if Leon mastered them, he might even learn to fuse that power with his aura or impulses. The soldier's eyes widened. "They're really that powerful?" he asked, still in disbelief. The commander simply nodded, and Leon looked up at him, eyes glimmering with gratitude. The hero, watching him, thought quietly that investing in Leon's growth was the right choice. Her progress had already outpaced his own, and besides, he could always buy another pair later. The half-elf smirked and said it seemed their squad's overall strength had just leveled up. Leon frowned. Are you saying you've been underestimating me all this time? The hero walked toward the wall, ready to speak, but the others were too caught up in their own chatter to notice. Arguments broke out, voices echoing through the ruins. Mord frowned, gripping his sword before silently swinging it downward. And suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted behind them. Leon and Keel froze, eyes wide. The protagonist smiled faintly. So this is where the 16th one is. Before them, a massive crystal pulsed with blinding light. The hero stepped forward, reaching out to touch it. Ryu, standing behind him, gasped. The brown-haired man furrowed his brow when she called out his name. Under the soldiers' curious stares, the brunette turned to face her. Ryu held his gaze. I need to talk to you, she said quietly. They stepped aside. The hero crossed his arms, studying her. You must have a reason for calling me out here. Ryu hesitated, then spoke. You probably heard about me from Ilden. His eyes widened slightly. Of course he had. On the very day, he received his own squad offer from Daisley. He'd also learned Ryu's story. Long ago, she had slept deep within the ancient white demonic realm until she was discovered by 3 strangers from the distant east. They called themselves the Half-Dragon People, beings who despised dragons with a burning hatred. When they discovered Ryu carried traces of dragon blood, they began cruel experiments that left her in unbearable pain. But their atrocities didn't last. The half-dragons soon began abducting villagers for their twisted purposes. When Ilden found out, he led the Shadow Wolves to storm their base, and that's how Ryu was freed. Though she regained her freedom, her memories were scarred with agony. In the original tale, after she took her revenge, she was deceived by the Dragon Rebellion Corps, a secret organization under the mages who ruled the world, and was led down the path of villainy. The brunette glanced at her and said quietly, Then I suppose there's no need for you to explain further. She frowned slightly. Is there a way to remove the fragment of the world that you received here? The hero's expression hardened. Why would you want to do that? Arya looked down, her voice low. Because the fragments inside me were obtained by killing the half-dragons who experimented on me. Arya continued, her voice trembling. I have 3 fragments, 1 for each of them. She clenched her fists tightly. I hate them. I hate what they did, and I hate that what's inside me came from them. The hero froze, taken aback by her words. Mord glanced down in silence, thinking deeply before finally looking up. There's a way to remove them, he said quietly. Her eyes widened. There is? What is it? The brunette turned to him, surprised as well. Mord raised his hand slightly. Those fragments can be passed on to someone capable of becoming their new vessel. He extended his hand toward her. Only a few can handle that power. Those with divine blood, ancient elves, or descendants of the dragon tribe. Aryu stared at him warily. And you're certain that's the right way? The brown-haired man met her gaze firmly. I swear I'm not lying. She stood before him, uncertain. Then why? She asked. Why are you collecting them in the first place? Mord lowered his head, pausing before answering. The brunette's eyes widened when he finally spoke. To save the world. Aryu raised an eyebrow. Save the world, she repeated, doubtful. He sighed, clearly tired of hearing that same reaction. Her expression hardened. Then tell me this. If I refuse, would you take them by force? The brunette flinched at her words, but Mord shook his head. No, that wouldn't give me the right to take them from you. She looked her straight in the eye, his tone unwavering. I respect your ownership, Aryu. I'm not gathering the fragments for myself. My only goal is to make sure no one hoards their power. If anyone tried to gather them all, he paused, that person would eventually become the very thing I'm trying to stop, even if that person were me. For a long moment, she was silent. Then Aryu exhaled slowly. In that case, you can have them. Ward narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you sure? She extended her hand. To me, they're nothing but garbage now. Take them. A burst of blinding light filled the room as 3 radiant crystals appeared around her, circling slowly. No one could have imagined that the one gathering the world's fragments, and the mage who once ruled it, would be the ones to despise them most. Suddenly, Aryu gasped. What's happening? Ward turned sharply toward her. What's wrong? She looked terrified, but before he could react, his entire body trembled. His eyes widened as the world around him began to fade into darkness. "Are you?" he heard her shout. She ran toward him, hand outstretched, calling his name. He reached for her, and then everything went black. The next instant, the hero jolted awake with a scream. He was standing in the middle of a city, flames consuming everything around him. Chaos surrounded him. People were running in every direction, screaming as the city burned. Mord stood frozen, trying to make sense of it all. Wasn't I just in the White Demon's kingdom? Before he could think further, a massive red dragon crashed down in front of him, scattering debris as terrified civilians fled. The beast lifted its head, and when Mord looked up, he saw another, a white dragon soaring high above, gathering a storm of icy energy in its jaws. With an earth-shaking roar, the two dragons lunged at each other. Fire and frost collided midair, the explosion lighting up the sky. A voice came from behind him. "Foolish boy." Mord turned sharply. An old man in a dark cloak stood there, eyes gleaming beneath the hood. "Do you even understand what you've done?" the man asked. Mord frowned, spinning around to face him fully. "You dragged me here, didn't you?" Daisley tilted his head, almost amused. "Drag you here? You still haven't realized it, have you?" His expression hardened. "That fragment of the world you took from the dragon's descendants, it's saturated with their power. It's the reason you're trapped in this illusion." Mord studied him closely, his gaze narrowing. The man's aura, it wasn't human. Half-dragon, he realized. So this must be connected to the fragments. "What's your purpose here?" Mord asked coldly. "Why show me this?" Daisley turned toward the battling dragons, flames flickering across his hands. "So you'll understand. So you'll see the truth of it all. These creatures are the embodiment of destruction. We, the half-dragons, fought to stop them. We bled for justice." His voice rose, sharp and bitter. "But people like you ruined everything." He clenched his burning fist and stepped closer, eyes blazing. "Return the fragments, boy. The ones given to you by the weak descendants of dragons. Return them before they awaken, before their power brings ruin upon this world." Mord's eyes hardened. "I refuse." He met the man's gaze steadily. "Those fragments belong to me now. Tell me, where is it written that I should lose that right?" Daisley's expression faltered. "What?" Mord's thoughts raced. "This can't be real. It's an image, something conjured by the half-dragons when the fragment was activated. Whatever he's saying might just be a lie meant to twist my perception." He crouched low, readying himself. "I can see it clearly," he said. "You're trying to poison my mind, to make me hate the dragons the same way you do." Daisley lowered his head and muttered, "Fool." A crimson magic circle flared beneath Mord's feet as Daisley extended his arm. "If you won't hand it over willingly," he growled, "then I'll take it by force." Mord's body stiffened. He couldn't move. Two dragons landed on either side of him, shaking the ground with their weight. The red one opened its jaws, fire gathering within. Mord turned in alarm, unable to comprehend what was happening. Both dragons attacked at once. The white dragon bared its fangs, the red one roared, and their powers collided in a blinding explosion that shook the ground. Daisley lifted his hand, laughter echoing through the fiery sky. "This is my world," he shouted. "Here, I control everything." His eyes gleamed with madness as he demanded, "Now, hand over the fragments of the world." Mord narrowed his eyes. "What are you talking about?" The mage flinched as the boy stepped closer. Lightning began to surge around Mord's body, his aura shifting as the second stage of his divine blood awakened. Sparks danced across his skin as he glared at Daisley. So that's it, he thought. This entire illusion. It's a curse left behind by the half-dragon's fragments. He realized then that Aryu must have suffered under the same curse. After being freed from that living hell, all she gained was a hollow kind of freedom, one that left her lost and empty, wandering through the desert of her own broken memories. The madness that followed had consumed her completely, and when the rebellious dragon army approached her, promising to restore her past, she took their offer, only to become their weapon. A killer drowning in their cause. Mord's expression darkened, divine energy radiating off him like a storm. "Now I understand," he muttered. "It was because of me that everything spiraled into chaos." Daisley scowled. "You think you can change what's already done?" Mord raised his gaze, eyes burning with resolve. "I won't let it happen again." Daisley sneered. "You? Stop me? Impossible." Mord vanished in an instant, appearing right before him. "Then shut your mouth," he growled. "You hate-filled ghost." His fist blazed with divine lightning as it connected squarely with Daisley's face. The world around them cracked like glass, fragments of the illusion scattering into the void. The ground collapsed, and distant voices screamed his name. Mord's brow furrowed as light swallowed his vision. Then, suddenly, he opened his eyes. He gasped and sat upright. The shadows around him faded. Aryu stood close by, worry etched in her eyes. "Are you all right? What happened just now?" She waited for his answer, but Mord only looked down, deep in thought. The mage who once ruled the world. Aryu was only trying to reclaim pieces of who she was, he realized. Yet the rebellious dragon army used her pain against her and destroyed her without ever knowing the truth. He clenched his fists. "I won't let that happen again." Straightening, Mord looked at her and said quietly, "Thank you. I received the fragments you gave me." Light filtered through the stained glass windows above, scattering color across the floor. A heavy sigh broke the silence. "It's been a long time," someone said. A hooded figure rested his chin on his hand, glancing across the room. "What's wrong, Elton? You look troubled." Another figure in identical robes responded flatly. "You can probably guess the reason. We wouldn't all be gathered here if it weren't serious." At the far end of the hall, the man seated on the throne lifted his gaze. "Enough," he said. "We're not here to discuss personal matters." The air in the vast, dim chamber grew heavy as the others fell silent. One of them finally spoke, his voice echoing across the hall. "It's been a long time since the leaders of the Silver Blood Clan have met like this." The leaders of the Silver Blood Clan had not gathered in one place for years, and now that they had, there was plenty to discuss. "Let's begin," one of them said. A man at the far end of the table chuckled. "Before we start, Elton, did you ever finish those negotiations with the rebel army? I heard those people aren't exactly easy to please." Elton waved a hand dismissively. "The results were average. We reached an agreement. They'll cross the sea within the next 3 years." Another leader leaned back in his chair, resting both hands on the armrests. "At least that means we've delayed a large-scale move," he said. "That's good news." Even the Golden Branch had their struggles. The man in the center removed his hand from his face and straightened up, his tone suddenly serious. "That reminds me, I had a strange dream recently." A quiet tension filled the room. One of the others frowned. When someone with your gift of foresight says something like that, it's unsettling. "What kind of dream was it?" The man bit his finger lightly, lost in thought. "It was hazy," he said slowly. "There were 3 of us, and someone else, a 4th. He was trying to do something, and the 3 of us were trying to stop him. It felt important, but that's all I remember." The man on the throne rested his chin on his hand. "Right now, I have no idea what it could mean," he admitted. "But if any of you experience a similar dream, report it immediately." They exchanged silent glances before turning back to their reports. "Next topic," one of them announced. "Werner, the legitimate heir." Another leader nodded. "He's the one who gave up the 24th seat of White Silver." Someone muttered under their breath. "That blind monster, Ilden, he seemed unusually attached to that boy." The leader sitting near the center leaned on his hand, studying the report carefully. As he read, a dark aura began to swirl faintly around him. He spoke the name written on the page, the hero's name, and the air seemed to shift. The scene changed. The sun blazed in the sky. Mord and Aryu stood face to face, locked in a training match while the others watched from sidelines. The mage, observing their duel, commented quietly, "Her control is slipping. The longer she fights, the more unstable her power becomes." Leon nodded nervously. "You're telling me," he said, forcing a smile. "I must have been out of my mind, suggesting we spar with her." Everyone knew. The only one capable of standing against Aryu was Mord himself. Their weapons clashed, the air around them thick with frost and energy. Aryu glanced down, noticing ice forming beneath Mord's boots. "Why isn't it affecting you?" she asked. "Every opponent I've faced before has frozen solid." Mord didn't flinch. "Because you're still not controlling your power properly." She hesitated. "So you're saying I'm weak?" The brown-haired man shook his head. "No, I'm saying your essence is strong. That's what makes it dangerous." He frowned slightly, adding, "Your strength isn't the problem. It's learning how to bear it." The hero thought to himself that, at this stage, Aryu's ability to generate cold was almost laughable compared to the potential hidden within her. Even in the era of the mage who ruled the world, her true identity had never been fully uncovered. For Aiden, she had died long before the truth could ever come to light. Mord narrowed his eyes. A dragon who forgot who she was, or perhaps one who was forgotten. Among the true dragons, the beings said to have descended from beyond the world's creation, Aryu was a descendant of one who wielded the ancient power of ice and snow. The girl frowned slightly, lowering her guard as the warriors studied her. He thought that, for someone with the blood of a true dragon, her freezing ability was barely a shadow of what it could be. If you focus on developing that power, Mord said, you might begin to uncover who you really are. Aryu lowered her head. Do you really think that'll work? There's no harm in trying, he replied calmly. She looked at him in surprise when he added, to understand who you are, you'll need to experience many different things, not just battle. For a moment, she stared silently, then smiled. You're right, she said, gripping her sword tightly. I'll follow your words. She raised her blade before him, eyes filled with determination. It had been a year since Sung was reborn as Mord. In that time, he had changed greatly in strength, in focus, in purpose. His soldiers now looked up to him with admiration. Clenching his fist, Mord reflected quietly. 24 fragments of the world. I've gathered them all. If those fragments could merge into one, the first stage would be complete. Back then, when Aiden, the mage who ruled the world, gathered a single complete set of 24 fragments, he immediately advanced to the next phase. This, Mord thought, is where the real beginning starts. A voice suddenly called out to him. Mord! He turned to see Hader waving from across the training ground, a playful smile on her face. You really trashed the place, she laughed. Mord chuckled. Guess we're lucky we're on the same level as you, then. But as his eyes shifted, he noticed the man standing beside her. Who's that? He wondered. Hader gestured to her companion. This is Sir Yurik, she said proudly. Senior warrior, and my new team commander. The man stepped forward, extending a hand with a friendly smile. Nice to finally meet you. Mord grasped his hand firmly. Mord, he replied, his tone steady. Yurik's expression turned serious. I actually came to ask you for a favor, he said. Mord tilted his head slightly. A favor? I'd like your support, continued. We're preparing for a major mission, and Command's already approved cooperation with your unit. Mord's eyes narrowed slightly. A joint operation, then? Exactly, confirmed. This one's important, and having your squad alongside ours would make a difference. The hero studied him closely. During their last independent mission, Mord's unit had scoured the entire realm of white demons and collected a remarkable number of world fragments. He expected that this new operation would yield similar results. I agree to it, Mord said firmly. He turned when someone called his name from behind. The knight smiled. Perfect timing, he said. I was just about to introduce you all. He gestured to the newcomer. This guy's part of my unit, too. Mord frowned as the red-haired man stepped into view, recognition flashing in his eyes. The man froze, beads of sweat forming on his brow. And Mord, Fine stammered, eyes wide. The wind rustled through the trees as burst into laughter. Well, isn't that a coincidence? What are the odds you two would end up on the same team? Fine forced a weak smile, but inside his stomach turned. My first mission after all this time. And it's with him, standing beside Mord, who remained calm as ever. Fine could feel the sweat running down his back. The same guy who hit me so hard, I ended up in the infirmary for a week. Should I punch him later? Before he could even decide, Mord turned slightly. How have you been? He asked casually. Fine froze. Mord tilted his head. Your face. You look pale. What happened to that glare you always gave me? Lost the will to swing back. Fine said nothing, his mouth twitching as he chuckled quietly. The two squads made their way through the forest, leaves crunching beneath their boots. So, Mord asked, how did you end up in this unit? Fine exhaled slowly. When I got back from the medical center, everything had changed, he said. Instructor Dlay was suspended. Mord frowned. Suspended? Not retired. Fine nodded. Yeah, turns out it was more complicated than I thought. Apparently, he and the Archduke had a falling out. The Archduke used it as an excuse to launch an investigation into the training grounds. His tone hardened. Daisley's actions were exposed, and since I was one of the supervisors at the time, I had to leave too. He looked down. I spent 8 months wandering before I heard a rumor. The Northern Front was desperate for new recruits. Anyone with combat experience who applied for a transfer would be accepted immediately. So, I did. Mord regarded him carefully. An independent operational unit isn't an easy place, he warned. Are you sure you're ready for it? Fine lifted his head, his expression steady. That means there's a real chance to prove myself. So yes, I'm ready. Mord held his gaze for a moment, then nodded. Good. Then make it count. Fian blinked, stunned by the unexpected encouragement. Thanks, he managed to say, still staring ahead in disbelief. The knight's usual smile vanished, replaced by a hard, commanding look. This mission, he said firmly, cannot fail under any circumstances. It concerns an old enemy of the Grand Duke. Urk continued, his tone heavy. The Orna's family, descendants of Werner himself. Their bloodline traces back to the son of the sun god, Radis, the god of punishment, Ornas. He paused, scanning the faces of his soldiers. He was known as a divine retribution incarnate. Ornas punished all who defied his father's will, carving his path to power through endless bloodshed, until he became punishment itself. The unit fell silent. But he went on, in those same wars, there was one who stood against him, again and again. The god of duels, Werner, son of the sky goddess Arin. The clash between the god of punishment and the god of duels became a rivalry that shook heaven and earth. Their stubborn feud raged for centuries, and even 500 years later, it continued, not as a battle between gods, but as an unending struggle between their descendants. His expression hardened. The Ornas have resurfaced. They've already annihilated several of the kingdom's support units. A grim silence spread through the group. Moments later, the soldiers descended into the dungeon of the demon world. The air was thick and oppressive. The walls pulsed faintly, alive with demonic energy. This dungeon's reached the third stage of demonization, he warned, his voice echoing through the dark corridor. The ground trembled violently, pebbles raining from the ceiling. Brace yourselves, someone shouted. Urik's eyes narrowed. A breakthrough is coming, he said. When it happens, every demon in this pit will surge to the surface. Mord frowned, already anticipating it. The Ornas will run the moment it starts, he said. They're masters of disappearing when things turn ugly. Urik glanced at him. So what do you suggest? Mort smirked. I've got an idea. Meanwhile, deep inside the dungeon, members of the Ornas family waited. A soldier lounged casually atop a demon's corpse. They even sent extra troops to catch us, he said with a smirk. At the center, a young man with sharp eyes, Tefa Ornas, rested his chin on his hand. The kingdom's forces are impressive this time, he said lazily. Another soldier ruffled his hair nervously. Sorry, Captain, we messed up. It shouldn't have been this hard. A hand fell on his shoulder. Don't beat yourself up, said a calm voice. A woman, Mil Orna, rested her sword on her shoulder, glancing toward the glowing walls. We don't have much time before the breakthrough. We should find somewhere to rest. Tefa didn't turn. Do what you want, he muttered. Thanks for the permission, Captain, Daikel said with a faint grin. But Tefa suddenly stiffened, his golden eyes flashing. Someone's here, he said quietly. His squad froze. Mil frowned. It's probably just the Werner forces. We're ready for them. Tefa shook his head. No, there's Mord. Not just Werner. There's something different about this group. The blonde beside him frowned. You're saying it's not just them? 4 of them, Tefa murmured, are special. Mil looked at him carefully. Then what do we do? The captain's jaw tightened as he weighed their options. Judging by overall strength, he said finally, the Werner line is slightly stronger than ours. It fluctuates, but right now, they have the advantage. He exhaled, his decision heavy. We retreat. Engaging them head-on would be suicide. Retreating now would be dangerous. Tefa thought quickly. If they hid behind the monsters and used them as cover, they could hold out until the dungeon breach began. But before he could act, the walls began to tremble violently. Boom! An explosion erupted in front of the knights, shaking the entire cavern. Dust and debris filled the air. Urik immediately stepped forward, shielding Mord and Fian. Time to settle the score for what you've done, he shouted. The battle had begun. Mord turned toward his commander, a faint grin crossing his face. I've got an idea, he said. We clear the dungeon ourselves, and you make sure that breach never happens. Urik's eyes narrowed, then he nodded confidently. Do it. He gave the order without hesitation, though a nagging unease lingered in his gut. Something about this felt wrong, but there was no time to dwell on it. As they advanced, his squad watched in stunned silence. Mord's unit charged straight into the chaos, cutting through waves of monsters with ruthless precision. Every creature that appeared was obliterated almost instantly. Urk's veterans, hardened warriors who'd seen countless battles, couldn't help but feel outclassed. Mord's squad moved like a single organism, flawless in coordination and devastating in execution. This can't be real, Urk thought, eyes wide. The rumors didn't exaggerate, they understated them. The commander tightened his grip on his sword and stepped forward. I tried to avoid unnecessary fights, he muttered, but it seems I don't have a choice. He lifted his weapon. Tefamil, you're with me. The blonde nodded sharply. Understood. Daikel let out a battle cry. Let's finish this and get out of here. I'll crush those damn Vernars myself. Urik's gaze locked on Tefis. You won't get the chance, he said coldly, because I'll destroy you first. The air grew heavy as both sides introduced themselves, a formality before combat, but one rooted in ancient tradition. His eyes flicked toward Leon. She smirked. You, the tall one. You're my opponent. I don't like tall and stupid. Leon frowned, replying stiffly, Leon. Remember the name. Keel laughed under his breath. Seems you're popular with the ladies? Huh? Leon clenched his jaw. Shut up. Mord glanced at them, recalling what he'd once read in the Chronicles of the Mage Who Rules the World. The descendants of Werner and Ornaz always announced their names before battle. It was custom. The victor would remember the defeat. Turning his gaze to Tefa, Mord stepped forward. Mord, commander of this unit. Tefa smirked. Tefa Ornaz. Their voices echoed through the dungeon, sealing the start of their duel. Fine groaned from behind. Damn it, I was going to do that first. Nearby, 3 Mord Ornaz knights squared up against Mord's allies, faces hard with irritation. Full of energy, aren't they? One muttered. Guess we'll join the fun too. Aryu's eyes flashed coldly. Frost rippled through the air as she summoned an enormous wall of ice, cutting off the Ornaz knights. One of them leaped onto it, shouting, You dare interrupt a family fight. Above them stood Keel, Aryu, and the half-elf warrior, their silhouettes outlined by the glow of the ice. Keel smirked. We'll be your opponents. The ice beneath them trembled as the Ornaz knights below prepared to strike back. The Ornaz swung their blades with lightning speed. Yurik clenched his fists and declared that nothing would stop him. The knight with white hair thought the whole recurring situation was intolerable. He needed to finish this quickly and help his men. A shout rang out. The captain turned and saw Mord holding Tefa by the throat. Mord gripped the warrior's arm and ordered his allies to withdraw. Watching him, Mord noted that even when death seemed certain, this man put his comrades first. Daikel's jaw tightened at the sight. Mord commented that Tefa had incredible fortitude. Yurik swung his sword and demanded the man focus on him. Suddenly, an explosion tore out from the hero's side. Daikel's body crackled with lightning. He'd thrown his fist forward, and the storm engulfed him. Mord realized this was the New Blood's second stage opening, but something about it felt different. Yurik, voice breaking, begged them not to make Daikel stronger. The hero tried to figure out what was happening. Yurik slammed into the wall and sank down, thinking this degenerate from we had displayed magical power far beyond what he'd seen before. He narrowed his eyes and suspected the boy was using that power. Daikel planted his feet, clenched his fist, and the floor around him began to fracture. If he was truly using that force, he would unleash it completely like a bolt of blinding lightning. The knight stepped forward, hand outstretched. Daikel met him and declared he would be the one to die first. An explosion followed. The knight found his attack rebuffed by the protagonist. Mord blocked the strike and announced that his commander could no longer continue the fight. From now on, he would stand against Daikel himself. Urk was carried off on a stretcher, still alive. Soldiers crowded around, shouting that they had to pull him out at any cost. They gripped their swords and vowed to crush the Ornaz. The wizard ordered restraint. Farwell called out a warning. Daikel's unique trait was that he grew stronger every time an ally died. If that pattern kept repeating, they'd be in grave trouble, so no more killing. Leon took a stance in front of Aryu and obeyed the order not to kill. Mord realized the wizard had immediately sensed the shift in Ornaz's behavior and grasped the danger. Above them, the enemy captain leapt to the ceiling and formed a ball of energy in his hand, shouting that he would avenge Tefa. He waved his hand and hurled the orb toward them. They sent a rain of fire arrows into the attack. The projectiles bounce off the walls and scatter in every direction. The hero closes the distance and swings. The opponent thrusts a fist wrapped in lightning and unleashes mountain destruction. The knight takes the blow to the stomach, coughs, and collapses to the ground. He mutters that he cannot let his friend's sacrifice be wasted. The blonde grits his teeth. Only he can avenge him. He lifts a blade and calls to the captain. She presses the steel to her throat and begs him, "Run. These enemies are too strong." The captain answers, "Run while I do something." Leon, stop her, the wizard shouts. Mill smiles and tells Daikel to survive. Blood pours from the girl's throat. The captain sees the deaths of his comrades flash through his mind and mentally apologizes to them. The blonde screams. The boy realizes he is incompetent. The hero covers his hand against the enemy's overwhelming energy. The captain can't obey the order to run. Keel and Aryu stare at the enemy in shock. Leon frowns in alarm. Daikel thinks he can't simply abandon them. The hero notes that once the second stage of opening the new blood is reached, weapons and artifacts granted by the orders activate. Golden gloves materialize around the opponent's hands. Daikel's armor, the prized armor of Ornis, dawns. He declares they will all die by his hand. The half-elf takes the blade and says they will die together. The hero orders them to step back. The blonde looks toward the commander in surprise and asks if he'll really fight alone. He answers yes. The hero thinks privately that T and Mill have shown themselves surprisingly well, despite being enemies. The boy clenches his fist as energy fills his body. The warrior says he wants to show some courtesy. Are you Mord? Daikel asks his opponent. The other confirms it. The blonde admits he doesn't know where a monster like that came from, but he intends to kill him here and now. It's impossible, the hero says, and then both launch at the same time. They push off the ground and charge, fists ready. The street trembles with the force of their approach. Ilden looks out a window and senses a tremendous power. One side is Mord. The other is a descendant of Ornis. Daisley murmurs that they have finally met. When someone asks what he means, Ilden smiles and replies that he was only remarking on the moment. Thinking aloud, he asked what brought her here after such a long ascendance. The woman took the cup in her hands and remarked that he clearly wasn't pleased by her visit. He sighed and replied that it couldn't be helped. She only appeared when something bad was about to happen. The guest set her cup down. Daisley muttered that it would be better if they never met at all. The woman smiled faintly and said that it seemed the Silverbloods were keeping an eye on someone up north. The host leaned forward. Who exactly? He asked. I've got 2 people in mind, she said, but I can't say for certain. She flinched when Daisley suggested he might know one of them. Then tell me, she pressed. Ilden grinned. I'll tell you, he said, after I've questioned them myself. At that moment, the scene shifted. The protagonist raised his fist to strike. His soldiers watched in awe. Their captain's battle was beyond belief. Menard and Daikel clashed violently, each blow heavier than the last. The enemy's fist smashed into the warrior's jaw, and the hero countered with a strike to the forehead. Their duel was no longer a fight. It was war. Ward swung hard, his attack crashing into the captain's stomach. Daikel gritted his teeth, realizing that if not for his artifact armor, his body would already be broken. He leapt backward, thinking this couldn't continue much longer. The captain's grip tightened on his sword hilt. T and Mill's sacrifice couldn't be for nothing. The blonde's blade burned with heat, glowing brighter as his resolve hardened. The hero looked at him with mild surprise when Daikel charged forward, fiery blade in hand. I'll kill you with this, he shouted. The flames carved through the air, his eyes blazing with fury. His power gathered into a massive, burning sword. He swung, sending a roaring wave of fire rushing toward the hero, a deadly inferno. The opponent's mana flared. He noted the captain's incredible resolve and took a fighting stance, energy pulsing in his hands. I'll answer you with the same resolve, he said. It was a secret technique of Werner, one only available to those who had opened the second level of blood. He thrust his fist forward. A massive stream of energy erupted, tearing through the air and splitting the sky. Daikel's eyes widened in shock. He understood instantly what was coming. A deafening explosion followed. The ground split, tiles shattered beneath the shockwave. When the dust settled, the enemy knelt before the hero, gasping. You damn monster, he muttered. The blonde lowered his head, admitting that with such power, the hero could have ended him at any moment. Yet he chose to toy with him instead. Ward stared at the defeated man and said he wanted to give him one last chance, a moment to give everything he had left. His opponent exhaled heavily. That's the mercy of the strong, he said quietly. Deep down, he pitied his fallen comrades. The hero looked at him and said his name softly. Daikel frowned and muttered that his brother would avenge him, so he should wait. Ward's eyes narrowed. I'll be waiting, he replied. Daikel collapsed to the ground before him. The hero glanced at the fallen warrior's hand and murmured, "It's over." But suddenly his body stiffened. His eyes widened. An immense, terrifying energy surged through the air. A massive crimson eye opened before him, pulsing with divine power. Ward lifted his head and frowned. The god Ord stared directly at him. The hero clenched his teeth, realizing he could feel the god's furious wrath, perhaps because he had just defeated Ord's own descendant. A dark silhouette appeared behind him, and a voice echoed, "You fought well." Werner smirked. "Old men like us shouldn't meddle in the battles of the young," he said to the unseen god. The young warrior turned quickly, but the figure was gone. The next instant, he found himself back in the dungeon corridor. He narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself that being noticed by a god not of his own lineage meant only one thing. Sooner or later, something significant was bound to happen. The boy who had caught Ord's attention had truly risen to another level. He pressed forward, determined. He needed to gather strength, to prepare for what lay ahead. Elsewhere, Rim Uric covered his face with his hand and muttered bitterly that he'd lost his chance for greatness. His greed to defeat the leader had cost him everything. He narrowed his eyes, wondering if he should have acted differently. Just then, Fine entered the room and called out, "Captain." The man turned around. "What is it?" he asked. Fine stepped forward, concerned in his eyes. "How are you feeling, sir? Once you recover, our entire unit will be rewarded." The captain let out a slow breath. Uric lowered his gaze and asked quietly, "Was Mord any different from the others back at the castle?" The red-haired man frowned. "Not much different," he said, "but he was still a monster. Even those from distant lands, if they carry the blood of an archduke, they become like that. The gap between us is enormous. It makes you feel small." The commander rose to his feet and faced his subordinate. His tone softened. "There's no need to rush," he said. The young warrior stepped closer, clenching his fists. I feel like I've finally broken through my limits. 6 months here, and I'm starting to see progress. Hard work always pays off. I just don't want to lose hope." Tears welled in his eyes. He suddenly threw his arms around the captain and cried out. Uric frowned slightly as the sound of his subordinate's raw emotion filled the room. He promised he'd do his best. The sun shone brightly outside as Daisley asked how it felt to finally be a senior warrior. The boy gave a small shrug. "It's not that different," he said. They sat across from each other at a small table. Ilden mentioned that the rest of the squad had been promoted to mid-tier warriors, and that the Empire had announced a time frame for the body's return. The brown-haired man frowned, remembering the unspoken agreement between Archduke Werner and the great House of Ornes, that once their duel ended and a victor was chosen, the winner must ensure the loser's body was returned to their family. Ilden frowned thoughtfully. "It seems they want you to deliver the body yourself," he said. The boy's brow tightened. Daisley studied him and asked what he planned to do. Mord met his gaze. "Daikel said his brother would take revenge on me. Could that be connected?" Daisley stroked his chin. "It's possible. His brother, Sorkel Ornes, might have asked for this personally." The brown-haired warrior narrowed his eyes. It was rare to hear that name mentioned so casually. Sorkel Ornes, one of the brightest talents of his generation, carefully groomed by his family, and likely a leading candidate for the next head of House Ornes. Mord thought for a moment. If Sorel truly knew of him, it was probably because of what had happened with Daikel. Finally, he stood and said firmly, "I'll go. I caused this. I should take responsibility." Ilden grinned approvingly. "Good. You'll leave in 2 days. Start preparing." The young man nodded, accepting the order. But Daisley's expression turned serious. "That's not all," he added. "There's someone else who wants to meet you." Later, under the moonlit canopy of the forest, a carriage rolled through the night. Mord sat inside with his arms crossed, turning one name over in his mind, Eresvin. He glanced out the window, the moonlight flickering against the trees, and thought about the connection between Eresvin and Ilden. In a world ruled by magi, 5 supreme deities govern existence, the 5 great gods. But deep within ancient records, there were whispers of an even older division. 3 original deities, Erida, the god of heaven, Meltiz, the goddess of earth, and Pasicia, the goddess of the sea. Together, they were known as the original Trinity, and those who served them belonged to a secret order, Erida. Ilden had mentioned that if permission had been granted, he would have arranged a meeting immediately. But Erida had left, claiming something urgent required their attention. Mord frowned, still uncertain why they wanted to meet him, but one thing was clear. When the time came, he would find out for himself. Just then, his body tensed. A surge of energy rippled through the air. Something powerful was drawing near. He stood up and told Keel and Leon, who sat across from him, "There's someone outside asking for me. I'll step out for a bit." The half-elf looked puzzled. Who's looking for you? The hero shook his head. No idea, he said, before leaping from the carriage. Behind him, the remaining warriors cursed under their breath. The brown-haired man ran forward, scanning his surroundings. Two figures ahead caught his eye. Identical, save for their posture. His instincts told him this was it. He stopped abruptly in front of a figure carrying a sword across her back. The woman turned slightly, her voice calm. So you came. The stranger lowered her hood, revealing a serene smile. I'm Luisa Urala, she said, member of Erida and one of the saints. The boy studied her carefully. He hadn't expected their paths to cross like this. Her presence was gentle, almost disarming. Yet the divine blood of the god of duels within him whispered one warning. She's dangerous. He tensed, frowning, while Luisa tilted her chin up and met his gaze, wordlessly questioning his hesitation. He could sense it clearly. She was far more dangerous than any enemy he'd faced before. She took a single step forward. Instinctively, the warrior stepped back. Luisa smirked slightly. Just as I thought. A faint red circle began to glow beneath her feet, her zone. Ward frowned, readying himself, but Luisa raised a hand. Relax. I'm not here to hurt you, she said evenly. He exhaled slowly, recalling General Ilden's words. So this was the one he had mentioned. Hearing that she was from Erita and seeing the twin swords on her back, the hero began to piece it together. Luisa's eyes widened when he asked, You're the Heavenly Sword, aren't you? She blinked, surprised. You know about that? The Heavenly Sword, a title whispered in awe and fear. It originated from Urus, the forsaken daughter of the god of heaven, who tore herself apart and scattered her essence across the world. From her fragments were born the principles of the sword, the foundation of all swordsmanship. And in every generation, one chosen soul would appear, an incarnation of that divine will. The Heavenly Sword was a being who could stand toe-to-toe with even the descendants of the gods themselves. Luisa stood calmly before him, her aura humming with power. The young man frowned. So this is the talent I've been seeking, he thought. A future companion I never expected to meet, especially not the previous incarnation. Why were you looking for me? He asked. Luisa's expression hardened slightly. I'm not sure how you know about the Heavenly Swords, she said, but let's get to the point. Her gaze locked on his. Our organization intends to protect you from the silver blood. Ward's eyes narrowed sharply. He replied calmly that he and his comrades were more than enough to handle that threat. Luisa's expression hardened into a faint grimace. Still as arrogant as they say, she muttered. The boy's tone stayed sharp. Is that all you came for? The woman slipped her hand into her pocket. No, she said softly. There's something else. The brown-haired warrior's eyes widened when she spoke again. According to our records, Luisa said, her voice steady but low, you are the first in 300 years to inherit the blood of the goddess of heaven. She drew one of her blades. Its silver edge shimmered faintly. I came to confirm it myself, she continued, using this sacred relic which still carries the presence of the goddess. The young man straightened, staring at the dagger in her hand. So it was that dagger that led me here, he said. You were waiting for me with a holy relic after receiving the revelation from the Trinity. Luisa frowned, the blade glowing softly in her palm. It's incredible, she muttered, how you seem to know everything. Before either could say more, the dagger flared violently with divine light. Luisa's eyes widened in shock. The boy lifted an arm to shield himself as a blinding flash lit up the forest around them. When the brilliance faded, he slowly lowered his hand and opened his eyes. High above, floating among the clouds, was a towering, radiant figure. The hero's voice trembled slightly. Was it really you who called me here? Before him stood the goddess of the sky, Erida herself. The boy gazed up at her enormous form. You're the one who summoned me, he said quietly. The golden-haired goddess looked down and smiled faintly. Some call me that, she replied. She listened as his thoughts surfaced. He thought she was a god. Erida's voice flowed gently, like wind through the heavens. When shaping the archetype of this world, I chose this form. I could have appeared male or female. It made no difference. In truth, I am neither. Yet, whenever I create, I imagine my offspring is male. Perhaps that is why your kind remembers me as a man. Ward hesitated, then asked, Why were you searching for me? The goddess tilted her head. Why? She echoed softly. You have asked this before, when fate ended and began again. He blinked, confused. Erida's tone deepened, reverberating through the clouds. I watched your end, the moment you were bound completely by destiny. Before you returned to the past, before you gained the power to change fate itself. The boy's eyes widened as a vision filled his mind. He saw an infant wrapped in cloth, a newborn crying in the dark. The illegitimate son of Archduke Werner, born at the cost of his mother's life. Figures surrounded the child, whispering words of fear and awe. The one who devoured his own mother to be born. Radiant light flooded the scene. On his 15th birthday, the boy awakened his divine blood. Guided by his mother's final wish, he traveled to meet Archduke Werner, the man who had unknowingly shaped his destiny. Werner stood with his back to him, tall and imposing. And in that moment, the young man felt something stir deep within. Recognition, awe, and an unshakable pull toward the one who seemed to embody the dream he had chased all his life. He stared ahead in disbelief, realizing he was witnessing the very roots of his own beginning. The moment he first stood before Archduke Werner, bound to him by blood, yet destined never to call him father, Mord felt something ignite within him. It wasn't resentment. It was a burning, desperate longing. He vowed that one day, he'd grow strong enough to earn Werner's acknowledgement. Covered in blood, he buried his guilt deep inside and pressed forward, breaking bodies and hearts alike in his pursuit of strength. Behind him stood a man holding a knife. That was when silver blood began shadowing him, studying him, probing into the relics of the sky god Erida. And in the process, they uncovered something he himself could barely comprehend. The blood of the god of heaven flowed in his veins. A radiant blue light engulfed him. The blade in the man's hand began to glow, and silver threads extended from his fingers, binding themselves to Mord. From that moment on, he became the puppet of the Archduke, a weapon with no will of his own. Bound by fate, Mord committed countless, unforgivable sins, even killing his benefactor, Kessner, with his own blood-stained hands. High above, Erida looked down upon the vision and spoke softly. When we met, half of your spirit was already gone. I tried to set it free, but it was too late. Mord listened as the goddess's voice echoed through the void. During the ritual meant to preserve your mind, she said, you were slain by a certain group. Mord's chest tightened. So that was how I died. He realized then it must have been the Ilden group. The same end his character met in the novel. A blond man's voice called out, towering over him. Who are you? The question pierced through him. Even Erida, the sky god who had witnessed creation and decay alike, didn't seem to know the full answer. Looking up, the hero whispered, if I'm not Mord, then who am I? The deity's expression softened. You are the result, Erida said, but not the one who sought to change fate. Mord's pulse quickened. Result, what you see through my eyes, Erida continued, is only the future you have already reached. Fate lies beyond even my grasp. The god spread his arms wide, his voice carrying the weight of eternity. You are both my descendant and my ascendant. Through you I have found joy, and for that, I shall leave you a gift. One day, when you are ready, we will meet again. Light enveloped him. Mord gasped, wiping his face as the world around him shifted back into focus. He was standing before Louisa Urala once more. He looked at her sharply. How much time has passed? Louisa blinked, confused. Time. Facing her fully, he asked, hasn't any time moved here? If I can still see you, then this isn't a dream. Louisa's gaze flicked toward the shining dagger in her hand. You mean, the blood of the god of heaven? She asked softly. It really does seem like the sky god wants something from you. Mord clenched his fists. Maybe it's just because I inherited his blood. But before he could say Mord, Louisa shook her head beneath her cloak. If that were all, she said quietly, then there would have been no revelation, no divine summons to find you. Her words hung in the night air, heavy and certain. The revelation had made everything clear now. It all fit together. Louisa placed a hand over her chest and spoke softly. Then let me tell you again why I came. Her tone was calm, sincere, completely different from before. Mord, she said, please, let me fight beside you against the silver blood. The young man studied her carefully. The first time they met, she had been cautious, commanding, almost distant. But now, there was conviction in her voice, not superiority. He nodded. All right, he said finally. We'll fight together. They clasped hands firmly. For the first time, both of them smiled. Let's work well together, Mord said. Louisa returned his smile. I intend to. Moments later, Their carriage rumbled to a stop before the towering castle gates. "Stop here," came the order from outside. As Mord stepped down, he looked up at the fortress walls stretching high into the mist. "So, this is the border zone?" he asked Keel, who was already standing beside the carriage. The man waiting ahead, tall, with a trimmed beard and sharp eyes, greeted them formally. "You've traveled far," he said. "Welcome." Facing the assembled knights, he continued, "Which of you is Knight Mord?" Mord stepped forward. With a casual wave of his hand, the man introduced himself. "Count Kelpas," he said. "You're as young as they described." "When will the bodies be delivered?" the count asked. "Soon," the bearded officer replied. "The Orna's group should be here any moment." As they passed through the gate, the heavy iron grating lifted. On the other side, a group awaited them. Mord's gaze fixed on the fair-haired man, standing at their head. Arms folded, posture firm. Sorkel, he thought immediately. The man's cold eyes met his. "So you're Mord." Mord gave a slight nod. Sorkel's expression didn't change. "You're younger than I expected." Mord's mouth curled into a faint smirk. "If this is about age, I'll let you have the victory, old man." Sorrel frowned. "There's only one reason I asked you here," he said flatly. "I wanted to see the face of the man who killed my brother. Tell me, how'd he die?" Mord lowered his eyes for a moment. "Then you really are Sorkel Ornas," he said quietly. "Your brother met his end with honor." He looked up again. Mill and T did as well. They were enemies, but they were people worthy of respect. Sorrel's gaze softened, if only slightly. "I see," he murmured. Just then, a faint shimmer filled the air. A translucent bird descended from above, scattering glimmering feathers before landing on Mord's shoulder. He froze. "A spirit messenger?" "What's happening?" he muttered under his breath. Then his eyes widened in alarm. "Everyone, get out of here! Now!" Sorrel blinked, confused. "What are you talking about?" The ground suddenly rumbled. A violent tremor swept through the hall. Mord's expression hardened. "A silver blood trap," he spat. "Moo!" "Impressive," came a mocking voice from behind the shaking walls. A blonde-haired man sat lazily on the floor, smirking. She attacked, exploited a gap, and even sent a spirit messenger ahead. Typical. Before Mord, a woman stepped into view, her twin swords gleaming faintly in the dim light. The man's grin widened. "As expected from the heavenly sword," he said. Louisa stood tall, her cloak torn and her expression fierce. "You truly live up to the name," the blonde murmured. Around them, the floor was littered with bodies, knights and soldiers fallen where they stood. The blonde glanced around the blood-stained room and said coldly, "It wouldn't matter how many we brought. None of them would have survived this." "They've been preparing this trap for a long time," the man said with a cold smirk. "And this time, Sorkel walked right into it. All the better for us." A sudden flash sliced through the air, a strike narrowly missing him. He laughed softly. Still as fierce as ever, Louisa, a child of the past who's grown into quite the challenge. A bundle of hay toppled to the floor. Louisa's gaze flicked to the others scattered across the ground. "What are you planning?" she demanded. The man didn't answer. He only frowned, his eyes shifting toward the movement behind her. Sorrel lay on the ground, dazed, eyes wide in confusion. He groaned, clutching his head as he struggled upright. "What is this place?" "A dungeon." A voice called from behind him. "You're awake?" He turned sharply. Mord and his team stood before him. Sorrel's men immediately drew their swords and stepped forward defensively, but the blonde man beside them raised a hand. "Wait, why aren't you doing anything?" Mord lowered his gaze. "Because we didn't come here to fight today." The blonde studied him for a long moment. When the dungeon appeared, he was the first to warn everyone. His instincts told him Mord was telling the truth. Out loud, the man asked, "Do you know anything about this dungeon?" Mord hesitated, looking down. His silence was answer enough. "You do know something," the blonde pressed. The hero took a breath and said quietly, "Tell me, does the name Silver Blood mean anything to you?" The man's expression changed instantly. "Silver Blood?" he repeated. "Yes. They've been contacting me since last year, trying to recruit me as their leader." Mord froze. What did he just say? An image flashed through his mind, the orange and blue flag of the Silver Blood, their growing presence near the House of Ornas. So they've already moved this far. He pictured the man with the blindfold, General Ilden, and realized that since the general was connected to Archduke Werner, dealing with them would be even more difficult than he'd thought. The blonde's voice echoed through the dungeon. "The Silver Bloods, they'll do anything to get what they want. They recruit those with divine blood, people like you. while at the same time hunting others. Mord's gaze hardened. Then you should know, I'm one of their targets. That's why this trap was set, to get to me. The man leaned forward slowly, realization dawning. Then we were caught up in an attack meant for you. Mord nodded grimly. Judging by how they took advantage of our meeting, it seems they had another goal in mind too. Sorkel raised a hand, his tone sharp. If anything were to happen here, at the place where the houses of Werner and Orna's were meant to honor each other, it would spark serious tension between our families. Mord's eyes darkened. Exactly, he said. That's what makes this trap so dangerous. Standing tall beside his team, the hero looked directly at the others. So, what do you plan to do next? The man met his gaze steadily, then asked in return, And what are you planning, Mord? Speaking calmly, Mord raised 2 fingers. We have 2 choices, he said. He pointed to the first. Option 1. We join forces and conquer this dungeon together. Sorrel frowned, arms still crossed. Mord then lifted the second finger. Option 2. We go our separate ways and conquer it alone. The blonde exhaled sharply. Either way, there's risk. Maybe I should just deal with you first. Mord's eyes narrowed, his tone steady. If you want revenge, I'll accept it. For a tense moment, they stood face to face, silent but unwavering. Then Sorkel's expression shifted. No, it's fine, he said at last. His comrades turned to him in shock. We'll work together, he continued, at least until we make it out of this place. I didn't come here for revenge. Not today. I came to mark who the real enemy is. Mord nodded firmly. Then we're in agreement. Let's move. A low chuckle echoed through the dungeon. How fascinating, a voice drawled. 2 enemies forming an alliance, even if only for a while. Sorkel's head snapped toward the sound. Who's there? From the shadows stepped a figure cloaked in black, his hood concealing everything but a faint, cold grin. Silver blood, Mord muttered. Right you are, the man said mockingly. I thought I'd share something amusing before you die. He lifted a hand toward the dungeon walls. This place was built by a forgotten tribe of gods. They made it to filter out their own kind, to see who was worthy to become a warrior. Mord's eyes narrowed. So this dungeon can kill even a god? The hooded man chuckled. Perhaps. For gods who fail to ascend, death is nothing unusual. Here, those who die become nourishment for the survivors. It's the blessing of sacrifice that strengthens those who remain alive. Sorkel's face hardened as realization dawned. The man tilted his head. So tell me, knowing that, do you really think you can trust each other? A shadow crossed Sorrel's features. Ridiculous, he spat. Do you take me for a fool? I'm a descendant of the great Orna's family. I don't need to kill Mord. I could just kill you and take your strength for myself. The cloaked figure laughed softly. Arrogant, just as I heard. The ground trembled. Stones cracked and fell from the ceiling. Since you're so confident, the man said, allow me to send you a gift. A deafening crash shook the room as a massive stone creature burst through the wall. A towering monster made entirely of jagged rock and divine residue. Let's see, the voice taunted, how you handle this. The creature roared, its footsteps shaking the dungeon floor. Wes stepped forward beside Mord. Just so you know, he said grimly, I hope you're not planning to hold back. The air around him shimmered with power. Because I'm going all out, and I'm going to kill the one who trapped us here. Mord grinned, energy crackling around him as his hair and eyes turned a bright, glowing white. That's a deal I can accept, he said. Both men turned toward the creature, their auras blazing. Wait for us a little longer, Silverblood, they said in unison. The cloaked man smiled from the shadows as the 2 warriors launched forward. Their forms blurred, and with a thunderous impact, the heroes clashed against the stone monster, shaking the dungeon to its core. A deep rumble echoed through the dungeon. The heroes struck at once, their attacks clashing against the towering stone monster. Watching from the glowing blue portal, a man in a dark cloak rested his hand on his chin. I knew they were strong, he murmured, but are they really that strong? From the rift behind him, another figure appeared. Everything all right, Toll? He asked. The hooded newcomer glanced at the scene and said quietly, looks like they might need our help. Toll turned toward him. Oh, are you volunteering? He asked. His tone made the man's intentions obvious. In this dungeon, the blood of the fallen only fueled the power of the survivors. Sorrel and Mord launched another fierce strike at the monster. The man watched, his eyes narrowing. So, he wants to use this chaos to grow stronger, he muttered. Then I'll kill them myself and claim that strength. The purple light of the rift dimmed. Before disappearing, a voice echoed faintly. Don't regret it later. He let out a short laugh. Regret? What's the point? Moments later, a group of men in black suits appeared before him. He smiled. Looks like it's time to get ready for our meeting. Around them, shattered fragments of slain monsters littered the floor. Someone commented, the Silverbloods team came prepared. No one expected this many golems. We stepped forward. We finished them all. No exceptions. The heroes froze as the ground began to quake. What's that record? One asked. I thought we took care of the golems, another replied. Obviously, the hero muttered, glancing at Leon. Leon looked down at his hands. The transformation's ending. A girl's voice broke the silence. Wait, why are you all staring like that? They exchanged confused looks. Only those who had reached the second stage of awakening their divine blood should have been able to endure this. A faint mist surrounded Soral as he spoke. The only ones here who've reached that stage are Mord and me. A faint glow shimmered around him. Standing across, the white-haired man thought silently. This dungeon, it suppresses the power of anyone with divine blood. Only one person in the world could have created a place like this. The group gathered quickly, planning their next move. The hero gestured toward the red-haired man beside him. This is the great wizard, Carrion, one of the 8 stars of the Silverbloods' second faction. One of the strongest magicians on the Western continent. The white-haired man frowned. Knowing him, he won't reveal his true body. He'll control a puppet instead. But even that puppet is no small threat. Sensing his aura, the man realized this presence alone had already shifted the flow of fate. Then a familiar voice echoed from the blue portal. Oh, finally realizing how serious this is. From the glowing rift stepped a man with calm footsteps, his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes fixed on Mord and Soral as he spoke. The man stepped forward, hands still clasped behind his back. It's an honor to finally meet you, he said with a calm smile. I am Amal. His expression hardened as he introduced himself properly. I represent the 3rd faction of Silverblood, the 16th step to heaven. From behind him, a squad of warriors emerged, each dressed in matching uniforms. Amal's voice carried through the dungeon. I'll be the one leading you to your deaths. So, let your sacrifice pave the way to the rightful future. Mord scowled. The rightful future? You talk as if you've seen it yourself. Amal chuckled, repeating the words with a hint of amusement. The rightful future. Doesn't that phrase fit me better? He flexed his wrist, the faint hum of power surrounding him. Soral, standing close by, cut in sharply. Divine blood, immunity to the dungeon suppression, right? The hero nodded, his body glowing faintly in a soft blue light. Exactly. But first, he said coldly, we need to thin their numbers. Fear rippled through the armed soldiers. Mord clenched his fist and charged straight into them. The second stage of divine blood? One of them muttered in disbelief. The hero's thoughts sharpened. This facility was designed to suppress divine power. Naturally, it weakens those bound by it, but it can't affect someone whose strength surpasses its limits. In an instant, Amal's soldiers were thrown back violently. Only those on the level of Archduke Werner, whose divine blood surpassed even the gods, or wielders of world fragments could ignore the dungeon suppression. Mord, the hero called out, turning to the figure behind him. Kill now. Transform. The blonde swordsman raised his weapon, hearing the order clearly. 2 enemies rushed toward him recklessly. Keel smirked. You really want to die? Electric light began to spark around him. Tell me, what do you believe in other than your numbers? Thunder roared. Blinding lightning burst from his blade. One of the men gasped. A half-elf? How does he have the strength of an ancient elf? Lightning cracked across the ground, and the battlefield lit up in a storm of power. A few feet away, a female warrior swung her massive club. Aryu slammed it against an enemy's shield with a heavy thud. How? How can she be that strong? The man thought, struggling to block her strike. The brunette's eye flashed a vivid blue. Then freeze, he shouted. A wave of frost erupted outward, coating the ground in solid ice. Aryu raised her weapon again, eyes wide. Freeze them, even Mord, she commanded. Turning around, she scowled. How many of these silver blood dogs are there? They just keep coming. The heroes were surrounded, pressed from all sides. Farwell stood in front of Leon, his back straight. Don't worry, he said calmly. This won't last long. We just need to cut them down before they overwhelm us. Leon hesitated. What's the plan? Farwell touched the bandage across his arm. Even if I transform, I'll only last 30 seconds. The silver blood soldiers looked up, startled by his words. Farwell tore the bandage away and smiled grimly. 30 seconds is all I need. Then deal with them. In those 30 seconds, Farwell said, his voice calm but resolute. A glowing blue seal spread beneath the hero's feet, pulsing with energy. Looking straight ahead, he turned to Leon. I've added another spell to Giant's muscles. The rest is up to you. Leon's fist began to shine with raw power. Got it, he replied, his voice steady. He raised his arm, feeling the surge of energy course through him, and swung with everything he had, his punch striking in perfect sync with Farwell's spell. At that moment, Leon's artifacts awakened. The stone giant glove and the ice and snow gauntlet blazed with energy, unleashing a massive whirlwind of frost that tore through the charging enemies. The attackers screamed as the freezing storm consumed them. The white-haired man turned his head slightly, his eyes narrowing. How are they still standing? He muttered. 3 of his companions caught the question. What are you looking at? One asked. Mord snapped his fingers. Don't worry about it. We'll handle him. Amal frowned. Tisich, overconfident savages. A spiraling blue wind surged before them. The white-haired heroes could barely hear over the roar. Someone said they didn't know how the enemy had transformed, but the result was clear. Their power had spiked beyond belief. The hero's sharp gaze flickered. I didn't expect them to reach this level. Ahead, Amal appeared, armed with both shield and spear. The third stage of divine blood awakening, the hero thought grimly. Amal grinned, his confidence unwavering. A brilliant blue aura flared as one shining figure charged toward him, clashing with another bathed in pink light. Leon clenched his fist and struck. His blow collided with Amal's shield in a burst of blinding force and froze mid-air. What? The hero thought, stunned. Why is there a shield floating in the air? Amal smirked. You look like you've run out of words. More shields appeared around him, hovering in a perfect circle. Mord leapt backward instantly, assessing the danger. You should be proud, Amal said, his tone taunting. If I'm using this, it means you're strong enough to warrant it. Mord's eyes narrowed. A unique, right? The ability to wield multiple shields at once. He pictured the image in his mind. A divine warrior, eternally defending others with a single round shield. The shield god, Kogas, he thought. Amal swung his spear with a faint smile. Only the Elson aristocrats, the hero realized, those born with the blood of Kogas himself, can wield that power. A symbol gleamed in the air, a crescent moon wrapped around a sun. And yet, another thought crossed his mind. That emblem also appeared on the banner held by a woman surrounded by books. The symbol of papers, the god of records. The man Amal had brought with him was a servant of that very god. Mord turned his gaze, scanning the chaos. Even in this desperate situation, there was no room for complaint. The white-haired man was surrounded, holding off several warriors at once. Soral glowed with radiant energy, fighting in even greater number. The air crackled as Mord, wrapped in blue light, clenched his fist. If that's the case, he thought, then I can't afford to fall behind. He raised his hand, his voice echoing through the dungeon. The silver blood came prepared, but they'll regret underestimating us. They won't succeed, Mord said coldly. Let them come, all at once. His glowing fist slammed into the center of Amal's shield with an explosive crash. Amal's eyes widened. What kind of monster is this man? Mord surged forward again, his movements a blur. The white-haired hero watching from afar thought he destroyed Amal's divine right in such a short time, and now he's dismantling every shield. Amal gritted his teeth, a dark grin spreading across his face. He's like a beast, but if I kill him here, I'll gain even greater strength. I have to end him now. Raising his shield, Amal shouted, Asda, push him back. Don't give him a chance to breathe. The mage responded instantly, pulling out her staff, activating the E-Circle spell. A blazing beam of fire shot toward Mord, scorching the air. His foot slid across the ground as he lunged forward, weaving through the flames. Amal's eyes widened in shock. He's charging straight at Asda. He's going to take her out first. No, I can't let that happen. Amal roared, gripping his spear tightly. Nothing will go as you wish, he shouted, conjuring a barrier of floating shields that enclosed the battlefield. Mord smirked, unfazed. He kicked off the ground, using the shields themselves as stepping stones, bouncing between them until he shot forward like lightning. Her eyes went wide. Impossible, she whispered. She yelled at her, snap out of it. Attack him now. Still shielded, She clutched her staff tighter. This isn't over, she told herself. Before her, a golden shield materialized, the crest of Koga's gleaming across its surface. I trust the shield before me, she murmured. If I use this spell to hold him, he won't dare to strike. But she never finished the thought. Mord's fist collided with her chest in a thunderous blow. The impact hurled her backward through stone and dust, smashing her into the wall with devastating force. Asda! Amal screamed, his voice cracking with disbelief. The woman slumped against the shattered stone, unmoving. Mord crouched low, his glowing fist still clenched tight. Amal stared at her in shock. How? How could she die so easily? No matter how strong he is, that shouldn't be possible. Mord lifted his gaze, his single white eye gleaming like the sky itself. Amal froze. That glow, that's not normal. That's the light of the heavens. A pale blue flame burned within Mord's eye. Those eyes, that divine fire, it's not human. Could it be? Amal thought. He swallowed hard, realization dawning. You're not of the Werner clan? Are you? Mord's blue flames crackled as he stared at him down. Amal trembled. The energy of the god of heaven. This is my first time facing something like this. He knew his odds were slim, but if there's even the slightest chance of victory, I'll face fate head-on. The floating shield shot toward Mord in a flurry of silver and light. Mord drew back his arm and punched, the impact bursting in a blinding flash. Amal staggered under the shockwave, a wild grin twisting across his face. The third level of aura. Absurd. There's no way he's already reached that. Mord stomped the ground hard, the force cracking the stone beneath him. Amal steadied his spear, his stance firm. It doesn't matter, he muttered, tightening his grip. Even if he's a monster, I'll still cut him down. Amal steadied his breath, gripping his shield tightly. No matter how powerful his strike is, he thought, it won't break through this. He hurled his spear with all his strength. The next instant, a deafening impact echoed through the dungeon. Amal's body jolted. He coughed up blood, his eyes widening as he looked down. A hole burned straight through his chest. Then he smiled faintly. So that's why he died. Mord stood before him, fist clenched tightly, blue energy flickering around his arm. My fist has reached a level that can pierce even space itself, he thought. He sank to his knees, sitting heavily against the cold floor. He opened his palm, revealing a small medallion. I have one request, he said weakly. He looked at the trinket in his hand. Give this necklace to my family. You don't have to do it yourself. Just tell my brother that Amal sent it. Mord turned his head slightly. I will, he replied quietly. Blood trailed down Amal's face, but his voice carried a hint of peace. Be careful. The 8 stars, those above us, they'll come for you. Anyone who conquers fate attracts their attention. With his final breath, he whispered, thank you. His body went still, fading within the soft glow surrounding him. Mord didn't look back. Instead, he raised both hands slowly, energy rippling across his body. A burst of light surrounded him, and he let out a deep exhale, feeling the rush of strength within. Theo glanced at him, astonished. That power, it feels just like the nectar we drank. Leon nodded. The description matches. This dungeon is overflowing with energy. The hero thought for a moment. So it's true. The dungeon's blessing is in effect. Around them, the floor was littered with bodies. Mord looked over the fallen enemies. It makes sense. 2 warriors at the 3rd stage of divine blood awakening, and others at lower stages. They've all been slain. He clenched his fists, feeling the divine pressure in his veins. I can feel the same effect spreading through me too. But there's a problem, my divinity. In his mind, an image of a cross flickered. A memory of the day he met Erida, the god of heaven, who had blessed him with the power to command his own blood. Then another image, an open palm, radiant and warm. If I want to fully awaken the blood of both gods within me, he realized, I need to balance their powers equally. A man and woman appeared in his thoughts, embodiments of the 2 divine forces within him. To do that, he thought, I'll need to face battles far greater than this one. Light surged around his muscular frame, energy coiling through his limbs. Like today's fight, he told himself, this is just the beginning. Aryu approached quietly from behind. What a waste, she said softly. Mord turned his head slightly. She looked away, her expression distant. It's a pity. I think I was about to discover something about myself. Mord's eyes flickered. She must be referring to that moment earlier when she felt the cold power awaken. The brunette beside them looked surprised. If you felt that, then maybe you're closer to the truth than you think, he said. Your abilities might evolve even further from now on. Mord glanced toward Keel and the others. By the way, everyone's covered in blood. The hero gave a faint nod. At least no one died. Soral looked around at his companions, a brief sigh escaping him. I might have overdone it this time, he thought. The man could barely stand. His strength was gone. He frowned, glancing at the confident figures before him. Perfect, he thought grimly. If they want to finish me here, this would be the moment. Mord looked at him silently. The man closed his eyes and spoke in a calm, steady voice. I have only one request. Take my life if you must, but spare my comrades. Send them back alive. His team turned to him, eyes wide with shock. The blonde among them stepped forward and knelt across from him. You know that's not an easy request, he said quietly. Even for someone with your honor, that's asking a lot. Mord tilted his head slightly. And what exactly are you saying? In front of the man, a small box appeared. The brunette opened it and said, Potions. Enough for all of you. Give them to the wounded first. He turned away, his tone firm but detached. If you have things to gather here, do it. There's no need to rush. Once you're ready, leave this place. The man looked up weakly. Really? Mord glanced back, his expression unchanged. I said what I said. You heard me. Now, start tending to your people. The blonde stared after him, stunned. As the heroes turned and began to walk away, the man watched them go. He had 2 chances to kill us, yet he kept his word until the end. His gaze grew distant as a memory surfaced, his brother's voice filled with confidence. I'll help you become head of the family, no matter what. He remembered his younger brother's earnest smile. Daikel had looked up to him with admiration. Watch me, brother, the boy had said. I'll become a great warrior like you. Soral's expression darkened. In his heart, he spoke to his brother. You said you'd free me from this life, this endless struggle between brothers, all chasing status and power like prisoners in a gilded cage. He saw that moment again, leading his little brother by the hand, filled with pride and hope. I couldn't keep my promise to guide you, and still, you became strong. Soral turned toward Mord, his eyes shadowed. Since the last time I saw you, you've truly become a warrior worthy of respect. Mord met his gaze as the blood-stained blonde warrior spoke. I recognize you as a true warrior. Mord frowned. Your recognition doesn't mean I'll stop avenging Daikel. The blonde smiled faintly. Even if you fail to avenge him, I won't hold it against you. Mord straightened, his voice low but confident. Then I'll wait for that day. His comrades gathered near the glowing portal. The dungeon entrance has reopened, one of them called out. Mord turned slightly, the blue light reflecting off his eyes. In his mind, he recalled what he'd read, the story of Soral. In a novel, Soral was a tragic figure, he thought. A man who dreamed of leading his family, but lost everything to a rival backed by Silverblood. He pictured the red-haired man standing among the fallen and remembered how the story ended. After that defeat, Soral joined the Ilden group under the new family head and eventually met his end there. Mord looked at him one last time. The man who was still standing, proud even in loss. But this time, he thought, maybe fate can be rewritten. Mord clenched his fist, feeling the lingering warmth of the dungeon's energy. Still, just like them, he thought, I've received the dungeon's blessing. I've grown stronger too. Beside him, the brunette frowned. Fate can change, he said quietly. Even for us. Outside, sunlight broke through the clouds, spilling over the bright stone buildings. Voices echoed nearby. It's good you all made it back safely. Mord nodded. Yeah, I think so too. Kalu stepped forward, his expression serious. Before we move on, there's something I need to clarify. He remembered the chaos. The man who had screamed as the dungeon first appeared. The one he'd helped escape. The bearded man turned toward him. That guy. I heard him yell. It's a trap. A trap set by the Silver Bloods. Killian nodded slowly. So he's their enemy, then? The man sitting opposite Mord leaned back. I know who they are. Yeah, the other replied. I've never crossed paths with them before, but it seems that's about to change. Killian waved his hand casually. Then tell me this. Why did they come for you? You had people from Ordas with you, didn't you? Sitting across from him, the brunette glanced at Keel. No need to tell the truth, he thought. Just give them something that sounds convincing. I've offended their pride one too many times, he said calmly. After that, they branded me an enemy and attacked. Keel smiled lightly. Mind if I add something? There was a vase between them on the table as he spoke. Do you know what ideal the Silver Blood follows? Killian raised a brow. Of course. They believe in the supremacy of divine blood. Exactly, Keel said. But hasn't the world always worked that way? The blond man across the table looked straight ahead. Maybe it has, he admitted. But if silver blood ever took the throne, he waved a hand dismissively, then the world's order would change completely, ruled by a single nation of those born with divine blood. The man beside him leaned forward. That's not just rebellion, then. It's something far worse, isn't it? The blonde nodded. Much worse. They don't just want to rule the world. They want to unify it, turn the entire continent into one empire. Killian sighed, closing his eyes. What a grand, long-term dream. They're talking about creating a single nation that would stretch across the entire land. He paused. Still, they seemed serious about it. Opening his eyes again, the man across from him spoke slowly. Understood. Then I'll remember every word we've said here. We'll have to be very careful about who we call allies from now on. Outside, the sky had turned gold and crimson, the sun sinking beyond the rooftops. Someone muttered with a small laugh. How did he manage to say all that without even moving his face? Keel walked ahead with his hands behind his head. I'm used to it, he said casually. Not exactly a tough crowd. Mort followed behind him. He just told them what they wanted to hear, he said under his breath. Mort's thoughts lingered on that. From Killian's perspective, it's easier to believe a convenient lie than face the real story. He had woven the story well enough for them to believe it. Still, Mort knew the truth about the silver blood was far darker, and that today's events had opened their eyes to its real danger. Tail turned to him suddenly. Then what's their true goal? Isn't it to unite the continent? Sunlight filtered through the tall windows, scattering amber rays across the room. Mort shook his head. No, that's not at all. They don't need to unite the world just to put themselves on top. If that were their plan, they'd have already forced every nation into submission long ago. He fell silent for a moment when another question followed. Then what is it you're not telling us? Standing beside his comrades, Mort finally answered. One of the Silver Blood's true objectives is to awaken the Divine King. The words hung heavy in the air. Far away, in a grand, dimly lit chamber, a man sat quietly at a table. A flicker of blue flame appeared beside him. Out of that light stepped a figure, the man known as Killian. He bowed slightly. It's been a long time, he said with a faint smile. Across the table, Alan met his gaze, his expression cold. Killian looked around the lavish office. Is His Grace, the Grand Duke, not present? That's none of your concern, Alan replied flatly. Killian chuckled softly. Oh, come now. You forget. I outrank you in the organization. The man at the table leaned back, unimpressed. And you came here to boast about that? You think you can mock me just because the Duke isn't here to stop you? Killian's grin widened. Why not? This is the Duke's castle, after all. Alan's lips curved into a thin smile. Really? Killian's eyes narrowed. Something in the air shifted. Then, all at once, shadowy figures materialized in the haze behind Alan. What's this? Killian asked, startled. You weren't planning to plant your magic seals throughout the castle, were you? Alan's voice was calm, but cutting. Or are you going to pretend you had no such intentions? The dark shapes moved closer, cloaked figures outlined by faint, pulsating light. Killian's mind raced. He noticed my spells so quickly. That means he's an archmage too. Frowning slightly, he muttered under his breath. So that's how it is. A surge of black flashes erupted from one of the hazy figures, a tall silhouette with white hair. I'd suggest, the voice said coolly, you avoid doing anything foolish. Killian's lips twitched into a smile. Ah, so that's what it was. He tilted his head. You read my magic, and even my thoughts. Impressive. From the swirling haze, an eye gleamed, sharp and inhuman. I knew you had a certain level of talent, Alan said slowly, but I didn't realize you were keeping company with dark elves. The air shifted again. Figures in dark green cloaks stepped forward, silent, motionless, their eyes fixed on the intruders. Killian's thoughts flashed. The dark elves, beings born from the ancient elves' failed pursuit of immortality, twisted by illusion, able to reshape reality through an existence that shouldn't even be. The elves' gloved hands clenched, tension rippling through the room. Killian studied the one at the center, the figure wreathed in dark flashes. Judging by that appearance, there's no mistake. He's one of them. The elf smiled faintly. So you've realized it. Alan's eyes narrowed as the elf's voice echoed through the chamber. I acknowledge your talent, the dark elf said evenly. You're an excellent magician, but he stepped forward slightly, the shadows twisting around his form. It would be wise not to overstep your bounds. Don't do anything stupid, the dark elf warned coldly. In an instant, the shadows shifted. Dark elves surrounded Killian, their silent presence heavy and tense. Alan, still seated at the table, spoke in a measured tone. Then, let's hear it. What was the real purpose of your visit? If it's something trivial, I'd prefer you leave. Killian lowered his head slightly. Not trivial, he said. I intend to provoke the Golden Branch, to push them into interfering with northern affairs as soon as possible. He gestured toward the fair-haired elf beside him. Tell me, Golden Branch, why are your kind here? Don't tell me you intend to fight them. The golden-haired elf met his gaze calmly. I hope it won't come to that, but that's not our main goal. Killian frowned. Then what? When our current plan fails, the elf said, the Golden Branch will intervene. Killian's brow furrowed. Fails? The elf didn't answer, but Killian's sly smile returned as he turned toward the prince. It concerns your half-brother, he said smoothly. A blue glow suddenly shimmered above the northern fortress, a sign that something far more dangerous was unfolding. It's too easy. The words echoed through the air as Archduke Hardin stepped forward, his boots striking the cracked ground. Far too easy, he repeated, tightening his fists. Where's the thrill in this? Before him, a colossal black monster knelt in submission, the Demon King. The creature let out a low, trembling growl. Hardin's gaze was sharp. You know your role, he said. You exist for one reason, to guard the seal of the legendary Demon King, the one whose name vanished after his battle against the god Werner. For generations, this ritual had repeated endlessly. Each time Hardin fought, the seal was reinforced and the Demon King's existence weakened. But if Hardin ever lost, the right to protect that seal would be stripped away forever. The Archduke stood tall, power radiating from his body. I see now why you've grown so weak, he said, his tone calm but cutting. You've never once defeated me. The kneeling Demon King glared up at him. I'll give you another chance, Hardin said. If you can reach the level my predecessors faced, maybe then I'll find it interesting. The demon's wings spread wide, shadows swirling violently around him. His voice rumbled with fury. Impudent human, I'll make you regret your arrogance. Hardin smirked. Then try. They clashed. Their fists met with a thunderous impact, a shockwave shattering the ground and sending debris into the air. The Demon King staggered back, growling, and summoned a fireball into his palm. I'll toy with you however I please. He hurled it forward. Fiery rays cut through the air like arrows. Hardin lifted his arm and punched. That's more like it. A blazing wave of blue energy, a mirage of destruction, tore through the flames and struck the Demon King directly. The creature coughed up blood, falling to his knees. Already spent your fighting spirit? Hardin said flatly. How boring. He took a step closer, his aura flaring. Fine then. I'll let you regain your strength. Show me the level you had under the previous Archduke. The Demon King trembled, lowering his head. His voice was low, rough. My fighting spirit is growing. Veins pulsed along his arms as his aura began to rise. A dark, suffocating force filling the hall. The fanged demon's face twisted, veins bulging beneath his skin. You damned human, he snarled. Flames burst across his body as he roared. I'll make you regret this. Hardin only smiled faintly. That's fine by me. He clenched his fist, the ground trembling beneath his boots. The third level of his divine blood opened. Power rippled outward like a storm. Come then, he commanded. Attack. Outside, the sun blazed over the mountains, and far away, another voice echoed. One of Mord's companions explaining the truth they'd uncovered. One of the Silverblood's main objectives, he said, is to awaken the God King. Farwell, standing behind him, crossed his arms. So they want to bring back the age of myth, but they also understand the world has changed. They're not blind to that. They also know something else, added the blond man quietly, his eyes narrowing as he pictured a radiant cross within an open palm. The divine people, Mord said, are essentially fragments of the gods themselves. Images of cloaked figures filled his thoughts. The blood of the gods, it's the trace they left behind in humanity. But when the gods ascended to the heavens, their traces began to fade. He imagined a throne bathed in divine light, empty yet powerful. To stop that from happening, Mord continued, the Silver Blood wants to create a God King, someone capable of preserving that divine blood forever. Ward spoke next, his voice hard. Their plan is to gather the blood of every person who carries even a drop of divine blood. He stared ahead grimly. But that plan will fail. When it does, Ward went on, they'll shift their focus. Instead of blood, they'll hunt the fragments of the world. In his mind's eye, he saw countless hands reaching for glowing crystals, remnants of creation itself. That's why the battles for those fragments have intensified. That's why this chaos never ends. Leon noticed the leader's sudden pause. "What's wrong?" he asked. The man looked away. "Nothing," he said quietly. But inside, his thoughts churned. "No, I can feel it. Something has happened." Lightning crackled violently around Hardin's body as he stood with his arms folded, overlooking the battlefield. Mord's thoughts echoed faintly across space. "It feels as if someone just died." Hardin's lips curled into a wicked smile. Among the distant peaks, a massive, gleaming castle towered over the landscape. The Hall of the Gods, the heart of the Silver Blood. Inside, a man walked through a marble corridor. His footsteps echoed softly until he stopped. "It's been a while," he said, turning slightly. Killian placed a hand over his chest and bowed lightly. "I just dropped by to confirm something. Seems you're here too." Before him stood Ilden, a high-ranking Silver Blood officer, one of the first stage of the Three Gods' throne. Ilden walked closer, his tone measured. "I've heard you've been having a hard time lately. You look exhausted." Killian chuckled. "I recently dealt with those people. I'll leave the rest to him." Ilden closed his eyes briefly. "The Golden Branch must be furious," he said. "As thanks for your efforts, I'll send you a few bottles of medium nectar. It's mixed with my blood. It should help restore your strength." Killian laughed under his breath. "You make it sound like you want me to drink it and get back to work right away." Ilden opened his eyes again and nodded once, his tone calm but commanding. "Exactly." Ilden nodded slowly. "There's no other choice. That's why I told you. Train your students well." The long-haired archmage beside him frowned. "You make it sound easy," he said sharply. "Do you really think becoming an archmage happens overnight?" Ilden chuckled softly, watching the man's irritation. "Of course not. Finding someone talented enough to draw real attention isn't an easy task." His tone was almost theatrical. Killian's gaze darkened slightly. In his mind, he saw the image of a cloaked man and remembered the words he'd once heard. "The time will soon come when the power of the expended Karnak will fully recover. When it does, he will bless you." Killian exhaled quietly. "So in the end, nothing changes," he muttered. "The one to be expelled will still be me." His thoughts drifted briefly to the Dark Elves. "In Archduke Werner's castle," he said aloud, "there are 2 Dark Elf archmages and 1 lesser one. You're aware of that, aren't you?" Ilden didn't turn. If they hadn't nearly gone extinct, there would have been many more by now. He paused, recalling something distant. "I fought them once, around 350 years ago. It was when I discovered the first reincarnation of Mayas." Killian's eyes flicked toward him, realizing Ilden knew far more than he let on. "And how is that going?" he asked carefully. Ilden stood still for a long moment, then said the same as always. A bright radiance shimmered suddenly before the gathered mages, a massive, pulsing light that filled the chamber. "It's been stagnant for 19 years, Ilden said quietly. "I fear it's heading toward another failure." The long-haired mage sighed. "That would be painful, especially for the one who began it." Lightning arced briefly across the radiant sphere. "Wasn't the method for birthing the God King determined from the start?" Another mage asked. "He should be praised for proposing multiple alternatives." Ilden's expression didn't change. "It's not a failure," he said calmly. "Not yet. There's still about a year left before we'll know for sure." The archmage beside him frowned slightly. "Strange," he murmured. Ilden looked at him. "What is it?" Standing near the radiance, the officer hesitated. "I just have a strange feeling, a sense of déjà vu, like I've seen this before." The long-haired mage raised an eyebrow. "A premonition?" The man nodded slowly. "Perhaps, but that's what troubles me. I rarely get them. And lately, I've had none at all." His gaze hardened. "What stranger is this? I can't shake the feeling that someone should be here." Mord's eyes narrowed as he looked ahead. Leon turned to him, puzzled. "Did we come to the wrong place?" M shook his head. "No, we're right where we should be." Before them stood a massive black figure with long, flowing hair, a presence that seemed to warp the air around it. The hero's mind flashed back to that moment among the ancient white pillars, when they delivered the body and explored the depths of the white demon realm. Their mission had been clear: to complete the formation of a large world fragment composed of 24 parts. And now, before them lay the final remnant of that realm, the last trace of the white demon's domain. The hero narrowed his eyes. Something was ahead. As the group approached, they finally saw it. A massive black figure crouched in the darkness. Keel leaned forward. "Let's take a closer look," he said. At first glance, it seemed harmless, just a black stone. "If we break it," Keel added, "there might be jewels inside." But before anyone could move, a deep rumble echoed from the shadows. The ground shook violently. The heroes froze as the black figure suddenly rose, towering over them, and swung its massive fist. "Run!" Leon shouted, dodging the blow. "This is all your fault, Keel. You had to touch it." "How was I supposed to know there was a giant hiding inside?" Keel yelled back, clenching his fist in frustration. Scowling, the blonde raised his hand. "White silhouettes, come forth. I spirit attack." Glowing white forms appeared around him, swirling like mist. He commanded the spirits forward, and they rushed the giant with a burst of energy. Mord glanced sideways. Farwell's staff was shining brilliantly. Blue rays pulsed from it as he invoked his unique magic. "Spirit armor, activate." The light spread across the summoned elves, coating them in shimmering frost armor. Together, they charged, a wave of radiant force surging toward the giant. A blinding flash erupted as the attack struck. Mord shielded his eyes. The explosion lit up the cavern, snow and shards of ice flying through the air. Leon staggered back, his arm raised. "What is this thing? The cold coming off it. It's unreal." He turned and saw Mord leap forward. The boy's eyes widened. Wait, that power. He remembered it clearly, the moment their leader had faced the silver blood. Back then, Mord had used the divine power of Erida, the god of heaven. But it came at a terrible cost. The strain had nearly killed him. He'd sworn never to use it again, unless he had no choice. Now, his eyes burned with celestial light. The boy gritted his teeth. If he's using it again, it means if we don't defeat this monster, we're all dead. The others tightened their grips, focusing on a massive shadow in front of them. Mord burst forward, lightning crackling around him. A brilliant flash flared from his forehead as he struck the giant head-on. The impact split the snow beneath their feet. Erida launched herself high into the air, her weapon glowing as she brought it down hard on the back of the creature's head. Leon clenched his fist and joined the assault, Keel swinging his sword in unison. Their strikes collided in perfect rhythm. The giant staggered, letting out a guttural roar, then fell to its knees. Mord frowned, his voice echoing through the frost-filled air. "What's wrong? Have you already lost the will to fight?" Electric light flickered around him as he took his stance again. "We're not finished yet," he said firmly. "There's still one step left." Lightning surged, the screen faded to white. The god's servant finally broke under Mord's relentless assault. Unable to endure it any longer, his body crashed lifelessly to the ground, his head smashing into the dust as silence spread through the hall. Keel felt a chill crawl up his spine. He turned to Mord and asked who that person really was, admitting that the enemy they had just defeated felt far stronger than anyone he had ever faced before. Mord answered calmly, almost casually, that the fallen foe was most likely a servant of a god. He compared him to others he had encountered in the past, the ruined guard of the god of eyes, the guardians of the god of ice. In a place like this ruin, it was only natural that such a being existed, and that man had simply fulfilled his role. Before Keel could process those words, an unfamiliar voice echoed through the vast chamber, applauding both their strength and their understanding. Mord immediately turned, his gaze sharp. Behind them stood a massive figure draped in a heavy white robe, his form imposing, his head swallowed entirely by shadow. The figure congratulated them on defeating the guard and declared that they had finally proven their worth to him. The being spoke with authority, explaining that they were mere mortals, yet they had overcome the guardian without relying on his blessings or any divine artifacts. Because of that, he regarded them as genuinely powerful. He told them they should feel pride, for they had defeated an overwhelmingly strong enemy through nothing but their own abilities. Keel was stunned. He voiced his disbelief, insisting that the guard they had just fought was far stronger than they had ever anticipated. The mysterious figure affirmed it without hesitation. The relics within the ruin, he explained, belonged to his servant, whose duty had been to protect this place. Keel found himself unable to speak. The god continued, revealing that his servant possessed the authority of 7 blessings, making him 7 times stronger than the group. On top of that, he wielded 3 unique attributes, each terrifying in its own right. Fear finally settled into Keel's chest as he realized how close he had come to death. At that moment, the protagonist calmly shifted the conversation, reminding the god that they had fulfilled their end of the bargain. The servant had been defeated, and now it was time for the promised reward to be granted. The god fell silent, sinking into deep thought, as if weighing something far beyond them. The pause dragged on, long enough for Mord's patience to wear thin. He questioned the god directly, asking why he was taking so long. At last, the god spoke, explaining that he could only bestow 3 blessings, and that only 3 among them were qualified to receive them. A heavy tension settled over the group. No one spoke as they wondered who would be chosen and who would be left behind. The god then revealed that he could not grant a blessing to an elf, as it was strictly forbidden. Keel's expression darkened as he asked for an explanation. The god replied that Keel was an elf who carried the power of an ancient elf, and because of that, a divine blessing could not be placed upon him. Still, he added that he could help repair the bracelet and gloves Keel carried. Relief washed over Keel. Even if it was not a blessing, it was still a meaningful gain. He no longer pressed the matter, feeling it was already worthwhile, especially since the ice gauntlet he had obtained halfway through a previous battle was now fully restored. The nameless god then turned his gaze to Aryu and declared that she, too, was ineligible to receive a blessing. He added that she would not even be able to comprehend the true reason behind that decision. Mord demanded to know who she truly was, but the god admitted that even he did not possess a complete answer. There was only one thing he was certain of: she was not a complete dragon. She was something closer than a dragon, perhaps a doll shaped by someone's authority or powerful magic. Even so, her current form did not represent her true self. The explanation only fueled Mord's frustration. It was too vague, offering no real clarity. His thoughts churned as he began to suspect that she might be an incarnation, a fragment, or a lingering remnant of some past existence. Putting that aside, Mord stated that if Keel and Aryu were excluded, then the blessings should go to himself, Leon, and Farwell. However, he made one special request for his own share. Rather than receiving the full power of a god's blessing, he asked for divine assistance in stabilizing and balancing the blood of the 2 gods that flowed within him. The god peered into Mord from within and praised him as an extraordinary human. He sensed 2 awakened divine powers coexisting inside his body, yet Mord remained fully human. The feat left the god genuinely impressed. Soon after, he granted the blessings to all who were eligible. A blinding flash of light engulfed the hall, and as it faded, the god expressed his hope that what he had given them would become a great aid to them in the future. When the light finally faded, they realized they were no longer in the same place. A completely different hall stretched out before them, silent and unfamiliar. It was there that Mord finally found what he had been searching for all along: the world fragment. The final fragment lay hidden within the altar of the forgotten god. As soon as Mord reached out, it responded on its own, drifting toward his hand as if drawn by an unseen force. In that instant, he understood that he now possessed 32 fragments in total, with 24 of them already fused together into a single mass. A deep sense of gratitude filled him. His incomplete inner world was finally approaching completion. To confirm what had changed, Mord picked up a small rock from the floor and experimented. The result made him pause. He could now send physical objects directly into his inner world. Keel watched the scene in utter shock, unable to hide his amazement at what Mord had just done. With a small nod, Mord handed his subspace pouch to Farwell, telling him to take it since he no longer had any use for it. Farwell's eyes lit up as he accepted it, thanking Mord sincerely and remarking that it would be an enormous help in his research. After that, Mord distributed a world fragment to each of them. At first, none of them understood what they were holding. The fragments looked like softly glowing crystals, shimmering quietly in their palms. Though they could not grasp their true nature, the overwhelming power contained within them was unmistakable. When Mord approached Aryu, she hesitated and refused at first. Mord explained that this fragment was different from the one she had received from the half-dragon. Although it looked similar, its nature was entirely different. He assured her there would be no pain like before and promised to take full responsibility if anything went wrong. Only then did Aryu finally accept it. Once everyone was holding a fragment, Mord gathered them and told them to listen carefully. He reminded them that he had once mentioned collecting remnants of mythology. The true name of those remnants, he revealed, was world fragments, the very objects now resting in their hands. Keel asked if it was true that such a fragment could determine the fate of the world. Mord confirmed it without hesitation. Keel then pointed out that he alone had received 2 fragments, while the others had only 1. Mord explained simply that Keel had been by his side the longest, and, unlike the others, had not received a divine blessing. That was why he had been entrusted with an extra fragment. Farwell voiced the concern that had been weighing on his mind. If someone were to gather all the world fragments, that person would quite literally hold the fate of the world in their hands. He asked why Mord was giving the fragments away instead of keeping them all for himself. Mord answered without hesitation, saying that allowing a single individual to possess every world fragment would only lead to a catastrophic end. He explained that the true purpose of the world fragments was to awaken the primal destiny of creation that existed within all humans. From the beginning, his intention had been to gather every fragment and prevent that awakening from ever taking place. But there was no reason to strip the fragments from those who neither opposed him nor intended to misuse their power. What mattered most was preserving balance among the LM and ensuring that no one could abuse that power to seize political control. Mord then admitted something that weighed heavily on him. He could no longer maintain perfect balance on his own. Even so, he placed complete trust in his companions, believing they would protect the fragments and keep them out of the wrong hands. He warned them that the enemies awaiting them ahead would be far stronger and far more dangerous than anything they had faced so far. Because of that, they would need to fight together, support one another, and stand shoulder to shoulder through every trial. After hearing his resolve and understanding his burden, they all agreed without hesitation to follow him wherever he went and to stand by one another in every battle and struggle yet to come. After returning from his journey, Mord found himself seated before Sir Ilden once more. Sir Ilden studied him closely, his sharp gaze lingering as he asked whether Mord had finally achieved the goal he once set for himself. Mord answered without hesitation, his voice steady as he said that he truly had. He explained that during his long wanderings through the white demonic mirror, he had uncovered the very things he had been searching for all along. Because of that, he believed his original purpose had finally been fulfilled. Sir Ilden let out a quiet chuckle, genuine relief and happiness clear on his face. Curiosity soon followed, and he admitted that he wished to hear more about Mord's journey and everything he had encountered. More than anything, however, he wanted a complete and detailed account of what had happened at the border. Mord began recounting everything from the beginning. He spoke of meeting the celestial sword of Aresvin, of experiencing the true realization of the sky god's power through Luisa Urugilda, and of how the journey ultimately ended with the defeat of Amalkragis. He described each stage carefully, leaving nothing of importance unsaid as Sir Ilden listened in silence, completely absorbed. The story left Sir Ilden deeply impressed. He remarked that those enemies must have learned the hard way just how terrifying a Vernar's warrior could be. Above all, he expressed great satisfaction and pride that Mord had defeated Amalkragis, openly praising what he had accomplished. Sir Ilden then admitted that while he had always known Mord was exceptionally talented, he was even more astonished after realizing that the blood of the sky god flowed within him. With that knowledge, he finally understood why Aresvin had been watching Mord so closely and searching for him all this time. Turning the conversation forward, Sir Ilden asked what Mord intended to do next. Mord explained that receiving the blessing of the Forgotten God had been part of his preparations, but that his next step would be to make use of the divine bloodstone instead. Sir Ilden's eyes widened in surprise. He immediately asked how Mord had managed to obtain such an item. Mord calmly replied that Baden had given it to him as repayment for saving his life from great danger in the past. As he spoke, Mord produced the divine bloodstone and presented it to Sir Ilden. Sir Ilden immediately told him to abandon the idea. He explained that a divine bloodstone could only be used once in a lifetime and should never be spent carelessly. Mord frowned and asked why Sir Ilden was so strongly opposed to him using it. The answer stunned him. Sir Ilden revealed that he intended to use his own divine bloodstone on Mord instead. For a moment, Mord was left speechless. Everyone knew that Sir Ilden was believed to possess only a single divine bloodstone in his entire life, yet he was offering it to him without hesitation. Even in the records of Sadakma, nothing like this had ever been written or foretold. Overwhelmed by respect and honor, Mord accepted the offer at once. Sir Ilden then explained that a divine bloodstone reached its greatest effect when activated through a priest's blessing ritual. For that reason, he proposed traveling to the temple of the war god to perform the proper ceremony. Before they departed, Mord stopped him and said there was something important he wished to give him. Sir Ilden looked at him with curiosity and asked what it was. Mord took out a world fragment and presented it to him. He explained that Sir Ilden must have already heard from Kiel about the object he had been searching for across countless ruins. Sir Ilden admitted that he only knew a little and asked why Mord would entrust something like this to him. Though he felt honored by the trust, he believed it might have been more appropriate for Mord to keep it himself. Mord replied calmly that the fragment was safe in Sir Ilden's hands as well, because what he was truly giving him was the complete truth that the fragment represented. Not long after, They arrived at a research chamber hidden deep within the temple. Sir Ilden introduced Mord to the high priest. The high priest greeted them warmly and remarked that it had been a long time since Sir Ilden last visited. Sir Ilden then revealed that the high priest's name was Yustin, and that before devoting his life to the gods, Yustin had been his younger brother. Mord introduced himself as a senior warrior. High priest Yustin welcomed him with respect, saying that he had heard many stories about Mord over the years. He admitted that he had always hoped to meet him someday, though he never imagined it would happen under such circumstances. Sir Ilden informed Yustin that he had already explained the purpose of their visit in advance, the divine bloodstone resonance ritual. Hearing this, Yustin declared that since the request came directly from the general, he would personally oversee the ceremony. He added calmly that everything needed for the ritual had already been prepared. Yustin confirmed that the rumors were true. He had indeed heard how deeply Sir Ilden valued Mord, to the point of offering his own divine bloodstone without hesitation. As the ceremony began, several figures quietly approached from behind. Yustin explained that they would assist him in carrying out the ritual prepared specifically for Sir Mord. Sir Ilden told Mord to follow everything he had been taught without deviation. Mord agreed at once. He took the divine bloodstone into his hands, and the moment he did, the stone began to glow with a deep crimson light. As he started absorbing its power, the chamber was quickly flooded with radiance. The bloodstone lifted into the air, hovering above his hands, pouring its energy directly into his body. The sensation left Mord stunned. He had never experienced anything remotely like this. He could clearly feel Sir Ilden's divine bloodstone merging with him, and soon even his heartbeat began to synchronize with its pulse. What surprised him most was that his own divinity was not increasing. Instead, the sacred power born from the blood of the war god was intensifying. Simply put, the vessel that already carried the blood of the sky god was being forcibly reinforced. Yet even then, the ritual was far from complete. The priests summoned to assist stepped forward, preparing themselves for battle. To fully synchronize with the bloodstone, Mord was required to duel them. The first priest advanced, and the moment they clashed, a violent wave of air swept through the chamber. In less than 30 seconds, the priest was defeated. The speed of it stunned everyone present. The second priest stepped in without pause, but he too fell within a minute. The third followed immediately, and that battle ended just as quickly. The fourth and fifth priests challenged Mord one after another, yet each was overwhelmed in the same decisive fashion. The ritual was designed so that the farther a priest stood in the sequence, the greater his skill and blessing. Each represented a different aspect of the war god, with their power increasing every round. The second priest was only 15 years old, the third 23, yet neither could endure Mord's strength. At last, it was the high priest's turn. As he prepared himself, he could not help but reflect on how terrifyingly powerful Mord had become. Mord steadied his breath, resolving to use his full strength in this final duel. The high priest understood the truth clearly. He stood no real chance at all. The entire chamber shook as Mord's aura surged outward, crushing the air itself. When the high priest finally made his move, the duel ended in an instant. Mord stepped forward and finished it with a single punch. Staggered by the result, the high priest stared at him in disbelief and asked if he was truly only 15 years old. Mord answered calmly, confirming that it was true. In the end, the high priest could only acknowledge what stood before him. He declared Mord to be genuinely extraordinary and offered his heartfelt congratulations, announcing that the divine bloodstone blessing ritual had been completed successfully. The door opened slowly as Mord stepped into Farwell's room, his expression calm and composed. Farwell greeted him and quickly realized that Mord had just returned from meeting Sir Ilden. Mord confirmed it with a brief explanation, saying he had a few important matters to take care of, which was why it had taken some time. His voice was steady, yet there was a quiet weight to his presence, shaped by everything that had just happened. By now, Mord clearly understood what that ceremony had truly meant. He had defeated all 6 divine officials, drawing out the absolute maximum effect the blessing ritual could offer. Because of that, the divine blood of the god of combat flowing within him had grown far stronger, reinforcing both his physical presence and the power at his core. Turning his attention to Farwell, Mord asked about his progress. Farwell replied that he had successfully mastered the 6th circle. That achievement, he admitted, was only possible because Mord had personally provided every reference spellbook required to reach that level. Hearing this, Mord calmly took out another book and said that since Farwell had reached the 6th circle, he wanted to give him one more. Farwell's eyes locked onto the book in Mord's hand. A faint golden glow radiated from it, and he immediately assumed it belonged to a high-ranking mage. Mord corrected him, saying it was far more than that. It was an archmage spell book. The moment Farwell understood, his expression changed completely. Mord watched quietly, realizing he had never seen Farwell look so excited before. For a magician, becoming an archmage was a lifelong dream, and holding such a book meant standing at the edge of that dream. Farwell accepted the book with deep gratitude. Mord explained that it was something he and Keel had discovered in the ruins of the Divine Blood Archmage. From the moment he found it, he had already decided that if Farwell ever became his companion, the book would belong to him. He also explained that even viewing such a spell book required qualifications, with the sixth circle being the bare minimum. Farwell had never encountered anything like it. He thanked Mord sincerely, but Mord added that this book was special even among archmage spellbooks. While Farwell believed any such book was already extraordinary, Mord explained that this one worked differently. According to what he had learned, it allowed the Divine Blood Archmage himself to directly teach the reader. That revelation only fueled Farwell's excitement further. Unable to restrain himself, he decided to experience it at once. Acting on impulse, he opened the book immediately, unaware of what awaited him inside. In an instant, Farwell's surroundings shattered and reformed. The room vanished completely, and when his vision steadied, he found himself standing in the middle of a vast forest. The spellbook was gone from his hands. It didn't take long for him to realize the truth. He had entered the interior of the spellbook itself, a separate world where everything had been reconstructed. A powerful voice soon echoed through the forest, heavy with authority. The owner of the voice revealed himself as the creator of the spellbook, admitting that he had never truly expected anyone to activate it in reality. He acknowledged Farwell as the one who had triggered its power. When Farwell turned toward the voice and saw the figure standing there, his breath caught in his throat. The figure wore the face of his mother. It remarked on Farwell's youth and questioned whether someone so young could endure what lay ahead. Farwell was shaken to his core. His thoughts spiraled in confusion and disbelief. He had always believed his former master had created this book, yet he had personally witnessed that master's death with his own hands. Nothing about this made sense. The figure quickly admitted that this appearance had been a mistake. Farwell did not wish to see his mother's face here. When Farwell demanded to know what the figure truly was, the answer came calmly. This form had been chosen because it left the deepest impression on his mind. Acknowledging that it may have damaged memories Farwell held dear, the figure decided to change its appearance. In the blink of an eye, its body shifted. Its face transformed into something Farwell recognized immediately, a member of the Gatekeeper Legion. Alarm flared in his chest, and he demanded that the manipulation stop at once, suspecting an attempt to invade his consciousness. The figure sensed his hostility without effort and warned him that preparing for battle was meaningless in this place. With effortless ease, it cast a spell. In that instant, Farwell felt his divine blood opening collapse entirely, vanishing as if it had never existed. Only then did the figure explain the truth. It identified itself as an archmage, or more precisely, a remnant image left behind by one. This world, it explained, existed solely within the spellbook, an imagined realm that possessed its own will. It also revealed that Farwell carried the Breathia's bloodline, along with a fragment of a world. Though it was only a single fragment, its value was immeasurable. When Farwell asked how he should address him, the figure instructed him to use the title Archangel. It revealed that it had once fought against the gods themselves, and won. As punishment, it had been cursed, stripped of both its name and its face. The revelation sent a chill through Farwell's entire being. The scale of such power was far beyond anything he had ever imagined, and fear settled deep into his heart. The Archmage declared that Farwell's lessons would begin at once. Because Farwell possessed world fragments, he explained there were many unique ways to teach him. Anxiety tightened around Farwell's chest, but before he could even respond, the Archmage slammed his staff into the ground. In an instant, towering flames burst forth. Fire surged from every direction, sealing Farwell inside a blazing prison. He had no idea how the flames had formed, yet they felt horrifyingly real, the heat crushing and unbearable. The Archmage calmly explained that this trial would test Farwell's mastery of magic. Depending on his performance, he would be granted one original spell for each level he cleared. However, there was a condition. Every spell beyond the first and second circles had been sealed. Farwell was ordered to break through the flames and reach the Archmage's position. With that, the Archmage wished him luck and watched in silence. Farwell stood frozen within the inferno, fear threatening to overwhelm him, while the Archmage observed with a faint, knowing smile. In the real world, Mord remained close, watching Farwell's physical body tremble violently with pain and terror. After a long while, Farwell suddenly moved. Mord immediately checked on him, worried about his state. Farwell explained that inside the book, he had already died twice, burned alive both times, and described the experience as something beyond words. He then asked how much time had passed. Mord told him nearly 7 hours had gone by, adding that Aryu had even stopped by earlier to ask if Farwell would be eating. Hearing this, Farwell let out a dry remark, saying he finally understood what Mord must have endured when he received teachings from the remnant of the god of combat. Mord quietly evaluated Farwell's condition and realized that he was not yet strong enough for such extreme training. Giving him the Archangel spellbook immediately after reaching the sixth circle may have been too abrupt. Even so, Farwell insisted that the suffering had been worth it. The lessons were brutal, but incredibly valuable. He had gained real experience, and had even managed to create several original spells while struggling through the trials. He explained that although reaching the sixth circle qualified him as the book's owner, it did not grant 7th circle spells outright. Instead, the book passed down 6th circle spells gradually, making them far easier to comprehend than he had expected. Mord then offered to provide additional 6th circle reference spellbooks if Farwell wanted them. Farwell's eyes lit up instantly, and he expressed his heartfelt gratitude for Mord's continued support. In that moment, Mord felt certain that entrusting the book to Farwell had been the right choice. Farwell was undeniably a genius. Even though anger simmered within him toward the archmage he had just faced, his resolve was clear. One day, he would return and make him pay. Mord couldn't help but reflect that if Aiden had been able to reach such heights, then Farwell was more than capable of doing the same. According to the trilogy of the Dead Mage, Farwell was a talent who could rival Aiden himself. Given enough time, experience, and relentless effort, Mord had no doubt that Farwell would continue to grow stronger and rise even higher. Another team returned from their operation worn down to the bone, yet oddly calmer than before. They had pushed through 3 missions back-to-back without a single pause, and now the certainty of rest hung in front of them like a promise. Their limbs felt heavy, their thoughts sluggish, but the brief sense of safety dulled the edge of their exhaustion as they made their way back. One of the men stepped forward and reported to their captain, Weirik, that another squad had arrived ahead of them. Not only that, the squad had already been dispatched again, leaving without taking any rest at all. Weirik asked which unit it was, and the answer came plainly: the Mord squad. His face showed no envy, but his voice hardened as he told his men they didn't need to see those people for now, or even hear their names. He ordered everyone to rest and dismissed them, saying he would return to his barracks. The team didn't argue. They simply nodded and dispersed in silence. The moment Weirik entered his barack, he sensed something wrong. It wasn't a physical presence, but something sharper, like a flame hovering in the unseen space of the mind. He demanded to know who was there. The flame answered politely, greeting Weirik Vernars, and remarking that it had been far too long since their last meeting. It spoke of preparations already underway, and said the time had finally come for Weirik to honor his promise. Anger flared instantly. Weirik snapped back, asking how it dared speak of rewards when the plan had dragged on for so long. He spoke of patience stretched thin and demanded to know how such a delay would be repaid. The flame did not raise its voice. Calmly, it said that a small gift had been prepared to compensate, and revealed a glass jar filled with a strange substance. It asked whether Weirik had ever heard of the blood of the war god. It explained that while it lacked the overwhelming power of the war god's tear, it came with far fewer side effects. Drinking it, the flame assured him, would greatly strengthen him and sharpen his capabilities. Far away from all of this, the Mord squad was already deep inside the ruins. Keel muttered that it felt like they had barely returned before being sent out again. Mord didn't deny it. He simply agreed and kept moving forward. Keel admitted that he had first thought the place was nothing more than an entrance to ancient ruins, but instead it had revealed itself as a powerful demon stronghold. By that point, he had already lost track of how many demons they had cut down along the way. The bodies blurred together, and only the pressure of the place remained. Mord explained that their true objective was to uncover traces of ancient history hidden within the white demon realm. The problem was that the deeper they went, the stronger the demons became, as if the land itself was guarding its secrets. He gestured ahead and said the being standing before them was proof enough. In his judgment, the demon facing them was a baron of the demon realm. The demon exploded with fury, hurling curses at them and calling them worthless humans. He mocked their belief that they could trespass into the heart of his territory and walk away alive. He warned them that other demon lords would soon arrive, leading their armies to crush them. Mord replied without raising his voice, saying they would not come. All outgoing messages had already been intercepted. He added calmly that the demon should have spent more effort setting up emergency communication methods, and that if alternative channels had existed, things might have been slightly more troublesome. Unease crept into the demon's heart. He stared at them more carefully, trying to understand what kind of monsters he was truly facing. Then it hit him. 3 of them carried divine blood. 1 was a half-elf, and together they numbered 5. Terror surged through him as he realized they were the same group that had recently wiped out an entire demon country and its forces within the white demon realm. Confusion followed immediately after. If that was the case, why were they here now? Farwell, eyes gleaming with excitement, suggested facing the demon Baron himself in a magical duel, convinced it would be an entertaining fight. Mord stopped him and told him to leave it for now. When Farwell asked why, Mord replied that Leon should be given the chance to gain experience by fighting a demon baron. Farwell nodded, agreeing, and said he would step in only if things went wrong. Leon thanked them and stepped forward. His body buzzed with anticipation as his fighting spirit surged. There was genuine joy in his heart. At last, he had reached a point where he could defeat a demon baron with his own strength. The demon, however, was anything but pleased. Rage twisted his expression as he realized he was being treated as nothing more than a stepping stone, and he began to question whether the people standing before him were truly sane. Leon sneered at the demon and burst forward with everything he had. As his fist flew, his mind wandered through memories he rarely touched. His life had been nothing but brutal battles, one after another. Even when his mother had driven him forward without mercy and later passed away, what he felt wasn't grief, but relief. Leaving his family behind, he had believed he was escaping a small, suffocating world and stepping into freedom. Yet now, looking back, he realized that the life he chose had never truly satisfied him. He had always wanted to fight strong opponents, to test himself against real danger. But most of his battles had been against the weak. Pointless fights, empty victories. He felt like he had wasted his life, chasing meaningless struggles. That all changed the moment Mord appeared. At first, the idea of saving the world sounded ridiculous to him, almost laughable. But fighting side by side with Mord slowly reshaped his beliefs. Now, devoting his life to battle for the sake of the world felt more meaningful than anything he had ever known. The demon screamed as Leon's punch slammed into him. Pain twisted his face, and rage followed instantly. Swearing to kill Leon, the demon lunged forward at full speed. Leon met the charge head-on, blocking the blow and responding with a crushing counterattack. In that instant, the demon realized something terrifying. Leon's fists were far stronger than before, far beyond what he could endure. Shock froze him as he sensed it clearly. Leon had been able to wield aura this entire time. Leon laughed at his late realization, drawing his aura together and condensing it into a single, devastating strike. His fist came down with overwhelming force, ending the battle in one final blow. When the dust settled, Leon stood over the demon's lifeless body, breathing out slowly. Relief washed over him, followed by pride. He had defeated a demon baron with his own strength. Keel congratulated him immediately, then ruined the moment by mocking him, pointing out that Leon's aura barely lasted 30 seconds. The words stung, and Leon frowned, unable to argue back. He muttered that real combat taught lessons no training ever could, and that with time, his control would improve. Mord stepped in, reassuring him that he had done well and that his control was already better than before. Since they were heading deeper anyway, Mord added calmly that every demon baron they encountered from now on would be Leon's opponent, one-on-one. The words hit Leon hard. A wave of fear crept in as he remembered how much effort it had taken just to defeat a single baron, and he wondered how he was supposed to survive facing all of them. From behind, Keel burst into laughter, enjoying Leon's reaction as he continued to tease him. Still mocking, he followed along as the squad prepared to push deeper into the ruins, where even greater dangers were waiting. The protagonist squad returned without a single loss, and their report confirmed just how brutal their operation had been. 7 bases buried deep inside the demonized region had been completely erased. The strikes were clean, decisive, and absolute, leaving no doubt about the scale of destruction they had unleashed. Not long after, the head of command summoned them and questioned whether the report was truly accurate. The squad answered without hesitation. It was all true. During the operation, they had eliminated 3 demon viscounts and 5 demon barons. Instead of satisfaction, worry spread across the commander's face. He said that damage on this level would inevitably push the demons into a state of extreme alert, with their defenses raised. Infiltrating or even observing the demon headquarters again would become far more difficult. Mord remained calm, almost indifferent, thinking that it hardly mattered since their objective had already been achieved. The head of command went on, stressing that the Mord squad was considered extremely important and valuable. Their actions, in his eyes, were reckless and dangerously bold. They had shaken the demon headquarters itself, and such provocation would never be ignored. The fact that they returned without casualties, he said, could only be called fortunate. That was when Keel stepped forward. He stated plainly that their survival had nothing to do with luck. He explained that the squad had moved with precise planning, cutting off all enemy communication routes as they advanced while constantly observing their surroundings. That careful execution was the reason they succeeded. Since they knew this approach could never be repeated, they chose to strike hard from the start and inflict as much damage as possible. The head listened quietly, then replied that his words came from concern, not criticism. He accepted their explanation, thanked them, and dismissed the squad. After leaving the office, Moore didn't feel relieved. Instead, unease settled in his chest. He admitted that whenever things unfolded like this, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Keel asked what he meant. Moore explained that wherever people gathered, divisions naturally formed, and politics always followed. What felt strange to him was that although some people were clearly cautious around him, he didn't sense much political resistance or hostility. Keel and Leon weren't surprised by that at all. In their eyes, everyone knew about General Ilden's favor toward Mord, and because of that, no one would dare openly engage in political games against him. Keel told Mord not to trouble himself with thoughts like that. He said that if any real problem ever surfaced, he would deal with it personally. At the same time, a quiet thought crossed his mind, that if Mord didn't keep throwing himself into situations this extreme, he would actually be an incredibly admirable person. As they walked back toward their room, Keel casually asked how much longer they planned to stay there. He wondered if they still intended to leave once the ancient ruins were fully conquered, just as Mord had mentioned before. Mord answered that he hadn't made a final decision yet, but one thing was certain. They wouldn't remain there forever. To find the remaining fragments of the world, they would eventually have to move on to the main continent. Elsewhere, Sir Ilden and Leon were meeting alone for the first time. Sir Ilden first checked Leon's condition, and Leon calmly replied that he was fine. Sir Ilden noticed the tension lingering in him and told him there was no need to hesitate. He asked if there was anything Leon wanted to clear up. Then, without circling around it, he brought up Leon's mindset from the time he had first arrived. Sir Ilden asked whether Leon still had no desire to compete for the successor position and revealed that Mord intended to make Erna the next Grand Duke. Leon answered without delay. If Mord had already decided on Erna, then there was no reason for his name to even be mentioned. He questioned why Sir Ilden was bringing this up at all, considering he was nothing more than a member of Mord's squad. Sir Ilden explained that before Leon had left his family, he had always been seen as distant and detached compared to the others. But over the past few years, Leon had changed greatly. With his current strength and growth, Sir Ilden believed he was once again qualified to aim for the successor seat. That was why he wanted to hear Leon's answer directly. Leon gave it clearly. He had no intention of becoming the next Grand Duke. To him, it would be ridiculous for someone who had abandoned his family in disgust to suddenly return and fight for leadership. That kind of move would only look unreasonable. Besides, since Mord was backing Erna, her position as the next successor was already decided. As the thoughts settled, Leon reflected on his past. Back when he had once been considered a candidate for succession, the people who supported him were those who believed that power and influence were the only things that truly mattered in life. His mother had once lived that same life, trapped in the same harsh environment, and because of that, he grew up believing there was no other road waiting for him. Power felt like the only thing that mattered, the only way forward. But as time passed, that belief slowly cracked. He began to see that there were things far more important than strength alone. It was only after meeting Mord that he finally managed to let go of the chains still tying him to his family and the expectations he had carried for so long. Sir Ilden listened without interruption, then calmly accepted Leon's decision. He said he would not bring up the subject again. With that settled, he added that their private talk was over and it was time to repay the favor Mord had asked of him. Leon blinked in confusion, unsure what favor he meant. Sir Ilden explained that Mord had requested him to personally test Leon's abilities, convinced that by the time they met face to face, Leon's skills would have grown far beyond what they once were. The realization left Leon momentarily stunned. He quickly expressed how honored he felt to have his uncle evaluate him. Seeing Leon stiffen with tension, Sir Ilden burst into laughter and told him to relax, saying the test would be far more enjoyable once it actually began. Elsewhere, Mord and Aryu were already on the move, heading toward another location to investigate a base hidden beneath the half-dragon settlement. The thought that they had been living directly above an enemy base unsettled Mord, and he couldn't help wondering how such a thing had gone unnoticed for so long. Without a single warning, Aryu unleashed a devastating strike into the ground, shattering it and tearing open a massive hole. Mord froze in confusion for a heartbeat before realizing that this had been her intention all along. With one blow, she had carved a straight path into the depths below. They leapt down together, falling for what felt like an endless stretch of time before finally landing. Mord had expected ruin, but the sight before him was far worse than anything he had imagined. In a grim way, it made sense. Aryu had gone completely berserk after enduring endless experimentation. As they pressed deeper inside, she suddenly stopped and showed him what she had mentioned earlier. Mord understood immediately. This was the wraith she had been talking about. Aryu confirmed it. She had discovered the creature only days after taking her revenge on the half-dragons. From the moment it appeared, it had targeted her without pause. No matter how many times she destroyed it, the wraith would resurrect and resume its pursuit. In the end, the only solution she found was to break it apart, freeze the fragments, and scatter them so it could no longer reform. Mord quickly realized that the fragments weren't truly dead at all. They were only sealed inside the ice, restrained rather than erased. Almost as if responding to his thoughts, the frozen pieces suddenly began to tremble violently. Aryu immediately warned him to stay alert, explaining that as long as she kept her distance, the fragments remained dormant. But her presence alone was enough to trigger a reaction. She said that before long, they would reveal their true form. As the shattered pieces pulled toward one another and fused back together, understanding finally dawned on Mord. Now he knew why Aryu had called it a wraith. The answer stood right in front of him, unmistakable and unsettling. When the enemy fully took shape, it looked exactly the same as her. Mord could tell immediately that the creature standing before them was something entirely wrong. Its body was pitch black, a twisted existence that did not feel alive in any way. There was no warmth, no pulse of life, no familiar flow of energy that could be called living. It felt empty, hollow, like a void given shape. Aryu turned toward him, unease clear in her eyes, and asked what they should do next. Mord stayed calm and said they should try to subdue it first. This time, they weren't alone, and that alone gave them more room to act. But before any plan could properly form, the wraith moved. It surged forward with terrifying speed and grabbed Aryu. In that instant, something deeply unnatural happened. The black entity didn't just attack her. It sank in her body, dissolving as if it were becoming part of her very existence. Mord froze, his mind struggling to catch up as he stared at Aryu. Whatever was happening to her was happening fast, and he couldn't look away. Without warning, a horn began to push its way out from her head. Mord's first instinct was that she was turning into some kind of dragonkin. Worry tightened his chest as he tried to judge her condition. But even as he watched, he knew this wasn't Aryu anymore. The presence wearing her body showed no recognition of who she had been. When she spoke, it was with a voice that treated Mord like a complete stranger. She looked him over with cold, detached awareness, and calmly identified him as something close to a divine being. Mord didn't deny it. He acknowledged it without hesitation. That answer only fueled her anger. She snapped that he wasn't truly divine, just a leftover fragment, a remnant of something greater. The idea that she had been forced to deal with someone like him clearly disgusted her. She claimed it was an issue that could be settled later, but she also sensed a divine servant nearby and assumed this situation was part of a larger divine scheme. Then she moved. Without another word, she launched herself at Mord with pure killing intent. He barely managed to block the strike in time. She laughed at him, openly mocking him, telling him to come closer and use all his strength if he wanted to stop her. Again and again, she cursed him as a divine leftover. Their clash escalated instantly, and within moments, the sheer force of their collision tore them out into the open. The surroundings shattered under the pressure of their battle, the destruction spreading in every direction. Even as they fought, she acknowledged his power. She admitted that for someone who wasn't a true divine, only a remnant, he was still bold enough to stand in front of her and fight head-on. She declared that if that was the case, she would stop holding back and fight with everything she had. In the next instant, she shot toward Mord in a chaotic zigzag, her movements sharp and erratic, impossible to read. For a split second, even his perception failed to track her properly. That alone told him the truth. This was not a technique Aryu had ever used before. Whatever she had become now was something entirely different. Ice around them shattered and twisted under the pressure of her movement, reshaped in violent, unnatural patterns. Yet even with death rushing toward him, Mord's thoughts were fixed on Aryu herself. He had no clear method to return her normal, no certainty of how to pull her back. That uncertainty weighed heavily on him. Still, he warned her that if she didn't surface on her own, he would have no choice but to overpower her completely. The presence inside Aryu responded calmly, calling him a divine remnant, and saying that knowing him should be considered an honor. Then, without hesitation, she unleashed her true power. Dragon God Unity erupted as she revealed herself as the third avatar of Rampalages, declaring that Mord would fall by her hand. The moment the Dragon God's Unity manifested, Mord felt his breath catch. The pressure alone shook the surroundings, warping the air and cracking the ice beneath them. He raised his defenses just in time, blocking the shockwave that slammed into him, barely managing to hold his ground against the overwhelming force. As he endured it, Mord's mind worked rapidly. He realized that this rage God unity of the Dragonkin was a power on par with the innate authority of divine blood itself. At this moment, Aryu had reached a level equivalent to a divine blood awakening. The reason became clear. The earlier fusion with the Wraith had forcibly triggered this transformation, drastically altering her existence. The mana pouring out of her now dwarfed anything he had ever sensed from her before. Her presence felt foreign, unstable, and deeply dangerous. She acknowledged his strength, admitting that he wasn't someone she could crush easily. The fact that he was still standing after enduring her attacks was proof of his exceptional power. She then asked for his name, saying it was worth remembering. Mord gave it to her without hesitation. The instant she heard it, her mind shook violently. A sharp pain stabbed through her head, stealing her breath. Confusion flooded her thoughts, and she instinctively assumed it had to be some kind of hidden trick. She blamed Mord for it, dismissing the sensation as an illusion meant to deceive her. With anger burning in her eyes, she charged at him once more, determined to make him suffer for what she believed was his deception. She activated her freezing ability, spreading absolute cold across the area, a confident smile forming as she believed the chill would seep into his bones and end him where he stood. Mord didn't even flinch. He calmly raised his hand, stopped the freezing force head-on, and reflected it straight back at her. The shock hit Aryu instantly. She realized then that there was still far more power hidden within him. At first, she thought it was simply an overwhelming amount of mana, but that assumption shattered just as quickly. This was something else entirely. Mord wasn't relying on mana alone. He was drawing strength from another source, borrowing power from the fragments of the world itself. The realization shook her. She could feel that same power within her own existence, but compared to his, it was pitifully weak. Once again, she cursed him, demanding to know what kind of being he truly was, spitting her hatred and resentment at him as nothing more than a divine remnant. As the clash continued, Aryu's thoughts began to fracture. Confusion crept in, her mind struggling to process the situation spiraling beyond her control. And then, a new presence cut through the chaos. A figure stepped forward and demanded to know what was happening. He sensed the unusual energy immediately and recognized Aryu as the very person he had been searching for. Turning his sharp gaze toward Mord, he questioned his actions and demanded an explanation from both sides, making it clear that the circumstances did not excuse silence. Mord shifted his attention to the newcomer, his eyes narrowing as he questioned how someone like him had even managed to reach this place. Standing there between them was Sir Ilden. His sudden appearance brought the raging battle to an abrupt and unexpected halt. Mord froze the moment Sir Ilden appeared. His mind refused to catch up with what his eyes were seeing. The emergency information spirit had only been sent to his comrades, or at least that was what he believed. There was no reason, no possible path, for Sir Ilden to arrive here before anyone else. Mord wanted to explain everything, to put the chaos into words, but there was no time for that now. Something far more urgent demanded their attention. He asked Sir Ilden to help him restrain Aryu, knowing they had to bring her under control before the situation spiraled beyond recovery. Aryu had heard every word. Her expression twisted with displeasure, anger simmering as she realized neither of them was treating her as a serious threat. That single thought ignited her fury. In the next instant, she lashed out, launching an attack fueled by rage. Sir Ilden reacted without pause. He surged forward, his movements decisive and sharp, and struck her down with a blow packed with unyielding resolve, intent on ending the confrontation swiftly. The impact sent Aryu flying through the air. Sir Ilden measured the moment, considering how much the balance had shifted now that Mord stood at his side. Mord felt it too. With two capable warriors fighting together, the odds were no longer the same. What once seemed overwhelming now felt manageable. Aryu rose again, fury blazing in her eyes. She spat insults at Sir Ilden, mocking him as old and blind. Yet even as she sneered, she did not deny his strength. With absolute confidence, she declared that even if they attacked her together, she would still crush them. As those words left her mouth, she unleashed a massive shockwave of aura that roared toward them like a raging tide. Sir Ilden did not falter. He charged straight into it, refusing to give ground. Mord moved instantly, falling in a step beside him. Their coordination was seamless, their pressure relentless. Together, they forced Aryu backward, inch by inch. Even so, the resistance she put up was terrifying, her power refusing to break easily. Mord felt a deep unease as he watched her continue to fight with such terrifying strength. It was clear to him that if this clash dragged on any longer, the danger would only escalate. Sensing the same risk, Sir Ilden made a swift decision. His aura shifted, surging into a more aggressive state, and he struck with decisive force. This time, the change was unmistakable. For the first time, her resistance truly began to crack. Aryu endured the relentless pressure with disbelief burning in her eyes. As the blows rained down, doubt crept into her thoughts. Had the two of them truly grown stronger than her? Or had she somehow weakened without realizing it? She could acknowledge their strength, yet she refused to accept the idea of being powerless. She was, after all, the third avatar of Rampalages. That alone should have made such a thing impossible. Mord didn't understand her words at all. The name meant nothing to him. Rampalages, avatars, none of it connected to anything he knew. What confused him even more was the certainty that they had done nothing to weaken her. There had been no trick, no seal, no hidden interference. Aryu froze when she noticed his confusion. How could they know her name, yet not know Rampalages? That contradiction shook her more than the battle itself. She tried to explain, tried to speak the meaning aloud, but her voice suddenly faltered. Her thoughts slipped away as if torn from her grasp. She strained to remember, but her mind turned blank. A sharp, unbearable pain tore through her head, forcing her to collapse onto the ground. In that instant, fear flooded her. She realized she could no longer remember the meaning at all. In a distant past, three men had once argued fiercely before making a discovery in the Western lands. What they found there was unimaginably precious, something they never thought would require crossing the sea to obtain. Despite the danger, they had succeeded. They thanked the horns and spoke of how terrifying it would have been if the dragonkin had claimed it first. Relief filled them as they stood before a sleeping figure. Aryu, lying still like a lifeless doll. In that era, she was known as the avatar of the true dragon. When the pain finally faded, Aryu slowly came back to herself. Her vision cleared, and she found her comrades gathered around her, watching in silence. Mord studied her carefully and felt a quiet wave of relief when he realized she had regained consciousness. Aryu, however, was completely lost. She couldn't remember what had happened, nor why everyone was surrounding her. Seeing Sir Ilden there only deepened her confusion. As she shifted slightly, she felt something strange, as if an unfamiliar presence were attached to her head. Only then did Mord allow himself to relax. She had truly returned to her senses. Whatever had happened could wait. For now, he told himself, everything would be explained to her in time. The others told her what she had said while out of control, repeating her claim of being the third avatar of Rampalages, and asked if any of it still meant something to her. Aryu hesitated. She couldn't say she remembered everything, but she explained that while she had been unconscious, fragments had surfaced from deep within her mind. Some memories had returned, enough for her to finally understand where the horns on her head had come from. She explained that before becoming a wraith, they had crossed the sea, and, through those memories, she had learned what had truly happened to them in the past. As she spoke, the scattered pieces began to settle into place for everyone listening. Mord fell into thought and slowly pieced it together. If half-dragons had excavated those horns, then sensing the lingering energy of Aryu, the avatar of the true dragon, would have been inevitable. That energy must have drawn them to her. If her recovered memories were accurate, then Rampalages was not just a name. It had to be the name of the true dragon itself. Aryu admitted she wasn't completely certain, but Mord continued, following the logic through. If she truly was the avatar of the true dragon, then her nature would lean far closer to divine blood than anything else. She wouldn't be comparable to half-dragons at all. Within the dragonkin lineage, she would resemble a true dragon far more closely. perhaps even standing closer to the dragon itself than anyone realized. Aryu turned to Mord, her expression sincere and unguarded. She thanked him from the heart, believing that because of him, the half-dragon curse had finally been lifted, and she had uncovered the first real clue about her past. She then made a promise to Sir Ilden as well, swearing that she would support them with everything she had, offering her full strength and abilities without hesitation. Later that night, Wyrrick sat alone in his barracks. He had already consumed the drop of the martial god's blood, and the power coursing through his body was unmistakable. Pride and joy welled up inside him as he felt the effects of such a rare treasure. The prize had not been small. Soon after taking it, a violent fever had nearly claimed his life, leaving him fearing he might not survive. Yet the blood lived up to its legend. The results were overwhelming. During training, he crushed his comrades with ease, the change in him impossible to deny. The flame spoke then, its presence calm, yet imposing. It remarked that Wyrrick seemed pleased with his reward and expressed satisfaction that he had grown naturally, fully accepting the power he had been given. It explained that after consuming the martial god's blood, his skills must have advanced tremendously. Calling his name with authority, the flame declared that the time had finally come and ordered him to follow. Wyrrick rejected the summons without hesitation. His refusal was firm, his tone sharp. He stated plainly that he had already realized this being had no eyes capable of watching what was happening inside. Because of that, he had assumed the long silence afterward meant the risk had grown too high. A full month had passed since the drop of the martial god's blood had been given to him, and only now did that same presence dare to appear again. The being of flame responded calmly, explaining that after their last contact, new and critical information about the target had surfaced. That unexpected development had rendered their earlier preparations insufficient. More time had been needed to make arrangements that were stable and reliable enough to proceed. Wyrrick showed no patience for this explanation. In his mind, these were nothing but weak and pitiful excuses. He questioned whether they had already taken far too much from him, and whether trusting them any further was worth the danger at all. The flame entity changed its approach and asked about Mord's whereabouts. Wyrrick answered that Mord had left on a mission 3 days earlier, and that neither the destination nor the details were known to him. The response clearly displeased the being of flame. Wyrrick then stated flatly that the plan they had spent so long preparing would have to be delayed for now. When the next opportunity finally arrived, he said, their actions would need to be swift, precise, and without the slightest hesitation. Elsewhere, Mord traveled with his comrades. As they moved, they questioned him about his concern for Aiden. They pointed out that trying to rescue Revan, right now, carried similar dangers. Keel voiced what the others were thinking, saying that simply becoming an enemy of the Silver Blood couldn't be the only reason behind Mord's actions, especially when it was Revan who had originally asked for help. Mord answered calmly, explaining that when he had saved Aiden the year before, he had personally told him to reach out if he ever needed assistance. Leon then asked if Aiden was the one Mord truly cared about. Mord didn't deny it. He said his concern went far deeper than personal ties. Aiden, he explained, would one day become one of the greatest pillars of fate in the world. Keel found it hard to grasp how such a thing could even be possible, so Mord explained as much as he could. He said that the path Aiden chose would heavily influence the future of the world, and for now, that was all he was willing to reveal. Leon took a moment to think, then said it sounded as if Aiden was like a central figure within the flow of destiny itself. Mord accepted that interpretation without hesitation. He agreed that Aiden was much like a protagonist, someone around whom countless destinies were tightly bound. That idea quickly shifted toward Mord himself. The others suggested that he might be the same kind of existence. Hearing that, Mord fell silent, lost in thought. As he reflected, the theory no longer seemed far-fetched. Since his reincarnation more than 2 years ago, he had crossed paths with countless people, and simply by existing, he had already altered many of their destined courses. After considering it carefully, Mord admitted that he couldn't completely deny the idea. He then explained that Aiden was similar to Farwell. Both possessed divine blood, and both carried extraordinary magical talent. Mord recalled his previous life, when Aiden and Farwell had been close friends in Sadakma, drawn together by how alike they were. They bore similar wounds, shone with the same brilliance, and shared an equal level of genius. Farwell was visibly surprised to hear that someone with such overwhelming magical potential existed, and expressed a desire to meet him someday. Mord calmly assured him that the chance would come soon enough. Outwardly, Mord remained composed, but inside, his thoughts stayed fixed on a single point. He was waiting patiently for the moment he would finally meet Aiden again. Keel then raised another concern. asking whether Revan and the others could endure until they arrived. The destination was extremely far, and even at their pace, it would take at least 10 days. He suggested that Mord and another companion should move ahead to assess the situation first. Mord replied calmly that it wouldn't be necessary. He had already sent someone to handle it. The word stunned Keel. He immediately asked when that had happened and wondered if General Ilden had been involved. Mord denied it. He explained that he had relied on a different connection and requested help through other means. At the same time, deep within a forest, Revan and Aiden were locked in a brutal battle alongside Cecil Nunna. Flames roared around them as the enemy pressed in without restraint. Revan cursed their madness, unable to accept how far they were willing to go. To capture them, the enemy had set the entire forest ablaze. The enemy leader spoke without emotion, saying that a warning had already been given and that surrender would have meant being taken alive. Revan snapped back in anger, recognizing them as members of the Dark Sage. As he scanned their surroundings, the reality hit him hard. They were completely encircled, with no clear path left to escape. His mind raced as he desperately searched for any way out. Aiden cut in, suggesting they focus everything on the enemy leader because breaking through the entire force at once was impossible. Beside them, their other teammate, a young woman, grimly warned that defeating this enemy would not be easy. Aiden's anger burned as he kept thinking, probing for an opening. Revan caught the look in his eyes and understood immediately. Aiden was considering forcing a direct breakthrough. Aiden reasoned that since they were already deep within the forest, and the enemy themselves had set it ablaze, there might still be a chance. He thought that even without awakening his divine blood, if the forest and the wisdom god Majanya granted him the blessing of wrath, he could manage. Wiping them all out might be simpler than trying to flee. Still, he knew that if the unknown force lurking behind the situation began to chase them afterward, things would spiral into something far worse. The enemy leader laughed at their hesitation, calling them fools, and coldly ordered her troops to show no mercy and finish them. She claimed there was no reason for resentment, saying they had chosen this fate themselves. Then, without warning, a terrifying presence descended from the sky, crushing the enemy ranks with overwhelming force. The enemy leader froze in shock, utterly unable to comprehend where this being had come from. A young woman wielding twin swords landed among them, cutting down every soldier in her path without the slightest pause. There was no response, no counter, nothing they could do to stop her. When a desperate soldier tried to strike her from behind to avenge the fallen, she sensed him instantly and cut him down in a single motion. In the blink of an eye, an entire side of the battlefield was wiped clean. The girl stood there, drenched in blood, calm and unshaken. She then turned toward Revan, calmly explaining that Lord Mord had sent her to assist them. With a respectful tone, she said it was an honor to meet them and introduced herself as Louisa. The sudden arrival and her words left everyone there completely stunned. Aiden asked her again, needing to be certain whether she had truly been sent by Mord. Louisa confirmed, without hesitation, that she had come on his behalf. She admitted that she had been worried she might arrive too late and felt genuine relief when she saw that everyone was still alive and unharmed. Her presence eased the air for a moment, even though the danger surrounding them had not faded in the slightest. The enemy leader then demanded to know who she really was and why she dared interfere in their path. Louisa showed no fear and offered no courtesy, instead throwing the question back at them and making it clear she had no interest in pointless words or hollow threats. The enemy leader warned her sharply that she was involving herself in the wrong conflict and implied that she had no idea who she was facing or how deep the danger truly ran. Louisa replied calmly that she did not care who they were. There was only one thing she knew for certain, and that was her duty to protect those they were attacking. At that, the enemy leader finally revealed their allegiance, declaring that they served the great dark sage, Lord Elixir. The moment that name was spoken, Louisa understood immediately that they were enemies of Gramolder and the Red Feathers. Cecile was visibly shaken by the revelation and demanded to know how Louisa even recognized such a name, suspecting that she might belong to some hidden organization much like theirs. Louisa laughed openly at them and said that insignificant people like them had no right to know anything about her organization at all. She then coldly told them to continue their attack, just as they had before. Not long after, the battle came to an abrupt end. When Mord and his squad later arrived at the scene, they found nothing left behind. It was clear that the fighting was already over, yet there were no bodies anywhere, which felt deeply unsettling for a battle of that scale. Keel explained that because the Dark Sage commanded a secret group, they never left traces behind. Leaving corpses that could be examined or experimented on would create serious problems for them. Only then did Mord realize that he had heard similar information from the mages of Erebsen while traveling toward the area, though he had never expected Lady Louisa to appear in person. What was certain now was that the mages of the Ravens group, whom Mord had requested aid for, were safe and currently staying in the southern town of Pessel. A few kilometers away from the battlefield, an enormous collision of power had already taken place. According to Lady Louisa, who had witnessed it all from afar, the scene looked like a direct confrontation between two archmages. When Keel examined the area himself, he was left stunned. The land was utterly ruined, as if some catastrophic calamity had torn through it without mercy. Farwell explained that he could sense two distinct traces of dark magic lingering in the air, one rooted in necromancy, the other steeped in curse magic. He added that the reason behind the clash was likely control over the space beneath the area, which he believed concealed an ancient ruin. Mord fell into deep thought as he listened. Necromancy, curse magic, and a battle between two dark archmages. There were only two names that matched such a description: Lord Krex of Akrik and the dark sage Elixin. Yet what troubled him was the reason behind their conflict. Why would they fight over an ancient ruin? Not even in Sadakma had something like this occurred. Both of them had been resurrected at completely different times, one after the other, and both had already been defeated once by Aiden's group. A cold unease settled in Mord's chest. If the two of them had truly been resurrected again, the situation would spiral beyond anything that could be easily predicted or controlled. With that in mind, Mord ordered his squad to head toward Pessel first, saying they needed a proper explanation directly from Revan. Meanwhile, Nuna and Aiden sat nearby, resting in silence. Aiden's expression was clearly dark. After enduring so much hardship, they had gained nothing, and now Revan had told them to escape and leave the area. Revan had already explained to Aiden that the Dark Sage was pursuing him and that the danger was overwhelming, which was why he insisted they abandon him for their own safety. Nuna was equally unhappy with that decision. As Revan's student, she could not accept leaving him alone in such circumstances. Aiden clenched his jaw, convinced that if one of the enemies was truly Archmage Elixin himself, and they chose not to help Revan, the situation could become catastrophically dangerous in no time. Suddenly, Aiden stood up and said he was stepping outside for a moment, telling Nuna to stay where she was. Nuna immediately asked where he was going, reminding him that they had agreed to wait until Revan's allies arrived. Aiden explained that something had triggered the detection net he had carefully set outside the area. Nuna's expression tightened with worry, and she insisted on going with him because of the danger. Aiden shook his head and refused, telling her to alert the others and stay ready to move at a moment's notice. He reminded her that his talent for stealth would allow him to escape easily if things went wrong. Nuna could only warn him to be careful before Aiden vanished into the distance. As he moved, he thought about the spells he had laid down with extreme care and felt a flicker of relief that he had trusted his instincts, because someone had clearly crossed into their range. The moment he reached the spot, Aiden struck first and demanded the intruder identify themselves. The figure in front of him turned out to be Farwell. Since neither of them recognized the other, Farwell reacted instantly and launched a counterattack. Aiden's eyes widened when his opponent suddenly dissolved into thin air, revealed to be nothing more than an illusion. Before he could fully process it, Aiden realized the enemy had likely slipped behind him. When he spun around, Farwell was already there, unleashing several spells at once. Even then, Aiden refused to retreat and forced himself to block the incoming attacks. Farwell, in turn, was startled by Aiden's raw strength and astonishing reaction speed. Both of them felt the same shock as they tested each other in that brief exchange. Finally, Farwell stopped and spoke, stating that Aiden was Revan's student. Aiden admitted it immediately and demanded to know who Farwell was in return. Farwell introduced himself as a member of Lord Mord's group and explained that Revan had contacted them earlier. Still on guard, Aiden questioned how he was supposed to trust him. Farwell answered calmly, saying he could vouch for himself and urging Aiden to settle down, telling him there was no need to get so worked up. Aiden was taken aback by Farwell's composure and by how easily he had evaded his spells and closed the distance. At that moment, Mord's entire squad suddenly appeared in front of him, and Aiden immediately demanded to know who they were. It was the first time Aiden had ever seen Mord, and the very first thing that struck him was how tall he was. Aiden thought that such an overwhelming physical presence made sense, considering Mord belonged to the Werner bloodline. Still, something bothered him. Mord spoke his name so naturally, as if they had known each other for a long time, and that familiarity left Aiden quietly confused. Mord quickly picked up on Aiden's guarded stance and questioned why he was acting with such excessive caution, saying he did not understand the need for such hostility. Aiden stiffened at those words and asked what Mord meant, remaining tense and on edge. At the same time, Leon stepped over to Farwell and asked if he was hurt. Farwell answered calmly, assuring him that he was perfectly fine and that there was nothing to worry about. Mord then explained the source of his irritation. He said they had traveled a great distance because Revan had personally requested their help, and it felt unreasonable to be attacked by the very person connected to that request. The moment Aiden heard this, realization hit him. He immediately bowed his head and apologized sincerely, admitting that he had gone too far. He explained that being hunted for so long had pushed his nerves to the breaking point, leaving him overly sensitive to any threat. After that, he also turned to Farwell and apologized for attacking him without first confirming his identity. Farwell accepted the apology without the slightest hint of resentment. He said he understood Aiden's situation well and even praised him. As a mage himself, Farwell could clearly tell that Aiden's level was exceptional and far beyond what was considered normal. Hearing that, Aiden returned the compliment, admitting honestly that Farwell had been incredibly impressive and that he had been genuinely shocked by his abilities during their brief clash. As Mord listened to their exchange, a quiet realization surfaced in his mind. Even though this meeting had happened under completely different circumstances than in their original world, they were still recognizing each other almost instinctively. Mord guessed that this sense of familiarity came from the fact that they had once been inseparable comrades back in Sadakma. Not long after, Aiden gestured for them to follow him, saying he would lead them to where Lord Revan was currently hiding. As Mord and the others followed, he reflected on how much effort it must have taken to locate Revan's refuge. It turned out to be a hidden underground area, accessible only through a concealed passage, making it nearly impossible to find under normal conditions. As they continued walking, Louisa suddenly appeared halfway along the path, greeting Mord with a warm smile and clear relief in her eyes. She said it had been a long time and that she was genuinely glad to see him again. Mord immediately thanked her, admitting that he hadn't expected her to come in person to help them. Louisa waved it off calmly, saying that she had given her word, and when she made a promise, she saw it through herself. Mord then asked if the place they were heading to was an Aresphan hideout, but Louisa shook her head and explained that it belonged to one of her allies instead. She told him that they had allies scattered all across the continent, people willing to lend support when needed, which was how they managed to move and operate so freely. She added that, according to Revan, the dark sage Elixir had broken his agreement and returned from death, something she couldn't simply overlook. With that, she suggested Mord ask Revan directly for the full story. Almost on cue, Revan stepped out from the shadows behind her. Revan thanked Mord sincerely for coming to help. Mord replied lightly, remarking that Revan's disciple was far more proactive than he had expected. Revan sighed, regret clear in his voice, and admitted that Aiden had a habit of acting before fully thinking things through. Mord observed that Aiden's core temperament hadn't changed at all since the days of Sadakma. Back then, Aiden had despised being dragged into events he hadn't chosen himself, and that aversion only deepened with every tragedy he endured. Each loss chipped away at him, slowly cracking his soul, until the madness growing inside eventually twisted him into a tyrant. But this time, Mord knew things would not follow the same path. Mord told Revan that he had already accepted the apology and that there was no need to dwell on it any longer. What mattered now was the real reason Revan had called for their help. Before Revan could speak, Aiden stepped forward and said he would explain everything himself. First, he asked Mord if what Farwell had said was true, that they were the same age. Mord confirmed it without hesitation. Aiden then asked if he could drop the honorifics when speaking to him. Mord answered casually, telling him to do whatever felt comfortable. Revan paused, watching Aiden closely, while Aiden felt a quiet sense of relief, convinced that Mord truly carried himself like a genuine descendant of Werner. Aiden finally began to explain everything. He said that when his master headed to Sidon, he stayed by his side and kept himself hidden, deliberately keeping a low profile. Part of it was to avoid drawing the attention of the Dark Sage. But more than that, they needed time to grow stronger. Once they judged that they had improved enough, they started actively hunting down the Dark Sage's bases. Along the way, they set up one temporary base and a separate research facility. During those operations, they managed to capture 2 Black Disciples, and from them, they extracted information about several ancient ruins that had recently been discovered. The moment they learned about those ruins, they knew they couldn't hesitate. They had to reach them before the Dark Forces did. If they were dealing with only 1 or 2 Black Disciples like before, it wouldn't have posed much of a threat. But everything changed the instant the dark sage, Elixir, appeared. The moment they sensed him, they understood that fighting was impossible. Facing him would have meant certain death. As they desperately searched for a way to escape, another unforeseen calamity struck. The archlich crux appeared out of nowhere. In a bitter twist of irony, it was precisely because of that monster's interference that they managed to escape with their lives. Aiden said it didn't seem like Elixir had fully resurrected yet. Mort immediately asked how he could be so sure. Aiden explained that Elixir's body and mind felt out of sync, and the presence he gave off didn't feel complete, as if it wasn't truly him. Then Aiden shifted the topic and asked whether Mort and his squad were the ones responsible for wiping out the Saran and Huvan baronies. Mort confirmed it without hesitation. Aiden nodded, saying that his master had suspected as much, and now it was certain. He then asked if they had managed to capture any black disciples during those operations. Mort answered that they had taken 5 in total, and added that the dark sage was his enemy as well. Aiden fell silent for a brief moment, carefully weighing those words. Then he asked whether the dark sage was still Mord's enemy now that the Grand Mage Elixir had been resurrected. Mord didn't voice his thoughts, but the answer was clear to him. Elixir was still his enemy, without question. Resurrection hadn't changed that. With their goals aligned, cooperating with Aiden wouldn't be an issue. Still, despite that certainty, a single lingering thought continued to gnaw at Mord's mind. Mord stated it plainly. Elixir was still their enemy, and since they now faced the same foe, his squad would help them. Aiden paused, then remarked that Mord wasn't what he had expected at all. Mord, in turn, wondered how Aiden would have responded if he had refused to lend his aid. Aiden answered calmly that, in that case, they would have retreated and trained even harder. As things stood, there was no possible way for them to defeat the Grand Mage in their current condition. Mord then suggested that if they were already thinking about running, they should come with them and head north to join the Gatekeeper Corps. He explained that General Ilden could protect Aiden and his companion there. Aiden shook his head slightly and said that Elixir was a calamity, a being who had once driven multiple nations to ruin before finally being sealed away. He questioned how someone like General Ilden could possibly shield them from such an existence. Mort acknowledged that Aiden wasn't wrong. Elixir truly was a calamity, but that was centuries ago. The world had changed drastically since then, and it wouldn't be strange if Elixir had weakened over time. Mort then added that there was one more thing he needed to confirm. Aiden asked what it was. Mort questioned him about the ancient ruins, about what exactly Elixir, the archlich crux, and Aiden himself were seeking within them. Aiden admitted that he didn't know the full truth. He only knew that whatever lay hidden, there was something even a Grand Mage would covet. Mort said quietly that it was most likely a remnant of myth. He looked at Aiden more closely and noted that it was similar to what Aiden himself carried within him, just like the other 3. They were fragments of the world itself. Elixir sat within his castle, an oppressive, unpleasant feeling weighing heavily on him. Even his subordinates, standing nearby, felt it, muttering that simply remaining alive in his presence at that moment felt rude and unbearable. Elixir's thoughts drifted back to the events of a few days ago, to the battle he had lost against Krex, and to the world fragments that had been stolen from him. He believed that outcome had been inevitable. At the time, his resurrection was incomplete, and weakness like that always invited disaster. In his mind, he replayed the plan he had so carefully arranged. He had deliberately lured Krex, the reincarnated lord of the archlich, drawing his attention elsewhere. The true goal had never been that fight. It had been to weaken the seal, secure the location where the world fragments lay, and seize full control of the ancient dungeon. Everything had been calculated, every step prepared in advance. And yet, one crucial piece had fallen apart because of that cursed lord. Worse still, Revan and his companions had appeared far earlier than expected. If they hadn't interfered, Elixir was certain he would have crushed those insignificant nuisances with ease. He would have found the world fragments and completely broken his seal. Instead, humiliation now gnawed at him like poison. To Elixir, it was a debt that demanded repayment. He cursed them over and over, vowing that the next time they met, he would make them regret not dying back then. His gaze fixed on the wall before him as his insults poured out, calling them ignorant warriors who had no understanding of what they had truly done. Meanwhile, Aiden was left unsettled by Mord's earlier words. Confusion filled him as he wondered how Mord could possibly know that he possessed world fragments. Mord explained calmly that such knowledge shouldn't have been entirely unfamiliar. Even so, Aiden still couldn't grasp it. Mord then clarified that those who held a greater number of world fragments could sense the presence of fragments in others who held fewer. He added that this should have been apparent just by observing Aiden's companions. Aiden fell silent as realization struck. He remembered that he had been able to sense world fragments within 4 of his companions. Yet he had felt nothing at all from Mord. The reason was suddenly obvious. Mord possessed far more fragments than he did. Aiden briefly wondered if Mord wanted something from him because of that. Mord, however, dismissed the thought simply, saying that his companions would handle that matter instead. Keel stepped forward at that moment, a faint smirk on his face. He first threw a light jab at Mord, asking why he always had to be pushed to the front, and then turned to properly introduce himself to Aiden. Without wasting time, Keel asked whether Aiden would be willing to hand over the 3 world fragments he possessed. Aiden stared at him in disbelief, convinced that such a suggestion was absurd. World fragments weren't things you bargained with, and no one in their right mind would treat them like ordinary trade goods. Keel, however, remained calm. He said that value was always relative and hinted that Aiden might not have anything more pressing at the moment. Aiden frowned and asked what he meant by that, questioning whether they truly believed they had something so important. Keel pointed out that Aiden's immediate willingness to seek help already proved that something urgent existed. He also reminded him of what could have happened if the Mord squad hadn't intervened against the Dark Sage. Aiden quickly expressed his gratitude for the help, but he made his stance clear. If that help was meant to be exchanged for world fragments, then he would refuse without a second thought. Keel nodded and clarified that his earlier remark had only been an example. The real offer, he said, was far more attractive. He proposed giving Aiden all the reference spells needed to master the 6th circle, along with 5 7th circle reference spell books. The words hit Aiden like a blow. For a moment, he couldn't speak. He thought back on how much he had grown since meeting his master, and how that progress still caught him off guard at times. Yet he also knew the truth. Once he exhausted all the reference spells his master possessed, the only paths left were slow, painstaking research or hunting down individual spellbooks. Research devoured time, while spellbooks offered a far more efficient road forward. The temptation was overwhelming. Still, even with that allure, Aiden knew he couldn't give up world fragments simply for the sake of faster growth. With that resolve, he refused Keel's offer. Then Keel added one more thing. He said he would also provide information about the Silver Blood. Aiden reacted instantly, his composure shattering as he demanded to know how they knew about him and the Silver Blood, insisting on an explanation. Keel answered calmly, saying he had heard that Aiden was questioning information brokers and FIOs about the Silver Blood. When he looked into it, everyone told him the same thing, that Aiden was searching for information tied to the group known as Silver Blood. Keel ended with a warning, telling him to be careful when dealing with information brokers. Mord noticed the shift the moment the name Silver Blood was spoken. Aiden's composure cracked, emotion rising to the surface, and no one needed an explanation for why. That name carried the weight of his entire family's death. Keel spoke calmly, saying the final choice belonged to Aiden alone, and that no matter what he decided, they would respect it. Aiden looked at them and asked if they were truly serious about what they were offering. Mord answered without hesitation, stating that if force had ever been their intention, everything would have ended long ago. Silence followed as Aiden weighed the words. Then, after a short pause, he agreed. He accepted the deal. In return, they laid everything bare about Silverblood. They explained that it was one of the largest secret organizations on the continent, operating in the shadows. Only those with divine blood could climb into one of its 4 highest ranks. Divine blood was hunted relentlessly, refined into potions like nectar and elixirs. As the truth sank in, anger burned in Aiden's chest. He finally understood why his family had been wiped out so mercilessly. He asked about the strength of such an organization, given its vast reach and influence. Mort explained that the 3rd and 4th tier high rankers were not especially powerful, to the point that even Aiden could defeat them without mastering advanced techniques. But from the 2nd tier onward, everything changed. The 1st tier, Mord revealed, was occupied by a god. Aiden froze. The mere existence of gods was already hard to accept, but knowing that a hidden organization was ruled by one made the truth feel crushing. Aiden said that, judging by Mord's expression, none of this was a lie. He then asked why they were fighting Silverblood at all. Mord answered simply. The organization had come after him, intending to offer him up as a sacrifice. He had been left with no choice but to fight back. He added that any information he uncovered about their movements would be shared, so Aiden could act as well. Mord then asked Aiden to raise his hand. When he did, Mord calmly took the world fragments from him. He counted them one by one and confirmed that he now held 31 world fragments in total, including those obtained from Keel, Leon, and Farwell. For now, Mord believed Aiden would not be consumed or destroyed by their influence, though he noted that continued observation would be necessary. Keel then stepped forward and handed over the spellbooks as promised. Mord understood that the number of world fragments he possessed was more than enough to awaken powerful human desire. At last, he called out to Aiden and gave him a choice. He could head north, or he could stay with them and face the Darksage together. The main character soon came face to face with another member of Aiden's group, and to his own surprise, he felt genuinely pleased. There was a quiet satisfaction in knowing that he had been able to help them. The man stepped forward and introduced himself as Pulse, remarking with a faint smile that it was almost funny how they were only properly introducing themselves now. Mord answered in the same calm, friendly tone, giving his own name and saying that he was relieved everything had turned out well. Just behind them, Cecil moved forward. She introduced herself as well, explaining that she had once lived as a mercenary. Mord responded with the same courtesy, but inside his thoughts, something stirred. A quiet sense of fulfillment settled in his chest, because this was the first time he had truly met her like this. She was someone who had once stood beside Aiden, and she was also the person whose death had taught him what it meant to lose someone truly precious. But Mord also knew that fate had already shifted. The cursed sword of Showdown, which had once led to Cecil's death, was no longer a harbinger of ruin. It had transformed into a divine blade, resting silently within her inner world. Realizing this, Mord found himself genuinely curious, even excited, to see how Cecil would grow and what kind of future now awaited her. At that moment, another figure entered the room, smiling as he said how glad he was to see everyone gathered together. He apologized for being late, his tone light and casual. The instant Mord looked at him, confusion flickered through his mind. Aiden had already met this man far earlier than he should have. The newcomer then explained that this was his first time speaking with a descendant of Vernars and introduced himself as Redrick. Mord couldn't make sense of it. According to the future he remembered, they shouldn't have crossed paths with this person for at least another year or two. He focused on the name, repeating it once more in his mind. Redrick confirmed it was indeed his name, though he looked puzzled by Mord's reaction. Mord then replied with open mockery, remarking that it must be exhausting for a dragon to live while pretending to be human. Shock rippled through the group. Redrick's expression twisted with fury as he accused Mord of speaking utter nonsense. Even Cecil reacted, stepping in and insisting that Redrick was their companion and nothing more than a man. Mord didn't back down. He continued mocking him, saying that such shallow acting would never work on him. He spoke without hesitation, revealing that he already knew Redrick was a member of the Dragon Corps from the Eastern Continent. He stated plainly that Redrick had infiltrated this place in secret, ignoring his agreement with Silverblood, all for the sake of hunting down the world fragments. Mord made it clear that none of this was speculation. He knew everything. Redrick's expression stiffened, nervousness finally surfacing. As Mord looked at him, memories from the past aligned perfectly. Redrick's appearance in Aiden's party had never truly made sense. Back then, he had claimed to have stumbled upon them while they were struggling against Silverblood, conveniently arriving at the moment they were on the brink of collapse. He had joined the fight, saying he also bore a grudge against Silverblood. At that desperate time, Aiden's group needed strength more than anything, and they accepted him without doubt. That single decision later became their greatest mistake. Redrick had been a vanguard, secretly sent by the traitorous Dragon Corps. His real objective was never alliance, but the theft of the world fragments. Because of his betrayal, Aiden lost the person he loved most and truly stepped onto a path of destruction. A comrade who had survived countless life and death battles with him had stabbed them in the back without a shred of hesitation. That traitor was Redrick. Enraged, Redrick cursed Mord and shouted for him to stop, warning that he would no longer hold back. Mord replied coldly, saying that if Redrick continued pretending to be innocent, he would keep exposing names and secrets that Redrick could never afford to hear spoken aloud. Aiden felt unease creep into his chest. Redrick's reaction was far too intense. If the accusations were lies, there would be no reason for such panic. Desperate to regain control, Redrick turned to Aiden and questioned whether he would really trust Mord's words over someone who had fought alongside him. Mord didn't raise his voice. He calmly began listing details, precise and unmistakable, each one stripping away Redrick's ability to deny anything. Finally, Redrick demanded to know who Mord truly was, stunned that he even knew the names of the 6 noble Dragonblood clans. Mord only smiled. He remarked that Redrick was a terrible spy, because merely mentioning 3 of those names had already caused him to lose his composure completely. In that instant, Redrick made his move. He cursed Mord, swore that he would kill him one day, and leapt toward a window, shouting that he would gather his comrades and expose Mord's true identity. Before he could escape, Mord descended from above and smashed him brutally into the ground. Redrick roared in fury, his body twisting as his appearance began to change. He thought about it with bitterness, realizing how much effort he had poured into maintaining that disguise. He had planned to use it for several more years, to move freely without suspicion. Even so, hatred burned in his eyes as he swore that he would personally be the one to kill Mord. Mord had already seen through it. He recognized that Redrick had been hiding behind a human skin mask, a disguise that could only be perfected through extreme and cruel means. Mord mocked him openly, telling him to stop hiding and come at him without hesitation. Redrick cursed him in response, his body beginning to shift as he forced himself into another form, preparing for battle. A bright yellow flash erupted across the area, and in that same instant, Mord struck. Redrick's eyes widened in shock. Even without transforming, Mord was moving at an absurd speed. The punch landed before he could react, carrying terrifying power. Blood splattered across Mord's fist as Redrick was sent crashing into the ground. He couldn't comprehend what was happening. From the very start, Mord was completely overwhelming him, not even treating the fight seriously. It felt as though he was nothing more than a training dummy being beaten down without mercy. Mord then spoke calmly, making sure everyone heard him. He told them not to feel any guilt over Redrick's death. To maintain his human disguise, Redrick had slaughtered countless humans, stealing their bodies and faces to mimic their appearances. For those innocent lives, Mord declared that he would destroy him completely, crushing his face and leaving nothing behind. At that moment, Mord was certain of one thing. His interference had already changed Aiden's future beyond recognition. Redrick appearing earlier than he should have no longer mattered. Mord would end his life here and now, cutting off that disastrous path entirely. When it was over, Mord turned toward Aiden. He reminded him that he had uncovered a traitor within their ranks and had clearly shown his strength. Once more, he asked Aiden to make his choice, whether to head north or to stand with him and fight the Darksage. Aiden answered without hesitation. He said that he had already decided and that he would join Mord's squad to battle the Darksage. This belief settled over everyone like a crushing weight. The shock was slow and painful to process, especially for Pulse. He slammed his fist into a nearby wall, frustration tearing through him as he struggled to accept the truth. The idea that Redrick had been a traitor from the very beginning refused to make sense. No matter how he replayed everything in his mind, he couldn't see where it had gone wrong. The betrayal left the group hollow, tangled in anger, confusion, and deep emotional exhaustion. Aiden then turned to Sir Mord and reaffirmed what he had said earlier. He would stand with him and fight against the Darksage. However, not everyone from his group would be moving forward. In the end, only Aiden himself and Revan were prepared to continue. He explained carefully that Cecil Nuna and Pulse could no longer fight. Discovering the presence of a traitor had shattered their resolve, and witnessing the last battle firsthand had made the terrifying gap in power impossible to ignore. Fear and harsh reality had quietly crushed their motivation. Mord listened without interrupting and gave a small nod. He acknowledged that Aiden and Revan were both high-tier mages capable of casting 6 circle spells. On top of that, Aiden's divine blood made him an especially valuable asset. Even with just the two of them, they would still be a meaningful addition to the battlefield. Mord then asked why Aiden hadn't chosen to flee north instead, since that path could have allowed them to avoid the conflict entirely. Aiden answered honestly. He admitted that he had considered running away, but joining the military just to hide behind others for protection didn't sit right with him. That choice went against his beliefs and the resolve he had built for himself. Mord understood immediately and did not press the matter further. After that, the protagonist reached out to Lady Louisa and asked for a favor. He requested that she share her knowledge of silver blood with Aiden. In return, he wished to formally bring Aiden into Aresvin's combat forces. Lady Louisa showed clear interest and agreed without hesitation, saying that if it was Sir Mord's will, she would comply. She added that their forces were already lacking in capable fighters. Since they were preparing to confront the Darksage, she intended to support them fully until the very end. Even the fact that they would be facing an archmage did not trouble her. Calmly, she stated that she had fought 3 archmages in her lifetime, and one of them had fallen by her blade. With that experience behind her, she saw no reason to hesitate now. Mord thanked her sincerely for stepping forward to help. Beside him, Aiden struggled to properly absorb everything that had just happened, the situation moving far too fast for his thoughts to catch up. Cecil Nuna was no better off, still stunned by the revelation that Louisa was not merely an information broker, but also a swordswoman of considerable skill. Once the tension finally settled, The group exchanged proper introductions and brief greetings. The world fragments Redrick had been carrying were handed over to Keel and Leon without ceremony, while Aiden showed little attachment to their transfer. As he watched the fragments change hands, Mord silently calculated their total. With this exchange, he and his companions now possessed 37 world fragments. Mord then told Aiden that his squad intended to make the first move and force the Dark Sages into the open. He asked Aiden to take part in the operation with them. Aiden agreed, though his curiosity only deepened as he waited to hear what kind of plan could justify such confidence. Mord explained calmly that they would storm one of the enemy's branches head-on and crush it completely. If they caused enough destruction, there was no way Elixir would continue hiding. Hearing this, Aiden was left speechless, unable to tell whether the plan was brilliantly daring or recklessly insane. Mord went on to say that even if Elixir were killed, the organization itself would not simply vanish. That was precisely why they needed to thin their ranks as much as possible beforehand. Once the assault was complete, they would withdraw immediately, without hesitation or unnecessary risk. Turning to his squad, Mord clearly stated their objective: eliminate the Dark Sage and his leader, Elixir. Though they all came from different places and carried different pasts, they were united by a single enemy called Silverblood. The more people who stood against a common foe, the stronger their force became. Elixir might be an easier target than Silverblood, their true adversary, but defeating him would still sharpen them and push them one step closer to their ultimate goal. With steady resolve, Mord reminded them that victory meant surviving the battle and returning alive. Far away, within the hidden base of Silverblood, Elixir stood before his followers. Relief and joy were written plainly on their faces as they welcomed him back after such a long absence. Elixir praised them for their efforts in his absence, his voice calm and assured. Though he had once been sealed away, his ambitions left unfinished, fate had not abandoned him. The proof stood before them now, his return, alive and unbroken. He declared that the long-awaited moment had finally come for his disciples. From this point forward, they would begin reshaping the world according to their own will. But before he could say anything more, the doors to the hall were abruptly breached, forcing Elixir to turn his attention toward the intrusion. Standing there without hesitation were Mord and his squad. Mord studied Elixir closely and mocked him inwardly. The man standing before him did not live up to the weight of his reputation. It was obvious why. The seal that had bound Elixir for so long had only recently been broken, and its after-effects still lingered. Elixir, meanwhile, took in the figures who had entered so boldly. The confidence radiating from them was sharp and unmistakable. His eyes narrowed as he immediately recognized Revan and Aiden. His gaze shifted to the others, quickly noticing the presence of world fragments among them. They were far more capable than he had initially assumed. Yet when his attention returned to Mord, a deep sense of unease surfaced. Something was wrong. No matter how carefully he probed, Elixir could not sense a single world fragment within him. The realization struck him hard. The one who stood at their center, the one who clearly led them, carried none at all. Still, instead of fear, satisfaction crept into Elixir's expression. To him, it changed nothing. There were more than enough sacrifices standing before him to serve his purpose. With calm, unwavering confidence, he gathered his power, fully intending to claim them all as his very first offering. Inside one of the Dark Sage's branches, the men drank heavily, their voices loud with excitement and relief. To them, the long-awaited era had finally begun. With Lord Elixir's return unfolding exactly as planned, there was no longer any reason to hide in the shadows or live in constant fear. When the concern was voiced, another man quickly dismissed it, explaining that most of their comrades had gathered at the temple to welcome Lord Elixir's return. Their role was simple: to hold this branch and wait for further orders. That fragile calm shattered when a man suddenly burst into the room, his face pale with panic, shouting that something had gone terribly wrong. He reported that the Huron branch had been attacked, and that all communication with it had been completely severed. The room fell silent in an instant. The men understood all too well that their organization was still fragile after years of relentless conflict, and an attack at such a critical moment could not be ignored. Fear and anger spread rapidly, replacing celebration with tension. They demanded to know who would dare strike one of their branches now. Soon, the answer passed from mouth to mouth. It was the group led by Experiment Number 29. The name alone stunned them. That man had once been chosen as Lord Elixir's future vessel. Rage erupted, curses echoing throughout the branch as fury took hold. Orders were shouted to activate the emergency alert, gather all available forces, and prepare for battle. They could not afford to lose any more strength before Lord Elixir fully regained his power after revival. Every man steeled himself, resolved to stop the enemy, no matter the cost. Sometime earlier, Mord and his squad were traveling together when Mord turned to Revan and asked if he knew how the Black Disciples were created. Revan admitted that his knowledge was limited. Mord then explained that before Elixir had been sealed, he preserved parts of his own flesh and blood through a special method. Those remnants were later implanted into humans, creating beings who inherited a fragment of his power. These unnatural successors were known as the Black Disciples. Mord went on to explain that since Revan himself was also the product of an experiment, it was highly likely that a similar power had been implanted into his body. Because of that shared connection, Elixir was probably using him as a trace. The realization struck Revan deeply, leaving him visibly shaken as he wondered how Mord could possibly know such deeply hidden truths. Mord only replied that this knowledge had been given to him in exchange for standing against their fate, and he made it clear that he had no intention of explaining any further. Their journey continued, and nearly 10 days passed in relentless motion. During that time, Mord and his squad clashed repeatedly with the Dark Sages. One research facility was wiped out, 5 minor branches were erased, and even 3 major branches fell under their assault. Yet despite the scale of destruction they caused, Elixir himself never appeared. Mord found this unsettling. By now, Elixir should have gathered his elite forces and confronted them head-on. Because of that absence, Mord could not shake the feeling that something had gone wrong. He considered the possibility that Elixir had once again gone after the archlich Lord Krex in pursuit of vengeance. Another thought followed closely behind, that Elixir might have been drawn into the hands of Silverblood. As these suspicions lingered, Mord suddenly sensed Elixir's presence nearby. At the same time, a heavy pressure settled in his chest, warning him that a major battle was about to begin. Not long after, Mord and his squad arrived at the location where Elixir stood before his followers, addressing them with authority. Mord observed him closely and quickly realized that Elixir not only retained the 5 world fragments he had used to break his seal, but had already gathered 7 in total. It was immediately clear that the Elixir standing before them was far stronger than the one Aiden had faced in the past. Mord understood the source of that power. Elixir's bloodline traced back to the god of war himself. Confronted with such overwhelming strength, Mord felt no fear. Instead, his blood burned with excitement. He openly mocked Elixir, reminding him of his defeat at the hands of the archlich Lord and the retreat that followed, showing neither hesitation nor respect. Elixir answered with cold contempt, looking down on Mord as nothing more than an insignificant creature who did not know his place. He declared that Mord would pay dearly for the destruction of his branches. As his anger surged, the monsters at his side suddenly charged forward. Mord immediately realized that these beings were not truly human, but familiars crafted in human form. Even so, he could tell that considerable effort had gone into their creation. Elixir stood in silence, calmly watching the battle unfold before him. As he observed, old memories surfaced in his mind, memories of ridicule and scorn. He blamed his defeat and eventual sealing on the cursed Vernars, those monsters who had torn through his army of familiars with their bare hands. The one who had sealed him away, he believed, had long since perished. With that certainty anchoring his resolve, Elixir raised his hand and cast a powerful spell toward his enemies, satisfied that he was finally about to show the descendant of Werner what true hell looked like. The attack he unleashed was known as the Light of Execution. A massive beam of annihilating power surged toward Mord's entire squad. Keel stared at it in shock, his feet freezing the instant he felt the overwhelming pressure radiating from Elixir. It was painfully clear that this opponent existed on a level far beyond anything they had faced until now. Mord's squad moved as one, combining their strength to block the attack. At the same time, another presence emerged, reaching out to seize them. Ryu reacted instantly, realizing it was a demon's hand. Elixir acknowledged her sharp perception, remarking that it far exceeded what her appearance suggested. He revealed that the hand belonged to a demon realm count he had slain, processed, and reshaped into one of his familiars. Then Elixir's body began to shift. He declared that they should consider it an honor to witness his true form. A violent explosion erupted, and for a fleeting moment, death felt unavoidable. Keel was left speechless by the sight before him, while Mord remained composed, immediately recognizing the form Elixir had taken. It was Revinos, the twin-faced embodiment of grace and calamity, a figure wrapped in endless rain and flowing blood. Elixir burned with rage, yet beneath it lurked a twisted thrill. At last, an opponent worthy of standing before him. To his eyes, his enemies were nothing but miserable insects, but Aryu was different. The dragonkin aura wrapped around her was impossible to ignore. In his mind, she was no longer prey, but a prize, something far more precious than divine blood, a specimen worthy of obsession. Those thoughts ignited Aryu's fury. She felt no fear, no hesitation, only pure disgust. She told Mord plainly that this creature had to die, no matter the cost. Mord didn't need convincing. He had already reached the same conclusion long before the words were spoken. Still, he understood one thing clearly. Before they could reach Elixin himself, the wall of lesser threats around him had to be torn down. Elixin leaned heavily on his demon arms, and they became a nightmare to deal with. Every time Mord and Aryu tried to advance, regenerating limbs rose again, forming an endless barrier that refused to stay broken. Just as the pressure mounted, Lady Louisa stepped onto the battlefield. Without hesitation, she began carving through the demon arms one after another. She laughed as she fought, openly mocking Elixin, dismissing him as nothing more than a relic of an outdated era. To her, this was training, nothing more. Each time the arms regenerated, her blade answered immediately, severing them again and again, never allowing them to fully reform. With the path cleared, she motioned for Mord and Aryu to push forward without holding back. Elsewhere, Keel and Farwell were locked in a fierce struggle against a powerful familiar. Their movements were sharp and urgent, both of them eager to finish quickly and rush to Mord's side. The clash surrounding Mord was so violent that nearby structures were already cracking and collapsing under the strain. Watching the devastation spread, Leon hesitated and wondered aloud whether they should jump into that overwhelming battle. Keel remained calm, replying that even limited support could make a difference if the chance appeared. Farwell added that if assistance from the flank became necessary, he would be the most effective one to step in. Still, he acknowledged the reality of the situation. Too many dark sages were still active, and leaving them unchecked would be dangerous. With that settled, they returned their focus to the task at hand. Keel accepted it without a single complaint, his resolve only sharpening further. Together, Leon, Keel, and Farwell moved in perfect coordination, cutting down every dark sage they encountered, leaving no room for hesitation and no enemy standing in their wake. Meanwhile, Elixin was driven back by Mord, disbelief spreading across his face. The situation made no sense to him. He had only recently been unsealed, yet he already possessed numerous world fragments. Even so, he was being pushed into a corner. The confusion only deepened when Mord, Aryu, and Louisa struck together, their attacks crashing in from every direction and leaving him no room to breathe. Mord was no longer holding anything back. Rage burned through him, his body heating as his power surged violently upward. In that moment, he felt he had finally gauged Elixin's limits and knew it was time to fight in earnest. Elixin suddenly sensed something wrong, an unfamiliar, unsettling energy flowing within Mord. That was when it hit him. Mord, too, carried world fragments inside his body. He recalled their first encounter, how Mord's world screen had been completely invisible to him. Now the reason was painfully clear. Mord possessed even more world fragments than he did. Fear crept into Elixin's heart, tightening his chest. He realized he had been fighting without ever grasping Mord's true nature. Carelessness was no longer an option. If this continued, the outcome would be disastrous. Elixin resolved to end it immediately, to kill Mord before he could unleash something far worse. Convinced that doing so would allow him to seize all of Mord's world fragments for himself. Recognizing Mord as a descendant of the Vernar's bloodline, Elixin launched a direct assault, firing a devastating beam meant to erase everything in its path. Mord didn't flinch. He advanced straight through it, eyes steady, confidence absolute. There was no retreat, no hesitation. His counterattack erupted with overwhelming force, splitting the sky itself apart. In that instant, Elixin realized he could do nothing to stop it. As defeat closed in, Elixin questioned how someone like him could be losing. Then he met Mord's gaze and finally understood. Mord was not only of the Vernar's bloodline. He also carried the divine blood of the Sky God. The truth shattered him. His body began to vaporize as disbelief consumed his final thoughts. A being like that should not exist. And just like that, Elixin was erased forever. When the battle ended, Mord finally allowed his tension to ease. Soon after, the rest of the squad arrived. There was no grief on their faces, only mild regret that the fight had concluded before they could reach him. Mord glanced at them and calmly asked about the Dark Sages, his focus already shifting to what remained unfinished. Keel and Aiden confirmed that every dark sage had been eliminated, their bodies already erased without a trace. With the battlefield finally quiet, Aiden stepped up to Mord and spoke from the heart. This fight, he said, had clarified everything for him. There was no doubt left in his mind. His place was on Mord's side. He believed that together, they could one day track down Silver Blood and erase it completely. Holding on to that conviction, he asked whether he and his master could walk alongside Mord from now on. Mord understood in that moment that the flow of the future had already shifted. Redrick, who was destined to betray Aiden, was dead. Cecil, who should have perished bound to the cursed sword, was alive. With those threads already rewritten, the choice was obvious. Mord accepted Aiden into the group without the slightest hesitation. Aiden expressed his gratitude, while Mord watched him in silence, uncertain of what kind of man Aiden would eventually become. Still, one thing was absolute. Aiden would never become the same Aiden of Sadakma. No matter the cost, Mord would ensure that future was erased before it could ever take shape. Krex sat alone upon his throne, his posture still but his thoughts restless. Again and again, his mind returned to the sudden disappearance of Elixir Bahik. The last time they had clashed, Krex had placed a tracking spell on him. It was not meant to reveal Elixir's every movement, only to confirm one simple truth, whether the man still lived or had already met his end. Yet now, even that faint thread of certainty felt as though it had slipped through his fingers. As Krex remained immersed in those thoughts, the doors opened quietly, and a subordinate stepped inside. The man bowed and announced that he had urgent information to report. Krex's gaze shifted, recognizing him at once. It was Carrion. In a calm voice, Lord Krex asked why he had come at this moment. Carrion replied that what he carried was extremely valuable intelligence. That alone was enough to draw Krex's full attention, and he gestured for him to continue. Carrion revealed that a Dark Sage branch had been exposed, that Archmage Elixir had been killed, and that the ones responsible had even uncovered the organization's location. He added that those individuals would most likely arrive there very soon. A faint smile formed on Krex's lips. He spoke with quiet confidence, saying that even if an attack was being prepared, it was not something he would fall to so easily. With his report delivered, Carrion vanished into the air, later wondering if his concern had been unnecessary after all. Not long after, Lord Krex summoned Derek. A small portal opened behind the throne, and Derek stepped out, immediately lowering his head as he awaited orders. Krex informed him that someone appeared to be watching them closely, and that the situation could not be ignored. He commanded Derek to relocate the base, summon every member back at once, and make it clear that their break was officially over. Elsewhere, far from Krex's domain, Mord and his squad had gathered in a completely different location. Mord turned to Farwell and asked if he was absolutely certain they had arrived at the right place. Farwell studied the map once more before nodding with confidence, confirming that this was indeed the location recorded on the map left behind by Archmage Elixir. It was a place Elixir himself had discovered long ago, known as the ancient shrine of the war god. Keel frowned slightly and questioned whether there was truly anything here, as he had sensed nothing unusual at all. Mord replied calmly, telling him that he was judging only what lay on the surface. Stepping forward, Mord approached a water fountain and looked into its depths. A single clear thought passed through his mind. He drew his blade and let a few drops of his blood fall into the water. In an instant, a flash of light burst forth. Mord's lips curved into a quiet smile as he realized his method was working. When the light finally faded and he opened his eyes, Mord realized he was no longer where he had been before. The surroundings were completely unfamiliar. An old man stood above him, watching in silence. And in that quiet moment, Mord understood just how much time had passed since their last meeting. He acknowledged the reunion without surprise. The man before him was Vernars, the war god himself. The war god remarked on Mord's unexpectedly formal attitude, while Mord casually reflected that he had been hearing the war god's name come up far too often lately. Almost immediately after, the old man dropped down in front of him with an easy motion, urging him to relax and stop being so stiff. Mord then asked what kind of place this was, and whether it was an ancient shrine built to worship the war god. Vernars dismissed the idea with a wave of his hand, saying it was nothing special, merely a place built by those who chose to worship him, regardless of bloodline or origin. As time flowed on, the two fell into a long and meaningful exchange. Mord expressed his gratitude for the destruction of the Ordaz people and mentioned that he had even crossed paths with the sky god Erida. Vernars noted how many world fragments Mord had gathered along the way and remarked that if things continued like this, there would be plenty of interesting moments ahead. That thought stirred excitement within Mord. His desire to fight and train had never faded. Seeing that fire still burning, the war god smiled warmly, clearly pleased. Before long, the other Vernars appeared as well, each of them eager to see just how strong Mord had become. Several days later, Mord finally woke up. Aryu was sitting in front of him, watching quietly as if she had been there the entire time. As he became fully aware, he learned that the others were outside, taking turns guarding him without rest. When he realized how much time had passed, shock ran through him. It was already the 6th day. Even though time flowed differently within that space, an alarming amount of it had still slipped by in the outside world. He reflected on the countless battles he had fought against multiple martial gods and felt certain that the results had been worth every moment. More than anything else, he had finally reached the level where he could wield the 4th stage of aura. Just then, the rest of the squad entered, their relief and happiness obvious the moment they saw him awake. Moore was glad to see them as well, yet deep down, he sensed that something about this time felt different. Arya told him that his reaction made sense, since everyone else had been just as stunned. She explained that while Mord had been asleep, Farwell had changed. He had aged. Mord walked over and stood in front of Farwell, confirming the difference with his own eyes. Farwell admitted that it had happened suddenly during Mord's sleep, and that even he didn't understand how or why it occurred. Mord then explained that it was the result of Farwell drawing closer to the form of Delbridius, the guardian god of scholars. As one's divinity deepened, such changes were natural and unavoidable. Hearing this, Farwell visibly relaxed, the unease he had been carrying finally easing away. Privately, Mord reflected that Farwell must have absorbed an enormous amount of knowledge from the magic tomes he had been reading. The kind of growth happening at such speed was, frankly, frightening. Before he could dwell on it any longer, Aiden called out to him. Mord turned his gaze toward him and studied his face for a brief moment. Aiden's expression was lowered, heavy, and it was clear that something was troubling him deeply. Aiden spoke first, saying that he wanted to spar. Mord accepted without the slightest hesitation. The others couldn't help but feel surprised, seeing Mord ready to fight the moment he had just awakened. Keel quietly thought that Mord might be pushing Aiden too hard, too quickly. Revan, however, watched Aiden in silence. He understood Aiden's state of mind all too well, yet he also felt that Aiden was rushing himself, burdening his own growth with unnecessary pressure. Mord sensed Aiden's restlessness and asked what was weighing on him. Aiden admitted that Sir Farwell had awakened and that everyone else had grown astonishingly strong. Even though he had defeated Silverblood at the 1st stage, he now felt like the one being left behind. That realization gnawed at him, and more than anything, he wanted a chance to grow stronger and close the distance between himself and the others. Mord told him plainly that he would keep sparring with him until Aiden showed clear improvement. The moment the spar began, Mord transformed and rushed forward in an instant, leaving Aiden no time to properly read the situation. Faced with Mord's overwhelming speed, Aiden immediately realized that close combat was hopeless. Mord was simply too fast. With that understanding, Aiden concluded that the only option left was to stop Mord from closing the distance. He released 3 energy spheres toward him, aiming to slow him down. To Mord, the attacks were trivial. With a casual wave of his hand, he blew the energy spheres away, dispersing them as if they were nothing more than mist. Aiden froze in shock, watching the spheres scatter from the shockwave alone. His thoughts raced as he desperately searched for a way to counter Mord's relentless advance. At that moment, Mord spoke, pointing out that while mages often relied on keeping their distance, Aiden couldn't depend on spells alone. He told him to use aura to enhance his speed and physical movement. Almost instantly, Aiden understood. He applied the advice without hesitation, and the change was immediate. Those watching gasped as Aiden suddenly met Mord head-on, his movements keeping pace. Keel openly admitted that Aiden truly was an exceptional mage, while even Revan couldn't hide his surprise at the sight. Revan stared in disbelief, realizing that Aiden had grown this much from a single piece of guidance. He had always known Aiden was talented, but this level of growth went far beyond what he had ever expected. Revan had joined them with the intention of helping Aiden find his footing, but as he watched the spar unfold, he realized his presence was no longer needed. The worry he had carried turned out to be unnecessary after all. Even with his improvement, Aiden felt that he was only barely managing to keep his distance. No matter what he did, Mord still caught up to him. When Mord finally closed the gap, he stopped and acknowledged Aiden's effort. He pointed out that Aiden had successfully used aura acceleration on his very first attempt, something that clearly proved his extraordinary talent. Mord then told him that he would spar with him whenever time allowed. Aiden agreed without hesitation, saying they would fight again soon and that he looked forward to standing alongside more in the future. Later, Revan quietly gathered his belongings and prepared to depart. He explained that he had been carrying a long-standing debt and felt at ease knowing that Aiden would be taken care of now. With Elixir defeated, he believed his role had come to an end. Aiden was saddened by his departure, but he quickly steadied himself and continued moving forward. As time went on, Leon, inspired by Aiden's growth, also asked to spar. He awakened soon after, though his progress was far rougher and less refined. Keel briefly considered sparring with Mort as well, but stopped himself midway. Instead, he chose to focus on growing stronger in his own way. Mort respected that choice and decided to simply watch how Keel would develop on his own path. While they stood together in the forest, Ariu suddenly pointed out a flicker of flame. Before leaving, Revan had given them a black, book-like artifact. That artifact reacted to Farwell's own, and when the two came together, they merged and transformed into a strange, unfamiliar flame. Mort was stunned. This was something meant for someone far in the distant future, yet it had manifested before them now. The flame began to speak, saying that if its voice was being heard, then its owner had returned. Mort immediately demanded to know who it belonged to. The flame answered that it was tied to a dark kin of the great Lucvarian kingdom, the one known as the Great Mage Krex. Mort's expression hardened as he recognized the name. It was the same as Archlich Lord Krex. He couldn't help but wonder if this truly was the Krex he knew. Meanwhile, in a faraway castle, a figure arrived to meet Sir Ilden after a long absence. Ilden explained calmly that he had been occupied with affairs in the north, which was why he had been unable to visit for so long. The visitor casually asked about the child named Mord, mentioning that he had heard the boy was doing well in the north. Ilden replied that he had seen him some time ago, and that Mord seemed to be living without any major trouble. His tone was calm, as if this were nothing more than a passing update. Just then, another figure arrived and greeted Ilden, remarking on how long it had been since their last meeting. Ilden smiled faintly and agreed that it had indeed been far too long, calling the man Harden. He then asked whether Harden was still tied to Grand Duke Elsist, adding that the struggle over succession should be nearing its conclusion by now. Harden laughed easily and spoke of the fierce competition surrounding the position, saying that the moment someone truly worthy appeared, he would step aside without hesitation. Harden then shifted the conversation and asked where Mord was, explaining that he had not heard anything about him since the previous year. He wondered what kind of path was being prepared for the boy. Ilden looked at him closely and asked if Mord was truly the one Harden cared about, and why that was so. Harden answered without the slightest hesitation, saying it was obvious. Mord was his son, and taking interest in one's own child was hardly something to be ashamed of. As his voice softened, Harden recalled the days when he fought alongside Ilden, calling them some of the finest moments of his life as a warrior. He compared it to the final heartbeat before crossing the finish line of a brutal race, a sensation he believed nothing could surpass. He admitted that Ilden could no longer offer him that feeling, and because of that, it was only natural for him to place his hopes on his own son instead. Ilden replied that Mord was still young. Harden nodded in agreement and told him not to worry, assuring him that he would never trample a budding sprout before it had the chance to grow properly. He advised Ilden to raise the boy well, and with that final remark, he left the matter behind. Fian and Wyrick walked back together from the sparring grounds, but Fian's thoughts were far heavier than his steps. The result of the match lingered in his mind, replaying over and over. Once again, he had been beaten badly, and no matter how much he tried to shake it off, the frustration refused to fade. As he compared himself to the others, he couldn't help but feel that he was weaker than everyone around him. Each defeat piled onto the last, feeding his anxiety, especially with another dungeon raid waiting for them the very next day. He feared that he would only slow the team down again, that he would become nothing more than a burden when it mattered most. Those worries clung to him as he walked beside Wyrick, his unease written clearly on his face. Wyrick, however, did not let those thoughts take root. He spoke calmly, telling Fian not to judge himself so harshly. He made it clear that no one in the unit saw him as dead weight, and that his effort had never gone unnoticed. Strength, Wyrick said, was not something that appeared overnight. It was built through steady work and persistence, step by step. Hearing those words eased the tightness in Fian's chest. Gratitude welled up inside him as he realized that his captain truly recognized his dedication. He felt fortunate to be serving under someone like Wyrick. With quiet authority, Wyrick told him to rest properly and prepare himself for the mission ahead. Fian obeyed and returned to his room, his heart far lighter than it had been moments ago. When Wyrick reached his own barracks, He immediately noticed Halsa waiting inside. It was obvious she had been there for quite some time. She commented that he had taken longer than expected to return, and the remark instantly put him on guard. Wyrick wondered if she had come with something important to say. Halsa then explained that she was there to inform him that he would soon be receiving certain news. The statement only confused him further. It was strange to announce news about news rather than simply delivering it. Before he could question it further, Halsa continued. She revealed that she had been given another task as well. The higher authorities of Silver Blood had reached a decision, and they had chosen to accept Wyrick as one of their own. Wyrick answered without hesitation, his resolve firm as he told her that she did not understand him and should not assume he would accept such an offer so easily. Halsa remained composed. She calmly replied that refusal had never truly been an option. From the very beginning, his acceptance had been taken for granted, and joining Silver Blood would inevitably require him to betray and sacrifice the very members of his own unit. Wyrick admitted that he already understood what such a choice would lead to, but he still asked for one thing in return. He wanted a single chance to speak with Fian and try to convince him himself. Halsa questioned whether he truly believed Fian would agree after witnessing betrayal and watching everyone else die, pointing out that standing face to face with death could twist even the strongest resolve. Wyrick did not waver. In his heart, Fian was no different from a younger brother, and no matter the price, he intended to convince him. Seeing his determination, Halsa accepted his answer and allowed him to proceed however he wished. Before she left, she handed him an object as a parting gift. The item looked strange at first glance, drawing Wyrick's attention as he examined it carefully. Halsa explained that it was special equipment designed to enhance the gear he already used. The development team had just finished it and assigned her to deliver it personally. She also told him that a demonized dungeon had already been secured for him to test it. According to her, everything would begin there. Wyrick listened quietly, a faint sense of anticipation rising within him as he looked ahead to what was coming. The very next day, the camp was thrown into chaos when an emergency alarm rang out. High-ranking officials gathered at once, demanding to know what had gone wrong. A soldier reported that a dungeon their forces had entered had suddenly undergone large-scale demonization. The words sent shock through the room. He added that the dungeon had already advanced to level 2, making immediate reinforcements absolutely necessary. The officials reacted with fury and disbelief. They shouted at the messenger, accusing him of spouting nonsense, and began cursing the intelligence division for its failure, openly blaming the officer who had misjudged the dungeon. Still, the soldier desperately tried to explain the situation in clearer terms. At that moment, Mord and his squad stepped in behind him and told him to repeat everything carefully and without missing a single detail. Mord's appearance only deepened the shock among the higher-ups. They knew a squad was returning, but they had not realized it was Mord's unit. Steeling himself, the soldier explained that the demonization had been triggered by a massive distorted vortex, one that had manifested instantly and forced the dungeon straight into Stage 2. Worse still, a unit was still trapped inside. Mord recalled a brief mention he had once heard about a technology capable of sealing and relocating demonized dungeons to entirely different locations. The group behind that technology was none other than Silverblood. With that thought in mind, he asked which unit had entered the dungeon and who was commanding it. The soldier answered without hesitation. It was Wyrick's unit. Inside the dungeon, everything had already fallen apart. The squad was shattered, bodies scattered across the ground, and Fian lay among them, barely able to move. Wyrick understood instantly that this was the worst outcome imaginable. Endless waves of demons had swallowed most of the unit whole, and those who remained were only waiting for their turn to die. There was no escape route left, no plan to cling to, nothing but the certainty of annihilation closing in. Standing before the survivors was the dungeon's Baron, watching them with open amusement, as though their despair only made the moment sweeter. Wyrick felt something deeply wrong about its presence. A Baron of the Demon Realm should never have appeared in a dungeon like this under normal conditions, and that unnatural fact alone told him how twisted the situation had become. Even as he lay helpless on the ground, Fian refused to give in to despair. He believed that as long as Captain Wyrick was still standing, there was still hope. As long as Wyrick fought, survival was not yet impossible. Then Halsa's voice rang out, sharp and urgent, telling Wyrick to use the item she had given him. She made it clear there was no longer time to hesitate. Fian had no idea what she was talking about or what she expected Wyrick to do. Wyrick, however, already understood. Without another word, he activated the equipment and released the Devourer, his body undergoing a sudden and violent transformation. The demon Baron froze, completely caught off guard. unable to grasp what had just happened. Wirik's voice cut through the dungeon as he declared that the time for games was over, and that it was now time for a baron of the demon realm to die. His attack followed instantly, overwhelming and absolute, and the baron was erased in a single blow. Fian watched the scene unfold in disbelief. He could not comprehend how his captain had become so powerful in an instant. The sheer force alone was terrifying, but there was also something dark and unsettling about Wirik's presence now. Around them, wounded soldiers began to scream as smaller demons rushed in and started cutting them down. Panic seized Fian as he called out to Sir Jake, only to realize that Jake could no longer move. Wirik turned his gaze to Fian and called his name, but Fian begged him to hurry and save the others, knowing that Jake would die if nothing was done. Wirik refused. His voice was cold as he stated that Jake would indeed die there. He explained that there was only one precise way for Jake to survive. That path required Fian to join Silverblood alongside him. Wirik extended his hand toward Fian, offering him a single way forward and urging him to take it. The word Silverblood echoed in Fian's mind, repeating again and again until their meaning finally settled in. Only then did he realize what Wirik was asking of him. He tried to reason with his captain, questioning why he was even speaking of that faction at a time like this. There was still Sir Jake to save, still a duty they had not fulfilled. To Fian, abandoning that responsibility made no sense at all. Yet Wirik continued without pause, and with every second that passed, the weight pressing down on Fian's chest grew heavier and more suffocating. Before he could say anything more, Carrion suddenly appeared, her expression sharp with impatience. She spoke as if everything should have already been settled, clearly irritated that matters were still dragging on. Her gaze shifted to Wirik as she demanded to know why his men were still alive, especially when she had given him clear orders to dispose of them beforehand. Wirik answered calmly, saying that they were fated to die there regardless, so there was no need for him to dirty his hands personally. The moment those words left his mouth, disbelief crashed over Fian. The truth finally became impossible to deny. Wirik had betrayed them. Rage and shock surged through him as he accused Wirik of treachery, unable to accept what he was seeing. Wirik tried to speak, saying that he understood Fian's confusion and the storm of emotions tearing through him. In a desperate outburst, Fian lashed out and tried to strike Wirik. The difference in strength was overwhelming. Wirik subdued him effortlessly and forced him into unconsciousness, plunging him into a deep, merciless sleep. Fian had no strength left to resist, and his awareness faded completely. As Wirik lifted Fian onto his back and prepared to carry him away, Carrion stared at him in disbelief and criticized his actions, remarking that this was hardly the way to persuade someone properly. Wirik brushed off her words, telling her it was none of her concern. Carrion pressed further, asking why he had not personally finished off the remaining members of the unit. She wondered aloud whether he had hesitated when the moment finally came, even though he had brought them there knowing they would die. After voicing her thoughts, she cut the conversation short and ordered that they leave at once. She assured Wirik that her people would clear the way and, with chilling ease, formally welcomed him into Silverblood. Sometime later, inside the Silverblood base, Fian slowly regained consciousness. His thoughts were hazy, his memories fragmented, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not clearly recall what had happened to him. As consciousness slowly returned, the first thing he registered was movement. Wirik was sparring with several members nearby, his body moving with sharp, controlled precision. But what truly froze Fian in place was not the clash of blows. It was the aura wrapped around Wirik. It felt wrong, unnatural. Fian had only ever seen aura shine like light, radiant and alive. Yet what surrounded Wirik was pitch black, as if darkness itself had taken form. He couldn't even begin to understand how such an aura could exist. The shock lingered only for a moment before urgency took over. This wasn't a time to stare. He needed a call for backup, and he needed to do it now. Before he could move, a presence settled behind him. Carrion's voice followed, cool and mocking, noting that he was finally awake. She didn't bother hiding her contempt, openly calling him weak and sneering at the fact that he couldn't even awaken his divine blood. Rage surged through Fian. He cursed her and lashed out, but the gap between them was absolute. His attack was meaningless. He demanded that she release him and let him leave, but Carrion made it clear there was no path out. Trying to escape would only end with his death. Wirik stepped in before the exchange could escalate further, telling Carrion not to provoke him without reason. She turned her attention to Wirik instead, her gaze scanning him as she asked about his condition. She remarked that his power felt dangerously close to its limit. Wyrick answered calmly that he was holding on for now, though the real issue was how long he could continue like this. That was when Fian finally confronted him. He demanded to know why Wyrick had betrayed everyone, and why he alone had been spared. Wyrick's reply came without hesitation. He said it was for revenge. He told Fian that he should understand better than anyone, because they were the same, both illegitimate children of Verna's, both forced to claw endlessly for a scrap of recognition. Wyrick admitted that he had carried that burden his entire life, desperate to hear their father acknowledge him as his son. He reminded Fian that he had shared this pain before, back when he had first become a warrior. Wyrick spoke of the 5 years he wasted, trapped in a dead-end position with no hope of advancement. Only later did he learn the truth, that his father's wife had orchestrated it all, driven by resentment toward the rumors of Verna's illegitimate sons. The moment Wyrick discovered this, he requested a transfer to the gatekeeper unit without hesitation. And it was after making that choice that he accepted the offer from the Silverblood, a decision that ultimately led him to stand where he was now. He declared that he would punish the man who barely deserved to be called a father, and that he would kill the woman who had forced him into such a miserable existence. There was no hesitation in his voice, only a cold resolve that had clearly been sharpened over years of bitterness. Fian asked if that was truly the only reason behind the betrayal. Wyrick answered without wavering. It was the only reason. He said that only Fian could truly understand him, because no one else had lived with the same stain, the same endless hunger for acknowledgement. He urged Fian to follow him, promising that he would never again have to despair over his own talent or be crushed beneath someone else's shadow. Before the moment could go any further, a thunderous crash tore through the air. The wall behind them exploded outward, stone and debris scattering violently across the ground. Mord's squad had arrived. Mord stepped forward and remarked calmly that the Silverblood had prepared everything quite thoroughly, considering how much effort it had taken to track down such foolish enemies. Carrion's expression darkened. She had expected interference, but that did not make it any less irritating. Reaching this place meant Mord's unit had already wiped out an untold number of demons, and there was no denying the level of skill required to do that. Mord glanced at her and mocked her openly, saying she talked far too much and should already know exactly how this was going to end. In that fleeting instant, while her attention shifted, Fian moved. He tried to strike Carrion from behind, pouring everything he had into that single desperate attack. She noticed immediately. Her voice was cold as she said she had planned to show mercy. Without even pausing, she drove her demon arm straight into Fian's body. It pierced through him completely, tearing a gaping hole as blood spilled out. Carrion looked down at him with utter contempt, questioned how he had dared to raise a hand against her, and dismissed him as nothing more than an insect unworthy of another thought. Mord moved the instant he saw Fian fall, his body cutting through the air as he flew straight toward him. He struck without hesitation. With a single, overwhelming blow, Carrion's demon arm shattered into fragments, the force sending her crashing backward across the ground. She recovered quickly, steadying herself as she looked back at him, openly acknowledging that his skills had grown far sharper than before. She admitted that she had nearly taken a serious hit. Wyrick snapped. Rage twisted his expression as he cursed her and demanded to know why she had harmed Fian. He seized her by the collar and warned her never to touch Fian again. Carrion responded coolly, saying she would respect his wishes as much as possible, but questioned whether he truly expected her to stand idle while he allowed someone to side with the enemy at such a critical moment. She added, almost incredulously, that she had never imagined his judgment could sink this low. Mord turned away from her and went straight to Fian. Fian struggled to speak, forcing out words as he claimed that Wyrick had betrayed them. Mord cut him off immediately, telling him that he already knew and stopping him from pushing himself any further. With fading strength, Fian said that Mord should tell his father, Sir Altos, that his son had died without shame. Before he could continue, Mord pulled out a golden apple and shoved it into Fian's mouth, forcing him to eat it and warning him not to leave even a single piece behind. For a moment, Fian thought he would choke, panic flashing through his mind as he struggled in confusion, unable to understand what was happening. Then he felt it. Within seconds, the gaping hole in his body began to close, flesh knitting together at an impossible speed. His wounds vanished before his eyes. Shock overwhelmed him as he watched his body restore itself, unable to believe that something like this could even exist. Earlier, after Mord had defeated Elixir, he had encountered a mysterious being who called himself the Shadow King Krex, appearing as living, shifting flames. Mord had confronted him directly, demanding to know why the Shadow King had appeared before him. Krex explained that he had realized his plan had already failed, and that the fact Mord was the one who discovered the relic was proof enough. The relic, he revealed, had been created as a wish for immortality. Mord demanded a proper explanation. Krex then spoke of the kingdom of Lucbarian, a land that once had two kings. One was known as the Shadow King, a figure who fought without end, while the other was the Light King, who ruled over the kingdom itself. Krex explained that he had once been one of 8 clan candidates sent forth to compete for the title of Shadow King, a struggle that would decide everything that followed. Those candidates were thrown into a battlefield dungeon created by the Lucbarian divine race itself. Inside that place, they were forced to hunt and slaughter one another, over and over, until only a single survivor remained. That final survivor would absorb the divinity of the 7 fallen candidates, inherit their power, and ascend the throne as an existence beyond comparison. Krex said that after enduring endless bloodshed and watching lives be extinguished again and again in the name of power, something inside him broke. Disgust took root. He began to see his own people not as a noble divine race, but as savage barbarians trapped in a cycle of violence. Desperate to escape a fate that had been decided for him from birth, he turned away from the battlefield and immersed himself in the deeper truths of magic. Years passed, and his obsession bore fruit. He rose to the level of an archlich. Then he revealed the truth. The being standing before Mord was not the whole of Krex, but only a fragment of his soul. He was the archlich lord, once called the Shadow King. Long ago, Krex had split his soul into multiple pieces and preserved them through a forbidden secret art. No matter how many times his soul was divided, the original would regenerate endlessly while remaining intact. Through that blasphemous technique, he had achieved an existence that stretched across an unfathomable span of time. Mord realized then that this was not their first encounter. He had already destroyed 2 of Krex's soul fragments before. This was the third, yet this fragment felt different. The others had been steeped in hostility, overflowing with aggression and killing intent. This one carried none of that. There was no malice in its presence. Mord found it unsettling that a fragment of an enemy like Krex could feel so calm, even gentle. Krex explained that all of his soul fragments resonated with one another, allowing him to understand why the others harbored such intense hatred toward Mord. Even so, he asked not to be judged the same way. This fragment retained his past, along with the part of him that was still human. As proof of his intentions, the Shadow Lord Krex offered Mord a golden apple. He explained that it was a legendary fruit of extraordinary rarity, said to grant immortality and divine power to ancient elves. Unlike nectar, which caused the body to build resistance over time, the golden apple never lost its effect, no matter how many times it was consumed. It was a truly priceless artifact. Krex admitted that his desire to escape his fate had driven him to seek strength at any cost, but that his endless greed eventually twisted him into a monster. He asked Mord to stop him. Mord answered calmly that the desire to grow stronger was only natural, but the obsession with immortality had led Krex down the wrong path. He promised to show him another possible future, one Krex could have chosen, but never did. The Shadow Lord accepted those words and said that he wished to see that future with his own eyes. With that, the third soul fragment faded away on its own, leaving only the golden apple behind. Back in the present, Mord told Fian that he had been given something priceless and ordered him to rest. He instructed his squad to guard Fian closely and ensure his safety. Those standing nearby were left stunned, unable to believe that Mord had chosen to save Fian in such a manner. Farwell, in particular, was shaken. He admitted to himself that he would have hesitated in the same situation, and that realization forced him to question his own humanity. Fian was just as overwhelmed, unable to comprehend that Mord would go so far for him. Mord simply told him to stay alert and watch carefully, promising that the traitor would suffer and be driven into despair. Wyrick stepped forward without hesitation, saying that he had always known this day would come. He lunged straight at Mord, and Mord answered instantly, meeting him head-on as the battle erupted. Carrion watched the clash with a critical eye and felt a twinge of disappointment, believing Mord should have shown far greater combat ability. She assumed her first impression had been wrong, as even with Wyrick pushed to his absolute limit, the fight remained evenly matched. Then her expression shifted in shock. In an instant, she realized that Mord had released his divine blood in an unbelievably short span of time and had advanced it by 2 full stages. At the same time, Keel and Arya noticed Carrion and Halsa standing idle and mocked them, saying their opponents would not wait forever and suggesting they start fighting as well. Carrion answered with a confident, amused smile. In the next moment, multiple copies of her began to form, making it clear that she had no intention of falling easily. Mord and Wyrick were locked together, neither showing the slightest intention of backing down. Steel and force collided again and again, the air trembling with every exchange. It was brutal and relentless. Mord's power pressed down like a collapsing sky, far beyond what Wyrick could endure, and with a crushing blow, he slammed Wyrick into the ground. Even then, Wyrick refused to stay down. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to rise, dragged forward by stubborn will and a frustration that burned hotter with every breath. Lying there, Wyrick's thoughts drifted to the past. He had known Mord for a long time. They were both illegitimate children of Vernus. Yet from the very beginning, Mord had been something else entirely. The difference between them was undeniable and merciless. Wyrick could not tell whether Mord was simply born with absurd talent, or if he was closer to a monster wearing human skin. His power felt unnatural, an existence built on a scale Wyrick could never reach. That crushing gap was absolute, and in the end, Mord defeated him completely. A sense of unbearable unfairness boiled in Wyrick's chest. If only he had possessed talent like Mord's, even half of it, his life might have followed a different path. That thought twisted inside him, feeding resentment, warping his heart as it continued to fester. Then, a strange voice reached him, whispering for him to choose. Wyrick knew it instantly. It revealed itself as the true nature of the silver blood flowing through his veins, the will of the demon devourer. It urged him to become one with it, promising that he would be remembered forever as a monster who devoured demons. In return, it would grant him power great enough to stand against Mord. Wyrick accepted without hesitation. Becoming a monster meant nothing to him, as long as he could erase that look of dominance from Mord's face. As the transformation began, Mord watched in shock. Yet even as his form changed, Wyrick did not completely lose himself to mindless madness. For the first time, Wyrick felt he understood what Mord had lived with all along. It was the sensation of overwhelming strength, of crushing others beneath sheer power. He believed he had gained tremendous might, though he knew Mord would not fall so easily. Still, he was convinced that if he broke Mord here and now, his power would only continue to grow. Mord did not hesitate. To him, the reason behind Wyrick's corruption no longer mattered. From the moment Wyrick betrayed the comrades who trusted and followed him, his fate had already been sealed. Mord showed neither respect nor mercy, looking at Wyrick as nothing more than a worthless existence. That gaze alone was enough to ignite Wyrick's fury. Rage exploded inside him, and he charged forward with clear murderous intent. His fist connected, forcing Mord back for the first time, and pride surged through Wyrick's veins. This, he believed, was the heat and power granted by his awakened silver blood. Mord calmly acknowledged that Wyrick's mana had indeed risen to a respectable level, but only within strict limits. He did not waste a single moment. His counterstrike came immediately, sending Wyrick flying once more. As he crashed away, Wyrick could not understand how Mord was still overwhelming him so effortlessly. Mord continued without pause, pressing the attack and denying him even a breath to recover. In that instant, Wyrick realized the truth. Mord had transformed yet again and was now wielding the fourth stage of his aura. The realization left him stunned. He could not comprehend how anyone could reach such a level so quickly. To Wyrick, Mord was the true monster. And yet, that monster showed no mercy at all. Every strike was precise, brutal, and absolute, each one carrying the certainty of an ending. Fian witnessed the entire battle from beginning to end. He stood frozen, shocked by how easily Mord crushed Wyrick, even after that terrifying transformation. To Mord, Wyrick's belief was laughable. Borrowed power could never surpass true strength. Wyrick had sacrificed comrades who trusted him, all to satisfy his own greed, and had willingly chosen the path of becoming a monster. Such betrayal deserved no forgiveness. Wyrick lay broken on the ground, drenched in blood, his mind filled with disbelief and hatred. In his final moments, he could not accept being judged by someone who would never understand his suffering. Before those thoughts could fully take shape, Mord ended it all, crushing his head without the slightest hesitation. When it was over, Mord reflected in silence. There had never been any reason to understand the feelings of a traitor. Their circumstances held no value and were not worth knowing. Everything that had happened was nothing more than the result of Wyrick's own choices. Fian told Mord that it was already over, but Mord replied that he had needed to deliver the final blow himself. Still, he admitted that he could not allow Fian to do it, and for that, he offered a brief apology. Fian simply shook his head and said it did not matter. He thanked Mord sincerely, knowing that without him, Wyrick would never have been defeated. As Fion reflected on what had happened, he realized something unsettling. Whether it had been Wyrick or himself, they had both shared the same desire to become stronger. Yet, blinded by jealousy toward Wyrick's innate talent, the captain had chosen the wrong path, fully aware that it would end in tragedy. Even so, Fion admitted to himself that he had respected Wyrick deeply. Now, at last, it was time for him to rest. Wyrick deserved peace. Elsewhere, Carrion continued her battle, her eyes flickering with surprise as she realized that Wyrick, even after wielding the Demon Devourer, had been defeated with such ease. Halsa, too, struggled to comprehend the monstrous power Mord possessed. In that moment of distraction, Farwell laughed coldly and pointed out that she seemed unfocused despite her enemies standing right before her. He casually remarked that he would leave this one to Carrion, then drove Halsa straight into the wall without hesitation. Carrion burst into laughter, remarking that in the end, all her clones had been left behind, turning the situation into an unbearable headache. She had never expected things to unfold like this, and now Mord's squad was standing squarely in her way. Carrion knew the truth. This was not a fight she could win. The logical choice was to abandon everything and retreat. But before she could move, Lord Crex's voice echoed through the space, calmly telling her there was no need to flee. She sensed his presence as a portal opened behind her, revealing Crex himself. He glanced at her troubled expression and remarked that he was fortunate to witness such a rare sight. He told her to consider his appearance as repayment for the information she had once provided him. At that moment, everyone recognized him for who he was. Archlich Crex. Carrion admitted that she had never expected him to truly come to her aid. Crex replied that while he did have another reason for appearing, he also had a debt to settle with his enemies, one that demanded repayment without delay. Mord turned toward Archlich Crex, clearly startled, and asked how he had even managed to find their location. Crex answered without hesitation, revealing that he had uncovered the truth. He was the Shadow King. The words hit Mord hard, leaving him visibly shaken. Crex continued, explaining that the flame they had discovered a few days earlier was, in fact, one of his souls. In his pursuit of immortality, he had split his soul into 7 fragments. Among them, the fragments that embodied immense magical talent and vast knowledge had already been destroyed. Each loss dealt him a severe blow, tearing away memories along with it. Yet the soul once known as the Shadow King was different. It did not possess overwhelming power, but it retained the emotions he had carried when he was still human. In the past, those emotions might have allowed him to be swayed, but now all that remained was an uncontrollable urge to kill. Crex stated that he could no longer remain idle while more of his souls were erased. He revealed that he was the 4th soul of Archlich Crex, the fragment that embodied strength, and calmly declared that Mord would die here today. Mord scoffed at the threat, mocking him and questioning whether a soul that merely represented strength was truly something to fear. As Mord's thoughts raced, he remembered that the dungeon had already entered demonization stage 2. He had asked Farwell to set up an emergency signal line, a final precaution meant to summon reinforcements if his unit ever faced overwhelming danger. He had never truly believed it would be needed. Yet at that moment, the signal was triggered. A portal tore open, and reinforcements arrived without delay. Sir Ilden stepped through first, explaining that he too had been dragged into danger. Erna Werner appeared soon after, smiling brightly as she greeted Mord for the first time in a long while. Revan, Pulse, and Cecil followed, each of them determined to repay the debt they owed him for past help. Lady Louisa arrived with a sharp, resolute expression, calling out Archmage Carrion and declaring that she had come to finally kill her. Carrion clicked her tongue in clear displeasure, while Lady Louisa calmly reminded her that the debt from their previous encounter with the puppet would likely be settled today. Mord thanked everyone for standing with him in such a desperate battle, saying that if he ever had the chance, he would repay them personally. One by one, they dismissed the idea, telling him there was no need. They already owed him more than enough. In that moment, Mord felt his heart pounding violently, as if it might burst from his chest. For a fleeting instant, he no longer felt like Eom Tizong. He was simply Mord, standing there, fully embracing his own strength, his resolve, and the path he had chosen. Once everyone had gathered and taken their positions, Mord made sure they were ready. He drew a steady breath, his gaze unwavering, and with that single moment of calm, the battle began. The battle dragged on without mercy. Cecil and Pulse were locked in place on one flank, blades rising and falling as demons poured toward them endlessly. Their movements grew heavier with each moment, exhaustion creeping into their limbs. Yet the enemy never slowed. No matter how many bodies fell, more demons crawled out to replace them. Revan stayed just behind, steady and composed, lending support while keeping a sharp eye on the flow of the battlefield. He warned them not to push forward recklessly, reminding them that the sheer number of demons made it easy to get separated, and once that happened, losses would be inevitable. Pulse answered with a light tone, almost laughing it off, saying he could understand Revan's concern since none of them had ever faced such overwhelming numbers before. Even so, the pressure kept mounting, and the air itself felt tighter with every passing second. Then, without any warning, Erna appeared on their side of the field. In a single, decisive motion, she unleashed her technique, Mirage Breaker. The strike erased every demon in the area at once, leaving nothing behind but sudden, unnatural silence. Pulse stared at the empty space in disbelief, struggling to process the power he had just witnessed. Before anyone could even speak, Erna had already moved on, disappearing toward another front, as if what she had done was nothing special. Pulse remained rooted in place, his thoughts spiraling as one question echoed in his mind. Just who was she? Elsewhere, the candidates vying to become the next Grand Duke of House Vernas continued their brutal struggles. Each battle carved away weakness, forging them through blood and hardship as they tried to prove their worth. Over time, reputations formed, and among the chaos, one name had begun to rise unmistakably above the others. Erna Vernas. Of the 5 remaining heirs, she was the youngest, and one of the rare few who carried a legitimate bloodline. A demon baron stepped in her path, sneering as it questioned how long she thought she could reign freely over the battlefield. Erna felt a quiet thrill instead. At last, a baron-class demon stood before her. Its rank meant nothing. All that mattered was crushing it completely. She drove her fist forward, and the demon recoiled in shock as an overwhelming, irresistible force slammed into him. Erna looked at him with cold indifference and told him he was no different from the rest, utterly ignorant of his own place. The Baron failed to grasp her meaning, and she clarified without emotion that she was simply calling him a fool. At that moment, Sir Ilden arrived and took in the scene with calm eyes. He noted how much Erna had grown and remarked that her name was appearing more and more often in conversations about the next Grand Duke. After witnessing her strength with his own eyes, he finally understood why her name carried such weight. Erna felt a quiet pride at his acknowledgement, yet his evaluation did not end there. He stated calmly that while she had grown stronger, she still lacked the power needed to truly challenge the seat of the Grand Duke. The word struck Erna with disappointment. She felt that such a judgment was premature, something that could not be decided without seeing her full capabilities. Sir Ilden showed genuine interest and agreed to see more. The two of them moved together, striking the Demon Baron in perfect coordination. In a brief flash of overwhelming force, the Baron was erased without the slightest resistance. From afar, Pulse and Cecil watched with stunned expressions. The display left them speechless, reminding them once again just how vast the world was and how many terrifyingly powerful figures existed beyond what they had imagined. Sir Ilden then turned back to Erna and spoke again, admitting that when he first heard Mord had chosen to support her as the next Grand Duke candidate, he had been confused. He could not understand why Mord would back her instead of himself, or even Leon from his own squad. But after seeing her strength firsthand, the reason became clear. He considered placing his own support behind her and waited to see her response. Erna did not hesitate. Her resolve was firm, and her decision had already been made. She would become the Grand Duke of House Vernas, no matter what stood in her way. Sir Ilden accepted her answer and warned her that if that was the path she chose, she would need to push herself even harder from this moment onward. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Lady Louisa was growing weary of endlessly destroying Carrion's clones. 5 had already fallen, yet her focus never wavered. She was convinced the next one would be the last. This time, she was determined to find the real body and end it completely. Farwell soon located the true Carrion and confirmed that the Archlich herself stood before him. Carrion reacted with visible anger, fully aware of Farwell's reputation for being troublesome and hard to deal with. At the same time, Lady Louisa advanced without hesitation, fully prepared to bring the battle to its final conclusion. Farwell felt a surge of relief when he sensed the heavenly sword's trust placed in them. That recognition hardened his resolve, and he made up his mind to hold Carrion in place for as long as it took. Carrion, however, looked down on them with open disdain. Her arrogance was unmistakable as she treated them like nothing more than crawling vermin, convinced that they could never stand against her overwhelming power. Farwell wasted no time and called out to Ariu, urging her to attack without holding anything back. She answered instantly. Dragon God manifestation erupted around her, and she followed it by unleashing the white dragon roar at full force, pouring every last fragment of her strength into the strike with absolute determination. Carrion's composure finally cracked. Farwell noticed it at once. The magical power sustaining her puppets had clearly weakened compared to before. One by one, the puppets collapsed lifelessly to the ground, making it obvious that she was reaching her limits. Carrion herself was well aware of it. Her puppets had been consumed far too much during the prolonged fight, and it wasn't just because of Farwell and Aryu. The cursed influence of the Heavenly Sword had played a decisive role in draining her reserves. At the same time, Lady Louisa of the Heavenly Sword was tearing through the battlefield elsewhere. She moved like a force of destruction, overflowing with killing intent as she cut down enemies without mercy. The pressure of her presence weighed heavily on Carrion's mind, filling her with unease as she sensed the Heavenly Sword drawing closer to her position. Realizing she could no longer waste mana on disposable puppets, Carrion made a desperate decision. She gathered every remaining ounce of power she had, determined to escape at any cost. To survive, she would have to break through Farwell and Aryu head-on. With her pride still intact, she released her aura at full strength and attempted to force her way through. Farwell felt a strange sense of admiration in that moment. Even after burning through such an enormous amount of mana, Carrion's power was still terrifying. It was clear that as an archmage, her strength existed far beyond ordinary standards. He couldn't help but think that if a clone could wield such talent and ability, then her true body must be on an entirely different level. Even so, Carrion herself was gripped by anxiety, unsure whether she could truly prevail while being pressed in from all sides by such overwhelming odds. Amid the chaos, a sudden attack came at Farwell from the side. Before it could reach him, Aryu stepped forward and blocked it cleanly with her blade. Without turning her head, she reminded him sharply that losing focus on a battlefield could be fatal. Farwell thanked her sincerely, and Aryu immediately told him to stop hesitating and focus entirely on the enemy in front of them. There was no room for distraction now. Farwell acknowledged his lapse and apologized. Aryu reminded him sharply that there was still someone they needed to take revenge on, and that he should never allow himself to forget that purpose. She also spoke of Mord, who was firmly holding the rear line on his own. Because of Mord's unwavering strength, she had slowly been able to rediscover the roots of her true self, something she had lost long ago. Through that, she was finally able to pursue her revenge. Yet no matter how powerful Mord was, she believed that they, as his comrades, should never become a burden to him. Farwell understood her words completely. Sir Mord was not someone who stood above them. He was their equal, fighting while constantly risking his life for their sake. If Farwell truly wished to stand beside someone like that, then he too had to become stronger. Aryu told him they should grow stronger together, alongside Mord. In that moment, something within Farwell shifted, and a clear transformation took hold. Carrion felt it immediately. Her eyes widened as she sensed the sudden surge in his power. Just moments ago, his mana had been nearly exhausted, and yet now it was rising again. The flow of battle twisted violently against her, and the pressure pressing down on her became suffocating. Then, at that critical instant, Lady Louisa appeared behind Carrion. Her voice was calm as she questioned why Carrion was wasting so much strength when her end had already arrived. She urged her to surrender. Instead, Carrion's fear deepened as she realized there was no escape left. With no other option, she prepared to force her way through. She cursed Farwell and Aryu, demanding that they move aside. Farwell made his decision and entrusted the final blow to Lady Louisa. In the next instant, Lady Louisa's divine sword flashed. She struck cleanly from behind, slicing Carrion in half in a single motion. The battle ended just like that, with Carrion killed on the spot. Lady Louisa thanked Farwell for giving her the opportunity to personally deal with the treacherous snake. With Carrion's existence brought to a decisive end, the long and brutal battle finally came to a close. Keel and Leon were fighting on the same front, and between the two of them, countless lesser demons had already been cut down. Even in the middle of battle, they never stopped mocking each other, openly declaring how much they hated fighting side by side. Keel went so far as to say that Leon was barely any help at all. Leon shot back immediately, saying he felt the same and had no desire to fight alongside Keel either. Their non-stop bickering continued as if the battlefield didn't exist, even while a demon stood right in front of them, staring at the scene with clear contempt. The demon sneered and mocked them without restraint, calling them fools and likening their argument to children squabbling in a place where lives were lost every second. He questioned whether he was really expected to waste his time on such pathetic brats. Then, with arrogance dripping from every word, he declared himself a devoted disciple of the archlich Krex and announced that he would serve as their executioner. The moment the words left his mouth, both Keel and Leon bristled with fury. They snapped back at him, demanding to know who he thought he was calling pathetic and making it clear they were nothing alike. Keel's aura flared violently, and Leon's power surged as well, both of them preparing to strike. Each of them was determined to prove he was superior to the other. Long ago, the first two to join Mord's unit had been Keel and Leon. Keel had come from the Shadow Wolf Squad, while Leon was one of the Silverbloods of House Erna. They had joined with completely different intentions, and even after all the time spent together, working as a proper team still felt unnatural to them. When they charged at Krex's disciple, both were halted instantly by a powerful force field. Keel shouted at Leon, asking what he thought he was doing and sarcastically wondering if his eyes were just for decoration, accusing him of rushing in at the wrong moment. Leon fired back, just as sharply, asking if Keel's ears were also just for show and pointing out that he had already said he would move first. Watching their exchange, the disciple of Krex felt genuine disbelief. For a moment, it felt to him like he was the true fool on the battlefield for having to deal with such a pair. His irritation boiled over, and with a furious roar, he released his power, striking them both and blasting them backward. He kept mocking them, saying they couldn't fight together to save their lives. Yet when it came to running away, they suddenly moved like they'd trained for it their whole lives. According to him, that perfect retreat was the only thing they truly had in common. The words clearly struck a nerve. Keel clicked his tongue and glanced at Leon, asking if he was still standing. Leon answered that he'd only pushed himself a bit too far, but he wasn't dead, and more importantly, he wasn't about to drag Keel down. Hearing that, an old thought resurfaced in Keel's mind, a belief he once held tightly, that anyone too weak would only become a burden. He remembered Mord's calm voice telling him that in the end, they were all stuck in the same boat, whether they liked it or not. Keel realized then that he and Leon were the ones who had stayed by Mord's side the longest. A past conversation came back to him, one where Mord had asked how long Keel planned to keep fighting the way he did, and whether he truly understood what that path led to. Keel had been the one starting fights more often than not. Mord had pointed it out without anger, and Keel had admitted it was true, even if Leon's attitude still irritated him to no end. Mord had told him the reason was simple. Leon reminded Keel of himself. Mord had spoken of his own past. Born as a half-elf between a human and a golden elf, scorned and looked down upon for his mixed blood. Leon, too, had been pushed aside during the succession struggle, ignored as if he didn't exist. Their lives shared too many similarities to be coincidence, and that was exactly why Keel felt such sharp irritation toward him. Mord had said Keel wouldn't accept it right away, but he should think about it carefully. Like it or not, the resemblance between them couldn't be denied. Back in the midst of the battle, Keel casually asked Leon which sounded better, smashing their enemy to pieces or slicing him apart. Leon answered without hesitation that smashing him would be better. Keel snorted and said he'd known Leon would pick the more foolish option. Leon flared up instantly, demanding to know why Keel was starting again, shouting that it was always like this and that he wasn't some convenient punching bag. Keel only smirked and replied that Leon's short temper was still exactly the same as his own. Keel then told him to try things his way for once. Leon agreed, but not without a warning. If Keel started whining again about being weak like he used to, Leon said he'd kill him himself before the enemy got the chance. As the two of them moved into position together, the disciple of Krex mocked them yet again, sneering as he asked how much longer they planned to keep hiding and what had happened to all that confidence they'd shown earlier. When Keel and Leon finally stepped forward and charged, he welcomed them with another insult, calling them pathetic as if nothing had changed. But almost immediately, he sensed something was wrong. They were coming straight at him with nothing held back, driven by raw force, and there was no hesitation in their movements. Confusion crept into his expression as he realized they were suddenly working together far better than before. Just moments ago, they'd been clumsy and disorganized, barely holding a line. Now, with every exchange blow, it became clearer that their rhythm had shifted. Their strength was greater, their coordination sharper, and their attacks flowed together as if they had always fought this way. A chilling thought crossed his mind, wondering if they had been capable of this all along and had only chosen to show it now. By the time that realization fully settled in, it was already too late. Leon sneered and declared that it was his time to die, mocking him as nothing more than Krex's obedient lapdog. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Mord felt a quiet sense of satisfaction as he confirmed that Keel and Leon had successfully cleared one side together. With that matter settled, he decided there was no need to wait any longer. It was his turn now. Mord shifted his gaze toward the archlich Krex and, with calm certainty, declared that his time had finally come to an end. Mord stood facing Krex, and the instant his gaze locked onto him, his heart began to thunder far more violently than it ever had during his fight with Elixir. That sensation alone told him the truth without words. The archlich standing before him was, without question, the strongest opponent Mord had ever faced. The pressure pouring out of Krex was crushing, so dense that even the air felt heavy, as if breathing itself had become a struggle. Krex looked down on Mord and the others with undisguised contempt. In his eyes, the rat who had looted the ancient ruins while he was busy dealing with Elixir, along with that worthless remnant of Vernus, had done nothing but obstruct his plans again and again. The loss of his favored disciple and the carrion clones was unfortunate, but to Krex, it was merely the natural order of things. They had been weaker than superior beings, and that weakness alone was their sin. Beyond that simple fact, he felt no grief at all. Mord met that gaze with open scorn. From start to finish, everything about Krex disgusted him. To Mord, Krex treated companions as disposable pieces on a board, tools meant to be used until they broke and then cast aside without hesitation. Krex, however, believed they were nothing alike. He did not consider his words hollow, and from his perspective, his beliefs were absolute. Standing on the edge of immortality, he believed death held no meaning, that lives could always be restored just as he himself had endured time and ruin. Mord rejected that way of thinking outright. He found it revolting. To him, humans had only a single life, and that very limitation was what forced them to grow, to struggle, and to keep moving forward. Even after casting aside his own humanity, Mord could not accept such a stagnant and complacent mindset from someone who claimed to pursue true strength. That belief alone became yet another reason to defeat him. On this day, Mord decided Krex would be forced to understand just how wrong he was. Everything would end here. When Mord charged, Krex burst into laughter. To him, it was laughable that someone would dare challenge what he believed to be the embodiment of strength itself. Mord's recklessness seemed boundless. Mord closed the distance in an instant, surging straight toward Krex with unshakable resolve, his very movement mocking the archlich's arrogance. When it came to raw power, Mord believed he would yield to no one. He unleashed his skill, Mountain Breaker, pouring everything he had into the strike. Krex continued to laugh, utterly unfazed by the incoming blow. He found it fitting. A battle without challenge was never something he would have enjoyed. Nearby, Aiden was thrown aside as the shock waves ripped through the battlefield, his body sent tumbling by the sheer force of the clash. In that instant, he felt utterly useless, unable to do anything but endure. Meanwhile, Mord was unleashing every last ounce of strength he possessed, holding nothing back as he pressed forward. Mord shouted to Aiden, telling him to pull himself together. He reminded him of the words he had spoken when he chose to step into this fight, of the vow he had made to erase every last trace of the silver blood. Mord pushed him harder, saying that if he couldn't even face a single soul of an archmage, then he would never reach the future he was aiming for. His voice carried absolute conviction as he told Aiden that he could do it, that he truly believed in him. Together, there was nothing they couldn't overcome. For a brief moment, Mord's thoughts drifted back to the past, to the days when he had still been EOMT's on. He remembered watching Aiden survive one trial after another, and how that sight alone had given him the strength to endure his own hardships. That was how deeply he had admired him. Yet in the story Mord once knew, Aiden's ending had been one where he destroyed everything he had built with his own hands. In Mord's darkest moments, Aiden had been the one who gave him strength, and now Mord wanted to return that faith. He believed that even if it seemed impossible, a miracle had to exist, a path where Aiden could reach a different ending. At last, Aiden responded, saying that he would try. Krex laughed again, dismissing him as nothing more than a rat and questioning what someone like that could possibly accomplish. It seemed as though Aiden had nothing left to offer. Then, without warning, something shot toward Krex in a sharp, zigzag blur, and that something was Aiden himself. Krex was caught off guard by the sudden burst of speed. Aiden drove forward, proving that even if Krex saw him as a rat, a cornered rat still knew how to bite. His strike landed squarely on Krex, and at the same moment, Mord surged in from behind, continuing the assault without a pause. Rage flared within Krex as he spat out insults, calling them worthless trash, refusing to accept that beings he deemed so insignificant could dare to block his path. He would never allow it. Krex's counterattack slammed into Aiden, locking his body in place, as if his limbs no longer belonged to him. He wanted to move, wanted to rush in and help Mord. But the instant he lifted his gaze, that thought died on the spot. The presence in front of him was overwhelming. Watching the collision of power with his own eyes, Aiden understood just how vast the gap truly was. From the moment he first met Mord, he had believed there was an enormous wall between them. Still, he had convinced himself that if he worked hard enough, if he kept pushing forward, he would one day reach him. Standing there now, he realized how naive that belief had been. Mord was still far beyond his reach. Even so, Aiden refused to remain a bystander. There was a reason he had to grow stronger, a reason he could not afford to stop here. Clinging to that conviction, he forced his body to move again. Gritting his teeth, Aiden surged forward once more and threw himself back into the battle, driven by a determination that refused to break or fade. Aiden and Mord charged straight at Krex, without the slightest hesitation, neither of them even considering retreat. Their intent was clear in every step forward. They would not back down, not even against a monster like him. That alone was enough to irritate Krex deeply. Being pushed back by people he deemed insignificant gnawed at his pride. He couldn't accept it. The ambition he had nurtured over countless years was not something he would allow to be trampled here. In his eyes, there was no world where a handful of brats were allowed to block his path. With that conviction hardening his resolve, Krex unleashed a brutal counterattack. As the clash dragged on, Aiden felt as though he was fighting death itself. Perhaps it was only natural. After all, Krex was little more than a skeleton bound together by pure malice and dark power. Mord shared the thought and silently agreed. Yet he believed something else even more strongly. As long as they poured everything they had into this fight, it would be enough. Moving in a blur, Aiden struck again with pinpoint precision, the impact finally forcing Krex to truly acknowledge him. For the first time, Krex admitted it aloud. They were no longer clueless amateurs. Their skill and resolve were real. That realization made Krex adjust his tactics. He shifted his focus and chose Aiden as his primary target. Aiden tried to stop him, but Krex brought his spear down without mercy. Mord reacted instantly, throwing himself forward to protect him. At the same time, Krex released a spell meant to erase Aiden, but Mord stepped into its path. The spell slammed into him head-on, sending him crashing to the ground. Krex clicked his tongue in acknowledgement, recognizing the resolve it took to intercept such an attack. He claimed it was only natural for a Vernizaire, even one still confined within an incomplete shell. But he was equally certain of one thing. Mord could not save his companion. With that, Krex fired another attack straight toward Aiden. Mord shouted for him to get away, his voice cutting through the chaos, but the warning came too late. The beam surged forward as Aiden desperately tried to block it. To Krex, the scene was nothing short of an insult to Vernus. In his eyes, the comrade who trusted and followed Mord was about to die without leaving even a trace. All because Mord was too weak. Those words crossed a line. Rage exploded inside Mord in an instant. His fury boiled over, sharp and absolute. In that moment, he decided Krex would pay for every word. Aura erupted violently around him as he gathered his power and launched himself forward, charging with overwhelming force. At that moment, Fine burst into the battlefield, slipping between Mord and Krex as if driven by instinct alone. Mord didn't notice him at first. Fine cut down the demons in his way with trembling hands, his heart pounding as his eyes locked onto the clash unfolding ahead. What he saw left him frozen in disbelief. The collision between Mord and Krex was on a level he could barely comprehend, the sheer intensity crushing his senses and filling him with fear. Krex laughed darkly, mocking Mord as he pointed out how deeply his words had struck him. He claimed he had never seen Mord this enraged before and questioned how long such power could possibly last. In Krex's eyes, Mord was already at his limit, and he was certain Mord felt it too. Even so, he admitted it plainly. Mord had performed far beyond expectation. If he were only a little stronger, Krex conceded, this fight might have ended very differently. Before anyone could stop him, Fine charged forward and attacked. He refused to stand by and watch someone like Krex kill Mord, their only hope. Krex barely spared him a glance. The blow landed, yet it was as if nothing had happened at all. In that fleeting instant, Mord spoke, thanking Fine. At the same time, he shifted his footing ever so slightly, opening a perfect path forward. An opening that wouldn't come again. Krex's rage flared as he realized what had happened. He couldn't accept it. But Mord knew this was the end. He released everything he had left and brought down the heavenly splitting strike, pouring the full weight of his power into a single, decisive blow. The attack slammed into Krex with overwhelming force, leaving him stunned, unable to believe that an unforeseen variable, someone he had deemed worthless, had tipped the scales. Even then, Krex admitted defeat, though only for this once. As Mord fell unconscious from the sky, his strength finally giving out, Fian rushed forward and caught him before he hit the ground. Holding him there, he quietly acknowledged what Mord had done and just how far he had pushed himself. When Mord opened his eyes again, the battlefield was gone. He found himself in a strange, unfamiliar place. Just moments ago, he had been fighting Krex, but now an odd sensation spread through his body. Slowly, the truth settled in. This wasn't his body. It was the original body of Eom Tizong. And when he lifted his gaze, he saw Mord himself standing directly in front of him. Eom stood there in a daze. His thoughts tangled as he tried to grasp what was happening. Slowly, the truth sank in. He was inside his own body, facing Mord exactly as he existed in the original story. It felt unreal, almost dreamlike, yet everything around him was too sharp, too vivid to deny. Mord studied him with open suspicion and demanded to know who he was. Instinct kicked in. Eom knew he needed a believable lie. But before committing to anything, he decided to probe the situation. He casually asked Mord how old he was. When Mord answered that he was 15, Eom felt a quiet sense of relief. That confirmed it. Mord hadn't entered House Vernas yet. There was still enough room to shape a convincing explanation. With that in mind, Eom introduced himself as Eom Tizong, claiming to be an aide serving under the Grand Duke of House Vernas. He explained that many people sought entry into the house, and part of his duty was to verify their age before anything else proceeded. Mord's eyes lit up with interest. He asked whether Eom had served under his father and admitted that he wanted to know more about House Vernas itself. He spoke plainly, saying that it was a place he intended to aim for one day, and that alone made him curious about what kind of house it truly was. Eom described it without hesitation. House Vernas, he said, was steeped in discrimination. Mord didn't grasp it at first, so Eom explained further. On the surface, it looked like any other place where people lived ordinary lives. But beneath that surface lay its true nature. Just as the world was divided between nobles and commoners, those who carried Verna's blood were split even further, into exalted and non-exalted members, all determined by parentage alone. He added that this kind of absurd hierarchy wasn't unique to House Vernas. It was a reflection of the world itself. At the same time, Eom didn't deny its pride. At its core, House Vernas truly believed in the honor of carrying the blood of the god of war and in its duty to protect the world. Still, he pointed out that 15 was incredibly young. Choosing that path now meant enduring discrimination from the very first step. Mord listened quietly before revealing the reason behind his resolve. He said it was his mother's final wish. She had told him that if he survived past his 15th birthday, he should go to House Vernas. As he spoke, his gaze dropped, and a faint, bitter laugh escaped him. He mentioned that he had heard his father was considered a good man, and despite everything, that alone was enough to make him curious about the man he had never known. Mord hurriedly apologized, worried that he might have spoken out of line to someone from House Vernas. Eom waved it off and told him it wasn't a problem. Instead, he gave him a piece of advice. Before heading there, Mord needed to raise his standing first. Even then, if his status as an illegitimate child became known, people would look down on him from the very beginning. That was simply how it was. Mord asked how he could raise his standing. Eom answered honestly. There were only a few viable paths. The most prominent was being appointed as a saint of the god of war. The other was to join a unit, distinguish himself through battle, and pile up undeniable achievements. Hearing that, Mord made his choice without hesitation. He would aim to become a saint of the god of war first. He thanked Eom sincerely for the guidance. As Mord walked away, Eom fell into quiet reflection. If Mord had received advice like this earlier, from a proper adult, his path might have advanced far more smoothly. In the original story, Mord had only ever been used, treated like a disposable extra, and discarded in a miserable end. Now, after living his own life, Eom could see it clearly. There were so many possibilities. If Mord had comrades he could truly trust and rely on, he really could have become the protagonist. And it wasn't just Mord. Keel, Leon, Farwell, Ariu. Each of them carried the potential to become protagonists as well, if only they forged stories of their own. That realization extended to Eom himself. Someday, the time would come for him to conclude his story as Tizong. He didn't know when that moment would arrive, but he was certain of one thing. When it did, he would have no regrets. Then, voices suddenly called out to Mord, dragging him back to reality. His consciousness snapped into place, and the first thing he heard was Keel asking if he had finally come to his senses. Keel admitted that he had been genuinely worried, afraid that Mord might never wake up. Mord reassured everyone that he was fine and apologized for making them worry. His next question came out immediately. Aiden, what had happened to him? Erna commented that life never ceased to surprise them. Aiden explained that Mord had been too stone-faced to notice what was happening around him. He said he had barely managed to avoid Crex's attack, but in doing so, he had pushed himself too far and ended up injured. Lowering his head slightly, Aiden apologized, admitting that he should have stayed with Mord until the very end. Lady Louisa admitted her own failure and offered an apology for letting Archmage Carrion escape. She explained that Carrion had somehow transferred herself into one of her clones, and Louisa had truly believed she had finished her off. Standing just behind them, Keel spoke with firm confidence, saying that next time they would capture Carrion in her real body. As long as they kept training, he said, they would grow strong enough to fight far better than they had today. Hearing that eased Mord's heart. He said that as long as they continued pursuing the world's fragments, they were bound to cross paths with Silverblood again. Until that day came, their priority had to be growing stronger. He then turned to Fian and acknowledged how much he owed him in this battle, thanking him for boldly drawing Crex's attention and creating the opening that allowed the decisive strike. Fian was genuinely relieved, happy just knowing that he had been useful. Moore made sure to add that it wasn't only Fian. Everyone there had played an important role. As they started heading back, Leon and Keel fell into another argument, just like always. Keel threw out a sharp remark, instantly setting Leon off. Watching them bicker, as usual, made Farwell feel strangely at ease, while Arya didn't bother hiding her thoughts and bluntly called them idiots. Lady Louisa, Revans, Pulse, and Cecil soon informed Moore that they would be taking their leave. Mord thanked them sincerely for staying with him through the battle. He then turned to Erna and asked whether she would be returning to the fortress with Sir Ilden, noting with quiet satisfaction that the two of them had been spending time together. Erna smiled and explained that upon their return, Sir Ilden had promised to recommend her for a seat under the Grand Duke. She intended to remain by his side and continue growing stronger. With a hint of anticipation, she added that the next time Mord came to visit, she might be even stronger, and she looked forward to meeting him again. As they finally parted ways, Mord's thoughts turned toward the road ahead. Even after destroying another fragment of Crex's soul, he knew stronger enemies would still be waiting. Even if Silverblood did not appear, there were other forces hunting the world's fragments. Some of them might even be gods of the world itself, but that didn't matter. What mattered was that he would rely on his comrades, and together, they would keep moving forward and growing stronger. Aiden walked up to him and asked him directly if he was scared. He pointed out that Mord didn't look worried at all, even though it was obvious they would keep running into enemies far stronger than before. Aiden admitted that whenever he looked at Mord, it felt like he was watching someone who lived in a completely different world. In response, Mord only laughed. Aiden was still confused and wanted to hear more, but Mord shook his head and spoke honestly. He said he was simply grateful to have met everyone. He admitted that he felt fear too, just like anyone else. But because he had goals he wanted to reach, and comrades who trusted him and believed in him, that fear never stopped him. Instead, it gave him the courage and drive to keep moving forward. With his comrades at his side, Mord felt no hesitation. As long as they stayed together, he believed he would continue to grow stronger. He would gather the world's fragments, stop the world from collapsing into ruin, and see his wish fulfilled in the end. That's where we'll leave it for now. If you want to catch the next part, make sure to like the video and subscribe so you don't miss it.